2025 Latin America International Championships. The first international event of the season is back in Sao Paulo, where trainers are reuniting with friends, trading cards, battling, and enjoying all the event's activities. But for many, it's all about locking in the automatic invite to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. Since 2017, the International Championships have been a cornerstone of the competitive season, consistently attracting the world's top trainers for thrilling high-stakes battles. Last year, Brazil's own LNDS Rajev made history by claiming the Pokémon Go LAIC 2024 Championship, securing a second consecutive trophy for the region.
That's the best memory I have right now, maybe in my life. It's amazing.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Rajev, a smile on his face. He can't believe it, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
And this year, there's something new. Pokémon Unite makes its debut at LAIC.
Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champion.
The big question on everyone's mind, who will be crowned the first ever Pokémon Unite LAIC champion this weekend? In the TCG division, Juho Kalama from Finland secured his first tournament win last year, one of the hardest things he's done in his career.
This event marks like the first big achievement I've ever made. Like I get confidence from this.
And last but not least, Italian Marco Silva beat out the competition to take home the LAIC 2024 VG trophy in a stunning performance.
Takes the final KO. Marco Himata Galadora Silva is your 2024 Latin America International Champion.
The feeling of winning definitely drives me the most, since it's probably one of the best feelings in the world.
The title of International Champion is a badge of honor, and we can't wait to see who claims the top prize. Stay tuned to find out who.
Can you shield the lead through? No! A huge no shield!
Whoa! Whoa! Gardevoir Unite! I'm a base in. Charges up the NTP. That's it.
To connect it down onto its target, and you get another double one.
Bon dia, buenos dias, and good morning to all trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans around the world. I am Sophia, and welcome to Day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon Latin America International Championships live from Sao Paulo.
I'm Pablo, and we cannot wait to get Day 2 underway as we're in for a phenomenal weekend of Pokemon action.
That's right. Day 1 was full of surprises, and you owe it to yourself to rewatch it when you have the chance. But today, the competition is even stiffer. So make sure to tune in here with us today for more Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, Pokemon the trading card game, and Pokemon video game.
In Pokemon Go, Marto Galde and Out of Pocket have secured their spots on the winner's side of the bracket. But reigning LAIC champion LNDS Rajev is looking to defend his title from the loser side of the bracket.
In Pokemon Unite, DreamHack Esports, Fusion, and the 2-times champions Luminosity Gaming have made it to Day 2, but competition will definitely be up there when you still have the potential to win the first time for the Pokemon Unite LAIC Championship.
And in Pokemon TCG, we have Fabricio Inga Silva, Jackson Ford, and Brazil's own Leonardo Wellbridge have secured commanding positions in Day 2 after going undefeated on the first day of competition.
In Pokemon VG, former international champions Eric Rios and Ashton Cox, as the only 2 undefeated players, made it to Day 2, and the reigning LAIC champion Marco Silva is on the path to a potential back-to-back championship.
No one can predict who will survive today's gauntlet and advance to Championship Sunday. But one thing's for sure, everyone watching will be on the edge of their seats, ready to witness every moment unfold.
Let's not forget, championship points are still a major prize as every trainer aims to qualify for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. And this weekend, many will walk away with their share of the $500,000 prize pool.
And a big thank you to all the staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else whose hard work and dedication have made this event such a great success so far.
Now, I know you're ready to find out who'll be taking the title of the Latin America International Championship, but let's get this show underway. Casters, it's with you.
Bom dia, we are back here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin American International Championships. International Championships where dreams come true, where players walk into the stadium just as competitors and someone walks out as a champion. And I personally am feeling like a champion right now, joined for the first time ever by my friend Costa Didemos. Costa, we're here in Brazil! It's time!
But it is so time. I am incredibly hyped, obviously, to be here in Sao Paulo, but of course to be escorted by your side, Evan. I mean, I just want to, fanboy a tiny bit. The first time that I started watching VG streams, it was the World's Finals of 2014 in DC, where, of course, Sajun Park versus Jody Azzarelli, and of course, we had yourself as well as Scott. I believe it was Dwee, and but generally speaking, like, I just remembered at the time when I was watching you guys, I was like, wow, okay, that looked so much fun. It's like just being able to watch you guys, like deliver all of the action was very inspiring. So being able to just come here now, 10 years later, next to yourself.
Oh, it has been a decade, hasn't it?
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to bring that part up. But no, obviously, this is truly the place where dreams come true.
Absolutely, and let's go right into it. This is not the only international championship. If your dream doesn't come true this weekend, you have other opportunities as well. Of course, we are finishing off. We have today and Championship Sunday here for the Latin American International Championships. And then Costa, we're going over to your hometown. We're going over to Europe in February. Your hometown of Europe.
No, I'll take that, because that's definitely how the European regional players do feel, as well as commentators. So yeah, we're very, very excited to actually see, obviously, how things pan out with our first IC of the season. But of course, there's going to be a lot of hype going into Europe because we, of course, will have a different regulation. We'll be going back to regulation set G, which we already saw at Worlds has a hot load of chaos energy escorted with it.
Yeah, if we thought Reg H had chaos energy, just wait until you see how incredibly dramatic and explosive those Reg G matches are. And then, of course, we'll wrap up the regular season with the North American International Championships in June before the culmination of it all, the World Championships back in Anaheim, California, coming up in mid-August.
Yeah, exactly. But the only way for you to be able to reach that final grand event is to go ahead and wrap up a World Championship invitation. There's a couple of different ways for you to be able to do it. We do have, of course, the different regions that are available, but we understandably did have the new season circuit changes at the beginning, where now it's just going to be the top 75 Masters players across most of regions. They'll be able to qualify, so you got to be in it to win it throughout the entire season, unless you go ahead and wrap up a major event victory.
Absolutely. Either win a regional or a special event level event, and you will be able to directly qualify to the World Championships. Or this weekend, we actually, by the end of today, will know 4 new qualifiers for the World Championships, because the top 4 players here in Latin America will advance to the World Championships. And we are, of course, midway through our tournament. We had day 1 Swiss yesterday. We will have a couple more rounds of Swiss today, and then our top cut matches before Championship Sunday. But to walk everyone through this entire format of the tournament, let's take a quick look at this video.
Welcome to the 2025 Latin America International Championships, broadcasting live from the vibrant city of Sao Paulo, Brazil. This weekend, Pokemon VG trainers are here to display their talents, competing for over $500,000 in cash prizes, exclusive booster packs, and vital championship points that could earn them a place at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicks off with Swiss rounds. Trainers whose total match points exceed the threshold for their division will advance to Day 2. On Day 2, trainers continue battling in Swiss rounds. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut, battling through a single elimination bracket until only 2 trainers remain. These finalists will face off on Championship Sunday, where they'll compete for the LAIC trophy and try to claim their piece of Pokémon glory. Every match is a best of 3 and uses an open team sheet format. That means each Pokemon's Terra type ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. Who will take home the title of Latin America International Champion? Will last year's champion defend their crown, or will we see a new victor rise? And who will secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Stay tuned all weekend long to catch every electrifying moment live.
Glory, invitations to the World Championships, and cash prizing are on the line this weekend. Of course, the winner of this tournament in the Masters division will take home $15,000. And half of our players today who have made it into Day 2 Swiss will be in that top 32 bracket, going home with at least $2,000.
Yeah, I think we've gotten a big buff with each of the past couple of seasons. And there's a lot to play for. And not only, like we said, with the points, but just being able to get one of these prizes can allow yourself to be able to potentially even snowball into other events, you know, maybe having travel awards as well. So there's a lot on the line, not just going for the invitation, but being able to reap all of the rewards on the way.
Yeah, and of course our junior and senior division champions will also receive important prizing to help either further their season or their education as they move forward through the circuit. Here are our top 16 players as of the start of the tournament today. And crucially, I want to point out that both Eric Rios and Ashton Cox have qualified for the top cut. By being undefeated yesterday, they will be guaranteed a spot in our asymmetric top cut later today.
It's incredible, really, because normally we would have, let's say, 3 Swiss rounds in Day 2, but of course, because of how the numbers work of attendance, we haven't been able to hit that 500+ mark, hence why, of course, we only have 2 Swiss rounds. So quite an incredible feat, but that doesn't mean that Eric and Ashton will be slowing down any point.
Absolutely not. A win in this first round and the second round of the tournament could get them a bye further into the top cut. And here are some of our Day 2 players to watch. Of course, we already know Eric Rios and Ashton Cox. We will be seeing them over the course of the tournament. But I also have to point out, we have 3 world champions in Day 2 right now. We have Paul Ruiz, the 2018 world champion. We have Eduardo Cunha, the 2022 world champion. And we have Shohei Kimura, who has made the journey from Japan, our 2023 world champion, to compete here at the Latin American International Championships. And he is still very much in the mix.
Oh, 100%. Definitely on form as well, but they are having to go up against very stiff competition in being multiple international champions as well. So obviously there was a bit of a storyline interaction yesterday where we spoke both to Ashton as well over to Eric, and we had a bit of a back and forth of them mentioning, okay, well, oh, sorry, Marco, apologies, where we're having friendly rivalry, understandably, but they're also stating for the record, sorry, I'm going to win this one, because they want to be able to get that 3rd international trophy to their accolades and be the unique player to have that role.
Absolutely. Right now they are tied for the most international championships on the board with 2 each. There are a number of players who are sitting at 1 international championship currently in the mix in day 2 who could also very much join them. And then we'd have 3 people trying to distinguish themselves. And I don't know if we could take all of that chaos, but we are ready to get into it. We are wasting no time at all, and we are starting off hot. Eduardo Cunha versus Juan Manuel Odriozola. Portugal versus Spain for the first round of the Latin American International Championships Day 2.
It's sort of like I'm thinking, okay, is this, EUIC already? It's like, what's going on? And like you said, the rivalry of those regions, as well as these great trainers really wanting to go ahead and put out all the stops, just builds that anticipation and tension going into this, because we know they're both not undefeated right now. They need to be able to put out all the stops to try to guarantee that top cut. But of course, Eduardo, I was going to say, normally runs a couple of typical Pokemon, maybe with like a one niche pick on the side, but seems like he's got a couple of other different options here.
Yeah, I think these are all pretty normal Pokemon. I think when we take a look at the usage later today, I believe all 6 of these Pokemon are on our top 12 usage for day 2, but these are not necessarily the standard versions. Of course, I'm looking at that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Of course, you hear about Blood Moon Ursaluna, you think, oh, it's going to be Life Orb, it's going to be Terra Normal, and it's going to try to blow things up with Blood Moon. However, this is actually going to be a Blood Moon, Earth Power, Protect, Yawn Blood Moon Ursaluna, Terra Electric with Covert Cloak.
Yeah, and it's definitely not a typical set that you would expect, like you mentioned, Evan. And I do want to clarify as well, that is not Bloom Doom. It is definitely a Blood Moon, which, wow, okay, as I said it, just casually.
You did it,
I did it, yes, finally.
The power.
The power is all in my hands. But no, having Yawn adds so much great synergistic utility on being able to rotate in between a couple of turns. You've got, let's say, Blood Moon, which of course you can't use consecutively. Then you can either go for a Protect or a Yawn, stall your opponent's side of the field, and all of a sudden you could 1v1 a lot of different scenarios like that.
Absolutely, and this Dragonite is what we have seen become the standard Dragonite set. All of our Dragonite in day 2 are the loaded dice variant, but there are some differences between them. Yesterday we saw a lot of Haze Dragonite. Here we have Eduardo, who is running the Tailwind variant of that loaded dice Dragonite. However, Juan Manuel Odriozola is running a mixed speed team here. You have the Trick Room option for Porygon 2 and Tailwind on Vivillon.
Yeah, exactly. And I do really like this composition. We've seen it actually have a lot of great initial results over in Baltimore too, but then obviously we've got Juan Manuel, who's gone ahead and adapted a couple of those slots. We've got the Primarina being brought in with the Life Orb. It's got great additional damage output because of that item, but of course does have that Haze, which we've seen actually drop quite a bit in usage stats, so being able to actually see it come back is quite nice, but it does parallel to the point where they've got a couple of speed tierings that you could train both the Primarina and Ursaluna in order to capitalize both off of Trick Room as well as Tailwind. So I really like the flexibility that Juan has on his side.
And a couple of unique Terra types as well for Juan Manuel. Of course, the Primarina with the Bug Terra type sticks out the most. We also have to shout out the Poison Terra type on Ursaluna, not the Ghost typing that we sometimes see on that, or a more offensive Terra type. And Porygon 2, kind of a throwback with the Ground Terra type from early on in the regulation. But let's see how these players are going to match up against each other. Double Incineroar on the field, and it looks like Juan Manuel is going to lead at least the Tailwind option with that Vivillon. But of course, having the Incineroar and the Golden Go, that's a Safety Goggles Incineroar and a Good as Gold Golden Go Vivillon. Not having a lot of options here, except to set that Tailwind.
Well, exactly. There's a couple of interactions that we do want to note. Edu's Incineroar did actually move first with his Intimidate, so it may give Juan an indication that maybe you want to try to go for like a reaction sort of play, anticipating a fake out, or maybe knowing Edu, he sort of does do a very good job in reading into, let's say, Protects or Ghost Terra, so he may as well even go for the knockoff here, break the Focus Sash on the Vivillon, and perhaps start setting up with Golden Go, but you just need to be a bit cautious of the Incineroar over on the other side. We know that Juan's Incineroar doesn't have Ghost Terra, so it will get threatened by that fake out, henceforth why we actually see the switch out.
Yep, Incineroar has to switch out, actually bringing in the Ursaluna, so trying to get the Ursaluna in, try to get the burn going with that Flame Orb. Vivillon just going to protect itself. There's the fake out into the Incineroar on the switch in. Instead, it hits the Ursaluna as a Make It Rain will deal good damage to that Ursaluna. Now, that's a little bit over 50%, but of course you have to take into account the speed drop, or not the speed drop, the special attack drop on Golden Go. And now you have the option with no fake out pressure to set up the Tailwind for that Ursaluna.
Yeah, I do really like that reaction there. You're able to capitalize off of the Focus Sash not being broken on Vivillon. You've got the Tailwind now support, and most importantly, Guts is now enabled for the Ursaluna. So you're in a situation where you could easily go for Earthquake here, just spam it a bit, and sort of force Eduardo's hand in, potentially going ahead and get some adaptations from his side. If he does have Rillaboom, I think this could be a good way to be able to sort of nullify the momentum over on Juan's side, which we do actually see switch in now.
Absolutely, Rillaboom will switch in to negate any of that Earthquake damage, at least cut it in half. Of course, also preserving the Intimidate on the Incineroar, while Juan Manuel will just go for the Tailwind to make that Ursaluna the fastest thing on the field. And no Earthquake at all. Knows that there's the threat of Rillaboom in the back. Just going to pick up a KO on that Golden Go with Headlong Rush.
I'm not sure what surprises me more. The fact that we saw Headlong Rush come out, which sort of makes sense there, but most importantly, no defensive maneuver from Edu's side with that Golden Go, not even trying to go for the terrestrialization, which very well could have been an option since you do have Water Terror. Sure, you would probably be able to maybe survive, depending on how bulky you are, but then again, it's a Headlong Rush with Guts boosted, so might not have even been worth the trade.
Absolutely, but at least you have now the Intimidate down onto that Ursaluna, and it has dropped its defenses because of that Headlong Rush. So now by switching in the Incineroar, you get a little bit more positioning advantage. You have the fake out, you have double fake out actually on the field now to potentially stall out those Tailwind turns. There goes Ursaluna, does not want to take any more damage, took a lot on the switch in from that Make It Rain, while Juan Manuel is going to send in his own Incineroar to get a double Intimidate down onto the Rillaboom and Eduardo's Incineroar. But Eduardo, he's played plenty of these Incineroar pivot matches. We'll just switch that Pokemon out in favor of the Sneasler. Sneasler coming in without an Intimidate debuff, but a Hurricane from Vivillon will hit the Rillaboom with that Assault Vest, allows it to survive, but gets the confusion.
Yeah, that definitely adds a lot more variance in potentially being able to maybe either focus down on trying to break the Focus Sash with Vivillon, double up with a potential KO, or more importantly, try to get any sort of like high horsepowers into the Incineroar, because at this point, you really need to be able to exhaust the resources from Juan Manuel's side, which honestly right now has been having such a great momentum swing in this game.
Juan Manuel has been dealing big damage, but Eduardo doesn't seem phased by it. Pivoting so nicely there, the confusion doesn't matter. Already made the plan to switch the Rillaboom out for Incineroar, keep cycling those Intimidates, and here comes our first terrestrialization of the day. Ghost Terra on the Sneasler, a pretty classic Terra type. Previously, we'd been starting to see a lot of Stellar, but there it is. The Sleep Powder with the Compound Eyes will put that Sneasler to sleep. So Sneasler is a ghost, but it's not going to get anything with this new typing right now. Yeah, not in the best spot. You know, 97% accuracy is definitely something that Edu doesn't have on his side to be able to avoid, but U-turn does allow a bit more of that pivoting action going for Juan. He could easily go ahead and just try to reposition the Ursaluna once again, because at this point, what is really stopping you on being able to just sort of delay each turn as long as you're able to manage the board with Edu's fake out potential. And at this situation, we know that it's not unburdened Sneasler, so it's not like you're going to be able to capitalize off of an additional speed boost. It's the Poison Touch. So you just want to be able to start whittling down Edu's Pokemon, and there's the momentum that's extremely in Juan Manuel's favor, except of course Tailwind's going to start expiring, so you want to be able to keep that Vivillon available for the great support it's been able to provide. Yeah, and the Vivillon is still very safe, still has Focus Sash intact, has not taken damage just yet. And there it is. We don't see the Ghost Terra typing on the Ursaluna, means that it can just get baked out after it terastallizes into the Poison type. Another wasted turn of Tailwind, another wasted turn of offensive pressure, as Eduardo does take another Hurricane on the Sneasler this time. This Vivillon is actually doing so much damage to Eduardo's team. May need to start focusing that down.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of being able to run Focus Sash, Vivillon as well. You're able to invest into its special attack and speed primarily. You don't need to put any sort of bulk with it, and it's at such a great speed tiering mark as well, where it can actually benefit with the Tailwind, and most importantly, Sneasler does not get that first turn wake, which it's so desperately needed in order to stop this Tailwind.
Absolutely. Tailwind goes up once more, and now Ursaluna is able to fire off a Facade that will knock out not quite a one-hit KO on the Incineroar, but that is all Juan Manuel needed to burst through the pivoting power of the Incineroar and the Rillaboom. And with Sneasler taking a little bit of a nap, Eduardo is so far on the back foot, needs to start thinking about game 2 right now.
Oh, 100%. And sure, Rillaboom's in right now. It's going to be able to reactivate the Grass Terrain via its Grassy Search ability, but most importantly, Tailwind setup right now. Juan is in such a prime position to just be able to sweep out this game 1 and hasn't even revealed a 4th Pokemon, most importantly. So having the trio core of the Vivillon, Incineroar, and Ursaluna with the very good switches has really proved to be quite pivotal, as the Hurricane just connects and picks up that Sneasler.
Isn't that just the story of this game? Eduardo has been cycling the Incineroar and the Rillaboom, faking out the Ursaluna, trying to keep it from doing big damage like we just saw it did on the Incineroar, but instead it's this Vivillon that is just using its super-powered Hurricanes. It's highly accurate, more accurate than normal Hurricanes to do damage. Hurricane is extremely powerful. That's a big damage boost for Juan Manuel, and if you're trying to just focus down the partner, you're just letting 3 Hurricanes hit all of your Pokemon.
That's what I mean, and I think we were talking a bit about it as well before the match started, Evan, where that Vivillon does have great sort of utility, but you would expect that Juan, if he feels like it doesn't work in a game 1, he could go into a game 2 scenario of maybe just adapting to a hard Trick Room mode. You know, he's got that flexibility because of the duality of the speed modes, and that's sort of the great benefit when it comes to this sort of team archetype, where you can play around with your pieces and sort of react based off of your opponent's play, you know, how confident they are in their own strategy, and Juan has just been able to go ahead and completely dismantle Eduardo's.
You know, I really think that Eduardo had all of the right pieces for this matchup. Unfortunately, lost the Golden Ghost so early on. Got the damage onto the Ursaluna on the switch-in, but without the Golden Ghost, there was nothing to resist those Hurricanes. And even though Eduardo was able to continue to cycle the fake-out pressure, you know, just those Hurricanes kept coming through and dealing enough damage. Not picking up big one-hit KOs, but 2-hit KOs.
Yeah, well, and that's sort of the thing. Like, great, sure, fake-out synergy is fantastic, but you still need to be able to dispatch the damage, right? Like, and that's unfortunately what Edu wasn't able to do. He needs to be able to get that immediate offensive pressure against and push back all of the pressure that Juan's bringing, because I wouldn't be surprised if Juan goes with the same sort of core.
You know what? I think that Eduardo only got 1 non-fake-out attack off that entire game.
I think you might be right. Exactly. And we do actually see the same leads coming out right now as well. So I'm curious to see how this Golden Girl is going to try to position itself, because it really doesn't want to face this Incineroar, which of course we do know has the knockoff threat. It forces Golden Girl in a very awkward spot where you either go for the offensive, similar to game 1, or you have to either go on the defensive. Maybe a Terra change, maybe even a switch out, but you need to really break the focus slash on the Vivillon. You can't let it just do its thing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Eduardo is not opting to go for that defensive Terra, which does leave it vulnerable to the big damage. There's the Hurricane. It looks like Juan Manuel is going to be double targeting this Golden Go. Gets the confusion on the Golden Go as well. So even if Golden Go is able to get this nasty plot off, it may not be able to do damage at all.
Okay, but no, it was able to successfully go through it. Now it is a +2 special attack, but it's this scenario where Edu's trying to bait Juan Manuel in anticipating that he's going to play defensive. He's going for the offensive. We do see Incineroar over on Edu's side actually once again confirming it is faster than Juan's Incineroar. Get the parting shot off first.
Absolutely. Gets the parting shot off. Gets -2 on the attack of the opposing Incineroar. Also would have caught a -1 on the Ursaluna on a switch-in. But there's the knockoff. At -2, Golden Go is just barely able to survive there. Loses the Life Orb. Does have the nasty plot boost. But of course, is confused.
Yeah, and I think that's why Juan wanted to focus with the double up, just in case there is a terrestrialization adaptation there, and you're able to still get very good damage, neutral damage onto it. And it still would have led to the scenario where Golden Girl has like 1/5 of its health remaining. That's really what you want to do. You want to exhaust Edu's resources that are available, but having Sneasler now, fake out pressure, you've got potential of being able to even threaten the Incineroar with a close combat KO if it is, of course, adamant and based around the training of the Incineroar's bulk.
Yeah, and the Incineroar on Juan Manuel's side, of course, Incineroar very rarely runs Protect, if ever at all.
Yep.
Vivian has the ability to protect itself, but there's no switches or anything. That's a one-hit KO from the Sneasler. Picks up the KO on Incineroar.
Down and out.
Juan Manuel just leaves it in there to take a close combat.
And the Vivian does have the option of going for Tailwind, but it opts for the Sleep Powder. It's like, no, I need to be able to slow down the momentum that Edu's really picking up on in this game too. And Golden Go hasn't moved yet, but can it move?
Can you do it, Golden Go?
Come on, oh, it does, and it makes it rain, and it brings the Vivian down to 1 hit point.
And here we go. Eduardo is now in a fantastic position compared to the previous game. Now, because of the Focus Sash, Vivian will still be able to get Tailwind off because it put the Sneasler to sleep.
Yep.
But at least the pressure of that Incineroar is now off the field, and Eduardo still has all 4 of his Pokemon. Going to be very difficult to make the most of it, though, with that sleeping Sneasler and the confused Golden Go that are both going to be slower than everything after this Tailwind.
Yeah, and I guess there is the Rillaboom. You want to be able to halve the Earthquake damage output, because at this point, why do you not go for that if you're Juan? You want to be able to deal with a bit more damage and break the Focus Sash of that Sneasler and even threaten the Golden Go. But I would expect a bit of a defensive play finally coming out of the Golden Go, potentially, but then again, it's Edu.
Yeah, this is a lot of bad options for Edu. That's going to be the Incineroar switching in to get a -1 on the Ursaluna, a double switch to get both the reduced attack and the reduced potential Earthquake damage with Rillaboom coming in. This is scary for the Rillaboom as well, because there is options in the future for Hurricanes, but here comes the Tailwind, here comes the attack from Ursaluna. The Earthquake will have its damage reduced by the grassy terrain, and because of that Intimidate, actually the Incineroar can just shrug it off. What kind of super effective attack was that?
Not very effective, I think, even though the game mechanics would question otherwise. But I think being able to not commit to a facade there, perhaps, it was a bit readable.
Hadn't been burned yet.
Exactly. And the most important thing here is that, let's say, if Juan wants to be able to further sustain this Vivian, there's the options of Ghost Terror. I don't think it would be the best for him, but in anticipation of, let's say, the fake outs, Rillaboom is still there to lock up with a Grassy Glide, so I feel like that slot is going to have a guaranteed damage dealt onto it.
Absolutely, and the 4th Pokemon we're finally seeing will be Archaludon. This is a really strong Pokemon. However, this is not the stamina version that we have seen a lot of. It is instead the sturdy power herb version. So it will not be able to just eat up stamina boosts from things like this Grassy Glide that's coming into its target. Instead, it will just take no damage because it is extremely bulky and not very effective.
It's probably going to recover its sturdy as well, I think, if it hasn't already, actually. But most importantly, it's such a great Pokemon to have in the back for that immediate sort of, I wouldn't even say glass cannon, but you've got the immediate burst damage option of going with the Power Herb, getting the Electro Shot into the Incineroar, or even playing around a bit with the Ursaluna, because now you have your 2 main sweepers on the field in Tailwind. Juan is primed and ready to be able to dispatch as much as it can. And of course, Incineroar, Rillaboom, we know they do not have Protect, so you just may actually weigh in the options and focus on one slot in anticipation of a switch.
Well, there is the Rillaboom switching out for Sneasler, either trying to protect the Rillaboom, recycle some of those fake outs, and or allow Sneasler an opportunity to try to wake up. It has not taken its first turn of sleep, I don't believe.
No.
So it still needs to take the first turn of sleep. There will be the Terrestrialization onto the Ursaluna. This poison typing will make it match up better against the grass typing of the Rillaboom, but it's going to be matched by a Terrestrialization on Incineroar. Incineroar will now be the ghost typing, so we have changed up the type charts dramatically for both teams.
Yeah, and I think now, of course, it's immune to those facades, but most importantly, it's not going to be able to shrug away any damage from the Archaludon, but the focus is on the Sneasler completely. It's sort of what we were saying. you can guarantee a KO on one slot if you get the double in there. So Ghost Terror Incineroar is still going to move, probably get rotation going with Parting Shot, as we do see connects with that Archaludon, and now all of a sudden you're going to have double Fake Out potential available, or more so, I would expect, one Fake Out user and then a Golden Go on the side.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Eduardo is going to choose to bring out the Pokemon. Of course, first will be Rillaboom. That's going to reset the Fake Out pressure onto both the Ursaluna and the Archaludon, which is going to be crucial to getting this Tailwind off the field and allowing Pokemon like that Golden Go to start dealing big damage. Here comes Incineroar again, getting another Intimidate down onto the Ursaluna and ability to continue to cycle Parting Shots on the Archaludon. Because this is not in the rain and it only has the power up, that means there is only one special attack boost that this Archaludon can realistically get off with the Electro Shot.
And I think Edu may want to perhaps try to break the Sturdy once again, because as we saw, Grass Terrain was able to recover that back up to 100%. And right now, you want to be able to position yourself outside of Tailwind with a Fake Out user on the side, and maybe if possible, get a nasty plot set up. But the way that Juan has managed his board state, it makes it incredibly difficult for Edu to be able to navigate through both of the main damage sweepers on the other side of the field at the same time.
Absolutely. Here comes the Electro Shot from the Archaludon. Will boost its special attack back to neutral after taking that Parting Shot from the Incineroar. Will be most likely targeting down the Incineroar instead of the not very effective damage onto Rillaboom.
Yep.
You know, the Rillaboom, I think, is the biggest threat on the field here, but taking out the cycling is so important. Incineroar, though, will not go down. 4 hit points remaining. High horsepower comes out from the Rillaboom, deals over 50% to the Archaludon, while Incineroar will get this Flare Blitz off into the Ursaluna. That was so much damage. It will knock itself out from the recoil, but that means that Eduardo has finally started to get damage down, and this is the turn that Tailwind ends.
This is so good. And I feel like Edu was trying to be able to find the positioning where it can whittle down the remaining HP of both the Archaludon as well as the Ursaluna and have Tailwind peter out in order to bring the Golden Go. And now it will really depend on speed tiering. We've got Archaludon. Naturally, it could be trained to be faster than Golden Go, but we're going to have to find out how that's based off of, because if I'm not mistaken, Evan, we did see Archaludon outspeed the Rillaboom, so that means you're not able to guarantee a high horsepower into the Archaludon and even potential damage roll to take into consideration to be able to get rid of it.
I believe that was under the Tailwind, though, so
yes.
The Rillaboom, we still are not totally sure if Rillaboom or Archaludon are faster. And the other important thing that I really want to see here is how many turns of grassy terrain are left. There is a world where Juan Manuel is able to bring the Vivillon back in. Oh no!
Draco miss!
No!
No! It's, I would say into the Golden Go, but definitely on the side of the field as Shadow Ball focuses into the Archaludon.
That's it!
And picks up the KO!
That's a Shadow Ball KO after a Draco miss from the Archaludon. Rillaboom's Woodhammer will connect now onto the Ursaluna. Resisted thanks to the poison typing, but enough chip damage has happened. Ursaluna goes down. It is just the Butterfly against Golden Go and Rillaboom. Only a single target Hurricane attack to Juan's name. That's going to bring us to a Game 3. And man, what a different game this was when Eduardo was able to do click attacks other than Fake Out.
I know, and that's sort of like what we're talking about, that Edu really needed to be able to bring onto the field, that immediate pressure. Obviously, we saw the Golden Go. The way that it went down was quite unfortunate in Game 1, but you sort of have to take a gamble sometimes, and Edu recognized that. He's like, okay, cool. If I can actually get the play correct, then I could really capitalize off of momentum and force a completely different board. But in that scenario, let's talk a bit about the Draco miss. If you did connect, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we had around like 58 or 78 hit points of the Golden Go. Would it have been enough at neutral to pick up the KO onto a resisted Pokemon?
That's a question we may never know the answer to.
But I personally feel like maybe there might have been a good role for it.
I think with a sturdy Power Herb Archaludon, I would expect that to be able to get enough chip damage there. And that's the big thing. Juan Manuel was forced to go for the Draco Meteor. Electro Shot would take 2 turns. The Power Herb was already used up. Flash Cannon definitely isn't picking up that KO. Had to go for the 90% accurate there, forced into it. would maybe have picked up that KO, but regardless, we also see this big turn here where the Incineroar on Eduardo's side survived with 4 hit points, and that was critical to getting the Flare Blitz damage on Ursaluna that made that win condition possible at all.
Yeah, and the fact that we're talking about an Archaludon which has Power Herb and not the Assault Vest means that it was just within range of being picked off by that Shadow Ball from the Golden Go. So a lot of very cool, interesting interactions going on there, but really just coming down to the granular level, it could have honestly gone either way just based off of, let's say, just one turn difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And boy, Costa, this is exactly how I wanted to kick off day 2.
Boy.
3-game set. Here we go. Incineroar Vivillon versus Incineroar Golden Go once again. And this has been the same leads for all 3 games, but all the 2 previous ones we've seen could not have gone more differently.
No, 100%. And in this scenario, you've entered the realm of mind games galore. And because it's just a compounding effect, right? From game 1 going to game 2, now game 3, literally the same thing over and over again, but in terms of the Pokemon being brought. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Juan go for the same sort of play, wanting to at least try to get that Golden Go off the board, but that invites Edu to finally play a bit more defensive from turn 1.
Absolutely. And I actually really love this play that Eduardo has locked in here, getting immediate damage off with the Make It Rain and being able to cycle the parting shot seems fairly safe. However, Juan Manuel is not switching this time around, which means that this Make It Rain is only going to deal resisted damage into the Assault Vest Incineroar. It tanks that like a champ. Golden Go actually probably took more damage with the Life Orb recoil than it actually dealt. There's the parting shot there onto the Incineroar, though. That means that we are now at -2 attack on that Incineroar, and Eduardo has an opportunity to pivot here.
Yeah, it sort of like allows at least a guarantee, roughly around 40 to 60% damage being dealt now, even, of course, with taking into the factor of the super effectiveness, but it doesn't even target that. Actually, Juan going for the read of the parting shot, naturally going into that slot and saying, you know what, you're either going to be able to bring the Sneasler here, I can break a Focus Sash, or at least get some good chip damage onto a Rillaboom if we have that circulate. So all of a sudden, we've got Juan now with the Tailwind available next to a Guts-enabled Ursa. However, Sneasler is on the field. We've got Edu's Pokemon, which there are 3 fake-out users, Sneasler, Rilla, Incin, and being able to rotate those really puts a stop in Juan's plans unless you have to commit to a Ghost Terror.
And let's be clear, this is the first time of this set Sneasler has gotten onto the field and is able to move and threaten an attack.
Yes.
It has been asleep for the entire previous 2 games, which is going to force out this terrestrialization from the Ursaluna earlier.
Yeah.
This has been the choice for Juan Manuel every single time to make sure that the Ursaluna is protected from fighting type attacks. Vivillon is going for the Tailwind, trying to get back to that same position we were before, where Ursaluna was able to outspeed, was able to pick up a KO onto the Golden Go, but it has now been staggered in a different way than game 1. Vivillon now taking the Make It Rain damage. The Ursaluna also taking the Make It Rain damage. It's like game 1, but so different.
Oh, 100%. And I absolutely love this for Edu because you're not even caring about the -1 special attack right now. You want to break a Focus Sash and you want to whittle down Ursa's remaining HP because it's on a clock. At each end of the turn, we've got the burn damage that accumulates over time. So it just means that its longevity is further reduced the further into the game we do get. So Tailwind, sure, it's up right now, but Edu has the great synergistic options of bringing in that Rillaboom yet again. You've got another fake-out user on the field, and you can halve the damage output of the Earthquake, but this could be read into from Juan. Now you got the options of going for Hurricane or a Facade, and you need to be able to target correctly because the Golden Go, it's not going to be enough to pick up the KO onto the Ursaluna, perhaps at -2 on the Vivillon, but we're going to have to see how this pans out.
All right, well, Sneasler is going to switch out for the Rillaboom, bringing in the grassy terrain, potentially reducing Earthquake damage, as we've mentioned, but most importantly, bringing back another fake-out pressure. Edu will also withdraw the Golden Go to bring out the Incineroar to get a crucial Intimidate down onto the Ursaluna. Keeping that Ursaluna in check now that it is under Tailwind and has the Guts boost is going to be critical. But a great call out there from Juan Manuel. Targeted down the Sneasler with Hurricane and catches the Rillaboom on the switch, and the long rush is enough. Not very effective damage. Who cares? I'm picking up the KO anyway. Ursaluna is on a rampage.
Yeah, and very well done from Juan. It's sort of what we were talking about. You need to start getting rid of the synergistic pieces that Edu is completely relying on and doing a very good job with actually utilizing them to the best capabilities. However, once again, we've got Fake Out on the field. If this Sneasler doesn't incur any sort of damage, it can go back up to Focus Sash as well, which is something we need to consider. But right now, the strategy is let me slow things down for Juan, further peter out, let's say, the Tailwind, and be able to bring that momentum going, because there's not necessarily something that could directly threaten the Incineroar if it does go for the Ghost Terror that we actually see Edu taking into consideration here, because unless it's quite enough at -2 to be able to pick up in combination with the Hurricane, the Incineroar. It's going to have to be very close, though.
Yeah, and let's talk about the most consequential 7 hit points of damage that's happened so far.
Yeah.
The U-turn into Sneasler means that that Focus Sash is not active, which makes it actually not feel safe at all. A Hurricane or a Headlong Rush or a Facade or maybe even an Earthquake could be able to pick up the KO on there. But regardless, it has to be afraid, and it has to switch out. Incineroar comes in for Juan Manuel as Vivian is going to switch out to potentially try to get another Tailwind up in just a few turns. And here comes that Ghost Terra.
Yeah, Ghost Terra, at this point, I feel like Juan really needs to put the pedal to the metal. You need to be able to anticipate that switch, or at least focus down that slot, guarantee the KO, whether it's a Sneasler, whether it's a Golden Go, because you just start breaking things down, as we do see it does, and it does pick up the KO, leaving it now down to their final 2 Pokemon.
This Golden Go is not having a good set. It keeps getting headlong rushed, and there it goes. It is down, and that means that Eduardo is down to his final 2 Pokemon. It will be a trade, though, with the Flare Blitz picking up the KO on that Ursaluna. Easy KO. We saw the damage that it did in Game 2, and of course, after the defense drops, very much fully capable of picking that KO up. However, we now have the Fake Out pressure on Juan Manuel's side. The Incineroar is now back. Vivian can come back in here and then potentially set up a Tailwind, potentially protect itself, or we'll see the 4th Pokemon, most likely the Archaliodon, which is going to need to be afraid of this Sneasler that has still been saved for this moment, but also still has it sturdy.
Yeah, and the pivotal thing is the fact that Sneasler doesn't actually have Protect. So it either has to go for Fake Out here, or it has to go for the close combat. And we know that Juan has already utilized their Terra, so there's no Terra outing against this Archaliodon, but it does invite a potential adaptation play from Juan of going for the Protect, but I doubt that would be the case unless you switch the Incin out.
Okay, so Incin will switch out. Vivian is coming back in. We'll be able to maybe sacrifice that Pokemon. Another Protect here. Looks like Juan Manuel wants to just try and set up a new opportunity to get the Fake Out onto the Sneasler and just use this Archaliodon to close out the game. Close Combat will pick up the KO on Vivian as it switches in as a sacrifice for the Fake Out pressure, and here comes another Intimidate. This Flare Blitz will whiff into the Protect, and Juan Manuel now in the complete control of this game.
Yeah, and I do love the fact that now we've got the Focus Sash is active yet again, thanks to the grassy terrain.
That's right, this is the first time Sneasler has stayed out.
Exactly, and now, although, sure, the Focus Sash is on the field, I do really like Juan's position. You've got the Intimidate now down onto the Sneasler, as well as the Incin over on Edu's side. You've got the Fake Out. However, can you guarantee a KO into the Incineroar? Because there's a couple of different interactions of the Sturdy being broken potentially, as well as the Focus Sash. And I don't know, it's going to be quite close, but I feel like Sneasler is a very crucial Pokemon right now that can honestly win this game as long as Edu is able to manage the board position pressure.
It's crucial, but I don't know that Sneasler can actually do anything here. It's just going to get faked out by the Incineroar. A critical hit. The Archaliodon still has the Power Herb this time, so can fire off an Electro Shot. Not even the 10% chance to miss. And there's going to be the Archaliodon absorbing electricity, boosting its special attack, firing off this Electro Shot into that Sneasler. That's going to pick up the KO, and Incineroar may be the best Pokemon in the format, but it is not able to take on an Archaliodon and an opposing Incineroar all by itself.
No, as we're going to see it I was going to say respectable damage, but Evan, that is definitely not respectable damage.
Disrespectable.
Disrespectable damage. Naturally being the case because of the Intimidate cycles over on Juan's side as well. But Juan being able to absolutely do such a great job in positioning himself with that Archaludon endgame to the point where he's able to get a win against none other than our previous world champion.
And let's be clear, with this win, Juan Manuel Odriozola is now in the asymmetric top cut for the Latin American International Championships. This is a huge result for this player who has been very consistent in Europe in the past, making it into top 8s, making it into top 16s, now has an opportunity at the regional and special event level, now with a top cut at the International Championships, finally getting one of those extremely prestigious results that marks you as a player who is not to be taken lightly. And to get that entry over a world champion and a player who is not just a world champion, an international champion, a special event champion, one of the best players in Europe's history, Eduardo Cunha.
Yeah, I mean, it's just understated to how well he played that. The fact that he's able to understand the different dynamics of the situation with the boards, Edu understandably having such a really cool synergy of the 3 fake out user, setup sweeper potential, that having the life orb allows you more room to not necessarily have to rely on nasty plot straight away. You go on the offensive because you got that additional 30% damage increase with all of your moves. And Juan being able to just absolutely trump that is so cool in that game 3. He has previously gotten top 32 at ICs as well as top 64, if I'm not mistaken, at NAIC. So he's just going to go ahead and put out all the stops to get a bigger one.
Yeah, absolutely. And making it into the top cut here at the Latin American International Championships with still another round to go. That puts Juan in position for a bye, getting a direct ticket into the further stages of the bracket. Eduardo, of course, is not fully eliminated. There will still be one more round, so Edu could still make it into the top cut. But for now, our first top cut player that we have seen on stream will be Juan Manuel Odriozola, and he is down on stage to talk about what this means to him.
I am here with Juan, the winner of that Swiss round number 9. Juan, with this win, you have secured a spot to be able to move forward to the top cut. How are you feeling about that, knowing you've got a shot to win it all?
I'm so happy, especially after playing someone like Edu, who is a world champ, and I really look towards to him because he's a fantastic player. So now that I'm in cut, let's dream.
I mean, Juan, you have some accomplishments to your name as well. Not the big win just yet, but when we take a look at your 2024 season, you've already been able to get a top 16 at Lille. You also were able to get a top 32 on the online Grand Challenge. So did you feel confident about this event?
Absolutely. I really trust my team. Even though in dance I didn't have the best showing, in ladder the practice went really well, and I trusted the team, and it's paying off today.
Is this the same team you played in Gdansk?
Yeah, and in Lille too.
Well, that's amazing. So you felt really confident with the 6. Was there anything that you actually did change in between Gdansk and here?
I only changed the Terra and Primarina because I felt with Terra Poison, like Rillaboom can pin it with both Good Hammer or High Horsepower if I Terra Poison. So that's the only change I did. Everything else kept the same.
So there were a couple of things on the team, though, that I thought were really interesting. In particular, we talk about Terra Poison on your Ursaluna. So most of the defensive Terras on Ursaluna tend to be Ghost. What brought you towards Terra Poison?
Basically, because against the King Gambit Electabuzz balance, having the Terra Ghost put me in a really bad spot because it leaves me vulnerable to King Gambit. So I really trusted Terra Poison better. It gives me a better matchup, and I can play that out fake out, so it isn't a big deal.
Terra Poison turned out to be great in this matchup, but also your Vivian. Gotta shout that out as the MVP. How great has Vivian been working for you at this tournament?
I would say not only in this tournament, but in every tournament I played this season, it has been so good so far. It is so oppressive pair with Ursaluna, like, you rather want to be Facade or you want to be a Sleep Powder? Choose.
It's definitely a difficult choice, but we saw that Vivian do a ton of damage also. Those Hurricanes being able to do so much to the Rillaboom as well as just hit those confusions. How much have you enjoyed just being able to have the flexibility of Vivian?
I really like it because it not only give me the sleep powder, it give me speed control, and it is so oppressive. Like flying coverage paired with ground coverage is so oppressive to play against. You saw Edu. So I'm going to try to do my best in the next rounds.
About this match just a little bit. In that game number 1, we ended up seeing you switch in that Ursaluna, and you had to take a ton of damage onto that Pokemon. Why did you feel like that was a good trade for you for the damage and getting the Ursaluna in?
I thought it was because I could set a Tailwind and then start doing damage in the following turn, and I think I had the tools in the endgame with Arcaludon and Incineroar and Vivillon to win, so it wasn't a big deal.
What about in game number 2? You had the same leads, but you changed up what you did on that first turn. Instead of bringing in the Ursaluna, you went after the Golden Go and you doubled it. Did you feel like that was worthwhile?
I think so, because I really got a lot of chip damage. Maybe the position was a little bit iffy next turn because the Snizzler got it for free and it one-shot my Instinct, but I still thought I could win the game. I missed a Dracometeor in the end game, so I can't do anything against that. It is the game we played.
So was that the turn where you realized that maybe game 2 was lost for you, or did you feel like there was anything else in that game number 2 you think could have brought you the victory?
I just needed to hit the Dracometeor and I missed, so...
Okay, sometimes it does come down to just the Draco Meteor there. But in game number 3, you were able to get the momentum back in your favor and win it out. So what do you feel like you did differently in that game 3?
Just try to be a little bit better with positioning, because in game 2 I let my Instinct go down so fast. So in game 3 I tried to get my Instinct alive as much as possible, and it paid off in the end.
That's awesome. Juan, I know you haven't been playing Pokemon VGC for like too many years. You said you started in 2020. So how have you been finding playing the competitive circuit?
I love it so much. Playing Pokemon has let me travel around the world. I didn't think in 2022, which was my first season playing, that I'm going to travel this much, and it is amazing to be around the world playing and having so fun.
Well, it's been great to have you here, and you've been doing phenomenally. I wanted to give you one final opportunity to give shout-outs to anybody supporting you.
Of course, thanks a lot. First of all, I'm going to shout out my family, because they have been so supporting of me. They know my friends from Hornets, Mirai Nation, The Ship, and Lucky's, and everyone who has shared a moment with me to cherish me up. Thanks a lot, and I'll do my best.
Juan, thank you so much for your time. Casters, back to you.
Congratulations to Juan Manuel Odriozola for making it into Top Cut and potentially becoming a distribution of his own if he is able to win this tournament. We could see some incredible Pokemon. I would want to see the Vivillon on Juan's team if he wins.
No, I mean, like, for good reason, too. Like, it's got the multitude of different forms as well. Or at least, obviously, Juan had... was it the Frosty one?
I'm colorblind, Costa.
Okay. That's a very good excuse. Thank you. No, but fair play. It would be a great option. Obviously, there's the... I would say Ursaluna's really cool, but regardless, we're going to have to see if that does pan out. But at least for now, please make sure, everybody, that you do redeem this code WideGuard LAIC25. Those are ones, not eyes. And yeah, I mean, it's a shiny Pelipper. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, it's a shiny Pelipper. It's going to be extremely useful going into Regulation G when we come back as well. Again, that was the format that Patrick won the North American International Championships with. So make sure you're getting that Pelipper. And again, if you play the trading card game live, you can celebrate the International Championships by getting this special illustration rare Pikachu EX in-game. And it is a gorgeous card that you can add to your collection.
Honestly, it's probably like one of the best cards I've actually seen. And obviously this isn't a bias because it's Pikachu, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But anyways, let's go over to Go.
Let's go to Go,
where we also have the opportunity for you lovely viewers at home to be able to watch and earn Twitch drops on the side. I believe that is an Elite TM, as Rose was telling me yesterday. Unfortunately, I'm not as clued in with Pokemon Go, so apologies. But there's a Feraligatr, which Shadow Feraligatr apparently is all of the money. It's trending quite nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been glancing over at our Pokemon Go colleagues, and I have definitely seen quite a few Shadow Feraligatr out there. So make sure you are watching over at twitch.tv/Pokemon Go to earn your Twitch drops. Now, we are just about ready for our final round of the Swiss portion of our tournament. And when we come back, we'll be finding out who's joining Juan Manuel Odriozola in the Top Cut.
Hi, this is Spreggles, and inspired by the incredible chat message, Let's Hide in Pokemon Unite, I'm gonna hide here at LAIC. Will you be able to find me? Let's find out. Can you find me? Do you see me? I'm right there. I'm hiding, but really, really good. Oh, I'm such a good hider. I'm hiding like a real pro. All right, last chance to guess. Oh, did you think I was over here? Okay, maybe you did. Next time, let's make it a little trickier. Can you find me? Oh, I'm hiding so good you wouldn't believe it. I feel like I'm almost the best hider at LAIC. One of the best, for sure. All right, I'm about to show you where I am. Did you see me? Oh, I was right over here the whole time. Could you believe it? All right, it's going to get harder. All right, this last one's going to be the trickiest one. Can you guess where I'm hiding? All right, I kind of cheated on that one. Did you guess that's where I'd be? This has been Let's Hide with Spreggles. Bye.
Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate.
Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads.
It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that UE action.
He found it. Show them what you got.
Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Show them what you got.
Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the GM Pow, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. That Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろうな、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、 このゲームの大切なところだと思ってます。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Welcome back, everyone. It is that time. The end of our Swiss tournament is nigh. There is only one more round to go before we have solidified our top cut, and we will know exactly who still has a chance to become the Latin American International Champion. My name is Evan Latin Costa. What an incredible way to kick off the day, and if that's what it's going to be like all day, I definitely did not sleep enough for this.
This is where the fun begins, Evan, and what a treat as well. We saw so many great matches already being featured yesterday in our day one, and just being able to kick it off with high octane, just pure ferocious gameplay from both Juan as well as Edu in that past round was such a treat. And it's sort of a testament to how great of a representation we get to have from the multiple different regions that are at play here. We've got multiple previous international champions. We've got the current reigning international champion, Marco Silva, still in play, actually guaranteeing the top cut as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Just made it into top cut with an 8-1 record after winning the last round.
Yeah.
Actually now finally matching Ashton Cox's record, as Ashton did just lose to Eric Rios, who went undefeated 9-0 and made it further into the top cut bracket now. Let's take a look. Everyone here that you see with 8 wins has qualified for the asymmetrical top cut. So, of course, let's just run down these really quickly. Eric Rios, Ashton Cox, Renzo Navarro, Len Duel, Daniel Marcelo Reyes, Juan Manuel Odriozola, Yuki Zainovic, Kenneth Gamboa, and Marco Hemanta Caludora Silva. All 9 of them qualified for the top cut. An incredible top cut already with so many different regions represented.
It is so stacked, and that's sort of what you expect when we come into an international championship, a tournament. Just being able to look over your side as you're setting yourself up. You're in day 2, you're in Swiss rounds, you're playing and you're trying to vie for top cut, and you just see all of the greats all around you. Like, wow, okay, what an honor it is to be able to be here with them and try to put my hat into the ring to be able to just go towards glory.
Yeah, and you can see some of those 7-2 players as well, all still alive in the tournament. That includes Canada's own Kylan Van Severen, the top placing North American player at Worlds last year. That includes Eduardo Cunha, who we just saw on stream, the 2022 world champion. That includes Michael Kelsch, the 2023 finalist and 2024 semi-finalist. That includes Justin Tang, Francesco Piapero, Victor Medina, Matthew So, and the 2023 world champion, Shohei Kimura.
I know, and what a treat. Of course, not only are we having great, fantastic trainers on display, we've got their beautiful teams as well, which are very creative, a couple of them. Others more towards the current meta, which makes a lot of sense. However, talk about Shohei Kimura, we're going to be featuring our previous world champ on stream versus Matthew So.
Yeah, and what an incredible series of win and ends here in Swiss round 10. Any one of the players you see on your screen right now can make it into the top cut, but also half of them will not. That's wild to me.
I know, yeah, it is. And it's like the pool of trainers really like battling it out. We've got potential world champs that may not actually make the cut. I'm looking at Paul Ruiz right there, which is one step away from being able to do it against Justin Tang. Yeah, all 3, exactly. I just noticed that too.
All 3 of our previous world champions are on the bubble here in this tournament. That is crazy. And of course, all of these matches look incredible.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't have additional side streams, but my lord, what a treat. And I do want to call out Stefan there as well, actually running a very unique Pokemon, being that Gardenackle, which, I think being able to identify those niche sort of sets and Pokemon is something that elevates your gameplay further because your opponent may not actually be aware of what it does or how to actually approach it.
Absolutely, making your opponent make adjustments on the fly, having to work out a matchup in that sort of 90 seconds that you get for the first team preview, plus then working out through games 1 and 2 to try to adapt to it is a crucial skill for tournaments like these. I also want to shout out Matthew So, who we will be seeing up against Shohei Kimura. Matthew did participate in the Buenos Aires special event a week ago, made it into the top 16 there, and is now on the bubble of making it into top cut of the Latin American International Championships. This is a player that has not had a lot of previous results. Having that top 16 in Buenos Aires is his previous best result.
100%.
And now looking to make an impact here to defeat a former world champion and make it into the top cut.
It's huge. It's absolutely huge. You could imagine that it's tantalizing pressure that Matthew must be feeling, but then at the same time, you can ease off the pressure thinking, okay, well, I'm here because I deserve to be. I'm here because I'm putting in all the work, and being able to bring such a growth to my gameplay and style is, you know, phenomenal. And that's sort of like what we're talking about when we have these trainers which have proper breakout performances at tournaments. And Matthew So, I think, has previously gotten a couple of day twos. There was the Indianapolis Regionals of 24 season, and I think another one, if I'm not mistaken. But at least for right now, sort of feels like the pressure's a bit more on Shohei's side. Do you know what I mean? To sort of represent, you're the world champ of 23, so surely, you know, you're the favorite.
There are way more expectations placed on Shohei for this matchup than there are on Matthew, and that's a really dangerous place to be. It's very easy to crumble under the pressure, to think that you know, if you feel like you should win a matchup, and that can really get in your head. But fortunately, Shohei does have a lot of experience with this, has performed very well, of course, was the world champion, and there is honestly no greater pressure than being on that championship Sunday at the World Championships.
And to be completely honest, like, Shohei isn't part of the rest of the world region, you know, championship point structure, of being a resident, of course, of the Japanese region, just coming out here for style points. If I'm completely honest, and doing an incredible job about it, because clearly he knows what he's doing and he's doing it right.
Absolutely. It's not enough to be a world champion.
Yeah, right?
Shohei would really like to be an international champion,
Amazing.
even if it's not in the circuit that he is most commonly playing in. But of course, we'll still be able to win the tournament entirely, and that would be an incredible achievement for Shohei to be able to newly participate in our circuit and go away with an international championship.
Oh, definitely.
And it's awesome just to have players like Shohei. I would love to see, when we have more West Coast regionals and more West Coast events, having more Japanese players come over, because it really is a shame that we only kind of get to see those players at the World Championships. They're always some of the most dynamic and exciting players, and they're always the players who are really setting the pace for the international meta.
Oh, 100%. There's so many influences that we get from the Japanese meta. It's insane. Like, talking a bit about Dragonite, which has been so popular with the loading dice scale shot set, that originated from the Japanese meta, as well as the Charizard Sun team that Marco Silva's running, once again, from the Japanese meta. It's like, you put 2 and 2 together, you're like, oh, okay, all right. Let's see how this, let's say, a sample of a meta performs in the rest of the world regions, like, let's say, for example, the EU or the influences on NA. And, you know, just being able to have such a high caliber player fighting it out for the top cut right now, winning in, is just going to be such a treat.
Absolutely, and not to mention the Terra Rock Snorlax team we also saw yesterday was also partly designed by Ryota Otsuba, another former world champion from Japan.
Surprise, surprise.
But we are about to get ready for our next matchup. Our players are currently preparing. I am really excited to see this. Have players of Shohei's caliber coming to participate in the Latin American International Championships, and there is no better way for a player like Matthew to make his mark upon the Pokemon community than defeating a player like Shohei for a win and in here in Latin America.
And I do want to call out Matthew rocking one of my favorite Pokemon, Kommo-o, which I was really hoping that, obviously we saw Ashton pilot a Kommo-o undefeated until the previous round in an incredible standard, but that was the Clinderous Soul set. This set, however, is completely different. It is the Iron Defense set where you've got the leftovers recovery, of course you've got the body presses, and you can have the Terra Fire option to be able to capitalize off of a now stab flamethrower and get around, let's say, those pesky Pokemon that tend to be ghost types, or maybe like a Golden Go or something like that. And if you've got the right investment, you can actually near guarantee a 2-shot, depending on if you've got additional chip damage.
Well, that's good to know.
Yes.
And also prevents you from having your body press negated by Will-O-Wisp or any burns.
Exactly.
So it should be a very interesting matchup. I do love seeing the two different types of Komo-O. Of course, we had the sort of the pure physical version that won the regional championship last season from Michael Zhang. But then now we have the Clangorous Soul version. Now we have the mixed version here on the Komo-O. Here we go. Matthew So versus Shohei Kimura. That's going to be the Volcarona Sneasler, the Komo-O you've been talking about, the Basculegion and King Gambit and Rillaboom. Notably, this Basculegion is the Choice Scarf adaptability variant. So even though he will be going up against Shohei's Rain team, will not be able to match the Swift Swim boost.
But it is going to be able to capitalize off of the Rain being set if it wants to go for those very powerful Wave Crash and Flip Turn moves. But yeah, we do have a bit more of a sneak peek. Brassy Seed Unburdened Sneasler usually tends to be Side Seed, but I can completely get the pairing of the Rillaboom synergy going. You've got the Fade Out, you've got the coaching potential, so you can have a completely ulterior mode of getting the coaching set up on the Rillaboom, on the King Gambit, and even on the Komo-O if you really want to start stacking up, let's say, an Iron Defense and an coaching at the same time.
Yeah, get a +3 to your defense, which is actually a +3 to your attack with body press. That's pretty good. I also want to shout out, we probably won't see it in this matchup, but the Terra Fighting on Basculegion. We saw this a little bit with Choice Scarf Basculegion prior with the Terra Fairy and Terra Blast. Kind of the same idea here, getting the resistance to the dark typing, so King Gambit and things like that are not necessarily as threatening, but then also different offensive coverage. So with the fighting, better offensive coverage into King Gambit and Archaludon, the Terra Fairy, better offensive coverage into, for example, the Dragonites.
Yeah, and I do really love this sort of balance score. We've seen King Gambits and Volcaronas really like being paired up with, let's say, Rillabooms or some form of support, whether that being Fake Out users or even the Sneaslers, because you've got really good synergistic potential of having the setup Pokemon available. Like we've said, setup sweepers are just so popular in the current meta. We've got the Quiver Dance and the Swords Dance potential, but
we
obviously
have 4 setups here.
Exactly. I was just going to say, like, we've got 4 setups. We've got the Komo-O, which has a whole different take when it comes to a very physical front of archetype that you're going up against, especially, let's say, in some form of Trick Room teams. Got great resistances going into the Torkoals and the Ursalunas if you don't Terra, as long as you have those Iron Defenses set up.
All right, well, Matthew So will have to get through the 2023 World Champion Shohei Kimura, who will be running more of the standard Rain team that we've been seeing a lot of over the course of this tournament. That's going to be the Assault Vest Archaludon, but this time with the Bug Terra type to better resist fighting and ground type attacks. This is going to be the Choice Band Basculegion as well. We've been seeing a lot of Life Orb on this Pokemon, but now with the Rain, with Choice Band, with Terra Water, with Wave Crash, this Basculegion, if it's able to start getting off Wave Crashes for free, basically picks up a one-hit KO on everything except for the Komo-O and the Rillaboom.
Yeah, and that being said, if it's not terrestrialized, because both Rilla as well as the Komo-O have the Fire Terra type, but like you said, Basculegion quite literally locking in to that role of being the wall breaker in Shohei's archetype. But of course, we've just got the great synergies of having the Amoonguss and the Golden Go paired up with Rain, because they really benefit off of having the reduction of the firepower available on the field, as well as having potential Pollen Puff support, as well as the Spores. And yeah, this is going to be the regular Archaludon that we expect to see. It's going to be the Stamina, Assault Vest variant, and it does opt for the Draco Meteor for the trade-off of the accuracy in favor of the additional base power.
Yeah, and I actually, something that's really interesting, I think this is the first Amoonguss we've seen all tournaments so far.
Oh my lord, you might be right.
Right?
Oh my lord, you actually got it right. That's insane.
And Amoonguss is still great It's still an incredible Pokemon, and it provides a lot to this team. You know, when you have a choice band Pokemon like Basculegion, making sure that it is, you know, protected from attacks is going to be crucial. Also, the ability for Pollen Puff to re-heal that Basculegion in case it takes too much damage from knocking out its opponent's Pokemon with Wave Crash will be very exciting to see how Shohei is going to make that work.
And
so,
I was just going to say very quickly, I do really like the Steel Terra on the Pelipper. That escorted with the Cova Cloak means that you can probably survive the scale shots, because that's sort of like what I feel this Pokemon set is for. You want to be able to get that Tailwind and general pressure of the stabs of Hurricane or Weather Ball in rain. But yeah, you want to avoid those multi-shots that have really popularized the meta so far, as well as avoid any fake outs. So that could be quite crucial when it comes to facing against any other Rillabooms on the other side of the field. You can all of a sudden resist, but then Rillaboom does have high horsepower, so that's also an additional factor to consider, the fact that Focus Sash is no longer available as the most popular item on Pellet.
All right, well, let's get right into it. Game 1 of our final round of Swiss. This will decide who advances into the top cut and whose tournament will be ending after this round. It will be the Rillaboom and the Sneasler leads from Matthew So, going to immediately get the defense boost from the Grassy Seed and activate the Unburden. So it is by far the fastest thing on the field. Rillaboom, of course, exerting that fake out pressure, but the rain is already up for Archaludon.
Yeah, you've got the option of just going for the raw damage, if I'm completely honest. So it may just come down to a 50-50 chance on whether you expect the Archaludon to Terra straight away off the get-go. It could try to profit quite substantially, as the Rillaboom doesn't have a direct way to be able to focus down on it. But we're actually going to see the switch out of the Peli here, not even wanting to be in the spot right now. Probably going to try to switch in for an Amoonguss, as it's going to be quite nice and well-positioned to be able to slow down the momentum from this Sneasler.
That was an aggressive play from Matthew, and Shohei is afraid of close combat, so will go ahead and immediately terrestrialize into the bug typing. In the future, will not need to worry about close combats with the Amoonguss on the field able to Rage Powder, but Matthew is just going to protect this turn. This will allow Shohei to start firing off these Electro Shots, though. No matter what, even if it's targeting down the Sneasler, it will still get the special attack boost, and it will still get rolling. So there is the Protect, there is the free special attack boost onto the Archaludon, and with the switch, Matthew does deal a little bit of damage to the Amoonguss, more than it would have done to the Pelipper, but not quite enough, and that's going to be really hard for Matthew to break now.
Yeah, and I think Matthew did try to lock in on that Steel Terra option that Pelipper obviously does have available, but I definitely feel like the Bug Terra Archaludon profits so much more. Being the fact that now you've got Pollen Puff potential on your side, you just want to keep on getting the accumulation of the Electro Shot boost going to the point where this Sneasler and Rillaboom really are no longer going to be able to resist any sort of form of attacks coming out from it, and there's nothing to really stop it unless it's a Dive-Claw status. Oh, no,
nope,
it's
that's
Citrus
a
Berry.
Citrus Berry. Yeah. So just a little bit of damage into the Amoonguss as it eats its Citrus Berry to heal it right back up. But here comes the Archaludon. Another Electro Shot now at +2. And critically, the Sneasler is Grassy Seed. It is not Focus Sash, which means that this will be a what?
Whoa!
I'm sorry. I was wrong. It has two items. It has two items. That's a 1 hit point survive on the Sneasler. But unfortunately for Sneasler, it is now put to sleep thanks to the Spore from that Amoonguss.
Very wise for Shohei to still lock in the Spore into the slot as well, just to guarantee that slot is completely locked down. But yeah, at this point, Dive-Claw is your main threat if you're Shohei. You just want to be able to boost, get additional boosts going with the Electro Shot, and nothing's really going to stop you. So Matthew really needs to try to figure out a better strategy going up against this Archaludon. Perhaps waiting out Rain and having Volcarona in the back might be that option.
Well, and Sneasler is forced to take the sleep turn after being spored by the Amoonguss. Actually working out really poorly for Matthew. They are having this Pokemon that is just dead weight on the field. Here comes another Electro Shot, this time into Rillaboom, and you can see that it is starting to deal a lot of damage. After 3 Electro Shots, this Rillaboom, which is Assault Vest, is starting to... Sorry, it has focus band. It's focus band.
Definitely focus band. Second time that it remains with the final hit point there is amazing. And this honestly is quite important because it allows Sneasler to get another opportunity right now to wake up and actually apply a status affliction via the Diaclaw, or even potentially pick up the KO on the Amoonguss if it's able to hit that high damage roll that it's looking for. But in this scenario, Shohei has options of switching out the Amoonguss, bringing that Pelipper. It's not going to be susceptible to the status inflictions, and then you got additional recovery on the Amoonguss, but we got the wake up.
Sneasler wakes up, Dire Claw into the Archaludon, will activate the stamina, deal a little bit of damage. Can it do Dire Claw things? It cannot. The Flash Cannon now coming out. Rillaboom survives, 7 hit points, another high horsepower into the Amoonguss. And here comes the Pollen Puff back into the Sneasler. You can't. It's 9 damage every time. Sneasler surviving. This is wild. That first turn, Matthew probably felt, oh no, why did Sneasler survive? Now I'm stuck with this Pokemon that's asleep and can't do anything. But now he's going to get 2 Dire Claws off into Shohei.
Yeah, and I can't. It's just too much to handle, clearly. But I feel like
Grassy focus band is too strong.
Apparently so, but Archaludon just keeps on becoming such a big threat now that it's got additional boost. Rain is just about to finish, actually, and Pelipper could easily switch in, get that really good synergy. As we mentioned, proc the Regenerator ability on the Amoonguss, and at that point, what's really to stop Shohei's momentum if it's not for the Diaclaw? That's why the Amoonguss keeps on trying to focus and not go for the redirection, which actually does apply for the first time this time round.
Yep, there is the Rage Powder, and Amoonguss has to go down, takes the Dire Claw. Sneasler hanging on by a thread, picks up a KO, and Shohei has now switched over to the Electro Shot. Because of the damage on the Flash Cannon onto the Rillaboom, this is just a free opportunity for another special attack boost. Finally picks up the KO on that Sneasler. Focus Band is what, a 10% chance?
Unfortunately,
luck ran out.
Yeah, it very much did. And high horsepower actually being more of a detriment to Matthew here, because the damage that it dealt is easily going to get recovered by the grass terrain, and you're just giving it an additional boost in stamina. So Shohei has a very scary Archaludon, and this is why this Pokemon is so busted, and being able to bolster it up without a direct line of being able to remove its boost via, let's say, a haze or something, is going to really prove to be perhaps too much of a high hill for Matthew to be able to overcome, especially now that we've got Rain re-enabled. And if I'm not mistaken, Archaludon's at +2 of stamina. But going up against this Kingambit, you need to be able to out-damage it as best as possible, but I don't think Matthew has enough room to be able to reach that measure.
Yeah, and noting the +2 for stamina is really important because we saw the final Pokemon that Matthew has brought, and that is the Basculegion. Of course, it does have the adaptability boosted Wave Crash or Last Respects. Wave Crash in the rain would be very helpful, but needs to not give more stamina boost to the Archaludon if that Basculegion is going to be able to break through that Pokemon. And you know what? We don't even need body presses. Electro Shot now at +5 special attack, picks up the one-hit KO on that Kingambit. While Rillaboom is going to get some damage off onto the Pelipper finally, and there's a great play there from Shohei, realizing that the only way to lose here could be a faster Pokemon like that Choice Scarf Basculegion.
Yeah, and I think you're going to have to try to rely on Last Respects crit at this point and just hope that the Pelipper actually tries to focus down on the Basculegion, can't pick up the KO, understandably. Rillaboom focuses into the Pelipper and maybe picks up KO, but I don't think it can at this point because you've lost the grass terrain. And at this situation, you don't have as much resource availability that you need to be able to push away through this. And it doesn't even outspeed, unfortunately, because of the tailwind being set. So this just seems like a wrap-up from Shohei for this game 1.
Yeah, that's going to be the 6th Electro Shot onto the Basculegion now. That's a one-hit KO there. And a great play from Shohei in that last turn, recognizing needs to set the tailwind. Also, doubly, does not want to knock out this Rillaboom and continue to boost the base power of Last Respects.
Exactly.
So Shohei, incredibly heads-up play there, incredibly well played, and that Archaludon, whoo, That's why people thought it was the best Pokemon in the format at the start.
They think it still is, at least personally for me. Like, it's one of the Pokemon you have to be able to build around when you go ahead and you formulate your own team, archetype. You know, Archaludon, it has such great potential of just being able to absolutely sweep your team, and henceforth why we see so many Haze users being so prominent in the meta of the Dragonites. We've got, of course, the Primarinas, which still are present, as we saw in the last set. But at least for now, Shohei absolutely ran through Matthew's team, and I do feel like there's room for Volcarona, but understandably, it's a tough green when you're going up against Rain, but perhaps being able to position it to a point where you can utilize its terrestrialization option of the fairy typing and get a couple of Quiver Dances going, you're able to nullify the additional boost via the Electro Shots from the Archaludon. So a lot for Matthew to have to consider here, but he needs to act fast because Shohei is not going to probably deviate from that strategy because it works so well, having the Pelipper being so bulky, by the way, as well. And that's a testament to why we saw Rillaboom outspeed it outside of Tailwind without grassy terrain with the Grassy Glide into it. So sort of multiple factors to consider here, but most importantly, you need to be able to break that core of support that is on the side of Archaludon and not allow it to just run away with the game.
Absolutely, that's a great point there. Matthew's team really wants to get free turns to set up, to Swords Dance on King Gambit, to Iron Defense on Komodo, to Quiver Dance on Volcarona, and by utilizing the power of Electro Shot, Shohei was prevented Matthew from ever being able to get a free turn. The pressure was always on. Shohei always had his foot on the gas, and there was nothing Matthew could do to slow down the pace of the game. Going to have to make some serious adjustments here because that Archaludon, with the Bug Terra type in particular, is extremely hard for Matthew to break.
Yeah, it very much is, and that's why Shohei just went for it straight away. Turn 1 Terra. You don't normally see a trainer of, you know, like Shohei's caliber just utilizing that resource because it's so crucial in order to be able to change the path and direction of a matchup, but just opting for it turn 1 means, okay, cool. I know you have no direct way of being able to hit it unless you've got a Volcarona in the back, but then I could play around with Rain with the Pelipper on my backside too.
All right, here we go. We are going to have the Volcarona out on the field as you called out a potential option for Matthew, but of course will be in the Rain. Pelipper and Archaludon again, Shohei's chosen leads.
Yeah, and I think the Covert Cloak is quite crucial here because you're able to negate not only Fake Out, but the secondary effect of Dire Claw. So you can easily get a Tailwind setup right here. Maybe even just start going for Electro Shots if you're this Archaludon, in all honesty, because not only are you getting the boost, you're starting to deal the damage. However, Volcarona's probably just going to be able to go ahead and start setting up on its side with Quiver Dance, get that +1, so it's going to be able to nullify as much of the damage as possible and probably get maybe around 20, I'm probably saying 30-ish to 40% damage from the Electro Shot.
Well, here's the Dire Claw just for damage onto the Pelipper. Volcarona will go for the Quiver Dance. The fastest 2 Pokemon are Matthew's for now. Volcarona will get the special defense boost, which will be very important in this matchup, as well as the speed boost. And now the Electro Shots start coming once again. Shohei powering up that Archaludon just like in Game 1 and launching that right at the Volcarona. Of course, keeping pace with the special defense boost and the Tailwind here, now able to make sure that it is keeping pace on the speed boost as well.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Volcarona is a Covert Cloak set means it's probably going to have a lot more speed investment than your typical, because you want to be able to hit a couple of speed benchmarks. But most crucially there, we didn't see close combat go into the Archaludon, which could have dealt so much damage if Matthew anticipated Shohei not to go for the terrestrialization straight away. So you see Matthew respecting the Archaludon Terra quite a bit there, much to his detriment, because you were able to get so much resource of the remaining hit points straight off the bat, in fear, though, of that stamina boost.
Yeah, we also have not seen the Grassy Seed activate, which means the Unburden boost had not activated yet. Rillaboom switching in will activate the Grassy Surge, activate the Grassy Seed, activate the Unburden boost on Sneasler. So Sneasler now keeping pace with the Tailwind from Shohei's side. Of course, doubling the speed, meaning that it will be able to fire off a close combat. Not quite enough on the Archaludon, which is surviving with just a sliver of health. And that would seem like the Archaludon is in a bad place, but it gets a stamina boost. It's going to get another Electro Shot fired off here, and we've seen how much trouble Matthew had to do even that much damage to Archaludon in the past. Here comes that Electro Shot once again into the Sneasler.
Oh!
This time, it picks up the one-hit KO. The Focus Sash has gone away. Just the Grassy Seed this time around, and there is a Hurricane onto the Rillaboom. Big damage as well.
Yeah, a couple of trades here. Unfortunately for Matthew, you sort of, it feels like you wasted a bit of a turn there with the Quiver Dance setup and you weren't able to profit as much as you'd like in combination with the Terrestrialization too. But you do have the Volk back on the field. You were able to outspeed the Archaludon within Tailwind via the Unburden, but most crucially, Shohei just went ahead and disrespected, or should I say, respected Matthew's respect, if that makes sense, of the option to terrestrialize into the bug typing. But at this point, I feel like Shohei can still go forward, but it's going to be quite crucial if there's a Hurricane confusion. Perhaps the Pelipper can pick up on this Volcarona to slow it down, but no, the focus on the Rillaboom to get rid of the slot.
Yep, just going to be Hurricane into the Rillaboom, so Rillaboom will go down here, but this does mean that Archaludon has been flinched. Volcarona is just going for a Quiver Dance here, so Matthew is setting up to stall out the Tailwind and then try to sweep afterwards. Gets the speed boost, gets the special defense boost, gets the special attack boost, but this Archaludon is still on the field, and the last Pokemon is a Choice Scarf Basculegion.
This is going to be fascinating because I think what Shohei's building up to is a late game Basculegion sweep. You've got Tailwind, you've got Swift Swim and Rain still available, so there's probably the option of actually preserving the Pelipper at some point in order to bring the Rain back in later on in the game, as I'm sure the turns are starting to expire of Rain, because if you position yourself to the point Basculegion can swap and actually sweep, you just click buttons. Volcarona's going to go down. It's going to be outsped by the Tailwind Swift Swim.
And there is the most important part of that strategy, preserving the Pelipper so that you can maintain the Swift Swim control. As Pelipper switches out, Basculegion comes in. That is the Choice Band Basculegion, so it will be able to pick up KOs on literally everything on the field, but it may not even get a chance as Archaludon picks up another one-hit KO with that Electro Shot onto the Basculegion. There is a Heat Wave. It does miss the Archaludon, unfortunately, which means that even after all of this, Archaludon is still on the field. It had red health, but as you saw, Matthew just could not break through that damage when the close combat didn't pick up the KO.
Yeah.
That was it for Matthew.
It genuinely was, and sometimes that's why you got to be able to run enough investment to be able to pick up those crucial KOs. There are some Archaludons that start bulking up their physical defense in order to get around the adamant calculations of damage that can be dealt. But at this point, this looks like an absolute sweep from Shohei. Wave Crash in the rain with its Choice Band, of course, going to pick up the KO and get Shohei Kimura into the top cut of 2025 Latin America International Championships.
I think that was like 4 or 5 one-hit KOs on the Volcarona at the end there. Incredible. Well played there from Shohei. Unfortunately for Matthew, his tournament will end here with a 7-3 record, but absolutely nothing to scoff at. Incredible showing from him, coming from the top 16 in Buenos Aires, now to competing with a world champion for a spot in the top cut. But Shohei Kimura, oh my lord, that Archaludon was terrifying.
Genuinely.
Even as it looks so cute with the little antennas.
I know, like the Terra Bug and stuff like that.
The cuter the bug is, the more deadly the venom.
Apparently so, and definitely in the case of the Archaludon, which we saw absolutely swept game 1, there wasn't even a need to be able to have the Basculegion end-game sweep scenario, but we saw that come out in game 2, which is a bit of an indication of Matthew identifying, making correct adaptations there, putting the pressure on, having the Sneasler available to immediately try to dispatch of the Archaludon, but it being bulky enough to survive the close combat meant that it stayed on the field for even longer and absolutely bridged Shohei's efforts and chances straight through the top cup.
Absolutely. It was an incredible showing from that Archaludon. And, you know, well played to Matthew for coming up with a way to get himself an option in that game too.
Yep.
Because after game one, it looked so dire.
It did.
It just did not seem like there was any options for breaking through the Archaludon. And he came so close to making it. But unfortunately for him, Shohei had mapped that out. Knew that he needed to be able to survive a close combat from that Sneasler.
Yep.
That was going to be the most important. That's why he didn't immediately terrestrialize into the bug typing. And that's why Shohei Kimura is a world champion.
It really is, isn't it? Because like you don't commonly actually see physical defensive investment when it comes to the Archaludons, but I know and I've noticed a bit of a trend recently where people are starting to do that slowly. And they're like, okay, well, I actually want to avoid those calcs and catch other people off guard. And that's what we sort of saw over Matthew's situation with the set. Close combat, normally you'd think, okay, it might be enough and all, that might be a roll. We don't know the nature just yet because there wasn't a clear indication whether via the Unburden, if it was like a clear-cut adamant or not. But to the point of also having that Basque Legion in the back shows why it's such a terror of a composition. You know, you've got this mode of Rain, the Peli, Arch, Basque, and the Amoongus. You've got the Weather Setter, Tailwind Setter, Speed Control, Redirector, and the two main sweepers.
Yeah.
And all you need to do is just rotate them to the point where you can manage your board effectively and just absolutely sweep. And that's what we saw.
And I think the really most impressive turn for me for Shohei was just, you know, he was so far ahead in game two.
Yeah.
Had the Archaludon rolling, had the tailwind up, had everything going for him, but also knew that there is an outside chance that Matthew could claw his way back into the game.
Yeah.
And so switching out that Pelipper to preserve the rain, to make sure that even if Matthew managed to break through the Archaludon, that secondary win condition was still active, and he had not thrown away, had not opened himself up to throwing away that victory.
Yeah, and I think that's why you need to be able to be 2 steps ahead of the game, right? You need to be able to manage your resources appropriately and not allow such a pivotal piece to actually get discarded to the point where the rest of your mode actually starts failing and crumbling to the pressure. You know, that rain is so crucial for those 2 sweepers to be able to do what they do best. They just pick up the KOs. They just sit there and either like fast sweep, or they just, like we saw in our Chaludon, just, you know, having a great dandy time with that Terror Bug situation going. You got like the +2, +3 stamina boost, reaching +6 of its special attack after 6 electro shots, and that's sort of the momentum you're not allowed to, you know, allow your opponent to be able to get away with. You need to be able to shut that down, and unfortunately in game 2, we saw the Quiver Dance, Volcarona. Sure, turn 1, you'd get the Quiver Dance going, but there was a switch out. And really, it was like, if you were 1 step ahead and you just went for the close combat turn 1 and you had Quiver Dance, then you're in the optimal situation of being able to dispatch of the Archaludon.
Absolutely. Well, let's hear directly from the world champion who has just top cut the Latin American International Championships.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I am joined by 2023 World Champion Shohei Kimura, who is now advancing to the top cut of LAIC. Congratulations, Shohei. Let's talk about that match. How did it feel?
そのマッチはどうだった？
ちょっとドド下山、キンギャンビットがかなり厳しかったんですけど、うまく倒せてたので勝てました。
So with the King Gambit, it was a little tricky there, but ended up pulling through and became success.
The casters were talking about your Archaludon in particular. It looked very powerful. Did you expect it to be so good in that match?
キャスターズさんがビジラスがすごく良かったからどうだった？
活躍してくれました。エレクトロビームでオーニューラを1セット目でエレクトロショットでアルチャルドンスギラシエを倒すことはできなかったんですけど、スギラシエがのフェイト大躍動で何も引かなかったので勝てて嬉しかったです。
The Archaludon having the Electro Shot came kind of in handy, but there are some things that he was unable to do, but he still managed to pull through thanks to Archaludon's movesets there.
It definitely looked very powerful. You decided to bring rain into this competition. Did you feel like it was the strongest team in the format right now?
The rain, the weather.
Yeah.
Rain weather. 雨がありましたから強かったでしょ。強かったです。
Yes, strong.
Very strong.
Of course, you traveled all the way from Japan to compete in this tournament. So why did you pick LAIC to attend?
日本はすごく遠いからなぜか LAIC に来ましたか。なぜか LAIC に来ましたか。
世界大会の権利を取りに来ました。
He wants to travel the whole world, so he came here.
Very cool. Of course, you won the 2023 World Championships, but you're still competing at a high level, top cut at Worlds last year. What are your goals for this season?
2023年の2023年のワールドチャンピオンシップスが勝ちましたから、今年のゴールは何ですか？ゴールは何ですか？Just win out.
That makes sense. Well, before we conclude this interview, Shohei, any final words you'd like to say to your fans and your supporters, everyone watching?
サポーターとお友達とファンズさんに何か言いたいですか？
直前まで悩んでたんですけど、親身に相談に乗ってくれてありがとうございます。
We'll continue trying his best and thanks all for the support and continue pushing through.
Amazing. Well, congratulations, Shohei, for advancing on to Top Cut. Thank you to you all, of course, for watching. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly, of course, with more content here at LAIC.
We're back so shortly, Aaron. We're right here, ready to keep going with more Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
There's no stopping the Pokemon action here, and incredible to hear from Shohei. Of course, you know, that's one of the beautiful things about Pokemon. It gives you the opportunity to travel around the world.
Yeah.
And, of course, you can see Shohei has done a lot of traveling. Traveled to the Oceania International Championship in 2020, now in Brazil, Sao Paulo. Honestly, two of my favorite cities that I've been to for Pokemon, Melbourne and Sao Paulo. And now, of course, in line to potentially do better than the top 16 in 2020 and maybe win this whole thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Shohei's clearly on form. You see just the board positional awareness of understanding the main pieces you need. You've got the offensive pressure, just going with the rain mode, essentially. You know, Pelipper having the Covert Cloak does make it not so susceptible to obviously fake out, but as well as any secondary effects, and you're just able to have the Bastion Legion in the back and the Amoonguss. A very nice way to be able to complement his sort of play style.
Absolutely. Incredible work there from Shohei. Incredible to see him performing here in Latin America, as well as in his entire career in Pokemon. This is a player that I loved watching, that I am so excited to see continue to do well as he continues to go to more events. That being said, we are going to start thinking about our top cut. Our players are now starting to be decided. We've already decided a number of them. Again, everyone who was 8-1 in a previous round is in the top cut. That also includes some people who have now joined them. Brady Smith, I believe, was at 7-2 before this round and is now made it into top cut. Will be in there at 8-2. Victor Medina, one of our players to watch from Europe, has made it into the top cut with an 8-2 record. Federico Camporisi, another European player to watch, has made it into the top cut at 8-2. Of course, we just saw Shohei make it into top cut. We have Eros Brown from Brazil, who has made it into the top cut with an 8-2 record. Oliver Eskelin from Finland, 8-2 record into top cut. And Adam Coulson from the United States also made it into top cut with an 8-2 record.
Yeah, and I do want to shout out as well Eric Rios. Guess what? He's still undefeated.
10-0.
10-0. Can anybody stop this man? I don't know. And that's sort of like, it brings me back to a couple of seasons of the 22-23 season where we saw Eric go on an absolute rampage. He was top of the leaderboards throughout the entirety of the season. He got the European International Championships win as well versus Oliver Eskelin, actually, who was a finalist back then. So quite interesting to actually see them potentially match up in Top Cut. Who knows? But yeah, I'm absolutely excited and happy for Eric. And yeah, I mean, obviously we've just got loads of world champions, international champions. This is probably one of the most stacked international top cuts I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, this top cut is looking to be bonkers. will be in the top cut at 8-2. Alex Gomez has also won his last match, will make it into the top cut with 8-2. David Rodriguez from Costa Rica made it into the top cut, 8-2. And that will be, so far, we still have a number of matches out in the field for players who are going to be making it into the top cut here. And already, the names we already have are insane.
They are. And I think we've also got, of course, Ashton, who's still vying for that title, the third Latin America International Champion title. Can he do it? We're going to have to find out, but he definitely has a Koma'o, which, once again, I've said I'm an absolute fan of.
Yeah, absolutely. And both Ashton and Marco are still in, had already locked their position in the top cut previously. But it's going to be a wild day of Pokemon. After we wrap up these Swiss rounds, we will be taking you through the top cut bracket. So showing as many of those matches as we can to find out who our top 4 will be and who the people are who will be making it into the World Championships as a result of that. For right now, we have so much going on in the stadium. It can't just be you and me, Costa, who are taking care of it. Let's toss it over to Butters, who's down on the floor.
We're here at the Latin American International Championships, and as day 1 wraps up, we have a lot of trainers moving on to day 2. A lot of trainers from different regions. Here I have 3 different trainers from 3 different regions. We have Dunebug from North America, Colin from Europe, and we have Val from LATAM. And this might be the first time ever in Pokemon Go Championship Series history that a region that is not the home region is going to take the crown. But there's only one way to determine that. Literally only one way, and that is by ring toss. Off camera, LATAM was able to defeat Oceania, so that means LATAM does get a bye in round number 1. So it's going to be North America and Europe to determine which region will win the Latin American International Championship. Let's get it started. First up is going to be North America. So Dunebug is going to be throwing the rings first here for all of North America. Also, Dunebug has qualified for day number 2, so this is also real if he can win the ring toss and win the whole competition. It looks like I'll count it. That counts as 1 there. Looks like he's got 1 on the board for North America. At least he's on the board. Can he get 2? He doubles up on the same Pachirisu. Can he get triple on the same one? No. Okay, that's 2. Strong start. Let's bring in Europe. We got Colin. He's already got his rings ready. See if he can tie it up with 2 points here. Immediately gets 1. Oh, clutch from Colin. Looking good to start off. He got 1 point very early on. Can he get 2? He has 1 more shot to tie it up for Europe. And I count it. I count it. That means it's going to be a shoot-off. Dunebug, you get to go up first. And then Colin, you get to go right after him. And whoever hits 1 first wins it all. Go ahead, Dunebug. You're going to be up first here. Can you get 1? Right away. Dunebug with the clutch gene takes it for North America. That means it's going to be North America versus LATAM. LATAM gets to go first in the winner's final as the home country. So Val, go ahead. You get to throw your 5 rings here. And no, it comes up a little short. This is all of LATAM on the line. LATAM has won the first 2 Latin American International Championships. Will it make it 3 in a row? Val, can you get 1 on the board? And it's so close on that Bidoof. You have 1 more shot, 1 more ring. Get it on one of the Pachirisu or the Bidoof for all of LATAM. You can do it, Val. Do it. No. Okay. That means if Dunebug is able to hit 1 right here, that means North America will make history and win the Latin American International Championships. And can Dune hit it? He instantly hits it. That is absolutely clutch. It doesn't mean Doom's going to win the whole thing. It doesn't mean North America has a great chance to do it all, but we'll have to find out day number 2. So see you there. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
I was way too excited for that.
I know!
It may have got a little heated behind the desk.
The regional representation is like, oh my God, get in! It's like, what are you doing? It's like, no, but that was fantastic.
Lock in, Dunebug, you can do this.
No, that was great, though. It was a really good segment as well from Butters. Like, huge shout out to those sort of like the fun little interactions we're talking about when we go ahead and we get everyone together for such a huge event. You know, the side events, by the way, have been absolutely phenomenal here.
Yeah.
They've got some really good setups and callbacks to even other games as well.
Absolutely. It's gorgeous out there, too. The whole setup is beautiful. So many fun things to do, like the ring toss. Make sure if you missed this international championship, Championships, you do still have 2 opportunities. You can go over to Europe, or you can go to the North American International Championships.
Okay, I see what you're doing
season.
there. There's a bit of a tone change there, wasn't there?
Well, I can't help it. I'm competitive.
Totally not biased.
Pokemon competitively. What do you expect from me?
It's fair enough. No, I shouldn't have expected anything less. Anywho, but yeah, of course, like talking about all the competition, we are still rounding up things right now in terms of being able to determine who exactly has gone through 100% with the top cut, or at least the numbers, how many players we're expecting. But like we mentioned, it's so far incredibly stacked. I think there's like 4 or 5 international champions in the mix in top cut, and including obviously world champions on top of that. And a couple of revisit scenarios. I think we just spoke about Eric Rios versus Oliver Estelin 2022 finals of the EUIC, but we've also got the callback of the Marco Silva versus Eduardo Cunha of 2020 Oceania.
Absolutely. Some incredible rematches that we already know are elite. We have already seen some of these players playing at the highest level in the finals. And we do still have our 3rd world champion. His match is still going on. Justin Tang versus Paul Ruiz, still out in the field to decide to see if Paul Ruiz will be able to qualify for the top cut as the world champion from Latin America, or if Justin Tang, I'm guessing he's no longer a rookie. This is now the 3rd season for Justin, but who burst out of this in the scene at the start of Scarlet and Violet, can take down the world champion and make it into top cut himself.
Oh yeah, and I remember Paul's team, he had like a variation of Mouse Ape, if I'm not mistaken, so Mouse Hold and Annihilate, and then he also had Archaludon, so he had the beat up sort of strategy of the Rage Fist boost as well as the Stamina boost, and he's looking very good and on form. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to see Justin's 6. But I'm pretty confident that the fact that the game's still going on, it might just be a nail biter.
Yeah, it's definitely gone to 3 games, so that'll be very intense, and we are going to keep watching for the results that come out of that set. Now, as we look forward to the top cut, there are a lot of things that we have seen over the course of the tournament that we should expect to keep seeing in top cut. And I think the #1 thing that we have seen in this tournament, especially early on yesterday, we just saw exclusively Rain. And we heard Shohei in his interview talk about how he thinks that Rain is the best team in the format.
Yeah, I mean, for good reason, right? Because it's sort of, we were talking about it multiple times yesterday as well, the fact that it's just got such great synergy, and like we mentioned, we've got the Bastia Legion and our Chaludon, which have such great potential to be able to sweep under the right circumstances, and you really need to be able to counter it, maybe with your own weather. You need to be able to remove that component which enables these Pokemon so well. Obviously, we've gone through the various abilities and sets that the Bastia Legions can have, because obviously its main role is to be able to be the damage dealer, but you've got different ways that you can go about it. You could go with the Swift Swim like we've just seen now with Shohei actually having the Choice Band potential to compensate for the loss of the adaptability boosts whilst being able to lock in for the pure damage. But then yesterday, we also saw a couple of variations where there was the Life Orb sets in order to not get locked in and have that maneuverability mid-game to be able to not rely on a hard switch or any sort of flip turn interactions.
Absolutely, and I think the held items are really interesting here. We've seen both Choice Scarf and Choice Band. We've also seen Life Orb, which is the option. If you don't really want to lock yourself into Choice Band, but you still need that offensive pressure, Life Orb is the option. Although we also saw the downside of that, which is the recoil really adds up once you start wave crashing and taking Life Orb recoil. And I think it's really interesting to see how these the Choice Scarf and Choice Band Basque Legion play very differently, because the Choice Band one really relies on the Swift Swim ability to actually be able to outspeed and pick up those KOs, whereas the Choice Scarf, using the adaptability ability, does not rely on the Rain as much, and also allows you to get better ghost damage with the Last Respects.
Yeah, and I think being able to be flexible as well with the Terra's typings is quite crucial. Shohei really bringing an unconventional Terra fighting to the fore, and having Terra Blast as an option, like we mentioned, can hit those dark types quite nicely, but most importantly resist the dark types like the Kingambits and such. And I believe that is something that we saw from yesterday, there being a Terra fighting Archaludon sort of for the same similar purposes of being able to resist the dark types. If I'm not mistaken, it was Petro that was running it. But yeah, I think there's a lot of room of being able to have this Pokemon on most teams, and you kind of have to pair it with the Pelipper and Archaludon. Like, there's no going back on that.
Yeah, and then once you do, you have just such a strong offensive core. And it really has been the tournament for Rain. It has been the tournament for Basculegion and Archaludon, which was just so oppressive in that set that we just watched, where Shohei got to +6, +2 on Archaludon, +6 special attack, +2 stamina boosts as well. Just doing incredible damage there. And has so much bulk, survived that close combat from the Sneasler without any stamina boosts. And of course, so many different ways you can play the Archaludon. Of course, the standard Assault Vest that we see a lot on the Rain teams. And then off-range, just like Basculegion, these Pokemon are so good, people are finding ways to play them outside of the archetype that they're most associated with, using the Power Herb to get a free special attack boost with the Electro Shot, and then using the Sturdy ability to make sure you are always surviving at least one hit.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got like a built-in Focus Sash, essentially, right? And we know that Archaludon's got a lot of success. So far this season only, it's nabbed up 3 major event wins, which at this rate, I honestly would not be surprised to see it being the 4th and probably the biggest being an international.
Absolutely. It's definitely lined itself up to be a favorite for the tournament win here. And you know what? The thing about Archaludon is it has 2 incredible abilities in Stamina and Sturdy, but it also has a 3rd incredible ability, which is Stalwart, which allows it to ignore redirection. We saw this, Wolf Glick ran a Stalwart version of Archaludon at a previous regional championship with the Terra Electric on the Electro Shot, and just used it as basically an opportunity to delete a Pokemon from the field with no hope for protection. So there are just so many different ways you can play this Archaludon, and they all play very differently.
Yeah, and I think calling out the Stalwart there, it's the fact that you don't need to mess around with a setup Pokemon on the other side of the field, whether that being, I don't know, like an Annihilate with the Bulk Ups and whatnot, or even a Trick Room mode where you're able to, let's say, for example, go against any sort of Hatterinis and focus in utilizing that Steel typing, which is super effective against it, or at least forcing Terrestrialization. So it does have so much maneuverability when it comes to different sets that you can utilize, but most commonly, the Stamina, it's just so powerful. And you can accompany that synergistically wise with like a mouse hold on the side, which is a callback to Nicolas Morales winning the Baltimore Regional Championships, the very first major this season, with being able to accompany the beat-ups or the population bombs into that slot if you want to quickly go up to, let's say, a +6 of
yeah, that's definitely been a thing that a lot of, especially in the grand challenges, you should expect to see if there's an Electrode next to an Archaludon.
Bullet Seed,
Bullet Seed, if there's a Greninja next to an Archaludon, get the water shurikens going. You should be afraid of that.
You're cooking. Are you cooking? Have you done this before?
I burned.
Yeah, don't worry, I did too.
Yeah. I do have some more updates as we are just finishing out our 10th round of Swiss. So there are more updates here for players who have won their round 10 match and made it into the top cut. So adding to our list of previous top cut qualifiers is Kylan Van Severen from Canada, the top ranked player in North America at the World Championships last year, is going to make it into the top cut here in Latin America. As well, we have Michael Kelsch has made it into the top cut. 8-2, just squeaking by. So the dream of Shohei Kimura versus Michael Kelsch is still alive. It's out there. And that's gonna, these are all incredible players. Like, I can't believe how stacked this top cut is going to be.
Honestly, we've been absolutely treated, and we hope that you feel the same way, because just being able to have such high level of competition from all of these trainers at the point where, unfortunately, this is going to be the only international so far that we'll have for Regulation Set H. So really, this is the biggest stage that we're going to have to utilize to show off all of the great sort of utility moves that have come to the fore, all the setup sweep Pokemon that we've got, because understandably the power levels have just like dropped in comparison to Regulation Set G, which of course is going to be coming back. So this is the moment to be able to not only show off your great Regulation Set H team building skills, but actually go ahead and pick up those titles.
Yeah, and I should also shout out for Kylan in particular. This could make you either a fan or a hater. Get the villain or the hero arc out. This does mean that Tatsugiri and Dondozo have made it into the top cut. So I hope all of our top cut competitors brought their Dondozo checks for top cut.
Yeah, and I think this is why we talk about Pokemon like Dragonite, for example, loaded dice with Haze. Exactly. It's sort of not only for the Dondozo Tatsugiris, like that's a nice to have, but it's also for all of the setup sweep Pokemon that we've been seeing, and being able to nullify, let's say, the nasty plots of Golden Goes, or even the bulk ups of whether that being an Annihilate or an Iron Defense, let's say from a Tomo-O that is in top cut, let me remind you, is very, very cool to actually be able to utilize as an additional move, or maybe even Tailwind. So that's why Dragonite has risen so much in the population, in the stats.
Absolutely. And let's also shout out Francesco Piopero has qualified for the top cut.
Well done.
Congratulations to Francesco. I believe we already knew that Maddie Morgan had made it into top cut, but if not, Maddie Morgan has made it into top cut.
That's so cool.
Of course, we saw Shohei Kimura make it in, so just now on stream.
Yeah.
We also have Chongjun Pen, who is a player that we haven't seen for a while.
Wow,
has made it into top cut with an 8-2 record.
Yeah, and I think we've got a load of these trainers that we've already seen a bit from this season, but also the returning trainers. I think Ashton Cox, understandably, we were talking a bit about him before the break, where he had taken a bit of a break, quite literally, ever since, I think, Worlds, and being able to see him come back even stronger right now, just in time for LAIC. Clearly, I would say it's the opposite of his... I don't know, like weakness. It's more so, I was trying to think of Superman stuff there. But
Kryptonite.
Kryptonite, thank you. I was going the other way. Yeah, so it's more like the reverse Kryptonite effect.
Yeah.
He becomes stronger when he's in LAIC, and clearly that's what he's showing.
Yeah, absolutely. And our final competitor who has entered into Top Cut was Justin Tang, who did defeat Paul Ruiz in the final round of Swiss.
Did he? Wow, that's big.
So we only have 2 of our 3 world champions in the Top Cut here for the Latin American International Championships. But I cannot wait to start getting into our top cut. So we're going to take a real quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to just bracket and match up all of our players, and then we're going to bring you as much of the top cut as possible. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Trainers, welcome here to the 2025 Latin America International Championships. It's time to do some ring tossing. I have here 3 trainers that are going to try and hit 2 targets here. They have 4 attempts to do so, and if they manage to do so successfully, they'll win a training card game pack. Let's have trainer number 1 come in now. All right, good luck. Here we go, 4 attempts. The first attempt here from Jumenis. Here we go, the first one, ooh, a miss, but another chance, here we go. And on the side down the Pachirisu, and oh no, that's on the Pachirisu. You need to hit and barely miss. That's unfortunate. All right. Well, thank you for participating. Let's have trainer number 2 come in. Hello. Let's go. All right. We have 4 attempts here. You need to hit the Pachirisu or the Bidoof. And oh, almost the Bidoof on its head. Here we go. Almost on the same spot there. Can we get on? Almost bounces off the Bidoof one more time. Can we get the 4th time? And it is it. He got 1 out of 4. Very well done. Thank you so much. All right, and then we have our final trainer coming in. Let's see if you can do it. You need to hit 2 out of 4. Here we go, the first one, and that's a 1. And oh, it just barely bounces off. Can we get it? Oh, it's stuck in the other ring. That's exceptional, I'll admit. And again, okay, well, I've never seen that before. Thank you so much for participating. That was great. All right, that was some ring tossing action. Let's head back to the other Pokemon action.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijun's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Seijun Park. From South Korea, Seijun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Seijun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Seijun is the best player who's never won a World Championship.
But if Seijun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Seijun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Seijun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Seijun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage. Each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Seijun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Seijun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Seijun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Seijun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus, and Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Seijun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Seijun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Seijun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Seijun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Seijun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Seijun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Seijun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Seijun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Seijun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Seijun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu. Not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Seijun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Seijun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yep, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Seijun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Seijun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds in the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. A critical hit. Seijun Park takes down Mo Rotom. And Seijun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Seijun, everybody.
Seijun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Seijun proved that success is a team effort. Seijun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
We are back with more action for the 2025 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. We are so close to being able to get started with our top cut bracket. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang to take you through our first round of our top cut.
I'm so excited!
We're here!
This top cut is crazy. We have 5 international champions who are looking to add another international championship to their belt. 2 world champions. We've got a rematch of the 2023 Worlds Finals, and there's so many incredible regional champions that are in this mix as well. It's just one of the most stacked top cuts I've ever seen. Like, I was trying to list out all the accomplishments of the players, and I was like, oh my gosh, like...
You had pages.
Yeah, exactly, because I was like, I get cut off after just saying the international champs and the world champs, and we have a Players' Cup champion as well in the mix, and so it's one of the most stacked top cuts I've ever seen, and each round is definitely going to deliver, and there's so many potential for rematches of huge finals that we've seen in VGC the last few years.
There really are. I mean, you were listing out a couple of them. Maybe I can spoil a few for
Yes.
the broadcast here, but OCIC 2020 ended up being won by Marco Silva. Eduardo Cunha was the runner-up, so they could potentially rematch against each other. Eduardo Cunha actually won OCIC in 2019, the year prior, and so, you know, there's so much history between these players. It's really cool to be able to see what could potentially happen in this bracket.
I really want the Marco versus Ashton finals because
Me
they are
too.
the only two players in the entire world to claim 2 international championships in the Masters division. Ashton has won twice in Latin America specifically. If he claims this one, he'll have won half the LAICs that have existed, which is absolutely crazy to me. And of course, Marco is looking to add another title under his belt. He is one of the most consistent players in the world, definitely on top of the list of players who are favorites to win Worlds. He's top cut Worlds the last couple of years. He's come so close to winning that title and just finished second at a major regional championship as well. And the opponent that beat him, Federico, is also in the top cut of this tournament as well. It's just unbelievable.
Ashton and Marco had some words to share with each other too. At their interviews, Ashton was the first one we got a chance to interview on the broadcast after his win, and he was saying, you know, my goal is to beat Marco at this tournament. Maybe, you know, if I can't win the whole thing, it's just to beat Marco. And Marco's like, I don't think so. I think Ashton's been slacking. I think that I've got this in the bag.
Yeah, Marco sounded so confident. I love it. He is a player that has just been so dominant recently. But it's really cool to see Ashton return to the scene. He's been such a phenomenal player in VGC, winning multiple regional championships and international championships, finishing second at the Orlando Regional Championships a few years ago. But he actually took a pretty big break from the game. He has not really been playing throughout the last couple of months. And so for him to come back from this big break, come dominate at this tournament, he was undefeated, you know, all of day one, and then dropped 2 games, but still advances into that top cut. Just a phenomenal run by him. And I think it's crazy that out of what the 24-ish players that we have in this bracket, like 5 of them have won international championships before. We've got Alex Gomez, Eric Rios, Eduardo Cunha as well. And you know, those are just some of the all-time greats.
It is going to be a fantastic tournament that we have ahead of us for the second phase of this competition. And I really am excited to see, can somebody else actually get another international championship title? You talk about there being 5, and the reason why that's so rare is because ICs are hard to win. It's hard to find yourself at this point where you're in a top cut bracket, let alone being able to win out from here, because we're in a single elimination portion of our tournament.
Absolutely. And you know, with it being an international championship, we have players from all around the world competing in it. So players from, of course, LATAM represented in this top cut, but we also have players from North America. We have Shohei Kimura representing Japan, flying all the way from Japan here, and we're just waiting to finalize the top cut bracket. But if everything goes right, he should be playing against Michael Kelsch, of course, his opponent from the finals of 2023 Worlds. And Michael actually said, I think Shohei's going to win this entire tournament, but he said, I'm going to meet him in the finals, and I'm hoping this time I can at least take a game off him. It's not going to quite be the finals, but they'll be matching in top 32. And this bracket is just going to deliver, and you know it.
And Michael Kelsch, let's talk about him for a second, right? Because he's one of those players that had such a breakout performance. His very first season competing in VGC, ends up getting second at the World Championships. Next year, he gets top 4. I mean, what can't this player do? He's also found himself in the finals of so many regional championships, and he just needs that big major victory.
Yeah, he actually did win a regionals last year. Yeah, but he's
like
looking for an IC win or
Worlds.
Worlds. Yeah, he's come so close. You know what's crazy? I think he tweeted that this is his 10th consecutive day 2. Like, what? That is absolutely nuts. So let's take a quick look, of course, at his accomplishments. He just got top 8 at the Gdansk Regional Championships, won Stockholm Regionals, top 4 at Honolulu Worlds, second at Worlds in 2023, as you called out, Rosemary. And this man only started playing VGC last year, like 2023, you know? Like, it's absolutely wild. And he has been rocking with the exact same team this entire season. It's actually become kind of a meme because he's always like, I've been cooking. Like, I've got this really crazy team. Y'all are not ready for it. And then people look and it's like, oh, it's just Magmar, King Gambit, Primarina, Rillaboom, Dragapult, Sneasler once again. But he, of course, was one of the primary Dragapult users previously, and he's made adaptations to this team throughout. We've seen King Gambit, for example, change from Dark Terra to Ghost Terra. Primarina's become more offensive, for example. I believe Water Terra was one of the recent changes as well, Stellar Terra on the Sneasler. And so the team has definitely evolved a little bit. You know, Dragapult has also shifted from Dragon Terra to Ghost Terra, and so eager to see what variant he's actually rocked up with at this tournament. But this is basically like the most optimized version probably of his team after playing it for the entire season.
Which is kind of wild because I think in this regulation more than most, just because of how wide open the meta can be, I feel like being able to lock into a 6, it gives you a ton of experience on a team, but it also feels like it's a little bit difficult to do. When you're trying to win, you look at a player like Nils Dunlop being able to bring this really unique anti-meta Tyranitar team, and you think maybe that's what it takes to win, identifying the meta and cooking to be able to destroy it.
Yeah, I think one thing that makes Michael such an amazing player is that he picks teams that generally give him neutral matchups across the board. You know, I competed at Worlds this last year, and I got to talk to him a little bit because we both ended up using Zamazenta at the World Championships. And part of the reason why I picked Zamazenta was because I was looking for a composition that had neutral matchups across the board. And Michael was one of the premier Zamazenta users, basically using it throughout the entire season last year. And he basically said, look, like, I think this can be anything. You just have to play well, obviously, right? In Pokemon, it's hard to find a team, like, you want ideally a team that has positive matchups against everything, but the field is just too wide these days, right? And so I think what Michael does a really good job is finding these teams that give him all the tools to win, and then he just needs to execute them properly. And I think he likes sticking with these teams because he just understands them so well.
And it's Michael Kelsch, so you know he's going to be able to actually put the power behind the plays. But he's going to be so much fun to watch. I think we got a chance to see Shohei, and I think this matchup is going to be spectacular. But we also have maybe a couple of other surprises when you take a look at the Day 2 meta that were kind of interesting versus yesterday. I think Basque Legion maybe finally in the top 12. I'm not sure where it was on the graphic, if at all, yesterday.
It was right around there, actually.
Oh, okay,
It was like
so
just
never
at
mind.
that spot as well.
All right,
yeah,
so it's here to stay.
It seems like it's about the same. You know, the top Pokemon, the Sneasler, almost 50%. Rillaboom and Cineroar Golden Go. It's funny, we've seen that as a trio, actually. For example, Eduardo Cunha, previous world champion, rocking it in this tournament with Sneasler, actually, as well. To me, I think one of the main things to point out here is Ursaluna Blood Moon, as well as Annihilate, actually. Ursaluna Blood Moon is not a Pokemon we saw very much on stream yesterday. It was just outside of the top 12 in usage, but it's a Pokemon that a lot of people had pegged as one of the top performers going into this event. So I'm not surprised to see it much higher here, actually sitting at 8th place. I actually tied in 7th place with that Pelipper. And then Annihilate here finally makes the cut as well, with King Gambit dropping a little bit lower in usage.
I feel like Blood Moon Ursaluna was one of those Pokemon that people identified having a lot of potential early on in the format,
100%.
and then it just ended up taking some tinkering to make sure you had the right moveset, to make sure you were able to understand the position of the metagame currently and actually make it work. But we've seen so many cool things on Blood Moon Ursaluna, like Yawn, so that's been a cool tech.
I love your point about tinkering, because I think for the longest time when people were using Ursaluna, it was just normal Terra, Hyper Voice, Blood Moon, Earth Power, Protect, Life Orb. Same set. The main way you would train it, though, is investing in speed. Some players would invest in no speed, go for a Trick Room variant. A lot of players would actually invest in near max speed to utilize under Tailwind, for example. But now the Ursaluna Blood Moon meta has shifted. Sneaslers become very popular, and so as a result, that normal Terra is less effective because it doesn't help defensively against that Sneasler. So we've seen people move to Assault Vest with a defensive Terra like Water or Poison or Ghost, for example. We've seen leftovers with Yawn, as you just called out, as well. There's a lot of different ways that you can actually utilize this Pokemon, and people are now expanding outside of the normal Terra Life Orb sets that were very traditional.
I think similarly, you can say some things about Annihilate that sort of ring in the same vein. Annihilate was one of those Pokemon that earlier on in the format we looked at primarily setup-oriented, wanted to have something like a Mousehold next to it, some type of redirection user like a Clefairy or a Clefable, and now we're actually seeing Annihilate sort of on its own on these teams, much like Dondozo without its supportive partner Pokemon. You get a chance to see the Annihilate be able to hold its own with a bulk up with something like coaching, providing that utility as well as damage.
Yeah, I'm really curious how the 18.5% of Annihilates break down here, because there is a lot of flexibility in this Pokemon. The classic Mousehold Annihilate strategy we actually did see on stream yesterday, and so it still works, right? You can just use the bulk up set, but a lot of interesting things you can do with Choice Scarf Final Gambit is something we've seen. We saw a Ground Terra Choice Scarf variant into Armor Rouge yesterday, which was absolutely wild. So pretty cool to see those meta shifts. To me, though, it seems like Rain was really good in day 1, continues to be really good in day 2, and Shohei Kimura, who we actually just featured on stream, is rocking it.
Well, let's go ahead and get into that match, shall we? We're going to take a quick trip back over to Yokohama, Japan to see Michael Kelsch and Shohei Kimura square off once again, as we saw in the finals of that World Championships.
Oh my goodness, I'm just so excited for this. I mean, both of these players have so much respect for each other, and they have so much mastery with their team. Michael in particular, of course, once again, has been using this team basically for the entire season, and I expect him to really have a good sense of how to play against Rain. Now, he actually was eliminated by Rain at the Gdansk Regional Championships, and so But this is a team that he has a lot of matchup experience against. That being said, Rain teams are built differently. When he had been eliminated at Gdansk, there was a King Gambit on the opposing side, which was really scary. Or sorry, he had the King Gambit. He was up against the Basque Legion. And so I'm actually curious if we see that same mind game of Sucker Punch into it once again. But here we go, Michael Kelsch.
Michael Kelsch going to be running this team that he has throughout the entire season. A lot of fantastic pieces that make up this sort of offensive balanced team. Magmar, one of the staples of this team that I feel like he was the player that sort of put this Pokemon on the map as one of a great choice of redirection users, going to be able to have that follow me alongside something like the Will-O-Wisp. But Magmar also does damage. Not sure how much it's actually going to fare in this Rain matchup, but you know you have it in case you need it.
Yeah, a lot of Pokemon are going to be crucial in this matchup. You've got King Gambit for that Sucker Punch, of course, the threat in Basque Legion. You've got Rillaboom, which is solid into Basque Legion as well, especially because it's Water Terra. Basque Legion on the opposing side. Sneasler is a Pokemon to pay attention to. Of course, it can threaten the Archaudon with a close combat. It has Fake Out pressure as well. Primarine is really solid. I think Magmar is the question Pokemon here because bringing it into a Rain matchup doesn't seem the most intuitive, but you do have the Vital Spirit. You do have the Will-O-Wisp to potentially burn, for example, the Archaudon, make its body presses do less damage as well. Dragapult is also an interesting Pokemon because it does, of course, resist the water type attacks from Basque Legion, but the question is, do you really think you could get enough damage with it before it faints?
Yeah, we've seen actually before, you and I were casting Baltimore and we saw Dragapults just go down to a single wave crash in the rain from a Basque Legion.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it can actually be trained to survive an attack like that, especially when you have all of these other pieces that Shohei has in his team to be able to support something like that Basque Legion. Of course, you have the Pelipper to be able to set the rain. You have the Tailwind as well to make sure that this Basque Legion is going to maintain its speed even outside of Swift Swim. But then also take a look at everything else. Your own Sneasler, Amoonguss. This is going to be a really tough team here for Michael.
Yeah, a very consistent Rain team. You've got the Golden Go and Amoonguss core with Sneasler, and so sometimes you won't see Golden Go in the Rain compositions. You might see another Pokemon like King Gambit, for example. The Sneasler here, of course, offers that Fake Out pressure. It's Poison Touch, and the Pelipper here critically is Covert Cloak, so even if you lead, for example, Rillaboom, you can't just deny a Tailwind with Fake Out thanks to the Covert Cloak. And so, yeah, I think there's definitely a couple of small optimized techs. Also pay attention to the Bug Terra on Archaudon. Normally people run Grass or Fairy Terra, but that's still going to be weak to Sneasler, right? The idea is Sneasler can force your Terra with close combat, then you can just Dire Claw it afterwards. Bug Terra is a pretty nice defensive Terra, especially because you've got Pelipper to reduce the damage output of fire-type attacks. And so Archaudon's a Pokemon that can definitely put in a lot of work in this game.
Especially because it has the stamina as well. It's going to be able to keep itself a little bit better prepared for something like the King Gambit, the Rillaboom, even looking at the Dragapult and the Sneasler. Those stamina stacks are really going to matter. And the body presses are going to be able to do a ton of damage to basically anything on Michael's team.
Totally. I think one of the things I'm curious about is, do we see just Basque Legion being led, right? Basque Legion is a Pokemon that can apply so much offensive pressure, but it's incredibly weak to Rillaboom and King Gambit from the opposing side. Two Pokemon that I think Michael will likely prioritize in this matchup. And so if you lead Basque Legion, you have the Mind Game immediately. This is what we saw in top 8 of the Gdansk Regional Championships, where Michael was eliminated against Rain. So let's see as we get into game 1.
Game number 1 of the Masters Division Top Cut here at the Latin America International Championships. And we're just off to the races here, Aaron. Basque Legion and Pelipper here for Shohei, and we've got the King Gambit and the Rillaboom for Michael.
Oh, there are a lot of mind games here immediately. Rillaboom's grassy terrain activates. There's a lot of offensive pressure, and so it's the question, do you want to go for the Sucker Punch immediately? Oh, okay. You can see the hover for Sucker Punch. There's the hover for Kowtow Cleave as well. Basque Legion here is Water Terra. It's not something like a Grass Terra, right? So you could Sucker Punch and Grassy Glide that slot, but the Basque Legion then, of course, could switch out. Pelipper right now could pressure with Tailwind. It pressures with Weather Ball. It pressures with Hurricane. If you double up into that slot, it protects, and then the Basque Legion switches into Archaudon. That can be really scary, and so it's a really explosive turn 1 immediately. Someone's going to have to make some predictions, but it's going to be the Aqua Jet to start.
Okay, Aqua Jet into the King Gambit. It's going to be able to get around the Sucker Punch because of the increased priority, but it was the Pelipper that goes for an attack, and so the Wood Hammer is going to take it out before the Pelipper gets to move.
It's funny because the last time I saw Michael against the Basque Legion, I think he Sucker Punched it like every time, and this time he's like, I've learned. I'm not going to do that anymore. Just knocks out Pelipper. Critically, Shohei goes for that Aqua Jet to try to avoid a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, and Michael says, you know what, I'm faster than your Pelipper. I can just double up into that slot, right? So Pelipper, of course, had the ability to protect there. Like, turn 1 is so explosive because if you make the prediction correctly, you get a pretty big lead. If Pelipper protects and Basque Legion takes a big risk and goes for Wave Crash, you can just knock out the King Gambit, but that's a really risky play.
And it's really bad for Shohei, too, because now you're locked into Aqua Jet.
Exactly.
You've got Choice Band, so all you can do right now is sit with Aqua Jet unless you actually transition that Basque Legion out.
Yeah, I really wonder now, like, what comes in? What did you bring in the back? Like, Shohei has so many good Pokemon on his team, but it's going to be the Archaladon. So Archaladon obviously is quite good into the Rillaboom, but as you called out, this Basculegion is caught in a pretty tricky spot right now. King Gambit is also pressured a little bit, so we might see some switches this turn. It's like, do you really feel comfortable bringing or going for that Aqua Jet? We also see a really cool bring in the back. The Magmar actually is in this game.
Oh, that's going to be a big deal. Just because the rain is up doesn't mean that your Magmar isn't going to be useful. You have the opportunity to go for Will-O-Wisp onto something like the Archaladon. So no matter how many stamina stacks you do have, you're at least going to be able to help whittle away at that HP pool over time. You've also got the Amoonguss here. So that's going to be the fourth and final Pokemon revealed here for Shohei as we see this Archaladon start to get going.
And you're probably wondering why bring Magmar into a rain matchup, right? But Amoonguss hits the field. That's one of the reasons why. You also have Will-O-Wisp to potentially hurt the King Gambit. Electroshot into the King Gambit. Not going to be a body press there. Of course, gets the special attack boost as high horsepower comes out, and King Gambit does manage to set up Sword Stance, but it's still kind of tricky for it because now the Amoonguss can just Rage Powder any sucker punches away.
Yeah, and then you have to kind of wonder, maybe does your King Gambit, do you want to actually try to go for something like a Kowtow Cleave instead? Or do you feel like you need to actually run the risk of maybe getting this King Gambit put to sleep? I feel like King Gambit's already done so much in this game, though. Being able to knock out the Pelipper, you've already kind of done quite a bit of that King Gambit's duty, so do you actually leave it in for this point?
Yeah, this turn is interesting because you can see he's considering the Magmar switch in, right? So you can switch in Magmar, protect King Gambit, and then go for Follow Me the next turn. It's a generally pretty safe play unless you think your Magmar is going to faint on the switch-in, which I think is fairly unlikely. You could make the read and Draco Meteor into the Rillaboom slot or go for Electroshot into it, but even then the question is, do you get the knockout? Magmar is a really bulky Pokemon, so I think, yeah, Magmar, once again, not the most intuitive Pokemon to bring in this matchup, but I think it's really, really smart, and this is perfect because this is a Pokemon you want to protect your King Gambit.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's the shiny variant too. I don't know how I feel about that one, but you know, style points I guess here for Michael. You got the protect onto the King Gambit though, so it's up to Shohei to try to actually get something done, and it's just an Electroshot.
Shohei looked very happy though. Did he call this? Is it the +2 Electroshot into the Magmar slot? Now it is!
Oh my gosh, even though this Magmar has that Eviolite, it is going to take a huge amount of damage from that +2 Electroshot, but you can see where this Vital Spirit can come in handy as the Amoonguss tries to support that slot, maybe trying to catch something on the switch-in, but there was a Rillaboom in that place beforehand.
Yeah, crucial turn though. It's obviously the King Gambit there could have just sent it, gone for the Kowtow Cleave into Amoonguss, but you're so vulnerable to a body press or an Electroshot from the opposing end, and so really nice play by Shohei there. You still do get the safe Follow Me Kowtow Cleave this turn, right? Critically, the Amoonguss here has the ability to go for Protect. It's also Fairy Terra, so you could Fairy Terra it defensively to survive the Kowtow Cleave. And with that, then the question is, do you go for Rage Powder to safely protect your Archaladon, or do you just spore in a King Gambit?
Well, it looks like it's going to be a Terrestrialization, so if it is going to be the defensive Terra onto the Amoonguss, then we know that this Amoonguss is going to be able to stick around just a little bit longer. But that means Shohei is going to be putting a lot of eggs into this Archaladon basket. Needs to make sure that you're going to be able to make good use of these +2 special attack boosts that you have from this Electroshot, but you've whittled away this Magmar enough that another Electroshot here is going to be able to knock it out. And that's going to give Shohei a much better spot in this game.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting because now Sneasler can come out. Sneasler has close combat into Archaladon. You've got Dire Claw into the Amoonguss as well. It's a very powerful Pokemon that, of course, deals super effective damage. But Archaladon normally is going to be trained to survive one of those close combats, so there's the +2 Kowtow Cleave, but Amoonguss critically with that Fairy Terra able to survive the turn and heal back up with that Citrus Berry.
So there is an opportunity here for Shohei to be able to use that Amoonguss to go for a Rage Powder on this next turn. You are also going to be able to get the Spore into the King Gambit, so you're only dealing with one attack this time around rather than two for a double up into the Amoonguss.
Yeah, I think this is going to be so interesting because basically like the Rillaboom can handle Basculegion pretty well in the endgame, but the King Gambit slot is so exposed right now. You do have Sneasler as a switch-in, you do pressure close combat and Dire Claw, but you can maybe get one knockout, right? Like Dire Claw to KO the Amoonguss. I'm not sure what the damage roll on that is because Amoonguss did heal up with that Citrus Berry. I would expect it to maybe knock out, but it could be really close, honestly. So you see that Rillaboom in the back, but you really don't want to bring Rillaboom right now because Rillaboom is the best answer for that Basculegion. Rain is also slowly expiring, so that's something to think about as we get into the end of this game. But oh, there's that Stellar Terra. You can see the hover thinking about it, saying, you know what, I might just go for it, but if you go for close combat and Amoonguss Rage Powders, it's a disastrous turn.
You're kind of calling that Shohei wants to be able able to put your Sneasler asleep instead. But I think this is a very difficult decision to make. Do you try to go after the Amoonguss? Do you try to go after the Archaludon? And you only get one shot to be able to get that boosted damage onto this poison or this this fighting type attack.
This is a tense turn because like the safe play kind of is to just go for Rage Powder and then target into the Sneasler slot. So I think you could do that, get the Sneasler down to Focus Sash, and then Basculegion comes out and can put Aqua Jet pressure onto it. I think one of the key things is how do you beat the Archaludon on the endgame if it's not getting hit by that close combat? So I think here Shohei could just go for something like Rage Powder plus Electro Shot.
You do have the opportunity though to have this Focus Sash, so you see Michael kind of smiling a little bit because if you go for the Dire Claw here, you're going to hope that with this Stellar Terror, it's going to be enough to get a knockout into this Amoonguss, and it is.
And Grassy Glide the next turn, as well as Woodhammer. So it's going to be really close because you need the Rillaboom essentially to handle the Archaludon. We'll also see if King Gambit manages to wake up here, but to start, it's going to be the pivot.
So the pivot first, so now we're going to see this Rillaboom be able to set back up this grassy terrain, but I love that Michael was also going to try to go for the protect. If you get the wake up with the King Gambit, you also get a chance to protect yourself, to scout what this Basculegion is going to go for, but this King Gambit stays asleep. It is going to be the Aqua Jet commit from Shohei, so with the Rillaboom taking that instead, we're going to see the King Gambit get knocked out.
Okay, so yeah, now we get the Sneasler back in. Sneasler has Fake Out or Close Combat Pressure. Critically, it can go for the Protect as well. So my question is, like, you could, just go for something like, if you Fake Out the Archaludon, then you could just get Aqua Jetted, right? So that doesn't feel great. You can't click Fake Out into the Basculegion because it's Ghost type. You could protect the Sneasler, but if Sneasler ends up protecting, the question is, look how boosted the Archaludon is, right? Does the +4 Draco Meteor get the knockout onto Rillaboom? Because right now, you could just go for Draco onto Rilla, Aqua Jet onto Sneasler.
Oh, it feels like so many coin flips back to back to back, but Michael's hoping that he's going to be able to get this one right after so many sleep turns. He locked out in pretty fast, so I think he's very confident being able to play through this endgame. You can't second guess your judgment. Sneasler goes for the protect, but did he get this right? You can see Shohei having a reaction over there, and it's because the Aqua Jet actually goes into the protect of the Sneasler, giving some time for this Rillaboom to potentially make another move as the Grassy Glide connects onto the Basculegion. It's not enough to knock it out, so the Draco Meteor into the Rillaboom is going to be enough to knock it out.
Yeah, the other question I had there is, does Grassy Glide knock out the Basculegion? I was expecting it to, but like I think part of the thing, Shohei probably wasn't 100% sure because Rillabooms can run a lot of different attack investments, and so, like, for example, if you expect it to be like a mid-attack investment Rillaboom, then maybe you expect to survive, but if there's a lot of attack investment, maybe you expect to faint there. So that was really close. If the Grassy Glide just knocks out the Basculegion there, I think the game is just over, right? Because then you just close combat to knock out the Archaludon. So how you train your Pokemon is so important, and if Basculegion just faints the Grassy Glide, that's it. But Rillaboom's really common in this format, so I do expect Basculegions to generally survive the Grassy Glides.
Wow, yeah, I feel like whenever you actually see the Rillaboom be able to get the knockout, it's either with Grass Terra or it's with carrying Miracle Seed or the Meadow Plate.
Yeah.
Just for that extra bit of damage. Michael got so close though. Remember we were talking about this at the start of the match. Michael was saying, I just want to be able to take one game off to Shohei, want to see him in the finals again. It's not going to be this game as Shohei takes game number 1, but we still have another game of this best of 3.
Yeah, I think a couple key turns in that game. The call out saying, you know what, you're going to bring Magmar in that slot, going for Electro Shot plus Spore. It's generally pretty safe play as well because it's a Rillaboom out into an Amoonguss and an Archaludon. And I think this is one of the downsides of Rillaboom often in this format when you are up against an Amoonguss, right? Where like you just can't really do very much against them. You're high horsepowering for 20-25% max. And so it was a generally safe play to cover the switch-in. The main thing there is Michael could have taken a huge risk and attacked with King Gambit there. He could have just said, you know what, I'm going to send it. I'm going to go for the Kowtow Cleave. Doesn't go for it. And then Shohei, I would say, pretty much went for relatively safe plays in the latter half of that game after he made that huge risk with Electro Shot that turn.
I want to watch through these replays again. What a tense couple of first turns, right? Because I feel like right out of the gates, we were taking a look at what this first turn could provide, and there were so many different decisions that both of these trainers could make that had so many different variations of outcomes. I was just at the edge of my seat trying to see like what's actually going to play out in front of us.
Yeah, and critically, I think knowing that Grassy Glide is not the guaranteed knockout onto Tabasco Legion, right?
It's huge info.
It was close, so I wonder if it's a damage roll. But either way, like you can't be 100% confident, obviously, on that knocking out. So that might change the way you have to play that one. I think Michael might have been trying to set himself for an endgame, thinking, you know what, my Rillaboom is pretty strong. If Grassy Glide gets the knockout, I just win there, right? And so once again, a lot of this goes down to how the Pokemon are trained, and there's a whole wide range of damage rolls that can happen as well. But I think the Pokemon he brought were certainly decent in that game. I do think that Archaludon is just such a powerful Pokemon in this matchup, and I think the way that Shohei managed to bring it in really safely was very well done. And yeah, it just got so many Electro Shot boosts in that game.
Archaludon didn't take much damage, if any. So the Electro Shots are certainly paying off there, but also the way that Shohei was able to keep it safe was very good. Even when we took a look at the Amoonguss going for the Fairy Terra, actually getting knocked out to the Dire Claw, there were still so many ways that Shohei was like, I've gotten so much maximum value out of this Archaludon. It ended up doing its job. Let's get into game number 2 of this next this set, and it's going to be a run back. This looks familiar.
Yeah, so once again, it's so interesting because Bascu Legion is a Pokemon that can look absolutely incredible or feel useless, right, based if you get the turn 1 wrong. And so this is such a tough turn 1, I think, from both sides. I don't think there's necessarily like a 100% safe play from either end to make. And so, okay, it's the Sucker Punch, but there's the switch. Michael tries to catch the Bascu Legion. Archaludon can switch in very easily right now. Let's see if that is Archaludon. Yes, it is.
Okay, so you're not going to be able to do any damage to this Archaludon because you're trying to Sucker Punch that slot, but there is going to be a double switch. So the 4th and final Pokemon revealed here in this game 2 already by Shohei is it is going to be that Amoonguss. So a run back of the 4 from that first game. This Amoonguss is going to take the Wood Hammer, but of course it's going to be a resisted hit, so it doesn't feel that very much.
You see Shohei pointing in the player cam, be like, target the right side, target the right side. Archaludon, give me a free defense boost. So Michael doesn't give it the defense boost, but I think that's probably as safe as a play as Shohei could make. The only thing that you really risk there is something like a Sword Stance coming out from the King Gambit. I think Fairy Terra Amoonguss is actually so critical here because of its ability to handle King Gambit even if it sets up. And so now, okay, the Archaludon happy to just launch Electro Shots like we saw in the last game.
Yeah, there was no priority attacks though, so Shohei knows that this Archaludon is going to be able to move first. The Electro Shot into the Rillaboom is not going to be too effective. You have the Assault Vest on top of the fact that it's going to get resisted, but the high horsepower into the Amoonguss, and now we get a chance to see the Kowtow Cleave follow-up with no Terra. It gets it so low.
Yeah, so low, but critically does not get the knockout. Shohei's Pokemon have just really been able to take these attacks throughout this set, and so now you get the Spore off. The Archaludon is free to boost again. I think Shohei is in a phenomenal spot right now because in game 1, Michael was able to at least get a knockout onto Pelipper. This time around, Pelipper's still fully healthy. Amoonguss, of course, has the regenerator, so could always switch out. But of course, if you switch the Amoonguss out into Pelipper or Bascu Legion, you get hit by like a Wood Hammer prediction, you would take a lot of damage. This is the classic scenario where now Rillaboom is in a really awkward spot. So you can see Michael saying, you know what, I'm not really going to get that much value out of high horsepower anyway. Might as well go for Wood Hammer in case you switch out.
That would be great, but we're going to see the switch out first of the King Gambit, so it's going to have to wait to start to take its turns of sleep as there is no switch from Shohei. It's just going to be another Electro Shot, and you can see Shohei is just smiling about this one. Imagine if you end up targeting into that Sneasler, and you're able to get so much damage. the focus sash here for the Steelers is still going to make it stay around, but for how much longer?
Yeah, you imagine it's probably a Spore or a Pollen Puff into that slot, and Sneasler kind of feels like the ace here, right? Rillaboom just not able to do anything against this duo. The best you could do is high horsepower, but that wouldn't knock out Amoonguss anyway. There's the Pollen Puff, and Sneasler is probably the most important Pokemon in this matchup. That was the one way Michael had to deal with Archaludon in that previous game, but now it is just out of the way. The Rillaboom continues to do nothing. Magmar, if it hits the field, isn't going to do anything either. King Gambit's asleep. I think Shohei's won this already.
I think Shohei is so many miles ahead that we are going to be seeing this finish up shortly, but Michael's just pondering right now, can he do anything to get back into this game? The rain is up. Magmar's not going to be able to deal too much damage with something like the overheat. And even if you're able to bring back in his King Gambit, it still has to take a mandatory turn of sleep. It's looking dire.
Yeah, I think even just with these two Pokemon, Shohei could win the game. He's got two Pokemon in the back, in the Pelipper as well as the Basculegion. It's not over yet, but I'm just running through all the lines, and I don't really see any out for Michael here because you need damage onto the Archaludon, but high horsepower, overheat, a non-boosted Sucker Punch or Kowtow Cleave, it's just not that powerful. So yeah, opting for the Will-O-Wisp option here. Amoonguss does go for the Protect, but Electroshock is just so powerful at this point.
And Electroshock, this Archaludon is going to have so many boosts already. Let's add another one to the pile. Either one of these Pokemon on the receiving end of this are not going to want to take this too well. If it's the Magmar, I think it's just going to be a one-hit knockout with a +3 Electroshock. Let's find out. Okay.
Just managed to hang on.
Maybe a little bit less of more of a wet noodle than I thought it would be. But the Will-O-Wisp does connect, so you are looking at this Archaludon with the body press is just not going to be as good. But where's the damage? How do you finish the job? How do you actually get through it? It's a little bit too much.
I think Sneasler was the entire win condition against Archaludon, so the fact it goes down means Archaludon can just 1v3 this, honestly, right? Because once again, like, maybe your best bet is to like hope for a misplay, but yeah, Michael realizes this game is lost. I think like with Shohei still having Rain active and Rain would stall out, you could bring Pelipper back out, and so what a dominant second game here as the 2023 World Champion defeats Michael Kelsch once again and moves on to top 16.
Sadly, Michael cannot rewrite that history, but he's had such a phenomenal season already. I think it's only a matter of time we get this matchup again, add another tournament, add another high C, and maybe it goes a little bit differently, but still couldn't take a game off of Shohei.
Shohei has made Archaludon look broken, honestly. I do think a big piece of it is that Amoonguss, his ability to use Amoonguss and weave it in to protect that Archaludon is absolutely huge. And I want to call out a couple of quick things on Shohei's team that make it a little bit different from the other rain teams we've seen. He's got a Covert Cloak Pelipper with Steel Terra. He has the Bug Terra Archaludon with the Assault Vest, also running Draco Meteor rather than Dragon Pulse. Some players prefer Dragon Pulse because you don't want to get all these special attack boosts just to lose it.
But either.
Yeah, and missing, yeah. But you can see why Draco Meteor is so nice, right? When you get those boosts, you can actually one-shot things after getting a couple of special attack boosts, especially into Assault Vest Pokemon like Rillaboom in Game 1. And then critically, Amoonguss does have Protect, and it has the Fairy Terra as well. The Fairy Terra is so critical in dealing with the King Gambit, of course, specifically. The Fairy Terra is very critical dealing with the King Gambit on the opposing side because you're able to, of course, redirect those Dark-type attacks. And I think small Terra choices can really make a big difference for between like a team that maybe gets top cut or a team that maybe just breaks into day 2 versus a championship winning team. And I think Shohei's adapted really well to the current meta with all of these small changes.
I feel like we've seen a lot of teams be able to make those tiny Terra changes, and it just has worked out for so much value. When we take a look at maybe like the Ursaluna that we had that had the Poison Terra, even when we take a look at Michael Sneasler that did have the Stellar Terra, no wonder why he got here in the first place. Maybe it wasn't enough to actually be able to beat this particular team, but I wonder how often that actually did come in handy for him when you take a look at just how much damage output the Sneasler can have.
Yeah, and I think Shohei played a really controlled game. I think he was like, you know what, I'm not gonna play these mind games of dealing with Sucker Punch and Grassy Glide. The Amoonguss Archaludon double switch, I think, was really smart in general. And I think part of what made that matchup tricky for Michael is there's actually not a lot of great ways to deal damage onto Amoonguss. Citrus Berry gives you so much recovery as well. So if you look at Michael's team, it's like, okay, normally my Amoonguss answer is Magmar with Overheat, right? But if the rain is up, Amoonguss has Protect, it can Fairy Terra Archaludon's free to launch these Electro Shots. That's not really good. King Gambit can Swords Dance, but that doesn't feel that good because then you still have to deal with the Fairy Terra Amoonguss. Rillaboom, it like feels like an important Pokemon because of its matchup in a Pelipper plus the Basculegion, but it's so weak into Amoonguss plus the Archaudon. We didn't even see Pollen Puff come out from Amoonguss in that game, but like a single Pollen Puff can just heal all the damage onto Archaudon as well. So Bug Terra Archaudon protected with the Fairy Terra Citrus Amoonguss with Rain is just a nightmare.
It was just boost after boost. It felt like the dominoes were falling over every single time we got a chance to see Shohei get another piece of setup. And yeah, our Archaudon looks broken. Our Archaudon is very broken.
We knew this Pokemon was good, and now you're seeing it under the hands of a world champion, right? Like, he has made it look so incredible on stream. I've seen this Archaudon get to +3, +4 special attacks so many times, and Shohei just does such a good job of finding these positions to protect it, right? Once again, I really want to point out that Bug Terra, because if you are the traditional Grass Terra or you're the traditional Fairy Terra, then you are immensely weak to the opposing Sneaslers, right? Sneasler was going to be the primary win condition in this game, but with the Bug Terra, it's even harder. Now, Michael did a good job at least of forcing the Amoonguss Terra, but basically just didn't find the positive trade that he needed in order to get the knockout with Aqua Jet pressure. But yeah, I really do wonder, like, game one, you know, does the Grassy Glide have a chance of knocking out Basculegion?
I feel like it doesn't.
Shohei looked like he was worried, so he was like, he didn't know. He definitely didn't know.
That's true. I feel like when you think, I still think that it requires some type of damage boost in some way, whether it's the held item or it's going to be the Grass Terra on top of it. But I don't know. Maybe it's because I played too much Miracle Seed, Grass Terra, Rillaboom, and I know those calcs,
I've definitely
not necessarily the AV1.
On the opposing side, where I'm like, oh, I'm Rillaboom. Surely Grassy Glide knocks out Basculegion, and it always lives with just a sliver. And I'm like, I don't, you know, I don't think people are really like investing defensively on Basculegion that much either. So yeah, my main question is how much attack investment the Rillaboom has, and I'm still really curious about that damage calc and like how much you need in order to have a chance of getting a knockout, how much you need in order to like guarantee a knockout, and yeah, like obviously Miracle Seed and Grass Tower are things that people have used on Rillaboom to kind of get that increase in damage output, but being able to survive that priority Grassy Glide is absolutely huge. Because if you faint with Basculegion in game one, that's over.
That's true. I mean, we've seen how much Basculegion itself can also carry matches, and especially with that HP as a resource. You're not necessarily able to go for things like Wave Crash if you are going to have such a low amount of HP, but sometimes you just need to be around to go with a couple of Aqua Jets. And so congratulations to Shohei Kimura. He's going to be moving on to the top 16 of the Latin America International Championships, and we are excited to be able to show that match in just a little bit. So
there's so many, I mean, this whole bracket is just absolutely insane.
There's so many good matches.
Not everyone played through the first round because a couple players received buys for their really, really high record to start. And so I'm quickly looking at the updates. Not all of the games have come in yet, but for example, we have a couple people that were already guaranteed a spot, like Eric Rios, Ashton Cox, and Marco Silva, for example. But we had Oliver Escalin defeat Eros Braun, and is going to be playing Kylan from Canada for a spot in top 8. We had Len Duel win in top 32 as well. Renzo Navarro won as well, and so they'll be playing against each other. Justin Tang won, of course, one of the regional prodigies from North America. In his, I think this might be his first international championship top cut, and he is really, I'm sure he doesn't want to let this opportunity go to waste, but here he is in top 16. Eric against Justin is going to be absolutely phenomenal. We have Victor Medina, one of the best European players throughout the last couple seasons, multiple top cuts, multiple finalists. Just got second at regionals earlier this season, top 8 at Worlds in 2023. He's going to be going up against Eduardo Cunha. That side of the bracket is very European heavy with
so
Eduardo
stacked.
and Victor. And yeah, it's just going to be so exciting to see how this bracket shakes up.
Well, we're going to go ahead and let our players get ready for the next round of our single elimination Top Cut bracket. We're going to be back with more LAIC after this.
Dupe Snacks, Soph, we are back with our savory Brazilian snacks. Soph, talk me through these real quick.
Right, so we got savories, we got a couple of drinks to pair it out because we all know what happened with the paçoca. But next, we have cashews, because in Brazil, cashews, they are castanha do Pará, which is a specific place state in Brazil. So it's nuts from that state. So it's all local and original. So next, for not just the cashews, you have them salted and also caramelized for a little bit more crunch and sweetness.
Okay,
but still on the same category. Here you have like a crunchy snack. It's very floury, and I really don't know how to describe it, but it's made with polvilho flour. Next to snacks, we have the corn puff snack. So it's a type of creamy cheese, very different from your usual American cream cheese, and of course drinks to pair it out. We have matcha. So this drink is so popular in Brazil. You can drink iced, and of course you have your soft drink Guaraná. It is a Brazilian fruit, very delicious and a staple of Brazilian soft drinks. Should we start with cashews?
We're starting with cashews. Let's get into it. I've had a cashew before. Haven't had a Brazilian cashew. Now, I know I sell myself as a professional. My palate is not strong enough to tell the difference between a Brazilian cashew and whatever other cashew I've had. That being said, I love cashews.
Yeah.
All right, now we have the caramelized version of the cashews.
Exactly.
Which, again, despite being a professional, I don't have the refined palate to tell the difference. These are terrific. Sweet and salty, a winning combination every single time. Now, I know this is what everybody's waiting for, which is, what are these things? Soap doesn't even know.
No.
I just drooled. These are awesome. Love these. Not too salty, like pork rinds tend to be. That's phenomenal. It has the little bacon strips on the front.
Oh, do you want to try the last?
I'm gonna need to.
You need this one. Okay.
We're gonna need to.
It's the crumble
put this down.
effect. We talked about it. Nice. Soft drink, Guaraná. Thoughts?
That's terrific.
Terrific. You had it here
Super
first.
refreshing. Very
good.
Okay.
Nice.
So we're gonna put that there, and we're gonna go to. Way to cover the name, but not the gigantic mascot. Hey, boy. These are terrific.
Nice.
I love these too. No, these are great.
Good.
Absolutely love these. You're right, it's nothing like American yellow gas station pump cheese. Nobody thought it was going to. Definitely not me.
It's sweetened as well.
It's like a tea. Literally tastes like a sweetened iced tea.
Give me the scores.
We're gonna go 5, because that's where I
5.
said we were gonna start, and I remembered. Mine like
Good
a steel
job.
trap. We're gonna go 5.5 here. Love these. 7 1/4.
Good.
6.2, I think, is where I ended up in there. Super refreshing for a soda. Iced tea, great staple, like I said, from Kentucky. I love this. This is terrific too. 6.2, easy 7. I think this is my favorite. And I do think.
Oh, is it better than the
No,
other?
it's not.
No.
8.15. 8.15.
Okay.
Let's keep it on its own thing. Those are the savory snacks, so. But we have more coming up, believe it or not. We're doing a 3-parter here. Unstoppable, like a trilogy, some people call those.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
close it out. What's up next?
Yeah, so we got finger foods right here. So super excited to bring you those, because I think these are going to be the most different to you, aside from the crumbly pasoka, right? Stay tuned for the next episode.
My name is Marco, and I'm from Italy.
Traveled to come to compete against the best, and he'll leave having etched his name amongst the great as an international champion, not just the first, but the second time in his VGC journey.
I watched the anime a lot when I was a kid, and then, when I had the opportunity, I started playing the video game as well. I started by watching some YouTube videos, and then I got really interested into that, and I looked for all the events that were held in Italy. I definitely look up to Wolfie Glick. In fact, for the last 10 years, every time I see him playing, he basically never does any mistakes, and every day I try to get on the level. My #1 goal will definitely be winning the World Championship. Last year I came close, I got top 16, but yeah, I hope that next year I'll be able to improve that.
It goes for the heat wave, connects on both Pokemon. That's a double KO. Marco Hamanta Caldula Silva is going to be advancing into top half.
It definitely would mean a lot since I've been playing for the last 5 years competitively, and that would really make me happy. The feeling of winning definitely drives me the most about competing, since it's probably one of the best feelings in the world.
incredible match for our top 32. We now get ready for our top 16 in the top cut of the 2025 Latin America International Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm once again joined by Aaron Zhang, and we cannot wait to keep this top cut going.
The bracket is just so stacked. It's like every round is going to deliver. We're going to get so many incredible players, and we're getting close to seeing who actually can qualify for Worlds, because don't forget, you can get an automatic invitation to the World Championships here. Top 4 secures that invite to Worlds.
That would be a huge deal. And a lot of the players that are in our top cut too, they're already going to have so many championship points that they also may as well just secure a spot for themselves at Worlds just by how many championship points they have.
Yeah, it's stressful though, because there's not like that many events this season, so you get a lot of points from these, but you still also get a lot of points from regionals as well. So it's like to just get the invite and be done and not have to stress about it
so much stress.
So nice. We're inching closer and closer to seeing who, of course, gets those Worlds invites, but also who wins the entire tournament. There are not many players left. We started with, I believe, over 400 players in this tournament, and we're slowly whittling away, and there's so many players that have won championships before and many players that have not won a championship that are looking to add one to their belt.
So many players in this bracket that are regional champions. Like, I was trying to do the math of how many regional championship titles are.
Yeah.
There are way too many to actually count between the players that are here in our top cut bracket, and even beforehand, before we eliminated players out of the top 32. But now staring at the top 16, you called out a couple of key matchups that can happen in the top 16. But like, what are some of your favorites? What is a wish list for you if the bracket doesn't matter? Let's say the bracket doesn't matter, it's not there. You could pit 2 players against each other. Who would you want to see?
Definitely Ashton Cox versus Marco. I think the fact that they're the only 2 players in the world with 2 international titles would be really fun to watch. But I said, I think LATAM's going to win this tournament. I think this is the strongest they've looked, and we still have a couple of course, players from LATAM representing. So I would really, really love to see one of the LATAM players make the finals and then win the entire thing in their home turf.
They got so close last year with Thiago Latanzi being able to get a 2nd place for Brazil, but we have yet to see a Latin America player actually win the Latin America International Championships. I feel like we've seen this problem at some of the other ICs as well, like Eric Rios finally being able to get a big win for Spain at UIC in 2022. We were like, wow, finally.
Yeah, it's funny because he now is here in this top cut looking to claim another international championship in a different region. I think one of the fun things is also when Ashton won his 2 titles, it was both in Brazil. But of course, Marco won in Australia and then also won in Brazil. And so will we see another new combination, Europe plus Brazil, as the combination of IC victories?
That would be really cool. Well, if you are enjoying the action at home, hope you are also being able to catch up on some of the giveaways and the distributions that we have for you. Of course, you can get your hands on a shiny Pelipper. This is going to be one that Patrick Connors used to win the North America International Championships in 2024. And we've seen a great display already about how Pelipper can fit onto your team.
Pelipper just won. Now, it didn't do that much in the last matchup other than set up raid.
But it was there.
That's why you want to use it. And of course, Pelipper, just a Pokemon that it won in the previous format, which had all these really powerful Pokemon. You had Calyrex Ice Rider, Calyrex Shadow Rider, right? And it was still able to perform in that format. So no surprise to see it continue to be good. You're going to want to get your hands on this. It is a phenomenal Pokemon.
We've got a couple of other distributions as well. If you are a trading card game fan, then you can get a chance to pick up this Pikachu EX on the Pokemon TCG Live. Make sure you use that code LAIC25 Topaz Bolt. If you're a Pokemon Go fan, make sure you're watching this Twitch stream for the Twitch drops. You can get your hands on a Feraligatr, I think, an Elite TM of some kind. So make sure you're tuning into the Pokemon Go action and you can get a chance to get those Twitch drops. Last and of course not least, also make sure that you're checking out the Pokemon Unite broadcast. We have so much action happening right now. I don't know if you can hear the crowd going wild, but I feel like a lot of that crowd noise that you can hear maybe coming through our mics is for all of the people that are cheering for the Unite teams that are playing right now.
Absolutely. I think there's so much energy here that I feel in Brazil specifically. The LATAM fans are absolutely amazing, and I'm just imagining how much crazier it's going to get as we get closer and closer to the finals.
Oh my gosh. Championship Sunday tomorrow is going to be a blast. We're going to have all 4 games. We're going to have all 3 age divisions for TCG as well as VGC. And Aaron, if the Masters division has been this cool, I can't wait to see what the juniors and seniors are doing.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I'm really curious because I feel like the juniors meta looks so different. Like, Dondozo, I mean, it's been relevant for sure, but not super popular. But in the juniors division, I feel like it is like one of the biggest threats constantly because of its firepower and how you have to be very precise about your counterplay against it. And so Dondozo, Hard Trick Room, like those are classic strategies that we see in juniors. And I'm curious if we end up seeing a team that looks more akin to like a Masters division team that's more like balancing and just relies on a lot of cycling and redirection, or do we see something that like focuses a lot on aggressive offense like Dondozo just getting set up?
Or a Rangaroo with Instruct and making sure the Torkoal can keep going for big, powerful eruptions. I'm thinking back to the NAIC juniors finals that we had. That was so much fun to watch, but I would love to be able to dive back into what we have ahead of us for the Masters division here at the 2025 Latin America International Championships. Let's talk about some of these players. We don't necessarily have a bracket right now to be able to show you, and we were able to list off a couple of players, but let's talk about maybe Eric Rios right now. He is a player that is coming in undefeated into the bracket. He is a player that also received a bye in our top 32 round, but like Eric is a phenomenal player. I feel like we've watched him for so many years be able to win ICs, win regional championships. Now he finds himself back in another top 16 of an IC, and who knows how much farther he can go.
I need to give some history because Eric Rios and Alex Gomez, they've been playing for a really long time. They're some of the few players in the world who have top cut both the senior division and master division world championships. Eric Rios got top 4 at Worlds in 2014, over a decade ago. And Alex Gomez, of course, just was such a strong player. He got top 8 at that world championship in 2014. Both of them aged up to masters and just continued their dominance, became even stronger players in the masters division, often heralded as 2 of the greatest players from Spain and just from Europe overall. And of course, having won international championships, Alex Gomez winning NAIC pretty recently in 2023, and then we had Eric Rios win 2022. Eric was like so good in 2022 in particular. I think he was like #1 in championship points in the world. He won a regionals, then won EUIC as well. These guys are both just phenomenal, and of course they are both in this top cut, but 10-0 in this tournament. There's this like curse of undefeated players where they go undefeated and they just lose in top cut immediately. So one of my questions is, will Eric be able to break out of that curse?
I hope so for his sake. It would be really cool to see if he could grab another IC title in a different region this time around, as well as kind of what we were talking about before. But I also think that just like both Eric and Alex in general, it's kind of inspirational watching the 2 of them build together. You know, both of them, they're under the same organization.
Yeah.
They've been friends, they've been building partners, they've been testing partners for so long. And to see both of them in the top cut is a testament to their friendship as well as like their brains.
Absolutely, yeah. And just for a quick update, we have 1 remaining top 32 match, and then we'll be ready to start the top 16 games. It's Alex Gomez versus Chongjun Peng. Chongjun came into the scene and just absolutely dominated, especially in 2022. He won the very first regional championships back in Salt Lake City after a long break from live in-person events. And him and Eric Rios actually were kind of using the same Rinya 6 Charizard composition throughout that season. But Chongjun and Eric were 2 of the most notable players using that composition. Chongjun having some very smart techs on his team in order to claim that championship, and was able to find these small meta adjustments to help him claim that title. And then he just, had superb performances throughout that season, and now he's back.
I remember that one, and I think you played against Chongjun in that tournament, didn't you? The Chardy Berry Gigantamax Charizard.
That's right, yeah. Chardy Berry was actually a huge tech because not many people were using that on Charizard, and so my anti-meta tech was to run Ancient Power on Charizard to go for max Rockfall when you go for that max, right? But Chardy Berry was the exact counter that stopped it, so it was crazy because a single item can really shift how a matchup works. I had a very winning rate against most of the Rinya comps, but the Chardy Berry alone completely changed the dynamic of the matchup, and we kind of saw that in Shohei versus Michael in that last round, where Shohei had a couple of small things. Covert Cloak on Pelipper rather than Focus Sash. That helps out against Fake Out as well as Dire Claw Sleeves, for example. The Fairy Terra Mungus with the Protect as well, the Bug Terra on the Archaludon. So Pokemon is a game where the smallest nuances can really make a huge difference and turn a neutral or losing matchup into a positive one.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see Chongjun back playing VGC again, and to come back after such a long break and find himself into a top cut is absolutely insane. Maybe you're able to go a little bit further than that, but I love all the support that I've been seeing for all of our players that are in the top cut so far. We have a couple of other players that we can maybe talk about here. We're hoping to be able to show you Renzo Navarro versus Landul coming up for our top 16 match, but maybe some of the other players outside of that. We got a chance to see Kylan Van Severen on stream yesterday. Kylan, one of the best performing North America players at Worlds just this past year in Honolulu, Hawaii, and so young and so new in the VGC scene, yet already seeing such fantastic heights.
Yeah, I think having aged up from the seniors division and had two of the toughest opponents at Worlds, Eric Rios for his win in, who he defeated, and then Wolf Glick eliminating him from top 32 of the World Championships. And so it was a phenomenal run at Worlds and continues to be such an impressive player. And I think it was a little bit stressful because I think he started undefeated and then lost 2 in a row, but then managed to win that final one to secure that spot in top cut. And then because the earlier win stacked up, was still able to secure that bye.
Yeah, that was really cool to be able to see Kylan make it here. Is going to be able to find himself in the top 16, but we also get a chance to talk about maybe some of these big, heavy-hitting European players outside of Eric Rios and Alex Gomez. Oliver Eskelin. This is a player that I remember from several years ago, just constantly in top cuts, constantly top-cutting ICs. Maybe been a little bit quiet over the last year or so, but back in a top cut at an international championship again.
Yeah, of course, losing in a really close finals against Eric Rios over in EUIC in 2022. He was one of the best players in that 2022 restricted format in particular. Also a player that used to compete in the seniors division, has aged up, and so it's always awesome to see the talent just rise up. Marco, by the way, who's also in this top cut, was a seniors division player, aged up, and it also just started to become incredibly dominant. So many of these players have been playing VGC for a while, and were playing in the smaller field of seniors, aged up, and then just immediately came and started to beat the Masters.
Which is so difficult, but I feel like whenever we end up watching the seniors division finals on championship Sundays of these big ICs, you're like, yeah, okay, I definitely don't want to play against this senior player at any of my future tournaments I have.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're so scary.
The talent pool just increases, and there's so many. I mean, every year there's a couple of senior division players that age up and just become incredibly strong immediately, and so it's always fun to follow along with those. But I feel like some of the European seniors in particular in the last few years who have aged up have just been phenomenal, and Europe is represented all throughout this top cut bracket. There's so many of Europe's finest in this final cut.
I mean, Francesco Piopero is another one of those players that comes to mind. I think you take a look at just all of Italy as a country sometimes, and I just go, huh. I feel like whenever I play against somebody at a European regional and I see that they are from Italy, I go, I have to give you the most, the utmost respect as a player. Everybody seems so good, and it's because they are just a large community.
He's one of those players that I think that's really hunting for that first major in-person victory. Was in day 2 of the World Championships and has won a lot of the online events and also just been phenomenal at making multiple top cuts, but he's really hungry for that victory. So this might be his tournament. He's in top 16 already.
Yeah, and we saw him on stream, I think, yesterday.
We did, yeah. It was against Paul Ruiz. It was a really close set, I think. It was
so close.
It was one of those where I don't think either player really knew what was going to happen, and there was an Archaladon, I think it was like 55%, and Basque Legion with Choice Band, Adaptability, or had the last respects, yeah, and then got the knockout on the Archaladon. I think neither player was confident on whether or not it would get the KO. If Archaladon survives in that position, it would have been absolutely huge, but despite that loss, still able to bounce back and then, of course, make it to day 2 and now top cut.
We do have an update on our top cut as well with that match between Alex Gomez and Chongjun Peng. It was Alex that came out victorious. So we do have our full top 16 figured out now. It's just all about continuing to get through those matches, whittle it down, and we're very excited to be able to show you all of top 8 today, as well as both of those top 4 matches to get you ready for Championship Sunday tomorrow.
I want to highlight it's crazy because we started this with, just under top 32, and there were 5 international champions going into that, and there's still 5 international champions in top 16. So out of the 16 players, just about a third of the field have won a tournament of this scale before.
They could do it again.
Yes.
They could do it again, and that is absolutely wild. Let's go ahead and show you the visualization of this Masters top 16 bracket, though. You can see at the very top there, Eric Rios going up against Justin Tang. Very cool to be able to see both of those international just behemoths go up against each other. We are going to be looking at Len Duel versus Renzo Navarro, but all across it's just across the board. It's so many incredible players, and this is top 16.
And critically, you can see Marco Silva, of course, in the bottom of that first half of the bracket, and Ashton Cox in the other bracket. So we could be destined for an international champion finals where one player will claim their third championship. But a lot of regional matches here. Ashton Cox versus Brady Smith, that totally could be a regional finals that you see over in North America, for example. A lot of European matchups as well with Eduardo Cunha against Victor Medina. And I think I'm really excited for Kenneth in this top 16 as well, of course, representing Mexico up against Alex Gomez. We haven't been able to see him too much, but a player that I think he's really excited for here.
Yeah, and I got a chance to talk to Daniel Reyes after his match on stream yesterday, where he was able to win. It was his very first stream match. He hasn't been playing VGC for very long either, and now he has to go up against a former world champion. It's a lot to have to swallow when you know that you're at this top 16 and you are inching ever closer to a chance at being able to win an international championship. But we are ready to show you your top 16 match. We've got Len Duel versus Renzo Navarro.
I'm so excited for this. Both of these players are absolutely incredible. Renzo, of course, winning one of the Players' Cups without Colossal. He made that joke because Colossal was winning all these Players' Cups during that era. And Len having multiple top 16 finishes. Fun fact, Len is a longtime competitor. He's been playing since 2009. He won multiple regional championships in 2009 and 2011. And this was his first top cut victory. He won, of course, in top 32 to make it to top 16. He said that was his first top cut victory in 14 years.
That's a long time. Yeah. I mean, it's amazing because it's a long time for you to maybe have a drought like that, but Len is the type of player that you would kind of expect to be in these top cuts a lot just based on the caliber of player that he is. But it's also impressive because 14 years is a long time to be playing VGC. Yeah. He comes in with a wealth of experience, and in particular with this Tyranitar, Corviknight, Garchomp core. He is so good with these Pokemon, and there's a good reason why it's called Lentar.
One of the most exciting things about Len is he just loves playing with Tyranitar and Garchomp, and he'll use them on every team. And so he has been using Tyranitar, Garchomp, and Corviknight. He's adapted this team a bunch. He's tried out different Pokemon like Sneasler, for example. We've got some fun things here. You have the Kilowatt that you see, as well as the Dragapult, of course. This is a special Life Orb Stellar Dragapult. That is not very common. Normally you'll see Choice Specs, for example, or Choice Band being a lot more common. Specs Dragapult, something that's popped up a little bit more recently. The Specs is actually on the Golden Go here. You'll know that it has Protect and Trick, and the logic with that is you'll often want to Trick in, for example, a Trick Room matchup, get the Choice Specs onto a Trick Room Pokemon, and then you can go for Protect after you get rid of your own Choice Specs to stall out Trick Room. But you called out that Tyranitar. Len loves really using very specially defensive Tyranitar, and like you said, it's called Lentar. It's just very invested in HP and special defense.
He was actually telling me this story where the reason why this Tyranitar became so special is because in one of his matches, he took a Focus Blast from a Gengar, and he didn't realize that the Tyranitar just survives that. So that's where people kind of got really surprised at how much special bulk a Tyranitar can have, especially with an Assault Vest attached to it. And so going to be very interesting to see how much further Len can go with this core that he is so well known for. On the other side of things, Renzo Navarro, that Players Cup 4 champion, has also won the Santiago Regional Championships before in 2018 and 2019. And he's also coming in with a decent amount of VGC experience. So with this team, we're going to see a lot of familiar things on it, but maybe more importantly, we're going to re-see this adaptability Basculegion. No rain on this team to be able to give it a boost to any of those water type attacks or a system ability.
Yeah, Basculegion definitely a Pokemon to pay attention to in this matchup because there aren't that many things on Len's team that can reliably take a Wave Crash, but I think Len's team is really bulky, so you kind of have to break through the bulk that he has to offer. Being able to bait out a Terra early, I think, is a really, really big deal, but Basculegion I expect to be a key player in this matchup. Corviknight I think is really tough for Renzo to go up against, so normally you would maybe look at that Volcarona, but Volcarona, of course, is not going to deal with Tyranitar super well. This is very, very specially defensive Tyranitar, so the question is how much value can you get out of that? King Gambit is an interesting pick here. It's going to be the Assault Vest set. It can put on a lot of offensive pressure into Golden Go. It's got the low kick into the Tyranitar as well, but Basculegion definitely a Pokemon I want to highlight in this matchup for its amount of power.
Basculegion can still be very powerful, even if it doesn't have a Power Burn next to it. But let's go ahead and get into this top 16 match between Lendul and Renzo Navarro. Only one of these players can come out on top and move on to the top 8 of the Latin America International Championships. For Renzo Navarro in this first game, we're going to see the Volcarona and the Basculegion. And for Len, it's the Tyranitar and the Corviknight.
Lentar has hit the field. This is Grass Terra, so you can go for that Grass Terra immediately and just be able to take the Wave Crashes. Of course, right now, Len's Pokemon are vulnerable to super effective attacks from both ends. You've got the Wave Crash from the Basculegion, you've got Heat Wave from the Volcarona, and so we could see a Terra because right now everything on the field is being threaded, and critically, few of the Pokemon actually carry Protect here. And there it is, a Terra to start.
A Terrestrialization kind of makes a lot of sense for Renzo as well, because you're taking a look at something like this Volcarona being weak in the face of this Tyranitar.
Yep.
And the Fairy Terra is going to be nice because this Corviknight actually does not have a Steel type attack, so you won't be taking super effective damage from that regard. The Flip Turn though, okay! A little bit of damage there to that Corviknight.
But critically, Tyranitar doesn't Terra, and no target into that. It's able to just break the turn and get out of it relatively free, and so Volcarona goes for that Terra, like you said, Rose, to get around the Rock Slide specifically from the Tyranitar. Renzo hoping to maybe bait out a Terra or a Switch there, but Len doesn't give up either, and Rillaboom comes out, but Rillaboom, of course, not the strongest Pokemon in a Corviknight. Let's see what Volcarona wants to opt for.
Yeah, and it's also vulnerable because this Corviknight has access to Brave Bird. The Heat Wave, though, onto the Corviknight. It's going to chunk it down to just a sliver of its HP left. Good thing this Corviknight does have this Citrus Berry to be able to recover a little bit of its HP. And the Brave Bird now into the Volcarona just helps to chip it away.
Yeah, there's just so much bulk on Len's team. This is the style that he loves to play. Rock Slide comes out, it doesn't do that much damage, but in the end, I think you're probably pretty happy of your Len because he took a risk of just not Terraing Tyranitar. Now he gets to hold on to that Terra and does not get demolished by something like that Wave Crash immediately. Corviknight also critically survives that double up. If it faints, you don't get that Brave Bird off, you lose the tool that's valuable into Rillaboom, and now you can see Len considering going for that Terra. You do have the free play of going for Fake Out into Tyranitar and just Heat Waving here. Try to get the flinch on the Tyranitar and bait out a Terra as well and knock out Corviknight, so let's see if that's what Renzo wants to opt for here.
I like the way that Renzo started this game though, because you have a Basculegion and Volcarona to try to pin this Terra onto the Tyranitar, and you have sort of a similar thing with this Rillaboom as well. Could do super effective damage with something like a Wood Hammer into this Tyranitar, and so Len now going to actually use that Terrestrialization to have this defensive Terra, but is it actually going to backfire? The Fake Out goes into the Tyranitar, so it's not going to get a chance to move now, but because this Heat Wave from this Volcarona is now going to be super effective, this Tyranitar has to kind of sit there and think a little bit.
Yeah, this was a really safe play by Renzo, so Len went for that Grass Terra because you don't want to feint to just Wood Hammer plus Heat Wave, but by going for that Grass Terra, you do become weak to Heat Wave. You lose your Sandstorm special defense buff as well since you're no longer rock typing, and so a Tyranitar now is getting chipped away. My question is, what is the 4 Pokemon from Renzo's end? Because if you have that Sneasler, if you have that Baxcalibur, you can hit the Tyranitar for super effective damage now. So Golden Go is going to come out. You've baited out the Fairy Terra, so like Choice Specs Make It Rain right now is very, very powerful.
Yeah, but the problem is this Volcarona is still going to be pretty speedy. Golden Go, I don't know how this one in particular is trained, but sometimes you have to take a look at how the speed is trained on these Golden Go, because that can vary just a little bit. It's going to be a Choice Specs variant, so it's going to be able to at least hit really hard.
Yeah, you do have the ability to just go for Heat Wave here, right? With the Volcarona, you're threatening for super effective damage, but Golden Go's faster than the Volcarona! Absolutely huge there! Makes a huge swing in this matchup, because otherwise it would have just eaten up the Heat Wave. So like you called out, Rose, the speeds really do matter.
Wow, Len must have been so confident about that one. That is a huge knockout onto the Volcarona. The Rillaboom gets a chance to actually survive here, and so with this Miracle Seed boosted grassy terrain Wood Hammer, you're going to be doing a good amount of damage to this Tyranitar, but because of how much you took from that Make It Rain, you are knocking yourself out in the process from that recoil. A knockoff would have come through as well, but it's not needed here as Len secures a double knockout.
Yeah, it's so interesting because Volcarona naturally is faster than Golden Go, but because you're running Quiver Dance, you might want to invest in a lot in bulk, saying, you know what, I'm going to get a Quiver Dance anyway. It is, however, critically King Gambit in the back, so Renzo does have a lot of offense right now, right? You've got him Choice Scarf Basculegion out, and Len doesn't really have that many resistances. Tyranitar technically resists the water type attack, right? But at this point, you are so low. Wave Crash is so powerful. I think for Renzo, one of the questions is, do you want to commit to the Wave Crash or do you want to commit to the Last Respects? Because you still have to deal with the final Pokemon in Len's back.
And you still have to worry a little bit if you're Len about, I just locked my Golden Go into a Make It Rain with this Choice Specs. There's nothing else that I can do right now to get outside of that, except to just keep attacking, which leaves Renzo with this possibility of this King Gambit just going for something like the Sucker Punch.
Yeah, I think Renzo, I would actually give the advantage to right now because he is faster and threatens with a lot of offense, and Golden Go's caught in a really tough spot. This is Sandvale Garchomp, so attacks can miss right now. Pay attention to this, it's going to be critical.
Yeah, so the Garchomp now taking the place of this Golden Go, so if there were to be a Sucker Punch coming out, it would not be able to work, but the Last Respects into the Tyranitar is going to deal enough damage to get that final KO. So we're going to see a 2v2 here for this very first game in our top 16. The Cow Cleave looks like it is going to actually hit.
It lagged for a little bit.
I know.
Like, what's going on?
I was on the edge of my seat. I was like, you know what? Iron just spoke this into existence, but it actually does connect onto the Garchomp, but that could very well not be the case on the next turn.
Yeah, well, Golden Go now comes out, right? So you're vulnerable to Sucker Punch and Last Respects. Yes, you have Protect with your Choice Spec, so protecting means that slot's just absolutely useless, right? And so now the question is, can Garchomp pull off this win? But my answer is I don't think so, right? Because like Earthquake, not very powerful. You don't really want to be Earthquaking your own Golden Go either. So there's the option of Trick. Okay, I like it. Trick and Protect here. Try to get rid of that Choice Scarf. The idea is then Garchomp will be faster. So Garchomp is going to Protect. And let's see, because if you went for Sucker Punch and Last Respects, this will work.
Yeah,
oh there
the
it
Last
is.
Respects into the Golden Go.
And it's safe to go for that because you know that like Garchomp's Earthquake or Dragon Claw isn't going to knock out your Basculegion anyway. So I like Len's attempt there, saying, you know, if you target the Garchomp, I maybe have an out here, but Renzo doesn't fall for it. And this is why I was saying Basculegion is such an important Pokemon in this matchup.
Basculegion is able to get the big KO onto the Golden Go, leaving this Garchomp by itself. And with that, it's just going to be really tough for Len to actually win this first game. Renzo had the perfect pin with the Pokemon at the very beginning, and even now can just consistently follow up here. Last Respects is going to do a lot. The Sucker Punch as well, just going to whittle away at this Garchomp, so the Basculegion can finish up this game number 1.
Wow, Renzo managing to conserve this Basculegion all the way until the end game. Choice Scarf adaptability with that Last Respects is just such a big nuke button, right? And I think Renzo did a really good job honing in, recognizing, look, okay, I am really threatened by Basculegion by a couple of things, right? I'm not going to be able to knock out Tyranitar that easily if it Grass Terras, and Tyranitar can just click Knockoff into me and potentially get a knockout. And so I think a couple key turns there. Len expanded his Terra on the Tyranitar, but in the end, didn't really help out very much and actually made him vulnerable to the Heat Wave. So Renzo's positioning was really, really smart. I think one of the other things is that Len was just kind of slower than Renzo for a lot of this game, and Len's team is really bulky, so normally you want to like be able to soak up the damage and then be able to deal a lot of damage in return, but the damage trades weren't that great, and when you're slower, it can be really tough. So one of the things to maybe consider is that there is Tailwind on the Corviknight and Kilowatcher in this matchup, and you set up that Tailwind, you can at least turn the speeds a little bit more in your favor.
You also have that Fire Terra. It's not going to help out versus something like the Basculegion, but we did end up seeing the Volcarona as well as the Rillaboom be really key pieces for Renzo to actually pin that Tyranitar and that Terra. So I wonder maybe if you consider Corviknight, instead of taking that big amount of Heat Wave damage like it did at the first couple of turns of that game 1, if you consider terrassalizing it, if you think that that Basculegion is going to go away for a little while.
Yeah, like I think once again, baiting out the Terra is going to be such a big deal in this matchup. Are you able to bait it out correctly? And if you are, then you can get a big advantage of your Renzo, because I think Len's team really likes the turns where you're able to survive a big attack and then knock out a big threat in return. But Renzo didn't really give many opportunities for that in that last game, going for the safe flip turn rather than risking it with Wave Crash. I think it might be tempting to click Wave Crash in that first turn, right? But recognizing, look, I don't want to trade Basculegion. Like if you trade Basculegion for, and Basculegion gets knocked out in return, a 1-for-1 trade actually isn't really worth it, because Basculegion can be an entire carry, as we saw in the end of game 1.
Last Respects gets so strong, especially if you're going to have the other partners around you get knocked out before you come in and try to be the anchor for this game. But let's get into game number 2 now of this best of 3 and top 16 of the Latin America International Championships. It's going to be the Volcarona and the Rillaboom this time around here for Renzo, and it is once again that Tyranitar and Corviknight.
Yeah, this is scary immediately because you do pressure with Woodhammer onto the Tyranitar slot, right? So you could go for something like Woodhammer. You can see Len's content. There's that Fire Terror you were talking about. But if Tyranitar just goes down immediately, suddenly the Basculegion looks really scary. So this could be a really volatile turn 1 here. We see the Brave Bird hover into Volcarona. Rillaboom does have fake out pressure onto both Pokemon right now, and neither Tyranitar nor Corviknight can protect.
Well, it's going to be a Terastallization for Renzo first. So once again, committing that Terastallization onto this Volcarona, that Fairy Terra going to be very helpful against the Tyranitar in particular. But where does Renzo's damage actually go?
Let's see. It's going to be a trade in Terras. I think the Terra Volcarona makes a lot of sense because you just wanted to survive for a couple of turns, right? Being able to have it out on the field allows you to not just lose a Pokemon immediately, and that's really crucial in a matchup like this. And so Terra's expanded both immediately, but it's the fake out onto the Corviknight. Okay.
Big fake out onto the Corviknight, so it can't do anything here, and it's going to allow room for this Volcarona to actually go for a Quiver Dance. So unlike what we saw in this game number 1, Renzo's very content to try to get a couple of stacks onto this Volcarona, see if maybe the speed will be able to outplay and outpace this. And Len, that Rock Slide is not going to hit either target.
Yeah, it would have not done like a ton of damage, but every little bit of chip damage matters into Volcarona here. Now Renzo is a very safe play of just going for a Heat Wave and Woodhammer onto Tyranitar. You could even Terra Blast that slot as well, would cover for like a Garchomp switch in, for example. And so I think one of the scary things is when you don't have Protect on your Pokemon, it's very easy to double up into a slot right now.
Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, I mean, even at this point, Volcarona, even having just that speed boost plus that special attack, you're going to be looking at dealing some really good neutral damage to anything. I wonder, too, even if Corviknight goes for the tail one now, is this actually going to be enough of a benefit for Len's final couple Pokemon?
Okay, it's just going to be the Protect. So I think if you manage to set up the Tailwind here with that Protect, if the Rillaboom knocks out, oh, the Taunt! That's absolutely huge. Basically, what Len was hoping for here is you knock out my Tyranitar, I get Golden Go out, Volcarona protected, boom, I click Make It Rain, knockout. But by going for that taunt, this is, of course, the Miracle Seed Rillaboom. It's not Assault Vest, so it can run that taunt. You can see Rock Slide does not do very much damage, and that's a huge taunt there, I think, because Renzo does not take the bait. Golden Go would have been amazing there if Tyranitar gets KO'd and you've set up Tailwind. And I was saying Tailwind was the adaptation, but Taunt is the way to deal with that Tailwind.
It really is. This Rillaboom is fantastic. That Taunt has been able to come in so handy, and now Len's got to think about a different game plan. This is so risky. Do you actually go for the switch completely raw like this?
I think, yeah, the idea is you kind of have to. You want to give up a Pokemon because you want to conserve the Rillaboom ideally for that Basculegion, especially now that Terra's been committed on the Volcarona. So it is just going to be that Heat Wave, one-hit knockout onto the Golden Go with that Quiver Dance boost. And I think Brave Bird probably knocks out the Rillaboom, so if you actually get rid of the Rillaboom here, it's not the worst trade. Woodhammer's not going to do the most into the Corviknight here, but let's see. It's actually still a decent amount with the Miracle Seed and Terrain.
It's still a good amount of damage, but you still have to contend with the fact that those Corviknights can still fire off one of those Brave Birds. It hasn't been able to do nearly as much, though, as Len would have liked it to have been able to do in this game. A KO is going to have to be what it takes for right now, but you're still pretty behind here if you're Len.
Yeah, it's just so tough, I think, with the inability to protect and the lack of speed control. Like, Volcarona now is just the fastest Pokemon on the field. And the Basculegion is still waiting to come out, right? So if you are Renzo, you ideally want to deal with the... I mean, nothing at this point actually can take Basculegion super well, to be honest. So, like, Tyranitar comes out, but I think it's just a safe switch in for Basculegion. Yeah, because you've already committed to Terra, so you can very freely just go for Wave Crash right now.
Wave Crash can still only hit just a couple of times, and the Tyranitar is still probably going to be like pretty bulky, right? I would assume maybe you could take one Wave Crash, but not after you are going to have this for initial damage from this Terra Fairy Terra Blast. Salt Vest certainly helps out with that. This is still going to be very bulky. But Flip Turn is plenty to be able to pick up the Corviknight.
Yeah, I think the idea behind not Wave Crashing there is you know, you want the Basket Legion to clean up the game, and like you said, Basket Legion doesn't get that many wave crashes because if you're getting these knockouts, you take so much in recoil. So the idea here is, you know what, let me conserve it because I can't just pick up 2 knockouts right now. Let me bring out the Basket Legion later on. King Gambit's the final one, and with this Fairy Terra on the Volcarona, you can now pressure Terra Blast onto Garchomp. Knockoff comes out, removes the Salt Vest, but that's not really super valuable here. And so I think Renzo has really pinned Len into a difficult spot, and I don't see too much of an out here for Len other than some very lucky misses from the Sand Veil.
Yeah, you've got this King Gambit has low kick, so it's going to be dealing 4 times super effective damage to this Tyranitar. You have the opportunity to go for sucker punches as well, and it's going to be really tough to be able to get through this Volcarona anyway, but Garchomp has an interesting move on its moveset with that substitute, but this Terra Blast is going to go first from this Volcarona, and it's going right into that Garchomp.
Yeah, critically does not miss. +1 Terra Blast just secures the one-hit knockout there. So it's really, it was going to be difficult from Len. I think the key turn in this game was the taunt onto the Corviknight, denying the Tailwind, and low kick just outspeeding Tyranitar, secures the one-hit knockout, and Renzo keeps LatAm's dreams alive of winning this tournament, advancing to top 8 in a very, very decisive victory.
Wow, I mean, it just feels like it was sort of a bad role from Len to have to go into a matchup like this, but Renzo was so commanding. He had full control over this game. He was so composed at every single turn and every single decision. It just didn't leave Len any wiggle room to actually get into this match.
Yeah, I think the taunt was really, really big on Rillaboom because normally Len's way of getting around his Pokemon being somewhat slow is that speed control via Tailwind, but not having that was absolutely, or not being able to set up the Tailwind was absolutely huge. Len also opted to not bring the faster Pokemon in Dragapult or Kilowattrel, but I think it makes sense because like Dragapult into a Fairy Terra Volcarona doesn't feel great. If you Draco into Fairy Terra, that's really bad. The Kilowattrel here, it just doesn't do that much damage is the thing, right? And you're up against Covert Cloak Volcarona as well, so it just doesn't feel super, super good. And so Len willing to commit to the core of Corviknight, Tyranitar, Golden Garchomp, but with none of these Pokemon being able to protect very reliably outside of Garchomp, it was really tough, and especially with the inability of one-hit knockouts.
Yeah, this taunt was brutal because that was the turn that Corviknight would have loved to be able to go for the Tailwind, so instead it's forced to go out on the offensive. It is able to get a KO with that Brave Bird onto the Rillaboom, but after that, Len was already so behind that it was just going to take so much luck on this Garchomp. Can't actually get past this Terra Blast, and so Renzo, what a great tournament for him, right? Like, commiserations to Len. Being able to break that drought of those top cut wins is so great for him, and I'm certain we're going to be able to see him in a top cut of a regional very soon as well. But Renzo, I think this is one of these big performances that he's really been looking for at an international stage. Always been a fantastic player for the region of Peru, but being able to take it outside of that has been a huge goal of his, especially after winning that Players' Cup 4.
Absolutely. I think Len actually mentioned that his 2 losses previously, I believe, were to King Gambit Volcarona stuff, so I think this was probably one of the toughest matchups for his team, and it is just very good into the metagame right now, and I thought Renzo played that really well. Like, he really didn't make any mistakes, I thought, throughout both games. Like, using that flip turn to just get some chip damage, recognizing, hey, Len's team is really bulky, so while it's tempted to go for these wave crashes, why don't I just like slowly get the damage that I need so that I can finish the game off with these wave crashes in the end, like we saw in game 1, or not wave crash, but the Last Respect specifically. So what an awesome, awesome game there. But we're gonna go down to the stage and get an interview and hear from Renzo.
Thanks, y'all. I am here on stage with our first top 8 competitor, Renzo Navarro. Renzo, congratulations. You have now made it to the top 8 after a top 32 and a top 16 finish at this tournament before. How are you feeling?
Right now I'm feeling very nervous, but obviously very happy. I had not big expectations in this tournament, but it has been good this far. But I'm feeling really good, actually.
Absolutely. I would hope you feel good about being in the top 8. You are only one more win away from guaranteeing a spot in the World Championships. How do you plan to get through your top 8 match?
I'm not sure. I don't even know what's the matchup or who I'm playing. I just want to win it all. I'm going to play my best.
Absolutely, and that would be incredible because you are now the first Latin American player to make it into the top 8 of this tournament this year. that means that there is still hope for Latin America to take home the championship in the home international. What would it mean to you to be able to be the first Latin American player to win the Latin American International Championship?
It would mean everything to me because I have always wanted Latin to win an IC, and we have been close many times, and it would be great if I make it. Of course, there is like some pressure, but I'm still going to do my best. I'm going to try my best.
Absolutely, and you are no stranger to pressure. You have multiple regional championships under your belt, and this team that you're running is a team that we have seen over and over again this tournament, the Volcarona and the King Gambit together. How did you come up with this team, and how did you come up with specifically the Assault Vest King Gambit versus the Swords Dance Black Glasses set?
I have always, since the starting of this season, I have always liked better like AB King Gambit because I like the coverage and it's very bulky and it complements very good with the coaching from Sneasler. And I mean, this is the team that I play in Buenos Aires, which was last week, and I have been all week like trying to build a team. I didn't make it, so I repeated Buenos Aires team. So that's it.
Yeah, well, that's perfect. You already had some reps in it. You come to the Latin American International Championships. You're now in the top 8. Congratulations on that. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out? Anyone who's helped you get to this point?
Yes, firstly, my family, my brother, my mom, dad, my girlfriend, and all my friends who are supporting me right now, and all my Peruvian friends. A special shout out to my friend Diego Gutierrez and Gio and Juanca, which I built with them, and everyone in Peru supporting me. Thank you.
Awesome, Renzo, congratulations. We'll let you go get a break before your next round, as well as start prepping for that matchup. Congratulations again on top 8. Let's hear it one more time for Renzo here as we head back to the desk, and we're going to get even more Pokemon action right now.
Great to hear from Renzo.
I'm still like recovering from that last game. I was so hyped in game 1 that I forgot Kowtow Cleave can't even miss. And so I was like, oh, Sandveil, like that's the way out. I was trying to think how could Len win this game, but of course it is one of the unique things about that move. And so honestly, I think even if Sandveil had activated throughout that game, it still probably wouldn't have been enough. I think at the end of the day, what we've seen so far in top 32 and top 16 is really strong players having an advantage in a matchup and not really giving their opponent any space to operate. They're not making mistakes. They're generally making safe plays across the board and just executing the matchup correctly. And that's why team selection is important, right? Having a team that can give you a positive matchup across the board is really valuable, or at least have neutral matchups across the board. But I do think we ran into teams that felt like they were generally favored in that top 16 and top 32.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like Renzo had the team matchup. And even though there were opportunities for Len to be able to really like get in there, maybe tailwind, the taunt shut it down, being able to try to go for the trick play at the end of game number 1, that also got shut down, just being able to go for like the big attacks. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah,
it's definitely tough.
You could see like Len was going for plays that if Renzo makes a mistake, he actually could be in a huge advantage,
yes.
Right? Like, at the turn I saw Volcarona Protect, I was like, oh my goodness, if it's just Tailwind Woodhammer, like, Golden Goat comes out and it's in such a good spot, but Renzo just flawlessly finds all the ways that Len could potentially claw back into the game and does not really give him any room for that. And once again, I think recognizing how to play this matchup really well. Volcarona is not the most intuitive Pokemon to bring into a matchup when your opponent has Tyranitar, when your opponent has Corviknight and Garchomp, but able to really make good use of it, and the heat wave damage just added up. And you know, Len had some rock slide misses, which was definitely unfortunate, but in the end,
Sure.
I think like he just never really had that much damage to get the knockouts. And yeah, that was Renzo just executing a favorable matchup really, really well. But Len definitely tried, and I think if once again Renzo made any mistakes in those turns, it could be a different game.
Well, that's going to do it for our top 16 match we are featuring on the broadcast. Let's take a look at our bracket. We have our top 8 starting to get filled out here. And wow, Eric Rios versus Renzo, Oliver versus Marco.
That's 3 international champions now in the top 8, and the other 2 in Eduardo Cunha and Alex Gomez are still fighting it out in top 16. So we could still have all 5 international champions in top 8. We could have Shohei Kimura, the 2023 world champion. We could have a world champion match in that top 8 bottom half with Eduardo Cunha and Shohei Kimura. This is one of the most ridiculous top cuts I've ever seen. We could have Eric Rios against Oliver Escalon, a rematch of EUIC finals in 2022. Renzo, of course, winning that Players' Cup, but wanting to win the international championship here, home turf. I mean, this is just remarkable. Like, this top cut is crazy.
This is cinema.
Yeah, actually,
this is
pure
peak cinema. I can't wait. And the best part, we get to show all of those top 8 matches. So much action to be able to show everybody. I cannot wait for the opportunity to be able to dive into those just a little bit later. Make sure that you are following our channels, though, to make sure that you are staying in touch with us, and also, of course, making sure that you aren't going to miss a thing, because this top cut bracket, you don't want to miss it. You don't miss any of these matches.
I think it's probably going to be what I would say the most exciting top 8 I've ever seen in an international championship because of the history of the players, right? We already saw the players that advanced, and there are so many people that have won a tournament before in that field, right? And so we might end up realistically with the top 8 where like 7 or all 8 of the players have won a championship before, and I think that's absolutely crazy to think about.
That is wild to me. I feel like we've started to get these stacked top cuts more and more frequently as VGC has just gotten bigger and bigger. And that's impressive because to find that consistency, to have a success previously, maybe even a couple of years ago, and now you have an opportunity to get another championship title, that's kind of remarkable.
Absolutely. And I think what was interesting about the start of the season is we were actually seeing a bunch of players win their first regional championship in North America, for example. But at the international stage, this is the first internationals of the season. We've, of course, got 2 more, one in Europe and one in North America. And it's really setting the stage to show just how hype the international circuit, of course, is. And we're, of course, playing with the new system as well, where there are fewer Swiss rounds. And so I was thinking about this. EUIC last year, we had 9 rounds day 1, 6 rounds day 2. So you had to play 15 rounds of Swiss, top 8, top 4 finals. Now these are actually condensed a little bit, so there was only 8 rounds of Swiss here and 2 rounds. So instead of the number of rounds in Europe, we had 10 rounds total, so fewer Swiss rounds, but it's make or break, of course, in that top bracket in the end, right? And playing through a top 32 bracket, if you're starting without a bye, that's a lot of games that you got to stack up to win the whole tournament.
Single elimination, so 1 loss for your match, and you are out, no longer able to win this international championship title. Oh, it's going to get so exciting as we get closer to being able to show you our top 8 matches. Of course, it's not just the international championships and regional championships that you can check out on our Twitch channel. We also have a couple of other really fun events that you can check out. We've got the anime Pokemon Black and White. We're also going to have a cool event for the Pokemon Guinness World Record attempt for the longest live stream TCG unboxing. That 24 hours is a long time to just open card packs.
Good luck, have fun is all I gotta say.
And of course, we have the Sacramento Regional Championships that are going to be happening just next weekend. There are a lot of trainers here in Brazil that are going to be flying out to Sacramento. So that's gonna be very interesting to see if any of those trainers can actually get their Sacramento Regional Championship title.
Absolutely. So much VGC action as we kind of round out the Reg H rule set. We've still got about a month over of this format. This, of course, is the largest tournament in terms of prestige with the international championships, the only international championships in this format. But we've had a lot of regionals, and we'll continue to have a couple more after this event. But I can't wait for this top 8 bracket. This is crazy. This is the craziest top 8 bracket I think I've seen in such a long time, and the fact we get to see every game is so exciting.
Well, let's get ready for that. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will have our first of 4 top 8 matches here at the 2025 Pokemon Latin America International Championships.
Hello everyone, we're here at the Latin America International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And as you may know, the local players here speak the Portuguese language, so I'm here with Rose to teach her a few of the phrases that you would tell your opponents if you were playing in one of the tournaments. So starting off, if you wanted to wish your opponent good luck, you would say boa sorte.
Boa sorte.
Perfect, Rose, perfect. If you had a good game, you would say bom jogo.
Bom jogo.
Perfect, Rose, you're a natural. If your opponent made a good play, you would say bem jogado.
Bem jogado.
Perfect, perfect. And then, if you're feeling confident and you think you're gonna win, you would say eu vou ganhar.
Oh, that's hard.
I can say it again. Eu vou ganhar.
Eu vou ganhar.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, that same confidence, you bring it to your match. All right, let's get back to some more Pokemon action. Hello everyone, we're here at the Latin America International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And as you may know, the two main languages spoken at the event are Portuguese and Spanish. So I'm here with Jake and I'm going to teach him a few key phrases to use if he were to participate in the tournament. So, if you wanted to wish your opponents good luck, you would tell them buena suerte.
Buena suerte?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. All right. If you had a good game against them, you would tell them buen juego.
Say it again.
Buen juego.
Buen juego.
Close enough. Juego.
Yes, exactly.
All right. So, if your opponents made a very good play, you would tell them buena jugada.
Buena jugada.
Yeah, perfect.
I didn't get enough of a ju there, but I felt I was close to the ju.
Yeah, no, that flowed well. And now, if you're feeling confident, Jake, which I know you usually feel very confident, all right? And you know you think you're going to win, yes. You're going to say, yo voy a ganar.
Oh, no, I don't think I am. Hit me with it again.
All right. Yo voy a ganar.
Yo voy a ganar?
Perfect.
Was it perfect?
Yeah, that was.
It wasn't perfect, but I appreciate it.
I'm being very nice as well, but yeah, I mean, that works. Now you're ready to play in one of these tournaments, Jake.
I'm off to play in the tournament.
And so let's get back to some Pokemon action.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, in my way, hot stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere, and I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't waste, 'cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Tread.
It's gonna be taken by Funnel. Restart on that view. He found it. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Evan Latt. I am back here behind the desk with Costa Dynamos, and it is time for our top 8 matches. these top 8 matches, both A, are going to be incredible.
Of course.
Incredible Pokemon.
Yes.
B, they are going to make sure that we get plenty of prizing for these competitors.
Indeed.
And C, our first Worlds qualifiers of the tournament.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, just being able to reach the point of this tournament is already a huge accomplishment, but the fact of the matter is, these trainers are not done just yet.
No.
They want to be able to go head straight through to the top 4. Of course, like you mentioned, that will seal their qualification straight into Worlds later on this season in Anaheim, California.
Yeah, every single match matters so much in this Top Cup bracket, but it is right here where we start getting to the good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We are getting into our Worlds qualifiers in the semifinals, our finalists on Sunday, and then our champions after Sunday completes. And here you can see the current bracket. Of course, there are still some games out in the field, but right now we have our first couple of top 8 pairings. The top half of this bracket will be Eric Rios versus Renzo Navarro, who we just saw defeat Linduel in the top 16. Eric also defeated an American player in a quick 2-0 over Justin Tang, just like Renzo.
Yep.
And they will be fighting against the winner of Oliver Escalin and Marco Silva in the semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean, everywhere you look, you see players and names that you recognize. And obviously Renzo is still going forwards with keeping up that LATAM flag representation, really wanting to push beyond all the boundaries, even past what Thiago Latanzi did last season with accomplishing the finalists. And he's not over yet. Renzo is definitely on form. And, you know, at this point, he's not the only representative of LATAM that is potentially vying for more success. We do have Kenneth Gamboa, which is still in progress with their match versus Alex Gomez.
Yeah, absolutely. That match could go the distance. We saw that in top 32. Alex's match also went the full 3-game set. Of course, the winner of that match will be facing off against Ashton Cox, who defeated his fellow American Brady Smith again in 2-0. So really what we're looking at here are the players who defeated their opponents 2-0 and the players who are in their 3rd game.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think at this point, we already know that each little finite detail can absolutely determine whether you're going to be able to progress on towards the next stage or not. For example, we saw Shohei Kimura versus Michael Kelsch earlier on. It was a repeat of the World's finals of course, Japan in 2023, and Shohei absolutely went for it.
Yeah.
And there was no stopping him. You felt the ferociousness from him, and at some points, the competition is just that high right now, and that's definitely what we're seeing being properly represented at this tournament.
Yeah, actually that lower half of the bracket is terrifying. That's our world champion bracket. We've got the 2 world champions playing at the very bottom, and then we have 2 international champions just above.
As you do, you know, just casually.
That's kind of a terrifying bracket, even at the top 16 level. Of course, at the top 8 level, all of these players are threats to win the tournament. It is only a couple of matches away for each of these players once they made it into the top 8.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we've seen a variety of different teams as well coming to the fore. But, you know, we've been talking and praising Rain all day long. But that one single Charizard that is in day 2 somehow has found its way into the top 8, and of course being piloted by none other than Marco Silva,
who also took the Charizard to the finals in Gdansk against a Rain team
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Did not work out for Marco, lost in the finals there, so the Rain team did manage to defeat the Sun team with Charizard, but Marco has proven that he is able to pilot this team through a hostile meta and make it to the finals. And of course, we are at the Latin American International Championships, where he is the defending champion. And you've got to imagine that makes it even more sweet for him, gives him even more reasons to be focused in and locked in and taking it all the way.
He absolutely is. And I can imagine, because the finals of Dansk a couple of weeks ago was so close, it quite literally came down to a Game 3 scenario where you had a Pelipper actually having the weather set up in the same turn versus a Torkoal in Trick Room, which means, of course, the rain ended up being set second, and it was that close, and that small granular detail that Federico Camporesi was able to actually grab the title, which we did see he did a really good run over the weekend as well, going into day 2, but unfortunately just hasn't been able to make it through to this stage.
Yeah, well, with Federico Camporesi out of the tournament, that means the way is clear for Marco, at least in terms of the people who have defeated him in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know, and that's already a big testament because they're good friends as well. Like, they chat quite a bit. They've got the similar team building groups as well. So being able to have such high-level competition amongst friends just really goes to show how incredibly dedicated these trainers are in order to be able to go ahead and grab up the success that they have been doing and how consistent they've been as well. So it's all about trying to translate that onto the bigger stages right now. This is a prestigious next level tournament past the regionals and specials level, and this is really where it all counts.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have talked a little bit about Renzo in the run-up to the last match. We've also talked about Eric Rios over the course of the tournament, still undefeated, of course. Because he is still in the tournament. Hugely successful European player, international champion in his own right, would be able to compete to add the second international championship title to his belt. But we're also looking now at Oliver Eskelin and Marco Silva. Costa, as the representative from Europe here in Latin America, tell us a little bit about these players.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to cover. Oliver Eskelin, we already saw him have a really breakout performance back in 2022, where he was up against Eric Rios for the finals of the European International Championship. So there's already, I know, right? So funny thing that I mentioned Eric Rios, by the way, there. But yeah, being able to reach that level and also have a couple of finalist placings in the regional level of the seasons. I think back in 23 at Gdansk as well, he was able to go ahead and get second place, but he's always been trying to vie for that finalist role, that, should I say, the championship title, which honestly, he's always been one of those trainers where you, for example, see him at a tournament and you always expect him to top cut because he's just that consistent, and he's got a really good team building group as well that essentially is what we're talking about. To be the best, you got to play with the best, and especially when you're team building with the best, you share all loads of information to the point where you guys feel even more confident. Oliver is that next level player that absolutely has stone cold decision making, and I think we're probably going to see that come out now against Marco.
Absolutely, and that's going to be really exciting. I love it when a player, you know, a finals appearance feels really good until you've already gotten one. Right? And then it's like, I've been here. I want the championship. Give me that trophy.
I know. It's just like, because you're so close. Like, just one small detail could mean the difference between you being a champion or you being the runner-up. And I think Oliver definitely has been able to carry that experience forwards ever since that point and been able to do really well. But he is looking for that title, and I feel like he's definitely one of the favorites going into this.
Well, if he's going to be a favorite, he will have to get through Marco Silva, our defending Latin American international champion, and as just mentioned, recent finalist at Gdansk just 2 weekends ago. This is a player who we know can compete on the international stage ever since he graduated into the Masters division. Of course, taking on the Oceania International Championship back in 2020, where he defeated future world champion Eduardo Cunha in the finals of that tournament. Of course, both players still in this tournament as well. Still an opportunity for some international championships grudge match rematches here.
Definitely.
I think Marco probably would want to be the world champion, but would also probably feel okay about getting the 3rd international championship.
He wouldn't mind it.
Yeah.
Definitely not. And I mean, it's such a joy for myself personally to be able to see Marco's progression along the years, because I remember one of my first casting opportunities, I was able to cast his top 8 match at Malmo back in 2020 and be able to actually see him from up close and how amazing of a player he is. He's just able to make that additional step up to the point where you're trying to understand how can I get it to become a better player? And it's just more so around being able to have the confidence and take the risks where you need to. And that sort of translates a bit into the team that he's also brought yet again now in this tournament, where you've got a couple of moves that are inaccurate. You've got the sleep powder, for crying out loud, 75% accuracy, and you just need to have the guts to click it and connect.
Yes. Well, I don't know if the guts is helping connect. Actually, when most Pokemon have guts, it means they can't be put to sleep. So I don't know about that. But it is definitely a different type of team. You know, when you play a team that relies on even something like a Draco Meteor or a Heat Wave, or as we saw, unfortunately, in that last set, Rock Slide, there is always the chance to miss. And it really feels bad to put yourself in a situation where you absolutely need to do that.
Yes.
And so the real trick to playing teams that have inaccurate moves like Sleep Powder, like Heat Wave, like Overheat, etc., is to make sure that you're not putting yourself in a position, either your opponent hasn't put you in a position where you are forced to click it and you have to like cross your fingers, like please, 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 or that you're not unnecessarily taking those risks. Like, you don't always need to click Sleep Powder. If you do need to click Sleep Powder, it should be a place that lets you, get a big advantage.
Yeah, it's all about being able to, like you say, position yourself where you don't have to, and you can best utilize the timeline of establishing a better board for yourself without taking risks. But we do have both of our trainers now on screen. Oliver on the left versus Marco on the right. So, team matchup-wise, we haven't actually checked to see Oliver's team as much, but what I can call out is the fact that we've got Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Dragonite, Sneasler, Talonflame, Male Indeedee, and the Electabuzz. So I absolutely love this call. We've got the sort of situation where you've got the duality of Tailwind support escorted by a way to block off that Trick Room with the Imprison Indeedee.
Absolutely, and this male Indeedee is something that has been picking up a lot of momentum over the last few weeks. Prior to Regulation H, it was all female Indeedee all the time to have the ability to use Follow Me and Trick Room. But here, this much more offensive version, male Indeedee gets Expanding Force itself, so it can make use of the Psychic Terrain on its own, adds a lot more offensive pressure. And again, you have the Psychic Seed on Sneasler, Unburden, activating that, and even more damage, as you were just pointing out to me, Psychic Terra.
Oh yeah, and that's definitely been quite popularized over the past couple of events because it gives you that additional edge of picking up unexpected damage calculations, as long as, of course, you don't get met with a dark typing on the other side of the field. But Dragonite, very interesting Pokemon here. I think we've covered it quite a few times. It actually has dropped Extreme Speed / Tailwind for Stomping Tantrum. You want to be able to have that ground typing and not have to rely on Blood Moon Ursaluna necessarily in certain circumstances and matchups. But talking about Blood Moon Ursaluna, this is the only second one we have featured over the entirety of this event, and it's actually popped itself through to top 12 in day 2 usage.
Absolutely, but it seems like a lot of those haven't made it all the way this deep into the tournament, although there are a couple players that we still need to see as we move further on in the tournament. You mentioned the Stomping Tantrum. This makes so much sense on this version of Dragonite. Extreme Speed will not work if you have set up the Psychic Terrain on the male Indeedee. So definitely want to make sure that you aren't falling into that trap of like, I'm just going to put Extreme Speed on because it's the best move. It's not. The other cool thing to point out here is the Talonflame. This is the Covert Cloak, pretty standard so far, but it also has dual Wing Beat to get past all of those Sneaslers with Focus Sash.
Exactly, and I think being able to have the Stellar Terra is an adaptation we saw the Nielsen brothers bring over in the EU region in order to establish that calculation for themselves if they have to go for it. However, we've got Marco's team, and we know we've seen it before, not only during this event, we've seen it in Gdansk as well. It's just an absolute terrifying team. You've got the duality of the Tailwind support, redirection of the jump love. It doesn't have any damaging moves, but it doesn't necessarily need any because there's no taunt prankster users or very fast taunt users that are as prevalent nowadays. But then you've got the Trick Room mode. So you've got the different scenarios based off of the matchups. You can have Ursaluna both in Trick Room, both in Tailwind, as long as you position yourself quite nicely.
Absolutely, and you mentioned that Jumpluff does not have any attacking moves, but it does have manual Sunny Day.
Yes.
This will be extremely important, most likely not in this matchup, but in future matchups. It could come into play here if you run out of time on your Torkoal and lose it too quickly. But being able to make sure that your Charizard in particular stays solar powered, stays getting that incredible boost to its attack power, including the boost to the Heat Wave and the Overheat and the Weather Ball. With the choice specs, this Pokemon does so much damage. Solar Power is such an incredibly powerful ability that you have to take the recoil damage every turn in the sun to balance it.
Yeah, 100%. And the fact that this is a Charizard, we've seen it absolutely cause a riot in previous seasons as well and formats. But being able to utilize the Ghost Terror as well adds that additional layer of being able to avoid any fake-out pressures on the other side of the field if you establish that Charizard is a main piece in order to guide yourself towards success. But Porygon 2, Terra Fighting, we've seen this run about in a couple of events and get some really good results, even a title as well earlier this event in the EU. However, it's just such a great Pokemon. You've got so much bulk thanks to that accompanying Eviolite, and just naturally speaking, Porygon 2 sometimes opt to go more on the physical defensive side, which has been of late, but now that Marco has popularized Charizard, I wouldn't be surprised that we've got a bit more of optimization towards the special defensive side.
Yeah, to that point, we saw Charizard be able to pop a Porygon 2 with a Weather Ball, which... You never see that.
No, and why should you?
You're not supposed to put the Oko graphic up when a Porygon 2 is on the field. No one was ready for that.
That's illegal, but somehow the rules were broken for that scenario. But yeah, so I'm very interested to see how Oliver is going to try to navigate this, because he knows Marco's playstyle. He knows Marco loves trying to explore for those reads and predictions. However, he likes doing a setup game first. So he's probably going to have to lead with the Jumpluff. The real question is, can we anticipate a Torkoal lead in order to proc and activate the Chlorophyll ability, or try to go a bit on the defensive, Trick Room mode, maybe even have Incineroar to lead things up?
Yeah, and the good thing for Marco here is that there is no opposing weather on the other side.
Right.
So there is not going to be any weather wars. And, you know, that's a good thing because it means you always have your weather, but also there are so many techs on here, like the Sunny Day on Jumpluff, the manual Sunny Day, and the classic support Torkoal with the Eject Pack to allow you to sort of maintain control over the weather that are going to go largely unused for this game.
Yeah, and I think going up against a tail room team like Oliver's, where you do have the Imprison to essentially block out Trick Room usage over with the Porygon 2, means that Marco might be tempted to actually go with a very offensive lead. He may well even lead with Torkoal and Charizard accompanied right next to each other and sort of try to bait Oliver in and say, okay, well, you're gonna have to accept a very powerful fire type move in the sun coming out to your slot if I'm anticipating, let's say, a Talonflame Indeedee passive lead. So you're gonna have to take that on and try to run through the momentum swings that we see Marco being able to accomplish, because in the end of the day, VG is all about a damage game, right? It's not only just strategy. You need to pick up KOs on the other side of the field.
Yeah, and, you know, Costa, you mentioned the Talonflame Indeedee passive lead. Maybe it is compared to the Charizard, but, like,
yeah, you're not wrong.
I'm looking at a really explosive matchup here. The Indeedee has the Psychic Terra type, has its own expanding force. I think we could see a pretty quick game here with the momentum mattering just so much on these first couple of turns.
Oh, 100%, and I think Incineroar is going to have to be a key piece over on Marco's side. But here we go, our first top 8 of the event. Incineroar, Porygon 2 over on Marco's side versus Oliver's Blood Moon Ursaluna and that Electabuzz.
Yeah, here is the other option that Oliver has against Trick Room teams, the Electabuzz with Taunt. So not going for the Imprison option with the Indeedee, but instead has the Electabuzz for support.
Yeah, and I do really like that, because you actually say that you guarantee a scenario of stopping the Porygon 2 with the Trick Room setup whilst having to respect the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And there's different sort of scenarios where you can just have the follow me redirection support available and go for the all-out damage, as we see with the Terra Normal with the Blood Moon.
Yeah, this is going to be huge damage, but delay the turn.
Delay the turn just a tiny bit.
Let's go ahead and just wait a bit. Let's calm down. Follow me. Let's go hang out with the Electabuzz. Lynch the Ursaluna.
Okay.
Just a Terra Blast with no Terrestrialization from Porygon 2, dealing good damage there onto Electabuzz. Must have gotten that download boost. I missed the cue for that, but most likely got the download boost there. And here is the Incineroar has used the fake out, so now Ursaluna can start going for damage.
And this is sort of the situation where Marco has to respect the taunt on the Electabuzz, hence why needs to try to prioritize whittling its HP down in order to better position yourself and free up the Ursaluna slot's sort of a redirection, because as long as you pick up the KO, given the fact that Oliver's already committed to Terra Normal, you need to be able to just get rid of the Blood Moon ASAP and then set up the Trick Room once there's no taunt on the field in order to start trying to sweep with the Ursaluna.
Yeah, and Electabuzz is actually kind of pinned here, goes for the follow me, can't really go for the taunt because Incineroar could threaten a parting shot. Will knock off the Eviolite here, which means that the Electabuzz, it's really weak, but it's also no longer has the boost from the Eviolite. There's the Blood Moon, though, picking up the one-hit KO onto Incineroar. The Terra Normal, plus the Life Orb, plus the sheer power of a Blood Moon, going to pick up that KO, while Porygon 2 will finally trade for the Electabuzz. Now, the taunts off the field, and the Ursaluna has just used Blood Moon, and it cannot use it next turn. Because Porygon 2 may finally be able to switch in, or get the Trick Room up, but here's the secondary option.
Yeah, and I think being able to have the dual modes of the Psy spam at the back, at least in terms of the Psychic Terrain mode, you've got the Sneasler, Unburden, you always guarantee that you're going to be outspeeding everything over on Marco's side outside of Trick Room. However, now there is the Jumpluff. The question is, are you going to be able to set up a Tailwind and then maybe even bluff the Trick Room at this point? Because I could see it going, honestly, either way.
Absolutely. There's definitely so many different options here for Porygon 2 and Jumpluff on Marco's side. Still have to give the raw damage output advantage to Oliver, though. You have the Ursaluna that's Terra Normal, has access to Hyper Voice plus Expanding Force. That's so much damage.
Yeah, and I think at this point, that's essentially what Oliver's recognized. You could try to get rid of your redirect support necessarily, but you've got that damage output, that immediate offensive pressure, which normally Marco has, but the Sleep Powder connects.
Sleep Powder, night-night NDD, go to bed. NDD falls asleep here. The Sleep Powder connects. No action taken this first turn from the NDD. That will prevent the Imprison from going off, but it will be a trade for a lot of damage from the Hyper Voice. A critical hit onto Porygon 2 takes it well below half, while Porygon 2 is just trying to chip damage with that Terra Blast. Gets a critical hit in return. Sorry, Ursaluna. Only one crit allowed. You used it all up, and I'm paying it right back.
Yeah, quite literally, and quite immediate as well. But this does allow a free switch in for Oliver to now bring in the Sneasler. And of course, it's going to have the Psychic Seed proc. Most importantly, it's going to outspeed the Jumpluff, and this Porygon 2 can't exactly Terra outside of the weakness, or at least the range of being able to survive an Expanding Force single target. So this may actually opt Marco to consider switching out the Jumpluff, or at least if there's a Torkoal in the back and there's no Charizard Bring, you need to be able to switch out the Porygon 2 right now and enable your Jumpluff. But then again, still, Unburden is faster than the Jumpluff. So it feels like a bit of a pin.
Absolutely. The Unburden really putting a lot of pressure on the Porygon and the Jumpluff. Porygon can't safely Terra out of anything because of it's a fighting type.
Exactly. It's just very awkward for it.
Yeah, it's going to be so awkward. And the one saving grace for Marco is that Jumpluff has put the NDD to sleep, which means that it is able to Rage Powder away the Sneasler, this close combat into the Jumpluff.
All right.
Marco needs one more turn of sleep from that NDD.
Is it going to wake up or not is the real question. Jumpluff, of course, is out for the count. This is probably going to be an Ursaluna in the back. Oh, it does not wake up, which means the Trick Room is most probably going to get set here. There's no Imprison that was able to lock that in, so Marco has to have the Ursaluna in the back given that play, and now just needs to be able to pick up the KOs.
Yep, still needs to pick up the KOs here. Now, the Sneasler and the NDD are both extremely vulnerable here, and it should be a good spot for Marco to be. the Ndidi has a focus sash, so it can survive at least one attack, but having both the Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna available, this should be game 1 for Marco.
Yeah, exactly. You can't Terra out of your weakness to ground either. Terra Blast will connect into the Ndidi in order to break the focus sash. Earthquake, enough said. The Porygon 2 doesn't even go down because it's that bulky, even at that range. And there we have it, Marco all of a sudden being able to quite literally flip that game on its head.
Absolutely incredible play there from Marco, getting the sleep onto Ndidi to prevent the Imprison from coming out. And you actually get a real interesting preview of the dynamics of these two teams. Oliver has 2 options for stopping Trick Room. The Imprison on the Ndidi male and the taunt on Electabuzz. And Marco has a few options to get around that. You can either go Tailwind and not worry about it, or you can do things like knock out Pokemon or put them to sleep.
Yes.
You can't put the Electabuzz to sleep, so you had to wait until the Electabuzz was out of the picture before Jumpluff could come in and then counter the secondary anti-Trick Room option.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Marco was sort of kind of baiting the taunt into that slot, saying, right, okay, I have got this Porygon 2. I'm just going to focus on dealing the damage. I want to get rid of your redirection / taunt option and want to start whittling down the resources available to Oliver. And that's why you don't even need to go for Trick Room just yet. Make sure you've got Ursaluna in the back for a mid to end game scenario where even if you do get taunted, it's going to probably expire after a couple of turns because of how bulky this Pokemon is.
Absolutely, and here we go, getting ready for game 2. Tournament life on the line for Oliver. He will need to make something happen here in game 2 in order to make it keep his tournament hopes alive and potentially make it into the top 4 and a World's invite. Marco just needs one more win and is going with the classic, tried and true Porygon 2 Incineroar lead. Gets the download boost in the special attack, but is facing down the speedy Tailwind option from the Talonflame and that incredibly powerful Ursaluna.
Yeah, and at this point, I think Oliver really needs to just weigh in on trying to not get rid of any pieces on Marco's side or even prevent a parting shot to come out, because you want to be able to sustain what Marco has on the field, maybe bring in Ndidi, get rid of the Fake Out, and just go for the raw damage with that Blood Moon in order to say, right, I need to make sure the Ndidi is on the field and there's no direct threat on the other side in order to reverse the Trick Room, because there was no way you could have blocked it in that scenario.
Absolutely, that would absolutely be a free opportunity to set up Trick Room. Switching in the Ndidi here does both that and prevents Fake Out from this Incineroar, which means you now have the Terra Normal on the Ursaluna, getting the jewelry on the head. Knockoff will connect onto Ursaluna, so will reduce the damage a little bit by knocking off the Life Orb. So now it's just a Terra Normal Blood Moon without the Life Orb into the Incineroar. It picked it up with the Life Orb, but does not pick it up without. 1 hit point activates the Citrus Berry, and now Incineroar is back to healthy.
But this is actually really good for Oliver if you think about it in the macrospective point of view, because you saw right there, Blood Moon is actually slower naturally than the Incineroar outside of Trick Room. So it's going to be having the advantage within Trick Room. Guarantee it actually picks up the KO on Incin, deals damage on the Porygon 2, and then you can have the reversal of the Trick Room from the male Ndidi. But Marco needs to respect that. Does he go for the double Trick Room scenario?
How many Trick Rooms will we see on this next turn?
Left, right, center, we'll find out shortly. But what an amazing situation. And Oliver recognizing that he has to try to go all in right now and force this mind game scenario with Marco. So it's just going to have to come down to who's going to make the read. But
oh no!
Oh my lord!
The Terra Blast with the download boost picks up the KO anyway. It doesn't matter. Incineroar is going to be able to now knock off the Focus Sash onto the Ndidi. Now the Trick Room will be reset because Porygon 2 went on the offensive, but that is a huge offensive piece off the board for Oliver and big damage dealt to Ndidi.
Yeah, and yes, this does invite the Sneasler straight in, but the real question is there enough damage to be able to pick up this Porygon 2? You've got 2 direct threats on the other side of the field. Incineroar, it is within range of being KO'd, but the Sneasler is the only thing that can hit the Incineroar right now. So you're forced in this scenario where do you double up into the Porygon 2, or do you have to try to accept the Incineroar and just pick up the KO? I feel like the Porygon 2 has to be the priority here.
Absolutely, the Porygon 2 needs to be prioritized here. I think you can see Oliver deciding, do I have the damage with the Expanding Force and Close Combat, or do I need to go for a Dire Claw roll? Do I need a Paralysis and a full Paralysis? Do I need the Sleep roll here? This is going to be so tight. Here comes the action. Actually, Sneasler is going to be targeting down the Incineroar so far. This is such a tight position to be in. You can see that Oliver is agonizing over it. No switch from the Incineroar. Dire Claw will pick up the KO there. And now we'll have to see again, we're in those Trick Room mind games. Expanding Force connects from the Indeedee. Now a single target plus boosted by the terrain. Doesn't even do 50% damage. And Porygon 2 doesn't go for the Trick Room. Doesn't want to get in a situation where the Trick Room could be re-reversed, and instead picks up the KO on Indeedee.
Very well played from Oliver there, understanding that Marco has to respect that male Indeedee. Hence why, not even opting for the Imprison, you would have lost a lot of momentum there, and every little bit of damage really matters on this Porygon 2 in order to put it within range. Now, we know Terra fighting is the Terra option on the Porygon 2, but there's Psychic Terrain on the field, and guess what? The Talonflame is coming back in right now, and it still has Gale Wings. This is such an awkward position for itself.
Well, it does have a target that it can target down now that Jumpluff has come out on the field.
True, very true, but I guess still it's going to have to come down to what do you want to commit with? Do you actually want to try to commit with the double up in the Porygon 2? But then, based off of what we're looking at, the Jumpluff being in the back, it may be heavily suggested once again Ursaluna's in the back, so it could easily be a sleep powder right now that Marco needs to try to connect with, but I do feel like the offensive immediate pressure is definitely in Oliver's favor, but he needs to try and capitalize off of that as best as possible, even with a Flare Blitz close combat double up into that Porygon 2.
All right, it looks like these are the decisions that Oliver is trying to make right now. So tense here. Here comes the terastallization from Marco Silva. Of course, by terastallizing, the Jumpluff would protect it from those Gale Wings, both in terms of the type effectiveness and also now grounding it on the terrain. Of course, Gale Wings giving you the priority on the flying type attacks means that Psychic Terrain means that Talonflame can't use that. So instead, the Dire Claw comes out from Sneasler and the Flare Blitz comes out from Talonflame, and that's a huge terastallization. Jumpluff survives 2 attacks, and Porygon 2 gets Trick Room up.
The fact that this redirection and into a Water Terror, the fact that Marco did hold on to that, essentially for me, feels like this has to be game. Because you've got that Ursaluna in the back. The only win con that I see Oliver going for is trying to keep both of those Pokemon on the field and keep Ursaluna away, hence why we're seeing a bit of a defensive play with the Sneasler on this side.
Yeah, there's Sneasler protecting, and there is Talonflame going for Will-O-Wisp, but here's the problem. Porygon 2 got the download boost. That Terra Blast still deals so much damage into the Talonflame. You can try to stall it all out, but there's just not going to be, there's still offensive threat here. Porygon 2 can clean this up on its own.
Yeah, and even though we have to arguably say there is a Psychic Seed boost to the +1 special defense of the Sneasler, but it's sort of dissipated because of the +1 of download boost with the special attack. Psychic Terrain does now expire. Must feel bad for the Gale Wings.
Gale Wings was the worst possible ability for Talonflame this game.
Essentially, and at this situation, all Marco needs to do is prioritize picking up the KOs swift and fast and having that very healthy and menacing Ursaluna in the back to wrap this up and lock himself into the semis.
Yeah, and I believe we saw 3 turns of Trick Room remaining, which means that Oliver needs to survive for 3 turns. And there is only one way he can do that realistically, and that's hitting multiple protects in a row. This time around, just going to keep the Sneasler from protecting so that you can try to get another chance, but you're put to sleep now by the Jumpluff. Talonflame has gone down. Sneasler will use its turn of sleep here. So there is still technically a chance that you can wake up and protect. But now you also have to worry about Porygon 2 just recovering. Oh, thanks for the damage.
Yeah, and I think what Oliver identified there was he had to miss the sleep powder in order to pick up a KO on the Porygon 2 and then play a bit around with the protects and hope there's no further redirection or sleep powders from Jumpluff, but it is going to be yet another redirection. Terra Blast Porygon 2 looking very very comfortable, ensuring a 2-shot onto the sneeze layer, which unfortunately does not wake up.
That looks like it could be a roll. That's just about exactly 50% damage onto the Sneasler. So if Oliver wakes up, may get one more turn here, but it doesn't matter because the Rage Powder is still an option for Jump Bluff. Marco Silva, incredible quick 2-0 win there. And you know what? That was not how I expected that to go as quickly as it did. I expected them to be quick, but it turns out the offensive threat was Porygon 2, and the MVP was probably Jump Bluff for hitting those 2 sleep powders.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of what we're talking about. You need to be able to have the guts to click it when you have to, and those were the scenarios that Marco did a very good job in identifying. You need to be able to sort of put a pause on that pressure over on the other side of the field. That Male and Didi in game 1 just being locked away, unfortunately, from being able to lock that Trick Room being set up. It was just an absolute sweep, and the fact that the Porygon 2 had the support of the Incineroar always starting off in the leads of game 1, game 2 means it's given so much room to be able to breathe and just pick up damage, pick up KOs with its download boost, or even try to enable its partner Pokemon with the Trick Room.
Absolutely, and that is so much damage that came out from the Porygon over the course of that game. It was just firing off Terra Blast after Terra Blast after Terra Blast.
Honestly.
This is a highlight reel of Terra Blasts coming out from the Porygon 2.
Yeah.
And that is what makes this Pokemon so dangerous and so effective. It has such incredible bulk with that Eviolite item, and also if it gets a download boost like it did just now, that means that Porygon 2 is also an offensive threat, even with just an unterastalized Terra Blast.
Yeah, I think this Pokemon does whatever you want it to do. Like, I mean, whatever, it just gives you so much utility in being able to navigate, you know, uncharted territory or unsettled waters when it comes to these certain matchups, because you're like, oh, okay, Trick Room user, you know, we got imprisoned on the other side of the field, oh, it locks me up. It's like, no, not necessarily. It's so bulky, it needs to be respected and focused on with all of the attention, because like we said, if there's a download boost, that same type attack bonus of the Terra Blast just honestly cleans up the opposing side of the field. And yeah, then you got the flexibility of Terra Fighting if you deem it necessary. So it's such a flexible Pokemon.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Oliver, obviously the team has taken him to the top 8 here at the Latin American International Championships, but you did get a sense of how awkward the team can be sometimes. That second game in particular, bringing the Talonflame and the Indeedee together meant that the Gale Wings was a net negative for Talonflame. It's not just that you no longer have priority for your dual wing beat, it's just that it will fail because it's on the psychic terrain. And
it's not like you have Protect, so you can try to stall out the awkward situations of you being put under Trick Room without you wanting it to be up, right? So I think it's quite tough to be able to identify a couple of different other points. Talonflame, I kind of understand why it was led, but it just felt like Oliver was unsure on what tools they could best utilize going into that Incineroar Porygon 2, which just from itself is not a good matchup to have to face down. You need to try to focus on picking up KOs ASAP with Blood Moon Ursaluna, which he did try to do, but we saw the Incineroar on the other side of the field was faster than the Blood Moon and actually knocked off that Life Orb, which, as we saw in game 1, was enough to pick up the Oko with that Terra Normal onto the Incineroar.
Yeah, a huge swing there. Instead of having no Incineroar, Marco got to keep Incineroar.
Yeah.
And that's a big swing there, especially when you're trying to get as much damage down and to waste turns with Trick Room, make it an awkward position for everyone to be. Now, that also means that Marco Silva is now qualified officially for the World Championships. So let's go down to the stage and hear from our first Worlds qualifier out of the Latin American International Championships.
Thank you so much, guys. I am here with Marco Silva, the winner of this top 8 match. Marco, you're going to be the first player that clinches a top 4 at this tournament and also a World Championship invite. How excited are you? You're already qualified for Worlds.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I didn't expect to come like all the way to top 4, of course. My goal was, of course, to defend my title from last year. But yeah, I'm really satisfied with the result, and I hope to do even more in the next couple of matches.
This was definitely still a tough opponent for you to face. How many times have you actually played against Oliver before?
I played quite a bunch of times. I think at first it was like beating me a bunch. Like I remember I lost to him at UAC, and then I lost to him like in Utrecht once, and then I beat him in day 2. Like since like we are both really, really good and we play in the same region, we ended up playing like the regional pretty much almost every time. In fact, I played him on stream as well in Gdansk 2 weeks ago.
So were you nervous at all having to face him for this top 8 match?
So in this case, I wasn't too nervous because I knew that the matchup was really, really in my favor. I needed like a lot of things to not go my way to lose this matchup. In fact, I played already this matchup in day 1 against a friend of mine, Marco Maras. And I know like for some speed tier that I have on my team that the matchup is really, really in my favor. So unless I get really, really unlucky, I know that I had the matchup in the game.
Trick Room seemed to be so important for you to be able to set up. How were you navigating making sure that you could get Trick Room up and utilize those turns?
So in this case, against this type of version, when they have like Imprison with Indeedee, a bunch of answer like Taunt with Electabuzz, you're not really forced to go for Trick Room because like the team is still like kind of fast, so you can still like bring Jump Bluff and have Tailwind. Every time you're able to like bring the double mode Trick Room and Tailwind, it's really, really good because they cannot really stop both. So it was really my match, like really my favor.
Yeah, you made no mistakes in that set. You played so flawlessly, and now you are going to find yourself in a potential situation where, what would you say if you faced Ashton Cox in the finals of LAIC this season?
I think that would be really cool because of course we both have 2 internets. So if he makes it to the finals, or if we both make it to the final, that would be really cool.
How do you think your chances are to actually win a 3rd title?
I haven't really looked at like the other matchups. I basically kind of like, I knew how my team works. I don't really need to practice a lot to understand what I'm supposed to do. So I don't really know exactly my chances based on the matchups, but of course I will do my best to try win it. Also, I hope that tomorrow, like I don't know exactly how the match went, but my brother in senior division was also playing top 4, so it would be really cool if we both were able to play in the grand finals.
That would be amazing. I know that you and your brother have been playing for a while, but can you tell us a little bit about maybe do you guys practice together? How much do you actually play VGC together?
So we usually don't practice together, but I help him a little bit with the teams. I know exactly his play style. So for example, in this case, I knew that I was really comfortable with the core of Sneasel, Indeedee, Ursaluna, and Talonflame. So I tried to figure out like the best way to play it. Basically like the day before the tournament because he didn't have a team, but I knew exactly what he's able to play and what like basically evaluates his skills. And yeah, he has been doing really, really well, and I hope that he made it to the finals.
That would be amazing. Marco, I know we got a chance to talk to you yesterday, but wanted to give you one more chance to just make some shout outs to your brother or whoever else.
Yeah, I want to shout out, of course, all my supporters, of course my mom, my brother, and yeah, of course, like the Italian VGC community that always has a huge following when it comes to like these internets and the World Championship, and there's a lot of people supporting me.
Congrats again, Marco. We're excited to see you in top 4. And casters, back to you.
Congratulations to Marco, quickly establishing himself as the most dominant European player of our era, as well as absolutely adding more evidence that Italy is the dominant European region right now.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely can't contest that, especially after Luca Cheribelli being the world champ back in August, of course, in Hawaii, Honolulu. But yeah, I mean, Marco, there's just no questioning it, really. He's just an absolutely epic trainer. Best player so far, definitely in my opinion, of EU. He's just always surprising us with how consistent he is, and his really good methodology of being able to break down a team matchup approach and just force his own strategies onto the others to be able to respect, because essentially what we've got is he had a Porygon 2 going up against a male Indeedee Tailwind, and it somehow just like never got KO'd. It was just there on the field. It set up Trick Room, it took its time, it had multiple Terra Blast KOs, and it was just having a great time.
Yeah, Oliver had so many different options to stop Trick Room. Marco beat all of them, and it didn't look that difficult for him.
It's insane. I just don't.
Like, the thing about Marco is we only have 4 of his results here, right? Yeah. And we only have, because it's, you know, recency bias, finalist in Gdansk, 2024 Sao Paulo LAIC champion. This ignores the 2020 Oceania International Championship and plenty of other placements for Marco. And I loved what he said, to piggyback off of your point during the interview. He was talking about how he hasn't really looked at the other matchups yet, and he doesn't really care because he knows how to play his team.
That's it. That's exactly it. And I just love that about Marco as well. He's just saying one step at a time. And that's definitely the trend of how he's going upwards. He's going up the staircase, semifinals, one more match before the finals and championship Sunday.
Absolutely, and here is our bracket. You can see we have an incredible top 8 that has filled out over the time we spent with Oliver and Marco. It will be Alex Gomez-Berna versus Ashton Cox, and Victor Medina versus Daniel Marcelo Reyes. Two United States players against 2 Spanish players at that bottom half of the bracket. And of course, we will have Renzo and Eric as the other remaining top 8 match from this side of the bracket we just saw.
So, piggybacking off of what we were talking about being Italy, the most dominant region.
Yeah. Here are the 2 Spanish players that would most argue with us.
100%. And they're going to say, right, okay, hold hold my Switch controller real quick, and I'm just going to go ahead and try to prove a point. But yeah, I think being able to have their representation is really solid for them with all of them. But most importantly, I love that we've still got that LATAM representation with Renzo. Renzo is going all the way through. He's got one final, or I'd say 2 more final potential opponents, but Eric Rios right now is quite literally the most on form trainer of the tournament. So he's got the biggest challenge ahead of him if he wants to prove that he can go further.
Absolutely, and that's going to be something we are watching very closely. Incredible players, incredible top 8, and every single match here adds another layer of glory to each of these competitors.
It does.
A win in top 8 is a World Championships invite. A win in top 4 means you're a finalist at the International Championships. A win in the finals means you won the whole dang thing.
I know. It's just so incredible. And honestly, I'm just so happy that we've had such high-level plays throughout this event. It's been absolutely bonkers. And we've still got more to come. Like now we've got Victor Medina versus Daniel Reyes, and once again, we already know this is going to be the top echelon sort of style gameplay. We've seen Victor has already been trying to go all the way through, pick up the medals that he can in EU. So far, he is absolutely on fire. He's got finalists in the Lille regionals. He's got the top 4 and top 8 as well for the season. So you already know, like, now having top 8 at LAIC, that's not enough for Victor. He needs that top 4, and he's going to get it.
Absolutely, and that is just the kind of thing we do here at the championships, here in the video game championships. And if you're enjoying it, you better make sure you are following all of our channels here so you know when it's going to be happening next. Our next tournament actually will be next week in Sacramento. Make sure you're following all of those hashtags, following all of the socials. Get the video VODs on demand on YouTube and elsewhere. Make sure you catch up on everything that you've missed, because there is just a wealth of a beautiful Pokemon out there to be played and viewed.
Genuinely, and the fact that we've still got more iterations with Regulation Set H is amazing. And the fact that we've got all of these events being so in line and parallel with one another, we get to see the little finite details of how the meta is actually changing with each major event. And right now, it's a culmination of, you know, just being able to show off the very best that this set has to provide.
Absolutely, and speaking of the very best, we all want to be the very best, and we will see some competitors who are the very best right after a very quick break as we get everyone set up. Stay right there.
Hello everyone, we're here at the Latin American International Championship in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and as we know, a lot of our players speak the Spanish language in this region, and therefore I'm here to teach Kyle what phrases to use if you were to participate in one of these tournaments. So Kyle, if you're wishing your opponent good luck, you would tell them buena suerte.
Buena suerte.
Perfect, perfect. If you had a good game against them, you would say buen juego.
Buen juego?
No. Buen juego.
Buen juego.
Perfect, perfect. All right. If your opponent made a really good play, you would say buena jugada.
Buena jugada.
Oh, close enough. Buena jugada.
What?
Buena jugada.
Buena jugada.
Perfect, perfect. Close enough. And then if you're feeling confident, which I know you always do, you would say, and you wanted to tell them, I'm going to win, you would say, yo voy a ganar.
Yo voy a ganar?
Yes, but I want you to be confident about it. Yo voy a ganar.
Yo voy a ganar.
Perfect, perfect. So there you have it. If you're here at the Latin American International Championship, you can say those phrases. And now let's get back to some more Pokemon action. I'm here with
Tovar.
And we're here to do a Pokemon TCG scavenger hunt. So I'm going to ask Eduardo to show us some specific Pokemon cards. Now, Eduardo, do you have a Fire-type Pokemon card with you?
I do. I should have one. Should be over here. I do have a Charmander.
All right. Now, do you have a Dragon-type Pokemon card with you?
I don't think so, because Charizard's not a dragon, so no, I'm going to have to say no.
All right, so then do you have a colorless-type Pokemon with you?
I do have a Shiny Pidgeot EX.
All right, well, you got 2 out of 3, so I think you've earned your pack. Congratulations, yeah? Let's open it.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hold this? Should I open it or should I keep it sealed? There we go. Oh, I like this one.
All right, nice color in Articuno. Well, thank you so much, Eduardo, for playing. Yeah, we'll get back to some Pokemon action.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road. I'll be a legend.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sao Paulo, Brazil. We are in the deciding moment of the Latin American International Championships. My name is Evan Latin. I've got Costa Dynamos out here with me to take us through our next top 8 match. We have already crowned Marco Silva our first top 4 competitor and World's Invite recipient. And we're about to find out one more.
Ooh!
Woo! And I mean, if you thought the last set was incredible, guess what? We've got another one on the way, and it is going to be Victor Medina versus Daniel Marcelo Reyes. So we've got Spanish versus NA representation here. We did mention there's also that exact same parallel with Alex Gomez versus Ashton Cox, and of course on the top, Eric Rios versus Renzo. So yeah, it's so incredible to be able to go ahead and actually establish yourself with a World's Invitation without even winning a major event so far. The fact that Marco is the first one, and now we're going to find out who the second one is, just a testament to these trainers' potential and performance.
And I am so excited for this matchup. Victor Medina and Daniel Marcelo Reyes. These are two really interesting players. Victor is someone that we have absolutely seen crush it in Europe versus Daniel, who has really come out to have an incredible tournament here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, 100%. And it's sort of what we've been talking about, the build-up of these trainers and the pressure they've had to go through, and being able to reach this big stage right now means that they are locked in, they are ready, and we do have, of course, Victor's team ahead of us. And Sinistra, the one of Pokemon that we've talked about a bit from yesterday too, we haven't seen as much in the usage stats, but finding its way through the top 8 though.
I have been waiting for Sinistra's championship day.
Here we go.
I believe in you, Sinistra. I believe in you, Victor. And this team is really, really fun. Lots of really interesting techs based off of a team that a Japanese player who uses the tag Elizabeth created and went to the #1 on the battle spot on ranked to win with this team. And now here it is in top 8 of the Latin American International Championships. A couple of the things that we have seen be very popular and be picked up across all of the other teams, like that scale shot Dragonite in particular, a very standard assault vest Archaludon, but with that really interesting fighting Terra type instead. And then, well, we got Sinistra and we got a Muddy Water Pelipper.
Muddy Water Pelipper, definitely wanting to go for the spread potential, as well as maybe a secondary effect with the accuracy drop if you can pick it up, of course, but that hits incredibly hard in rain. So something that Daniel's going to really have to take into consideration, as there is no other weather setup potential over on Daniel's side. So rain is going to run dominant, as we do have the reveal of the 6. We've got very meta-like Pokemon. Electabuzz with the redirection, Taunt, Kingambit for the setup sweep potential, and the Volcarona following a very similar role, however, more on the special offensive side as well as speed. So we've seen Kingambit and Volcarona really have quite a lot of success, and when you get set up support Pokemon on the side, the redirection like we said, the fake out Rillaboom, and the option of going for coaching Sneasler, you can really power through your opponent's side of the field if left unchecked.
Yeah, this team has really emerged as the breakout team of this tournament in my eyes. These 6 Pokemon, the Electabuzz sometimes swapping out, the Kingambit and the Volcarona sometimes a little bit different, the Sneasler a little bit different, Rillaboom, Dragonite, but these are sort of the core Pokemon of this tournament for me. The Scale Shot Dragonite in particular, as well as the Terra Fairy Volcarona.
Yeah.
This has been an incredible tournament for Volcarona.
Yeah, and it's quite ironic as well that Victor is going up against this composition, as he was running a very similar composition to actually get his top 8 in Gdansk 2 weeks ago versus Paul Hinter, which we saw was a very teeth-gritting top 8 matchup. It was the battle between the Volcaronas as well as the Dragonites. Which one's going to Terra Fairy, which one's not? So he'll be very familiar going against this archetype.
Absolutely, and that experience will be extremely valuable in winning this top 8 match and making it to the top 4. But oh, we're already here.
Whoa!
Daniel Reyes is leading the Electabuzz and Volcarona, facing down the lead Ursaluna and Dragonite. Instant pressure there from Victor.
Yeah, and I think it's the duality of being able to run Ursaluna in Tailwind and Trick Room that we've seen quite a few times across the weekend, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Victor actually going ahead and trying to get that Tailwind set up in order to enable the Ursaluna and proc its Guts ability via the Flame Wall.
Absolutely, and this is the difference that the Tailwind version of the Dragonite gives you. Instead of relying on Scale Shot plus Extreme Speed plus Haze, Dragonite now has both options here. So even though Daniel Reyes is going for that Quiver Dance, will get a lot of boost, Dragonite with the Tailwind now will still be faster than the Volcarona. It has access to Haze. Here comes a big Headlong Rush. Not quite enough to pick up the KO without the Guts boost, but dealing huge damage to a setup Pokemon. And there's Daniel trying to counter the potential Haze coming out with the taunt on the Dragonite, but that Headlong Rush did so much damage.
Something so crucial in that interaction was the fact that the Dragonite outsped the Electabuzz, was able to essentially get that Tailwind set up for free with the Volcarona, actually taking so much damage, now being put into a very awkward spot. Sure, there's no extreme speed priority in order to pick up that KO, but the fact that Ursaluna can just go for an Earthquake and most likely survive an attack from the Volcarona is something that's really going to give so much momentum for Victor to be able to start picking up KOs, and if not there being KOs, you're starting to whittle down Daniel's resource availabilities.
Absolutely, but the interesting thing here is because that's a Tailwind and Haze Dragonite, Volcarona has the ability to just Terrasilize into the Fairy type and go ahead and make itself immune to anything Dragonite can do.
Yeah.
Volcarona, though, will protect this turn.
Yeah, gonna be protecting, wants to be able to slow down and start whittling away the remaining turns of Tailwind, so gonna be able to do that to a very great extent, so a bit of a stalemate, at least for this turn, but it sort of gives a bit of a perspective of what the circumstances are of the board. You need to be able to get rid of Tailwind and allow Volcarona more room to be able to essentially do what it does best. You've got the setup of the Quiver Dance. You want to be able to start picking up KOs, but feel safe and allow it to do so, because all of the pressure and offensive damage threats are from Victor's side.
Absolutely. The interesting thing here is you saw Victor choose Earthquake, meaning he could get around the Follow Me from Electabuzz, which would be a big deal if that Volcarona went for the Terra Fairy here to pick up that Pokemon, get that Pokemon off the field. Still have to worry about the Ursaluna. The Volcarona is likely faster than the Ursaluna, even under Tailwind, because of the Quiver Dance boost. If it's able, and you could see Daniel also getting the extra leftovers recovery there, if he can knock out that Ursaluna with the Volcarona, Terra Fairy will be in a very strong place to stall out this Tailwind and then start sweeping.
Yeah, I think Ursaluna, it might be a bit close. I feel like it does have a lot of bulk. It may be able to survive, but we did see there was a bit of incremental damage dealt with the burn at the end of the past couple of turns. So this is going to have to be Daniel trying to go all in and hope +1 special attack, Terra Fairy, Terra Blast is enough to pick up the job.
Absolutely needs to pick up this KO on the Ursaluna. I believe it does have the Headlong Rush drop, so that's basically like 2 stages of special attack. Here comes the Scale Shot, will deal a little bit of damage to the Electabuzz. 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits guaranteed, and there will be the option for a 5th, but not this time around. Only the 4 hits onto the Electabuzz.
Yeah, and at this point, the real question is, can Ursaluna survive this Terra Blast? The focus and connection is going. Is it enough to remove this piece? It is not! 18 hit point survival. Earthquake, the most important thing for Victor right now, clears the board over on Daniel's side, forces him down to a 4 versus 2 deficit.
That Earthquake caused a landslide and wiped away Daniel's entire board. Both Pokemon went down, just barely missing the KO onto that Ursaluna, even after 1 Quiver Dance and 1 Headlong Rush drop, and the Ursaluna still has enough hit points to hang on after a tick of burn damage.
Yeah, because it's I think it lost 12 hit points there, going from 18 to 6, which means it does have an additional lifeline to be able to move. And now we've got grass terrain on the field, and there's double fake out potential as well from Daniel's side, which does mean once he can actually go ahead and try to get immediate pressure off, that's good. However, Victor still has 4 Pokemon. He's got a lot more room to be able to play around with, especially if there's like a Sinister mode waiting in the back, which honestly I wouldn't put it past him to have.
I think one really interesting part here is that Daniel's Sneasler is Poison Touch. So in addition to being able to fake out the Dragonite, there is also the opportunity to get it poisoned and start ticking that damage down, making sure that Dragonite, even if the Sinistcha comes in, you can keep it from staying at full health, and then you would reactivate the multi-scale. Instead, Daniel's just going to use the Rillaboom to fake out the Dragonite, and it's going to take a big facade from that Ursaluna. One-hit KO. Rillaboom is off the field, and Sneasler just trying to make something happen with that Dragonite. Gets the Poison Touch with the Dire Claw.
Wow, okay. I mean, a lot of interesting interactions there, but I think the fact that Ursaluna outsped this Sneasler in Tailwind, my lord, that's a very speedy Ursaluna indeed to be able to do that, and maybe an adamant natured Sneasler on the other side of the field. However, we do know now Tailwind has expired. Dragonite has one more turn of Poison Tick in order to remain on the field and prevent getting itself KO'd before it can actually go ahead and open up a slot for a new Pokemon on Victor's side to come back. But yeah, this is a very tough situation for Daniel to have to handle.
Yeah, Victor has plenty of options here. Looks like going for the safest play of just setting up the Tailwind to make sure that whatever Pokemon are in the back, Victor will be able to outspeed the Sneasler if this Tailwind gets to go up. If it does not go up, that means that the Sneasler has targeted down the Dragonite and then took a hit from the Ursaluna.
Yeah, and I mean, it's already game over in my eyes because you got the scale shot. It just picks up the KO as long as you connect, most likely. And regardless, there's just too much for Daniel to handle. So Victor played that especially well. But what he did the best there was he recognized the Ursaluna and Dragonite could be such a huge problem that Daniel doesn't necessarily have direct line to be able to handle as well. As you can see, he looks a bit stressed because he's thinking, okay, how can I really actually force my hand onto Victor's strategy and, you know, try to shut down that mode? There's not necessarily a through line unless maybe you go down the route of having a King Gambit set up accompanied by some form of support in order to try to get that priority availability going with the Dark Terror too.
Yeah, I think Daniel simply does have tools for this. It's absolutely possible to come back from this, but this turn where the Terra Blast missed the KO on Ursaluna was devastating, especially after investing so much into getting that Quiver Dance and then being able to just clean up the entire board with Earthquake. You know, really important there was that was only possible because Victor went on an extremely aggressive line to go for a non-guts boosted headlong rush into the Volcarona immediately. Definitely some options to punish that.
Oh, 100%. The fact that being Sneasler, of course, which we didn't see in the initial lead from Daniel, can really put a lot of pressure via fake out, via, of course, the close combat into that Ursaluna, and force the Ursaluna to actually respect Daniel's side as opposed to what we saw in that game one. So the fact that it didn't feel threatened just allowed it to be able to essentially get rid of the Volcarona, if you think about it, because all it needed to do was survive, and nowadays, Ursalunas tend to be a bit more invested in their special defense in order to avoid a couple of very dangerous damage calculations. But I guess that's also evident because we're talking about a Volcarona. So, like, what I mean is a Volcarona that is heavily invested with its bulk, with that leftovers in order to take a couple of very crucial hits.
Yeah, these Volcaronas, which I love, by the way.
Thank you.
Incredible. Definitely need more help. Just relying on the +1 from the Quiver Dance clearly is not enough here. And we can see some of the immediate change up. It's going to be the Rillaboom and Volcarona. So fake out pressure replacing the follow me pressure on Daniel's side, but it will again be the Ursaluna and Dragonite. A couple different things. Rillaboom has the fake out pressure, but that may just force a Ghost Terra from the Ursaluna.
But that won't necessarily be a bad thing because you want Victor to have to try to feel pressured enough to start wasting their resource availabilities, and Fake Out is such a good way to be able to do that and actually prevent the Dragonite to feel free to either get that Tailwind set up or start getting the critical damage dealt onto the Volcarona as the Fake Out indeed goes into the Dragonite, Quiver Dance set up, and we may even see another Headlong Rush going into that Volc.
Yeah, that's another Quiver Dance for Volcarona, getting the boost to speed, special defense, and special attack. Dragonite will flinch, and there it is. That's another Headlong Rush into the Volcarona. Deals a lot of damage, but huge difference here. Grassy terrain is on the field. That, probably won't matter because there's not a lot of redirection available right now, but the healing on Volcarona may be very important with both leftovers and grassy terrain. You're getting so much out of each turn you're stalling Tailwind now.
Yeah, definitely. It just compounds the healing properties at the end of the turn there. So I think still, the fact remains that Volcarona, how it's usually ran is you need to be able to sustain it as much as possible with the side Pokemon, with the grass terrain and fake out pressure. So we're in a situation where Daniel has a choice of going on the offensive, picking up a K on the Dragonite, but he has to have read Victor loving to play aggressive. You need to be able to face aggression with aggression when it comes to this board state, because Victor can easily just run away with yet another attack focused on it if Daniel gives him the smallest of room.
Yeah, the Ursaluna is feeling the most pressure here. Knows that it will survive a Terra Blast, but will not survive a double up. So brings in the Sinistra, gets Dragonite back up to full health, so it could survive a potential Terra Blast from the Volcarona coming through, reactivating the multi-scale. That is going to be the Terastallization on Volcarona. Now a Terra Fairy. Pure Fairy type, boosting the Terra Blast, but still also threatening big fire damage with Heat Wave.
Yeah, I do really love that play from Victor. What a way to be able to guarantee that damage calculation. Played exceptionally. And of course, you see why that pays dividends. And Dragonite is allowed to get that Tailwind set up. I don't see this Rillaboom being capable of picking up the KO or even targeting that slot, respecting the Ursaluna, meeting a Sinistra on the field, which gets a bit of additional recovery because of the grassy terrain. So Daniel is starting to lose a bit of momentum because we've got Victor making some very smooth moves with that multi-scale reactivated there. But I guess, regardless, this is a Sinistra in Tailwind. You don't normally see that at all, but the fact that we've got Matcha Gotcha, which is now powered by the grass terrain, actually means it's starting to become a threat.
Absolutely, and it's an awkward situation because the Dragonite can't do anything to Volcarona. It only has the scale shot, so Volcarona is actually kind of safe here. It currently has a special defense boost, so unless it gets hazed out of those boosts, it will feel fine tanking at least one Matcha Gotcha. Here comes Electabuzz on the field to provide additional support. The haze will come through. Dragonite has now set Tailwind and reset the stats on the Volcarona. Here comes the Matcha Gotcha, spinning it up, making a nice cup of tea. Volcarona, though, not having any of it, doesn't need it. Going to go ahead and survive that Matcha Gotcha and be able to fire back with an attack of its own. Ooh, gets the burn, though.
Wow.
That tick damage is really important for making sure that the Volcarona can't be as bulky as it wants to be. You're losing either the grassy terrain or the leftovers recovery now that you have burn.
The sustainability potential of this Sinistra under the effects of a grassy terrain is absolutely phenomenal, especially when going up against Volcarona. With now hazed out of the Quiver Dance boost means additional damage, which is great. And obviously any chip damage you could get onto an Electabuzz is greatly appreciated. But the fact that we've got Daniel still facing down a Sinistra, which is healthy enough and under Tailwind, means you really have to avoid a Matcha Gotcha if you want to be able to get yourself out of this position, because at this point, I'm not surprised if Sinistra actually survives yet another Heat Wave because of the compounding effects of the recovery.
Yeah, I mean, I also think just another Matcha Gotcha is enough now. Definitely enough to pick up the KO on that Volcarona since it didn't get the full amount of recovery that it wanted from both the grassy terrain and the leftovers. So now it does look like Victor is in the driver's seat here. The Dragonite's still not doing a whole lot, not exerting a lot of pressure. It set Tailwind, it hazed away the stats, it's good. Here comes Ursaluna to clean up the mess.
Yeah, essentially. And this allows Victor to easily go into the trick room mode of things once Tailwind does expire. So this is what we're talking about, the duality of the different speed modes, and especially having a Pokemon like Sinistra, which enables it, is really paying dividends.
Absolutely. There's the Matcha Gotcha connecting onto both Rillaboom and Electabuzz. Electabuzz, draining the energy from both of those Pokemon. And Sinistra, after 2 Machagachas and a Citrus Berry, is so close to being back to full health. And there is the Thunderbolt into the Ursaluna. Just trying to get that Dragonite off the field. Instead, it's the big bear himself.
Yeah, absolute masterclass so far from Victor, being able to really get those predictions nailed down. And like we mentioned, you could easily just go for a Trick Room Protect setup or even go on the offensive. You've got a lot of options, a plethora at this point. And the fact of the matter remains that you're so healthy versus all of the hit point reductions and that you've removed from Daniel's side.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of health bars, Victor is way ahead in this game. Electabuzz does still threaten Taunt, so may just want to try to fish for some of those burns on that Rillaboom, which is still, of course, threatening the Ursaluna. Will do big damage with a Grassy Glide or a Wood Hammer. Seeing the Ursaluna retreat as well, not going to take any of that damage and hoping to bait out a Grass attack into Archaludon.
Yeah, the redirection does come out from Electabuzz, but that means that Archaludon can easily bait that stamina boost. And next to a Sinistra, which has Life Dew, just means that it's so well placed. Let's see if there's a burn, though. No burn so far with that secondary effect of the Machagotcha, which, by the way, is double connecting so far. A couple of times it's been used, and there you have it. Stamina boost number 1 with recovery of the grassy terrain. This is looking very bad for Daniel right now.
Yeah, Archaludon, the bridge has been reinforced. The tailwind has petered out and the grass has disappeared from the battlefield, so not as much damage left on the Machagotcha. Of course, same for the Rillaboom, but this Archaludon is just in such a good position. I don't see any way to break out of this, break through the Archaludon with the 3 Pokemon that Daniel has shown so far.
Yeah, I think Daniel's going to really have to dig deep and maybe even have a Sneasler in the back and hope that Victor does not go for Trick Room and allows this situation to occur where, at least from Daniel's side so far, he does have the speed advantage. But like we said, Archaludon in a prime position to just start getting those boosts going right next to a redirection option too. Like, this Sinistra is so well placed against this matchup.
The one thing that Sinistra can't do is block the taunt. That will prevent Trick Room, it will prevent Rage Powders. But Rillaboom is just trying to get damage onto Archaludon, but you can see even after 1 stamina boost, Archaludon is protected. What that tells me is that there might not be Sneasler in the back.
Yeah.
Because if you did, you wouldn't want to give free boost to that Archaludon. The Machagotcha will finally miss the Rillaboom and connect onto the Electabuzz. Gets a critical hit, though, to make up for the Rillaboom miss. But still, you have Rillaboom and you have Electabuzz out on the field if you're Daniel Marcelo Reyes. And neither of those Pokemon can do anything against the 2 Pokemon that Victor has.
Yeah, and I think at this point you want to be able to get a rotation going from Sinistra in order to be able to bring it back for the Hospitality in the future turns and, of course, get rid of that Taunt. Because at this point, like we said, unless there's a critical hit from the high horsepower, there's no direct way to be able to pick up the KO on Archaludon. So I think that may just well be what Daniel has to go for.
Yeah, that is a desperation Thunderbolt right there. Just trying to get as much damage as possible onto the Archaludon, hoping that Sinistra will stay in, because it can just come in and heal up all of that damage that it just took. The Body Press picks up the KO onto the Rillaboom, and now, Daniel, you have to make a choice here. Just the Volcarona will be able to bypass those boosts, and can't be targeted by the Dragonite, so you do actually get a chance to Terra Fairy the Archaludon, but with Sinistra coming back in, it's going to just heal right back up.
However, there is a very potential situation of Daniel wanting, or needing, should I say, a double Heatwave connect if he opts to go on the offensive with Volcarona to pick up a critical hit, KO onto the Archaludon if it's just within range, and get huge damage, maybe guaranteeing a 2-shot onto the Sinistra if Victor goes for that Hospitality play.
Yeah, it's going to be tense. It will come down to this turn. Daniel has put himself in a position where he has an out. Gotten enough hits onto that Archaludon that it may feel threatened, Here is the retreat from Dragonite, returns to Victor as Sinistcha switches in. That will activate the hospitality of Sinistcha. Archaludon drinks up the matcha, drank down all the matcha from Sinistcha, and there's the heat wave, connects onto both Pokemon. A critical hit on Sinistcha, one hit KO, but not on the Archaludon, which is able to just be right back where it started after the hospitality.
You need to go for the Thunderbolt paralysis, same turn paralysis right now if you want to have hopes for this. Does it get it? No! Stamina is boosted yet again, and a Snarl will come out. Not pick up the KO on an Electabuzz, but most importantly, it's going to be able to just still remain on the field.
Oh, that poor Electabuzz, man. It's gone through some things.
It really has. It's seen some things as well. But I guess in this scenario, the critical hit is still pretty huge on the Sinistcha, which means you no longer have that hospitality support in the back. No Trick Room option. So this leaves Victor in a situation where you need to be able to quickly pick up the KOs over on Daniel's side, because at this point, I feel like the main lifeline of this strategy has been that Sinistcha, and it's just going to have to come down to the speed interactions. The Dragonite is now susceptible to a Terra Blast, definitely in that HP range, but the question is there a focus and a way that Ursaluna can get felled that Daniel can recognize?
All right, Ursaluna out on the field. The Volcarona still burned, which is why you aren't seeing it recovering health. By going for the Snarl there, Victor has reduced the special attack of the Volcarona, which could be a big deal in allowing the Ursaluna to continue to survive and firing back with an Earthquake or a Headlong Rush or a Facade. But that Archaludon really needs to make this happen. The Ursaluna really needs to survive an attack. A critical hit would do it.
Yep.
Daniel has found some outs, and there's still a fourth Pokemon that we have not seen from Daniel Reyes.
Yeah, and I think that could be quite pivotal as well. It could easily be a King Gambit, but I'm not exactly sure if I'd like that. I think the Sneasler would be better, but Thunderbolt does try to target down that Archaludon, and we do see the body press picking up the KO on a Electabuzz, so it seems like Daniel's opting for that sustain situation of bringing in a fresh final Pokemon accompanied by a Volcarona in order to have 2 pressure points of damage output to pick up the necessary KOs required.
Absolutely, and I think it's really interesting that Daniel is continuing to focus down the Archaludon. Of course, Electabuzz can't do anything to the Ursaluna, but I don't know, maybe even just taunting so that Ursaluna can't protect could have been valuable if you have the Sneasler in the back.
True.
But here it is, the Sneasler. I was ramping up to, I was worried it was King Gambit in the back, not the Sneasler.
I know.
But here we do have Sneasler here. Will threaten both the Ursaluna and the Archaludon, and crucially, Victor has not terrestrialized.
Exactly, which means the Ursaluna is looking primed and ready to be able to forego its weakness to the fighting type. And it is already burned, which means if there's a Diaclaw in that slot, there is not going to be a new status applied to itself. So, in this scenario, we have got the Archaludon, which is completely defenseless, and the honestly big question is, can you pick up the Ursaluna or at least guarantee the Archaludon goes down? You need to pick up these KOs right here, right now, in order to try to guarantee that game 3.
This Archaludon has taken so many attacks, I believe it's well at +6 defense. This Sneasler may not be able to pick up the KO with a close combat after all of those boosts. There is the Ghost Terrestrialization. There's the close combat attack. 2 hit points! 2 hit points on the Archaludon. Sneasler not able to pick up the KO. 1 too many stamina boost. But there is the Heat Wave just to cover for the Archaludon surviving there, but that's not enough damage onto the Ursaluna as well, which is able to fire back with an Earthquake. Picks up the KO onto Volcarona. Sneasler goes down to the Focus Sash, and it is the Ursaluna and Dragonite. This is how Victor Medina started the game. It's how he's going to end the game and punch his ticket to the World Championships.
And in what style as well. Utilizing that Terra option, keeping it towards the mid to end game, knowing that if there is any chance and any doubt of a Sneasler being in the back, it's going to be able to completely be utilized with that Ursaluna, sweeping up the game, giving Victor his top 4 placement and world invitation here at the 2025 Latin America International Championships.
Congratulations to Victor Medina. Incredibly well played. Dominant performance in game one. Game two, Daniel Reyes brought it back, made Victor sweat for it a little bit. But Victor showing the strength of willpower of a veteran, of a champion, was able to make sure that he did not lose focus, did not lose sight of the Pokemon in front of him, and was able to get that victory right back at the end.
Yeah, and being able to just go ahead and perform a masterclass of board positioning and very good analysis of what you really need to bring in that matchup. I think Ursaluna is obviously a must. It's just so well placed against Daniel's team. You just need to be able to give it the correct support and enable it, whether that being the Sinister, whether that being the Tailwind. As long as it's free to be able to pick up the KOs, the crucial ones it needs to, it is fantastic. But a play that we saw was that Sinister swapping in order to get the multi-scale reactivated on the Dragonite, allow it to survive, get that Tailwind set up, and then all of a sudden we had a Sinister in Tailwind, in grassy terrain, actually saying, all right, you know what, I want to try on this role for a change of things. Let me try to be a sweeper if I can, or a sustained sort of role. And they did that to such great extent, but unfortunately, it did get critical hit, but that did not stop Victor. He's gone ahead and absolutely produced magic.
Absolutely. Victor playing out of his mind there. This Archaludon, just enough defense, enough stamina boost to just barely hang on there. Sneasler not able to pick up the KO with that close combat. And honestly, you called it out. That Sinistra, I think, did just as much damage as the Ursaluna in that game.
Yeah, no, he really did, didn't it? Like, over time, 100%. And he got so much recovery as well. But of course, let's go ahead and hear it from Victor himself. We have him prepped up for an interview, so take it away.
Hello, everybody. I am joined by the winner of that set, Victor Medina, who now has qualified for the World Championships and, of course, is still in the running to win this event. Victor, you had a masterclass there using Sinistra, especially a Pokemon that we haven't seen very often. So how did you feel about that top 4 set?
I feel amazing. This top 4 is really important for me because I already top 4 UIC and NAIC. I wanted my LAIC trophy. Last year I was top 8, so I wanted that top 4 so bad. Sinistra is just a very underrated Pokemon. I love it. Yeah, I think it's very slept on. Like changing and giving HP to your mons, to your towers, to Archaludon, to Ursaluna. There are mons who has a lot of bulk and they hit really hard, and that ability can be the change in a matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, this team, first I saw online being used by Japanese player Elizabeth, finished first in the ranked season previously, so you brought your own version, adapted it. What made you pick it for this event?
I mean, yeah, shoutouts to Elizabeth. Obviously, I was very inspired by him. He got first and third in the ladder, so he's completely crazy. Honestly, it's pretty much his team. Like, I changed a few things, but it's only a few changes. I think this team is really strong, and people weren't going to be as prepared as team that already did good at a best of 3 setting, and I think it was a really good choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that really impresses me about you as a player is you're constantly changing your teams from events. We saw you get second at regionals with Alola Ninetales, Garchomp, and that kind of archetype, and you've been able to top cut multiple events in the season, but with multiple different teams. So how do you think about what team to pick for an event?
It's difficult. It's difficult. The day before this tournament, I was thinking of playing Volcarona, and I changed it because Antonio, shout out to Antonio, was playing this team, and he was like destroying ladder. He's so good with it, and I was like, okay, I need to hop in because this team is broken. It's difficult. One of the things I do as a player is like I try to get better, not only win the tournament but get better. And the thing is, like, if you are only playing one team, I don't think you are getting that much better. So I try to constantly change and challenge myself a little bit.
Yeah, I think you have had such an impressive track record over the last couple of years. I mean, you mentioned top 4 at the ICs, top 8 here before as well, but you also top cut the World Championships, top 8 recently last year or 2 years ago. And so what kind of lends to so much success across all these events? You've been one of the most consistent players we've seen in the circuit.
It's difficult to say, but honestly, having good testing partners is very important. And yeah, like playing with friends, and testing a lot, that's key. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, you're in the top 4. You're qualified for Worlds already. You already had so many championship points, but I'm sure it feels good to have that Worlds qualification down. What are your goals, obviously, for this event and then just the entire season as well?
I mean, my goal this season was to top 4 this event because I wanted a trophy here. And then it was also to win a tournament because you mentioned I top cut a lot of events. That's right. But I still didn't win that tournament. I really hope this is the one. But yeah, if this is not the one, I really want to win another tournament.
You have a tough opponent regardless of who wins in the top 8 set on your side of the bracket. You mentioned to me before we started the interview, you might be going up against Alex Gomez, who knocked you out of NAIC in top 4. So what would it mean to get a rematch against him?
It would mean a lot. I mean, Alex is the player who I played most in this event. I played him 8 times in majors, only majors, but we play in locals also. So it's crazy. He's a great player. I'm rooting for him. Obviously, I'm rooting for my Spanish players. I think we can make 4 European players in top 4 in LAIC, so that's pretty good. That's pretty crazy. I think Spain is a very good region, and I really look forward to have my rematch in top 4 of NIC.
I want to ask you a little bit about Europe in particular, because like you said, we might have 4 European players in top 4. So what is it that makes the Europeans so strong? You guys just won Worlds, of course, as well. Do you have any insight for how there's so many great players from Europe?
I have no idea. I think we challenge ourselves with the other. There's such good players, Michael, Aurelien, Marco, to mention a few outside of Spain. Also Fede, who just won our region. Edu. There are a lot of good players, not only in Spain, but in Europe. So our regionals, we constantly challenge ourselves. I think NA and all the regions have really strong players. But yeah, also the community in each country. I think Italians are very close with each other. That's a very strong feature.
I want to quickly go back to your team because it feels like a really strong pick for this tournament. As you mentioned, I think a lot of people probably aren't prepared for it. So do you think this was the meta call, and are you happy with it? I'm sure top 4 with it feels great.
I feel like this was the meta call. I feel like my team and Alex and Eric's team, it was the meta call of the tournament. I mean, and we both got inspired by Japanese players, so yeah.
All right, well, before I let you go, any final words, thank you, shout-outs you want to say?
Shout-outs to my eSport club, Sport Maníacos, Juste, un saludo. Shout-outs to Antonio, obviamente, Sufi, Miguel, Espe. Shout-outs to my family who's watching at home. Shout-outs to my eSport partner, Len. And to all the people that are supporting me, thank you. In Spain and outside of Spain, thank you all.
Amazing. Another top 4 finish here for Victor. There's so few players in the world who have top cut all the international championships that you've been able to get top 4 at. So congratulations. Can't wait to watch your top 4 set, and we'll go to a quick break.
Incredible stuff from Victor. I love hearing top players when they get to a point where they are, making top 4 regularly at international championships. Right. It starts to become, am I bettering myself?
Yeah.
It's not so much chasing results, except for the trophy, but it is also like, am I becoming a better player? Am I continuing to improve? Have I plateaued? Yeah. That is what's so exciting about competition to me.
Because you got to challenge yourself and be able to learn from that challenge, and being able to see Victor just keep on being consistent is like such a true trademark of his efforts and knowledge and experience going into this. It's incredible, like when I go over to the European regions as well, I just always see him being so consistent, and being able to see all the action live in front of me is so inspiring, especially with the band of other trainers and top performers that they kind of get together, they pick each other's brains, and they're saying, okay, well, what's your judgment on the current meta right now, and how can we sort of get a crack at trying to break it straight through, and just being able to go ahead and utilize a popularized team from a Japanese player, Elizabeth, in the fashion that they've been doing and drive it all the way through to the top 4 is yet another true mark of a fantastic trainer.
Absolutely, and of course, shouting out the communities in Spain, in Italy, all across Europe. Steel sharpens steel, and we've got some great players competing in Europe, and especially in those local communities.
Yes.
I mean, just look at the top 8 bracket here.
Yep.
3 Spanish players in top 8, and 1 has already made it into the semifinals.
Yeah, and I think obviously there's a bit of bias because I'm from the EU region. I'm loving the results so far. Keep it up, guys. But we do have 2 more top 8s that we're going to be featuring. Eric Rios versus Renzo Navarro. Are we going to see the Titan Eric be failed by Renzo, the last remaining LATAM representative in this top 8 bracket? And then, of course, Alex Gomez Berna versus another player too. I believe it was Ashton Cox, another very good player, actually.
Yeah, we will have a North American international champion in Alex Gomez, and a 2-time Latin American international champion in Ashton Cox.
Yes, it's sort of like what we're saying. We've already had a couple of bouts of the international champions, even world champions to an extent too. So being able to finally show them on stream yet again, keep those coming, is just a true glory and just the delight to be able to witness. And they're both going at it. Ashton is still holding ground, firm ground, saying, right, I want my 3rd LAIC title, please. And then you've got Alex, on the other hand, saying, okay, yeah, well, I nabbed up an NAIC. An LAIC would be very nice, wouldn't it?
It would be quite nice indeed. And it's really interesting because of the 6 players still in the tournament, 4 of them are previous international champions.
That's insane. That's crazy.
I think Victor, who has just marked his ticket into the top 4, is absolutely on track to be one as well. And then, of course, you have Renzo, who could be the first Latin American international champion, which would be an incredible story in its own right. If you want to follow along, make sure you are following along with us every step of the way. Follow the social channels, use the hashtag Pokemon LAIC for this event and other hashtags for all of the remainder of events. Catch up on all of the VODs on YouTube, etc. And make sure that you are following our friends, our host country here, Pokemon Brazil.
Yeah, and I think there's just a lot of action that we've been able to see in the event. So being able to go ahead and show that out in the new Brazilian Instagram account too, you'll be able to see loads of fun to be had and has been had so far. So yeah, I mean, I've been having an absolute riot with this event. It's been top tier, both in terms of quality as well as action. I guess from your side, Evan, is there any quick highlight that you can think of?
Oh wow! Immediate highlights. I feel like I'm put on the spot here, but like watching all of these games, I think just the idea that the 6 players we have remaining in the top cut, I can't come up with a highlight because I know that it's going to be bested immediately afterwards.
You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong, of course. But
talk to me on Sunday.
we'll have a chat. We'll have a chat. But of course, what we're going to go ahead and do is cut to a short break before we go ahead and resume the continuation of our top 8.
We're here at the 2025 Latin America International Championship, and we are here to do a fishing contest. We have a competitor from Pokemon Unite, and we have a competitor from Pokemon Go, and we're going to see who can get the most fish in 60 seconds. I have Zoinks here with me, hyping up the matchup as well. Trainers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, so we got both of our players going for these Tatsugiris. Now, important to note, these fishing rods, not stable. So a lot is going to be in the field.
He's getting close.
Yeah.
He's getting close. Roger's getting close.
Harjeff almost going for. By the way, our players, we have Shohei Kimura and Harjeff going for these Tatsugiri currently. Very close. No one has a single one yet.
Oh, Mag, look at that. The hooks are just swinging. Almost. Just barely not the corner. Can he get the fish?
Unbelievable. These Tatsugiris, they often don't bite. If you read
that's one. You got it.
That is one. All right. I think we got more time on the clock. We still got time for Pokemon Unite to pick up a Tatsugiri. Come on, Mello.
Let's see if Unite can pick up their fishing skills. This is definitely not as easy as tapping as it is in Go, I'll say that. And he got the second fish.
All right, Mello, get back in the fish. No. Go on, Mello, you got this. At least one Tatsugiri for the Unite crew. This time, I like the play of taking the opposing side's Tatsugiri.
Yeah,
very aggressive.
It really throws each other off. Oh!
All right, with that, that is time. And unfortunately, we know without a shadow of a doubt that Pokemon Go players are better at fishing than Pokemon Unite players. Congratulations to Harjev. Hope you all enjoyed that. Let's go back to the Pokemon Unite action and Pokemon Go action at LAIC.
Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate.
Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads.
It's gonna be taken by Venom.
Restart on that UE.
He found it. Show him what you got.
This was the biggest world championships we have ever had.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca Ceribelli and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGC in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought out. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, bro. Just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number one goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I've been really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca Ceribelli is your 2024 World Champion.
We already know 2 of our quarterfinalists at the 2025 Latin America International Championships, and we are about to find out the final 2. I am Rosemary Kelly, and I'm once again joined by Aaron Zhang, and we cannot wait to bring you through this next top 8 match.
There is one representative of LATAM left in this event, in Renzo Navarro. And the big question is, will he be able to advance to the top 4 and continue the dream of LATAM finally winning LAIC?
It's going to be a tough ask, though, because you take a look at Renzo's opponent, and it is Eric Rios, one of the best competitors coming from Spain, coming from Europe. We got a chance to hear from Victor Medina about just how strong of a region Europe is, and in fact, Look at how many Europe representatives we have here in the top 8.
Yep, Victor was saying this could be the entire European top 4. Victor and Marco, two of the most consistent players in Europe. And then you got Eric Rios and Alex Gomez as well, both international champions. Eric is still undefeated in this tournament, by the way.
That is incredible. What is his record now? 12-0?
I think maybe 11-0.
Oh, something insane.
Yeah, because like he had to win all the rounds yesterday. He got a bye. Yeah, there were only 2 rounds of Swiss today. But either way, it's remarkable. Like, there's been the curse, once again, of going undefeated and then getting eliminated before winning the entire thing. So we'll see if Eric can pull it off here, but it's going to be a fun matchup as Renzo is such a strong opponent.
We have already seen Renzo a couple of times on the broadcast at this point, but in case you need another introduction, Renzo Navarro is one of just 4 Players' Cup champions during our online era of Sword and Shield. And he was one of those players that came in already a regional champion from the Santiago Regional Championships in 2018 and 2019, but he's still looking for that huge international win in person. This could potentially be the event, but he's got this incredible Goliath of a player in front of him.
Yeah, Eric using a really interesting team. The Pokemon look relatively standard, but you've got some unique things on this composition. That Annihilate has got close combat coaching, Rage Fist Taunt with Focus Sash, and Stellar Terra. You also have the Electro Web and Thunderbolt on Electabuzz. Normally you'll see players opt for one of the two and maybe taunt over it. And then you've also got Incineroar with that Mirror Herb. Mirror Herb attack that we normally see things like on Paldean Tauros, for example, but here we've got it on the Incineroar specifically to be able to copy potential Defiant boost from the opposing side. And hey, there is a Defiant King Gambit on the opposing side.
And we've already seen Eric utilize that strategy, not afraid to pop that Incineroar down in front of the King Gambit, actually get that boost. But Eric is also not afraid to actually give that boost up that he does get from the Mirror Herb. If he recognizes that he would be in a better spot, allowing another Pokemon to switch in, then he is very okay to do that.
Yeah, a lot of cool combos that you can go with this team. You've got double fake outs, so Rillaboom and Incineroar paired with Golden Go to help set up those nasty plots. You also have Annihilate with that coaching. You can use coaching to boost Dragonite immediately. A +1 scale shot is just so deadly. Can pick up a lot of knockouts. And then you've got Electabuzz for redirection as well as speed control. The Electro Web here, Electabuzz's base speed is actually fairly speedy, and so with that Electro Web, you can often drop your opponent's speed before they're able to move, which is really critical.
And there's not really a whole lot of speed control on Renzo's side. If we are going to juxtapose both of these teams, we take a look at Renzo Navarro's team and we realize that, okay, you just have to kind of rely on the natural speed of some of these Pokemon. This Basculegion does have the Choice Scarf, so that is something that will help you out in this particular matchup. Or you have to rely upon these priority attacks like Ice Shard, Sucker Punch, Grassy Glide to actually get that damage down first.
We've also got a coaching user on Renzo's side of the field. You have that coaching sneeze there. We've got Baxcalibur, which I had as one of the most underrated Pokemon going into this tournament. Baxcalibur is really interesting because it can actually outspeed that Dragonite, so you actually pressure loaded ice Dragonite a ton. You also have that King Gambit. I'm looking at Renzo's team and it's very physically oriented, right? You only have that special attacker in Volcarona, and so I think Incineroar from the opposing side can be really scary to deal with. Normally you'd want to bring King Gambit to get that Defiant boost, but here with the Mirror Herb, do you want to give up the attack boost to Incineroar? You're also Ghost Terra, you can't protect it, so if you Ghost Terra, you're vulnerable to knockoff. Volcarona is a Pokemon that I'm really curious about in this matchup because it has the ability to potentially set up, of course, with that Quiver Dance. Fairy Terra, I think, is actually very valuable here into the opposing Dragonite. Baxcalibur, it's a Pokemon I really want to see, but it's so weak if it gets intimidated, and then you also have to deal with potential coaching from the Annihilate on the opposing side. So, yeah, Renzo has a ton of offense. It's a question of how he utilizes it.
There are a couple of ways that you can help to set that up, but I am curious as well to see which Pokemon he feels like are going to be the right keys to success. Remember, everybody, this is going to be a best of 3, so it's going to take 2 games for one of these players to move on to the top 4 of this international championship. Let's go ahead and get into game number 1 between Eric Rios and Renzo Navarro.
Is there a King Gambit lead is my first question, because if there were an Incineroar to just copy it, boom, +2 attack. So there is the Incineroar, and the unique Annihilate has hit the field, of course, pressuring with that coaching. Volcarona, a key Pokemon that we were calling out earlier, also hits the field. And of course, this Volcarona has that Covert Cloak, so you can get around Fake Out from Incineroar. But this Annihilate has Taunt, so a lot of options for Eric immediately. You, of course, don't want to go for Fake Out onto either Pokemon here. Not really going to get that much value. Incineroar kind of caught in an awkward spot against the Basculegion. Annihilate has the ability to go for coaching. It can also Taunt immediately. Basculegion, Renzo really loves just going for Flip Turn onto it immediately, and I think getting the chip damage will be really important in this early game because you've got got the Sash and Annihilate, you're intimidated. You're not doing that much damage right now.
I really like the opportunity for Volcarona here to maybe even go for a Terra. You've got that Terra Fairy. We've seen Renzo be able to utilize that to go for something like the Terra Fairy Terra Blast, something that both Dragonite and Annihilate would be weak to in this moment in time. Feels really safe to go for that, but right now, Renzo's just going to rely on the offense of this Basculegion. Dragonite, the perfect target to be able to take that, even though it was a critical hit. That's still going to be a pretty good attack to tank. Close combat, though, into the Basculegion. Maybe expecting a switch there, or potentially a Terra.
Yeah, this is such an interesting turn one because Renzo previously on stream showed that he was willing to play really defensively with the Basculegion, go for that flip turn that I was talking about. So I think if you were watching him, you'd probably think, oh, he's just going to play towards that style again. But Renzo's like, you know what? I'm happy to just Wave Crash and threaten the Incineroar and get damage, right? Like, the chip damage here is so important because now you've broken the Focus Sash on the Annihilate. You've broken the multi-scale on Dragonite as well. And so really interesting turn one. And yeah, Fish is for that switch because Flip Turn feels so obvious on Basculegion but doesn't get it. And the Heat Wave there just to avoid potentially getting taunted.
Would have been crazy if it had been the Kingambit that switches into that
exactly,
slot just
yep.
to take the close combat. But now you're looking at this position where I think Terra Fairy Terra Blast does a lot to either of these Pokemon. So Eric's going to have to make the most out of this Dragonite and this Annihilate and fast.
Yeah, and the Basculegion now is going to pivot out. I was curious, you know, at -1, how much is Wave Crash doing? But you've already been intimidated. There's that Kingambit switching you were talking about earlier. So Eric was trying to catch that on turn one, and we're going to start off with the Terra.
So Terrassalization is going to be really nice here for this Volcarona. Right now, you're staring down the opportunity of this Dragonite going for something like the Scale Shot. So Terra Fairy is going to be a way to immobilize that particular threat. But you're also going to be less weak to something like this close combat from the Annihilate. It's the extreme speed, though, into this Volcarona and the Flame Body to get the burn onto the Dragonite. What a big deal!
Okay, so the Rage Fist is going to come out. Does it get the knockout? My guess is no, but this Annihilate is probably more offensive than usual, and Volcarona survives, and it's another Flame Body! How about 2 burns for you?
That is so bad! The Volcarona is still up to be able to go for a Quiver Dance, and while it is going to be in range of getting knocked out to the extreme speed, it's the fact that it was around to deliver 2 burns to these 2 very powerful physical attackers.
Oh, but it does not get a damage off that turn. You are constantly vulnerable to extreme speed. That's higher priority than Sucker Punch from the opposing side, and so you could just go for extreme speed and close combat right now. Looks like we're thinking about switching into Incineroar instead. I think if Annihilate weren't burnt, you would probably just go for that close combat, but because of the burn, Kingambit will probably be able to survive. So the idea is, hey, the whole point of having this Mirror Herb is to copy opposing boost. Let me get these attack boosts on the opposing side. And the Volcarona is kind of pinned, right? Even if you protect here, you're still vulnerable to just getting hit by extreme speed or fake out next turn.
I think that this Volcarona is happy with the job that it's done so far. Yes, you've ended up giving over the Quiver Dance boost, and yes, you are a low HP, but who cares? Because you had that Flame Body activated, Incineroar does come in and will be able to show off why this Mirror Herb tech is so prominent in the meta right now, as Kingambit does get that small Defiant boost.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think Volcarona had a huge opportunity to Terra Blast there, but I think the Quiver Dance play certainly makes a lot of sense, and this is one of the coolest things about Eric's team as the Mirror Herb immediately activates. So now we've got +2 Incineroar on the field, no Protect from Volcarona, so it will just faint immediately. Now the question is, where did Kingambit target? It does get a big opportunity to do a lot of damage this turn now that it's gotten the Defiant boost.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you also have that low kick, but it's going to be the Kowtow Cleave into the Incineroar. It's not going to be very effective thanks to that Dark typing on this Incineroar, but you're still going to be able to chunk it down quite a bit. The biggest problem is your Terrassalization has already been committed, so this Kingambit doesn't have an opportunity to get away from this Steel typing.
Yeah, and I think Kingambit is such an interesting Pokemon in this matchup because it, of course, can do a lot of damage, but inability to protect, and now that you can't Terra either, you're so vulnerable to Flare Blitz and close combat, right? So yeah, Eric got quite unlucky, obviously, with the double Flame Body burn, but he's still certainly in decent shape. Basculegion, of course, now, however, can come out and put on a lot of offensive pressure. It's immune to the Fake Out from the Rillaboom right now.
And it's also immune to this extreme speed, so Basculegion can't be hit by any of those priority attacks. And so go for the Wave Crash. Rillaboom would be a safe switch in to be able to tank one of those shots, but you know that your Basculegion is still going to become more and more powerful with something like Last Respects as well, knowing that your Volcarona got knocked out.
Yeah, the key question right now is how do you deal with the Basculegion, right? Where's the Rillaboom hover in the back, so you kind of have to get Rillaboom in safely. Dragonite right now not really going to do any damage into King Gambit, but there's the hover for Haze. So the idea behind Haze here is let me get rid of King Gambit's damage increase. It looks like it is just going to be the Rillaboom switch in here instead, though. Now, you do open the risk, of course, to something like Last Respects and the Kowtow Cleave with this, but I saw Renzo shake his head, so maybe that's not what's coming out.
Yeah, I might not have targeted down that slot, but you never know until this turn has actually played itself out. As we're going to see the Sucker Punch, so that's why he was shaking his head. He would have loved to be able to catch this Incineroar, being able to go for that damage, but instead you have this Wave Crash into the Rillaboom as well. Still a decent amount, but that's not the turn that Renzo would have wanted here.
Yeah, and even with the burn, Scale Shot's doing reasonable damage here, right? And this is a choice Basket Legion, so you cannot protect yourself in front of Priority Grassy Glide, for example. You're also locked into Wave Crash, so Eric has been playing this game really, really flawlessly. What Renzo was hoping for there was for the Incineroar to stay in and say, you know what, okay, if you Ghost Terra, bang, I get Sucker Punch against you. If you stay in and you don't Ghost Terra, well, I get Wave Crash. But Eric finds the switch into Rillaboom. Of course, it does risk the Kowtow Cleave there, but Eric's just been one step ahead with the switches in this game, and the Basket Legion's caught in a really tough spot right now.
Do you think that the +1 Sucker Punch would be enough, though, for to get the KO onto the Dragonite?
Yeah, it's just tough because, like, you'd have to be clicking it if it would only work if Scale Shot comes out, right? So there's Haze, there's Extreme Speed. Yeah, I think, like, Fake Out here makes a lot of sense, and you can just get rid of the damage on the King Gambit, but it's going to be Wave Crash. This probably knocks out Dragonite, but now you give a free switch in.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a big KO for you to take, though. This was a Dragonite that had already gotten a bit of a speed boost thanks to the Scale Shot, and now you don't have to worry about the extreme speed either. But with the free switch, do you bring in Annihilate or do you bring in Incineroar? Incineroar has given up that Mirror Herb. That is no longer an option, and you've already given over a Defiant boost to this King Gambit.
Yeah, this is really interesting because there is the pressure of Sucker Punch from King Gambit, so you could obviously just Sucker Punch into an Annihilate slot. Right now, if you're Eric, you could just go for Grassy Glide onto the Basket Legion, right? You don't want to just feign to a Wave Crash. Basket Legion could pivot. Annihilate also could go for Coaching. There's also Stellar Close Combat into King Gambit, so Coaching here would allow you to get around the Sucker Punch, but Basket Legion here, of course, has that Choice Scarf, so would be able to go for the Wave Crash. You go Grassy Glide to cover for that, but then you leave King Gambit just free to attack. So the King Gambit actually having that Defiant boost right now, not threatened a ton because with the burn on the Annihilate. So Eric still has his Terra, so the question is, when does he actually want to use it? There is the potential for the Stellar, but yeah, I think he's real. This turn is so crucial. Do you just go for Close Combat? There's the Stellar Close Combat. Yeah, Stellar Close Combat, Grassy Glide here, but you're vulnerable to Sucker Punch from Gambit, so let's see.
Ooh.
Fast switches out.
Basket Legion switching out, so that means that Renzo is going to bring in this fourth Pokemon. It is going to be the Baxcalibur that ends up taking its place, but how does the rest of this turn actually play out as we see this Stellar Terra come through?
Oh, this is so huge. Is it Sucker Punch going off into an Annihilate slot right now? It's gonna Terra Stellar, giving you that damage increase in the close combat. This will be so instrumental because if you Sucker Punch, you just knock out the Annihilate. And it's gonna be Grassy Glide first, but is it Sucker Punch?
Oh my gosh, if the Sucker Punch follows it up, it is, and it actually gets the knockout onto the Annihilate.
So crucial, knocking out Annihilate there. Annihilate, of course, had the ability to go for Coaching. There was the possibility of going for something like Coaching into high horsepower in the King Gambit. Baxcalibur, the final Pokemon, a key reveal here as well. Incineroar will be able to come out and pressure with Fake Out and get another Intimidate off, but it's looking a little bit dicey right now.
It's looking really difficult now for Eric because you're now going to have this King Gambit that is at +2 thanks to these Defiant boosts, and Baxcalibur is still in this position where it should be able to use Scale Shot. It's going to start to become faster than everything, and Rillaboom isn't really pressuring all that much into this Baxcalibur.
Yeah, and you've got the Icicle Spear until the Rillaboom as well, right? So you can just try to quickly knock out the Rillaboom, and then of course the Basket Legion can come out and just finish things off here. And so I think the burn onto Annihilate was a really big deal because it forced Eric to make that switch earlier on in the game. But here's just Sucker Punch coming out into the Rillaboom, and oh, it does survive.
Okay, it survives, but the Icicle Spear was going to ensure that damage picks up the KO onto the Rillaboom, so it's just as Incineroar left. And even though you're going to be able to actually get this damage down with the Flare Blitz, you're taking so much recoil in response, and you're not picking up the knockout.
Basket Legion just cleanly sweeps at this point onwards. It already felt like an uphill battle for Eric, but the key turn was the Annihilate getting Sucker Punch there. Renzo makes the call, does not get baited into the potential Coaching, and has a huge turn there. But Flame Body Volcarona, even though it went for that Quiver Dance and it just fainted, being able to burn the Annihilate was so huge.
That is insane. Twice in one turn, and onto really key Pokemon for Eric to have wanted to utilize later. Scale Shot looking at the damage that ended up actually coming out after the burn, I feel like it would have been enough to actually secure a knockout plus something like that Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom. There was so much potential there for Eric to be able to run away with that game with those physical attackers, and that all got taken away because of the burns.
Yeah, I thought both players made really great plays throughout that battle. Like, Eric was making these really good defensive plays and getting constant switch-ins, but this is what's interesting. Like, Incineroar feels really good into a lot of Renzo's team, but giving the King Gambit this free boost is actually a little bit scary, right? But once again, like, the reason why I keep focusing on that burn is because the King Gambit can't protect itself, so if the Annihilate was able to just close combat it, Gambit just goes down, right? And so I think the Pokemon choice felt fine from the opposing side, right? Like, do you really want to bring Golden Go into a matchup with Volcarona? It feels a little bit scary. Electabuzz, I like could use for redirection, and I think if you're Eric, you might be happy just running it back, saying, you know what, like, I probably have a much better time in that game if I don't eat up the double burn.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at this turn where you actually see the close combat come through into the Basculegion, Eric was already playing really risky on that first turn, kind of hoping that he would be able to get a read of some type of switch, really go ahead and make a step forward. But it was not meant to be in that particular game. We've got another game, though, for these two to play out in this Masters top 8 match. So we're going to see Basculegion and Volcarona here for Renzo, and Eric is going to be bringing the Dragonite and the Incineroar.
So Incineroar, valuable to get that Intimidate off. It does pressure with knockoff. You have to be scared about that Fairy Terra from Volcarona defensively because, of course, it can deal with that scale shot. And so right now, Incineroar kind of caught in an awkward spot. Dragonite, I think, gets a very free scale shot into the Basculegion slot, which is very, very powerful. But, of course, Basculegion here could just switch out into the King Gambit. You could also go for Volcarona and say, you know what? You're not going to Terra right now. Like, you're not going to commit your Terra. He's going to go for it.
Wow, the switch is going to come through from the Incineroar first, but the scale shot was selected into this Volcarona. So is there a terrestrialization that actually comes through from Renzo's side? We're going to have to wait for this Grassy Surge animation to come through, and then we get a chance to find out.
Oh,
but there's
no
Terra! No way, Wave Crash into the Rillaboom, not super effective, but how much is this scale shot going to do? Heat Wave first.
Heat Wave does a lot of damage to Rillaboom, crucially breaks multi-scale on Dragonite as well. And
the burn!
The burn! Are you kidding me? There's no way!
This scale shot was going to be so impactful, and now it's just going to do barely half HP to this Volcarona if it's going to be 5 hits.
Oh, incredibly unlucky sequence for Eric here. It does manage to hit 5 times. You can see Volcarona would have survived with the sliver HP, but the logic of what Eric was going for there was saying, look, okay, if you go for Fairy Terra on Volcarona, sure, you're immune to the scale shot this turn, but then I actually bring out Rillaboom. And now Rillaboom as a Volcarona counter seems kind of crazy, but this is Fire Terra Rillaboom, so you can get around taking super effective damage from Heat Wave, for example. But yeah, Eric makes a beautiful call thinking Volcarona is not going to Terra, but once again eats up the burn, and he is definitely playing from behind right now. That's a really crucial burn once again.
Oh man, and Rillaboom took so much damage when it actually came onto the field as well. The Heat Wave plus the Wave Crash has amounted to a lot. And so this Rillaboom has only a short fuse for it to work on when it comes down to maybe even landing something like a Wood Hammer. Eric is gonna just remove it from the field for now, as we also see the King Gambit hit the field for Renzo, and it's Annihilate that's gonna take this Rillaboom's place. A scale shot into the Volcarona. It is just not going to be enough to get the KO here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, if you get a couple critical hits, maybe, but the burn just so unfortunate from the Heat Wave, and Volcarona does hang on with the sliver despite 2-5 hits from the scale shot. So a burn Dragonite just feels really sad. Like, one of the ways to shut down Dragonite is to decrease its attack, but it is going to be a Quiver Dance, so it's tough because, yeah, the burn and the grassy terrain means Volcarona is able to hang on and then heal back a little bit as well. And this time, the question is, do you want to Terra that Volcarona? Because now that you've got King Gambit on the field, that's actually a pretty good Terra candidate.
Yeah, the Terra for the King Gambit is going to be Ghost, so you do actually make yourself vulnerable to something like the Rage Fist, but this Annihilate hasn't taken any damage yet.
Right.
So this Rage Fist isn't going to be super powerful unless you are going to commit something like the Stellar Terra.
Yeah, this is a really interesting turn because I think there's a lot of options you can go for on both ends, right? The Annihilate does have the Focus Sash, so we'll be able to survive something like a Terra Blast. You could go for something like Fairy Terra, Sucker Punch plus Terra Blast onto Annihilate, but then you open yourself up to the threat of coaching once again with Annihilate. So this Annihilate having coaching and taunt makes this such an interesting dance between the Annihilate and the King Gambit, and we can see Eric trying to potentially go for that close combat target onto King Gambit. Yeah, you can see he's really thinking about it, but once again, this is vulnerable to the Scale Shot Fairy Terra play. Do we we see a Terra coming out?
There is going to be a Terra, and it looks like it's going to be committed onto this King
it is on Gambit.
Okay, so that's a huge call here, recognizing that the King Gambit with its full HP is a very, very powerful Pokemon here for Renzo, especially if you can get around a turn of close combat. The Scale Shot from the Dragonite is going to go first, though, thanks to the speed boost that it's had. Even the Volcarona with the Quiver Dance isn't able to keep up.
Critically knocking out the Volcarona here before it gets the move off. You would have been able to do a lot of damage with another Heat Wave there, but goes Terra, just a pretty safe position to go for it because you're now just a lot less weak into Annihilate, which normally threatens you with that close combat. And so Terra between Volcarona and King Gambit is huge, right? Picking one of the two, and this time you're able to save it for the King Gambit, go for that Kowtow Cleave. This is going to do a ton of damage, and the problem is there's still this Burnt Dragonite on the field, right? So now if you're Renzo, you do get a free switch in.
The free switch in is going to be nice as well. You do have to worry about the fact that this Dragonite is still going to be fast, even if you bring out this Basket Legion that has the Choice Scarf. This Dragonite has had 3 Scale Shot speed boosts at this point. This Basket Legion, not going to be susceptible to something like the Extreme Speed, and even when you take a look at the Scale Shot, it's going to survive that too.
Yeah, I think what's really scary right now for Eric, though, is that you have a free Wave Crash into the Annihilate slot, and there's really not much that Eric can do to respond to it, right? Like, you don't have a defensive Terra here on the Annihilate. Rillaboom's already so low. Getting that chip damage with that Heat Wave early on in the game was absolutely huge, right? And so Renzo, of course, has gotten lucky with these burns, but I also think he's been playing super, super well. You can see that he's planning more long-term, right? Going for these trades that might not make a ton of sense early on, but as you think about the overall big picture of the game, suddenly it really adds up. And he does such a good job of finding these spots for Basket Legion. So the idea here is, okay, I'm going to switch in and get that Intimidate off, but now you are giving the Defiant boost to the opposing side.
I think what you're hoping is maybe this Annihilate is able to survive something like the Wave Crash, or you're saying, I might have to sacrifice this Incineroar here, or you expect that at -1, this Basket Legion Wave Crash would not actually be enough to pick up a KO onto the Incineroar. What if this King Gambit goes for Sucker Punch, though, into this Annihilate?
Let's see, so many different options. Incineroar does threaten the King Gambit a lot right now. It is just going to be the Wave Crash here, and it is into Annihilate, which gets the knockout. I think that was always the safest option. You know you can't protect with the Annihilate. Instant Rillaboom could switch in, but then you eat up so much damage, maybe even get knocked out. And the King Gambit here does go for Kowtow Cleave. There was the opportunity for a read there, thinking, okay, well, Dragonite's going to switch out here. I could low kick. That may have been game-winning on the spot. I don't know if that knocks out the Incineroar, but either way, Incineroar at least comes out. Now you can threaten the Rillaboom. You pressure with Grassy Glide onto Basket Legion and knock off on a King Gambit.
Oh, the Rillaboom comes back in, and you can see just how little HP it has left to work with. This Basket Legion, too, we've seen how tanky sometimes these Basket Legion can be to something just like a normal Grassy Glide from a Rillaboom on terrain. Might not even be enough to actually secure the knockout onto this Basket Legion here, so you have to play a little bit around. I can't fake out because both of these are ghost types,
yeah.
But what else do you do in this situation?
This turn is huge. You can see Eric's trying to bait. He's saying, you know what, you know that Grassy Glide might knock your Basket Legion out. I think you're going to switch Basket Legion out, and it does switch!
It's going to switch here!
Oh, that's huge! Eric, a perfect play here this turn.
That's going to give him so much breathing room as the Baxcalibur is going to be the thing that ends up coming out onto the field instead. But the Rillaboom also switching out here to bring in the Dragonite. Did Renzo get a call to be able to get another KO here? It's a Sucker Punch into the Incineroar.
Gets the Sucker Punch. Okay, and so Knockoff now comes out. It does get the KO, but you get the free switch in back into Basket Legion. So going for the guaranteed damage here. Now you've got Dragonite plus the Incineroar. The Incineroar can't protect, right? So you can take a knockout on that slot. Oh, this is a really, really tight battle here. Baxcalibur in a good spot to just go for those Scale Shots and Icicle Spears in this current position.
Yeah, I mean, just go after the Dragonite here. I feel like it's a very safe to be able to go for something like an Icicle Spear. You know that Rillaboom has the potential to be able to come in, and this Dragonite could go for Protect, but I feel like Lorenzo has just been playing lights out in this match so far.
Yeah, keep in mind, there is still Terra on Eric's end, right? So that could be the thing that helps save him. He also timed the terrain well. Oh, he's going for the potential Rillaboom switch, and this is risky. It's risky because if Rillaboom fades, I think that's just game over. Rillaboom is the key piece you need to deal with the Choice Scarf Basket Legion right now. Having that priority Grassy Glide, Basket Legion's taken some chip damage, and so a lot of times with that chip, I would expect Grassy Glide to get the knockout. So this turn is also huge. Eric is thinking about it. He's committing to the switch. Instant pivots out. Will Rillaboom be able to survive this turn?
Oh, there's a Baxcalibur on the other side with something like Ice Shard that would be really excited about seeing something like that Rillaboom. But this Basket Legion gets a chance to potentially go first. It's the Dragonite going for Protect, so can Renzo actually get any damage down to these Pokemon? It's going to be the Wave Crash into the Rillaboom. It just gets knocked out here. That is a big KO. Incineroar gets to come in.
Yeah, but now how do you deal with the combo of these two Pokemon, right?
It's so tough.
You get the Intimidate, which is nice, but you're still facing off the Max Caliber. This is where, unfortunately, once again, the burn was so crucial, right? If this were a non-burnt Dragonite, I guess, yeah, I mean, you defensively Terra. Like, the key thing, though, is one of the reasons why Baxcalibur, I think, is awesome is because of its ability to outspeed the Dragonite. So, yeah, like, now you pressure with Wave Crash plus Ice Skull Spear. Incineroar, of course, can potentially go for a Terra here as well. Dragonite's not doing very much damage, so I think, like, Eric probably has to use his Terra this turn. But what do you really do here? You're still burnt on the Dragonite. Scale Shot is not going to get the knockout I would expect into either slot.
Yeah, it's really tough because Baxcalibur has an easy protect here just to be able to get through this Incineroar's fake out if it wants to. And at that point, you're allowing this Basculegion to potentially just get a knockout with the Wave Crash. Here is the Terastallization, but it feels almost too little too late as Eric is going to commit that onto the Incineroar to give it that Ghost typing.
Yeah, the idea is to keep Incineroar around so that you don't faint to Wave Crash. You go for fake out, double up on Baxcalibur, get your speed boost so that you can outpace the Baxcalibur in the next turn, but I'm still not sure that's enough. We'll have to see. Fake out does come out. Baxcalibur critically does not protect this turn.
So the Wave Crash is going to be able to find its target onto the Incineroar, and it does stick around for this next turn. But what is this Dragonite going to be able to accomplish as this Baxcalibur is going to be faked out? Look at these scale shots. Even if you add up 5 together, this Baxcalibur is going to be around for this next turn. But this Dragonite does get the speed boost.
It does, yeah, but now it's just vulnerable to an Ice Shard from the opposing side. It's only 4 hits as well. Eric hoping for maybe 5 hits, maybe a critical hit along that. I think Eric found the one play that could keep him in this game, but unfortunately it's only going to be 4 hits and no critical hits along any of those. And so now you just pressure with the Ice Shard plus the Wave Crash here, and I think that should be it. You, of course, can hope for an Extreme Speed crit, but I don't think that's enough either. And this Volcarona with the Flame Body just so clutch in both games. Such crucial, crucial burns.
That was incredible. Baxcalibur is going to get the double protect, or yeah, the protect as well on this turn. So the Wave Crash into this Incineroar. Oh, this Dragonite is going to try its absolute best, but wow, I cannot believe how much work that Volcarona put in, despite the fact we didn't really get a chance to see it move too much in this game. It feels like the heavy lifting MVP for sure. Dragonite's Scale Shot goes into the Baxcalibur, and Renzo still gets a chance to fire off attacks with both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Eric brought the right Pokemon in this matchup. I think Dragonite recognizing how good it is and recognizing, look, you have Fairy Terra Volcarona, but you can only Terra one of Volcarona King Gambit. If I force a Terra out of one of those, great, but Renzo is going to keep the dream of LATAM winning LAIC for the first time and advance onto the top 4.
Oh, those burns. I know it comes a little bit with a little bit of salt there, I think sometimes. You just know that that's sometimes the game that we play, but Renzo made some incredible plays. He was very consistent. He played to the game plan that he needed to, and this is now the 3rd time we've seen him on stream where he's been so cool, calm, and collected. He really understands these matchups.
Yeah, I have really loved Renzo's team as well. I think Baxcalibur is such a good Pokemon, and I'm glad to see it shine on the biggest stage here right now. That said, just so crazy. Volcarona's like burn percentage rate was so high. Like, forget Will-O-Wisp, just use Flame Body and Heat Wave Volcarona. Like, your odds of getting a burn are higher with that.
That might be true. We're gonna have to crunch some numbers on that one. But wow, what a showing. Renzo's going to be able to lock in a spot not just in the top 4 of this tournament, but also secures a spot at the World Championships. That is a huge deal. Renzo has already been able to do so well in the 2025 circuit, but now gets a chance to just kind of sit back, maybe relax a little bit, and think about that World Championships in August.
Yeah, this was such a fun set because I thought both players were making really, really great plays and predictions, and I kind of felt like it was kind of just going back and forth. But I do think, yeah, Dragonite getting burned so early on is so crucial because it's such an important Pokemon in this matchup. And I do think, like, you can see what Eric's game plan is, right? Like, say, hey, if I get a Terra out, I pressure with a lot of damage, right? If you Terra the Volcarona, you can Terra King Gambit, boom, I can just close combat that slot. But in that first game, yeah, making the critical double up onto Annihilate, just getting a knockout here. And then in game into finding these safe wave crashes. Renzo's so good at positioning Basket Legion in these end games.
And Basket Legion feels like one of the tougher pieces to utilize on this team, because typically when we see the Basket Legion, it's next to something like the Pelipper. You're going to have the speed because of Swift Swim. There are not a whole lot of other weather teams that are going to be able to shut that off for you, but you have to know that this Basket Legion is kind of by itself, and you've got to make sure that you can utilize it the best that you can. We do have an interview with our winner though, so let's go ahead and head to the stage and hear what Renzo has to say about this top 4.
And we have got our third competitor who has reached their Worlds qualification and the semifinals here, 2025 Latin American International Championships, Renzo Navarro. There we go, the crowd is going wild. Renzo, what an amazing performance from yourself. You've done an incredible job. Huge congratulations on your semifinals. How are you feeling, my friend?
Thank you very much. I still cannot believe it. I obviously feel very well. I'm very happy. I'm still nervous, just a bit, but fine overall.
Perfect. I mean, understandable. That was quite intense as well. There's a lot of different things that happened in that set. Obviously, you're facing down Eric Rios, previous international champion of the EUIC. What are your general thought process when you're trying to tackle his team and knowing who he is as well from your side?
I have like a bit of history with Eric because we have always, well, for me, we have always played in many majors. Last year's LAAC, in Worlds, he knocked me out in both, in LAAC top 32 and in Worlds Day 2. My win and in was with him, and finally I beat him. I don't know what I did. I just, for pure instinct, I guess.
I mean, you played that exceptionally well, and you understood sort of which core 4 of Pokemon were the best tools for you to be able to bring to that matchup. So obviously we saw Volcarona did play a very pivotal role, both with the flame bodies, but more so the positionings. You were able to handle breaking multi-scale a couple of times with Heat Wave and such. So how did that game 1 go in terms of your expectations?
Well, the only thing I have for sure is Rillaboom and Sneasler were not coming. Volcarona was the MVP. Didn't expect to be the MVP, but yeah, it was clutch for the breaking the multi-scale, leading a bit with the Rillaboom, and Basket Legion was also very good.
And I mean, it really proved to be quite useful, especially going into that game 2 as well, right? There was the initial leads, I think, pretty similar fashion of you going with the Basket Legion and the Volcarona, and you've got that either flip turn situation or maybe just full-on damage. So is that a lead that you've led quite a few times throughout the entire tournament?
Not really, just this match and in top 8 actually, because Basket Legion exerted a lot of pressure, and the instinct was very problematic, so I had to take it down as fast as possible because it had mirror air, so my King Gambit wasn't real comfortable. So I just had to go for the wave crash, and I knew wave crash even at -1 plus hit wave always get the KO, and also plus as a bonus it breaks the multi-scale. If Realm comes in, you eat a hit wave, so it was part of my plan.
And you executed it fabulously as well. Obviously, we did see there was a burn via the Heat Wave in that game 2 as well onto the Dragonite. Do you feel that there would have been a bit more wiggle room for the scale shots to really prove to matter in that game 2?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like the burns were very early, so I don't know if it like mattered in the long run, but it definitely helped a lot.
Understandably, but you have navigated your team exceptionally. Of course, you're coming straight off from a top 16 from last weekend in Buenos Aires, where you were running the same 5 out of 6 Pokemon. There was that change of the Clefable that you had last week going into the Rillaboom this week, the Miracle Seed. So what inspired you to make that update and adaptation, should I say, going into this tournament?
Well, honestly, I didn't, like, when Buenos Aires ended, I tried to build a new team, but I couldn't get anything, so I had to repeat. But I really like the core of Basket Legion, Volcarona, and Grass, that core. And also, Rillaboom helps me with some bad matchups that Clefable was weak to, like Hard Trick Room, like I have Fake Out, I have the terrain. So yeah, it was pure instinct actually, but it did well.
But it worked out really well and seems like it's going fabulously for yourself. So I guess season-wise, macrospective, were you having any sort of expectations, like a line of events coming up, or were you just looking for this one big break opportunity to be able to see where you're at afterwards?
No, I mean, I always try to win every tournament I go to, but this is a bit more special because it's a bit more important tournament. And I didn't expect to get this far, but it's obviously I feel very happy about it.
And I mean, you've already qualified for Worlds, which is amazing, and we're just talking about it now. So I would imagine that takes a bit more pressure off in terms of the other events, but obviously you're in the top 4 right now. You've got this great opportunity 2 sets away from becoming our very first LATAM representative champion here in Latin American International Championship. So I guess going into the top 4 now, how are you feeling? Where's your mind at generally?
I want to win it all, of course. I mean, there's a bit of, I wouldn't call it pressure, but I would really like be the first Latin American champion because we have tried for so long, and I'm just gonna give my best and see how it goes.
And that's all that matters, of course. So it has been an absolute pleasure to be able to already feature you a couple of times as well on stream. So finally, so we could go ahead, allow you to get some rest before you tackle the semifinals. Do you have any shout outs or any thank yous that you would like to give to anybody?
Yeah, apparently many friends from LATAM are here. I didn't see them until the match ended. So a shout out to my friends from LATAM, from Peru, my family and my girlfriend.
It's lovely to hear. So you heard it here from Renzo himself. Let's wish him all the very best as he goes into the semifinals. And we're going to find out who the 4th semifinalist is going to be in just a few moments. So take it away, casters.
Wow, thank you so much, Costa. Amazing to hear from Renzo again after another win on stream. Yes, keeping the hopes of Latin America alive to be able to finally take a win home at their home IC. And what a player to do it. 2-time Santiago Regional Champion. We talked about his accomplishments in 2018 and 2019. And he's also been able to win a Players' Cup. That's not on here, but it's a huge deal.
These are all just more recent accomplishments, but of course, winning Players' Cup back in the online era, making it to day 2 of several different World Championships. Definitely one of the strongest players we've ever seen come out of LATAM. And he's got a really fun team to boot. I've been really impressed by his play and his understanding of the vision long-term when using this team, and it's really fun to see him play with that Basket Legion in particular, because I think after watching some of his earlier sets, I was like, oh, he really just likes going for flip turn early on, but in that last game, he showed that he was willing to dial the aggression, and even with an Intimidate, he was willing to just click Wave Crash immediately in the beginning of the game. So definitely one of my favorite teams from this event, and I'm really stoked because it's got that Baxcalibur.
That Baxcalibur is awesome. That's been one of my favorite Pokemon since day number 1 of Scarlet and Violet. I remember using that in Regulation A and thinking, wow, you know, this has real potential, and then all of a sudden the metagame was way too powerful for this Baxcalibur to really thrive. But I love that Renzo's able to utilize that, similar to how we've been able to see players utilize that Scale Shot Dragonite. I just think that Ice type coverage right now is so valuable. You can see that reflected in the top 12 of usage that we have, why that Icicle Spear and Ice Shard are so powerful.
Yeah, and being able to pressure and be faster than Dragonite is a big deal. In that last matchup, we didn't get to fully see the interaction very much because basically the Baxcalibur got hit by a fake out and then Dragonite boosted its speed, but that's one of the big selling points of utilizing this Pokemon. And when you pair it with coaching, we didn't really see the Sneasler go for coaching, right? But when you're able to go for that free boost onto the Baxcalibur, it feels really, really good as well. And so Renzo, once again, like you said, keeping the dreams of LATAM alive here, will be moving on to the top 4 and has one more match today before potentially advancing on to the finals. But we've got one more top 8 set for you.
We do, and so the team might look a little bit familiar because Alex Gomez is the building partner and friend of Eric Rios. They all often utilize the same teams together, but we've got Ashton Cox we got a chance to feature on the broadcast again. This is the 2-time Latin America International Champion going up against Alex Gomez, the winner of the 2022 North America International 2023.
Yeah.
So many years, but he was and is an international champion already.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal matchup. Both of these players are really old school players. Fun fact, they both competed at the 2014 World Championships, where Ashton back then was known to be one of the craziest, most creative team builders in the world, utilizing all kinds of wild Pokemon that season. Alex at the time was in the seniors division where he got top 8 at that World Championship. So here we are 10 years later and they're still competing. They have won so many championships Championships since then, and it's going to be so fun because what I think is really interesting is Alex Gomez won NAIC with a solo Dondozo on his team, and guess what? Ashton's using solo Dondozo.
That's a little bit of experience dealing with that. I think you always understand it a little bit better when you put the shoe on your own foot and you've sort of played through those lines. But I can't wait to see if maybe Alex can, keep that dream for Eric alive as well, see what he can make and what he can accomplish in this matchup. But Ashton, of course, wants to be one step closer to being the first player to get 3 international championship titles.
Alex has been on an absolute tear, by the way. I think this is a fun story to kind of follow because, like, at one point, I remember I was talking to Alex and he's like, I just like, this might be it. I might want to retire. And it was, I think, after Worlds in 2022, didn't have the run that he wanted and was feeling just kind of dejected. But then he comes back and has one of the most incredible year-plus long stretches I've ever seen. He wins NAIC, gets top 4 at EUIC, top 8 at LAIC right now, day 2 of the World Championships as well. At Top Cut Worlds in 2023. Just an insane run of events, and it feels like he's playing some of the best Pokemon in his life despite being in the scene for so long. But let's first talk a little bit about Ashton. He's running a really fun team, rocking that Como as well as that Solo Dozo.
So the Solo Dozo is so interesting because I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that you often consider being paired with the Tatsugiri, but one of the strengths of this Dondozo is you get a chance to actually pair it with something else. You don't actually see something like the coaching on this team, but oftentimes you can see Dondozo getting a coaching boost. It has its own natural bulk to be able to make sure that it can be there long enough to spam Yawn, spam Fissure, but you also have all these other really great setup pieces. I'm looking at that Como just being so fun in this meta.
Yeah, Como, I think, has really slipped under the radar. It's gotten multiple day 2s, multiple top 16s at events. People have not been talking about this Pokemon very much. It reminds me of Baxcalibur, where it's like, these 2 dragons deserve some love. Yes, it's been about Garchomp, it's been about Dragapult, it's been about Archaludon, Dragonite, but what about Como and Baxcalibur? And so it's really cool to see both of them represented in this top cut. This is going to be the offensive throw spray set with Clangorous Soul and Clanging Scales. So the idea is you've got double Fake Out here, Rillaboom Fake Out, and then you can go for either setup or just damage immediately. Sneasler can do the same, and then you have redirection support from Electabuzz. Now, normally against Como, people are going to want to bring, for example, Fairy types or Fairy Terras in order to deal with the Dragon attacks. But you know what loves going up against Fairy? It's Golden Go.
Golden Go is going to have those choice specs and also has a coverage option of something like Power Gem. Not necessarily going to be as impactful into a lot of the other Pokemon on Alex's team, but you do have that Dragonite and that Incineroar that might not necessarily want to take that if the opportunity arises. But just in case you missed the set with Eric on stream, Alex Gomez is going to be running the exact same 6. Shouldn't be too many surprises here.
Yeah, and of course the things that make this team unique that you should pay attention to, you've got the double attack Electroweb Thunderbolt on the Electabuzz. You've got the really unique Annihilate set, Taunt, Close Combat, Rage Fist coaching with that Focus Sash and the Stellar Terra, and then you've got the Mirror Herb on Incineroar as well. And so I'm already looking at this team, I'm like, okay, you know what? There are a lot of Pokemon that Como actually does decently into, Annihilate, Vincent, Rilla, Electabuzz, but there is Fairy Terra Dragonite. So it'll be interesting because if you go for that Fairy Terra, you're just going to be completely immune to, of course, the Dragon-type attacks from Como, but then you're threatened by Golden Go immensely. Now, this team has some answers against the opposing Golden Go. You've got Annihilate with Rage Fist, you've got the Incineroar, which I think is very handy into Golden Go. You've also got your own Golden Go with Shadow Ball. And so my main question here is, does Ashton commit to Como mode, right? If you do, then Alex is going to have to dance around it, and then so Alex is going to be very careful committing that early Terra and then becoming weak to Golden Go.
I also want to know what the Golden Go speeds are, because we do have Golden Goes on both sides. It's going to be the Citrus Berry set for Alex, but it's going to be the choice specs for Ashton, and usually those 2 types are trained just a little bit differently.
Absolutely. I think one of the other things here is Como is just a Pokemon that does require a fair bit of setup, right? And I think it's probably the Pokemon that draws your attention most on Ashton's team. And so if you're Alex, you might be thinking, okay, I need to really prepare hard for the Como mode, but then what if Ashton doesn't bring it? Then if Alex's raw Pokemon are meant to deal more with Como, it can catch Alex off guard. And so that will be one of the big things to pay attention to in this first game.
This first game is going to be explosive. These are 2 of the best players that Pokemon VGC has to offer. Let's get into game number 1 of our 4th and final top 8 match here at the Pokemon Latin America International Championships. We're going to see the Electabuzz and Golden Go for Alex, and for Ashton, it's the Electabuzz and Golden Go. It's like looking in a mirror right now.
Oh, this is really interesting because Alex does have the more defensive setup-oriented set, right? And so Ashton here wants to kind of go for explosion and just do a lot of damage, right? You have Helping Hand, you have the Choice Spec Shadow Ball on the Golden Go, right? But my question is, does Helping Hand Spec Shadow Ball even knock out the Electabuzz on the opposing side? So you can see here the commitment to go for Electro Web instead, try to drop your speeds, but Electabuzz right now can very easily just go for a safe follow me into a nasty plot, but it's going to be the pivot here instead.
Okay, so Ashton was targeting down the Electabuzz and Alex's side as we do see this Incineroar come in. This Intimidate doesn't matter for either of these Pokemon. Electabuzz and Golden Go are both going to be special attackers, but what it does offer is the opportunity to keep this Electabuzz, this Golden Go safe for later. With the Electro Web drops, it's kind of nice for Alex to start generating a bit of speed control, but you still have the opportunity here to match that if you are Ashton, as long as that Electro Web doesn't miss, and your Golden Go still gets a chance to actually fire off an attack.
Yeah, so the logic here from Alex is, he's like, I don't know if I really want to go for Follow Me plus the Nasty Plot, right? Like, yes, I do get the boost, but then I'm not Electro-Webbing, you're dropping my speed, your Golden Go does a lot of damage. Incineroar is in a great spot right now, right? It does pressure with the knockoff onto Electabuzz to get rid of Eviolite. You can knock off or Flare Blitz right now into Golden Go. The obvious play for Alex to make is to just protect that Electabuzz. Ashley can decide, well, I can keep Shadow Balling into Electabuzz, force you to protect, and if you don't protect, I get a knockout. Or you can say, you know what, I think the Electabuzz is going to protect here. I can reposition for some momentum, switch that Golden Go out into something that has a little bit more damage output. And Dondozo, Solo Dozo is in the back here. Como has not been brought to game one, crucially.
That's really important because Alex hopefully has sort of thought about the possibility of Ashton saying, hey, guess what? I don't actually want to commit to the Como right now. It's really heavy investment into this one particular Pokemon, but we do see the Rillaboom now, so Alex going to have some nice damage here coming out from the Incineroar if you want it, as the Electabuzz goes for the Protect first. Alex actually is going to use a move here with this Incineroar.
So the question here is it a Flare Blitz by any chance into the Rillaboom?
Because
you could go for Electro Web Flare Blitz, right? And that would do a ton of damage to the Rillaboom here. What is it going to be? It's going to be the knockoff, so still targets into the Rillaboom slot, gets rid of the Assault Vest, and gets, crucially, 3 damage, right? If the Electabuzz had been targeted and you just go for the Protect, which Ashton did, then you don't get anything off there. And so a nice play by Alex to get some guaranteed damage. Golden Go there's choice, you know, you get kind of the guaranteed double up into that slot. So relatively safe play here. Rillaboom now does hit the field, but the question is, what does it have to offer? There is high horsepower on this, and there is Helping Hand on Electabuzz, but Alex could just go for a Follow Me with his own Electabuzz.
Yeah, and then it's going to be the Electabuzz that would have to tank that hit instead, but I think you're also running into the problem if you don't match Electro Webs, then is this Incineroar at some point going to become faster and actually be able to allow this Incineroar to outpace the Rillaboom? Unfortunately, not going to see this big heavy play with the Stomping Tantrum, where the Dragonite takes that spot instead, so this Helping Hand is not going to feel so helpful.
It's a really safe play to go for. You're not vulnerable to much, and so Alex just does not get caught off guard, right? I think it could be tempting to attack with the Incineroar there, but Helping Hand, high horsepower into Dragonite there. Dragonite now in such a nice spot to go for those scale shots, and you've gotten chip damage onto the Rillaboom, and so really great turn by Alex there. It was safe. There really wasn't too much that you were worried about from the opposing side. This is one of the classic things we've seen with Rillaboom throughout this tournament, where sometimes it's just out on the field and it doesn't really put on that much pressure, right? Now you can at least thread in the Electabuzz slot, but Dragonite's looking really scary with these scale shots.
It's tougher too because a lot of the Rillabooms right now, they're running high horsepower over something like U-turn,
right.
So it's so much more difficult to actually cycle the Rillaboom in and out. The high horsepower is still going to hurt, though. This Electabuzz did just Protect, so it is a bit vulnerable. If you see something like the Golden Go or the Incineroar switch into that slot, that is not going to want to take the high horsepower either. So really great assessment of damage here for Ashton to hopefully land something onto this Incineroar.
Yeah, Incineroar, great switch in here. You get the Intimidate into Rillaboom, so while high horsepower deals super effective damage, it's not going to do the most, and I think conserving Electabuzz, and like you said, you don't really want that Golden Go to take damage, right? So it's going to be Scale Shot into the Electabuzz shot. It's going to do a lot, but it's certainly not going to pick up a knockout unless it gets a crit along the way. Let's see. Nah, I don't
think even a crit might be able to actually get the knockout there, maybe 3 or 4 of them, but we actually see a low roll here onto the Scale Shot. 4 hits instead of 5. The speed boost, though, going to be very, very helpful. Electabuzz going to say, you know what, though? I don't know if I want you to keep that. There's going to be the Electro Web speed drop onto the Dragonite, but more importantly, you're breaking the multi-scale on that Pokemon.
High horsepower now comes out, does a good bit of damage, but Dragonite, of course, still pressures with Scale Shot. There was the potential to target into Rillaboom there, but Alex recognizes, you know what, this Electabuzz is actually kind of hard to deal with. I don't have that many ways to knock it out, and the redirection can be really annoying later on. Keep in mind that Ashton still has that Solo Dondozo as the final Pokemon. Solo Dozo is cool, but it is... I think the problem with it is it often stays on the field for a really long time, and you're clicking Wave Crash, but you're not picking up knockouts, and it's going to be immensely weak to Electabuzz from Alex's side. That's why he decided to conserve it and switch it out. He knows that Electabuzz can do a lot of damage into Dondozo.
Electabuzz is also just nice if you need to keep something like your Dragonite safe or even your Golden Go safe to get a Nasty Plot or something up for the late game. We see a couple of switches though as the Dondozo finally makes an appearance, and so Alex can formulate the rest of his game number 1 game plan around this Pokemon being the 4th and final revealed.
Yeah, no Como, it's going to be Dondozo instead. Dragonite here has the opportunity to go for attack. Golden Go has now hit the field once again. Just Skill Shot into the Golden Go. I'm actually curious, like, I was thinking even though you resist with 4 hits here, does another Skill Shot KO after grassy terrain? Looks kind of close, but if you get 5, okay.
That might actually be in range of getting picked up to another 5 hit from a Scale Shot on the next turn. And Dragonite's going to be so fast now with no speed control from the Electro Webs from Ashton. This Dragonite gets to keep these speed boosts.
Exactly, yeah. And so now Dondozo's out on the field, but what are you going to do? You've got Wave Crash, Fissure, and Yawn, right? You could try to go for...
Fissure, Fissure.
Like, Yawn is disruptive maybe into Dragonite. There is that Fairy Terra on Golden Go, right? So you could go for Fairy Terra. Dragonite, though, could just go for a Protect, right? So the question is, what Golden Go here could go for Water Terra on the opposing side and then go for like a Make It Rain or just a Shadow Ball. This is a really crucial turn because I think Ashton is running out of ways to deal with damage. His Golden Go is the primary damage dealer in this game. You still have to deal with the Dragonite, so this is going to be huge. Pay attention to what happens to Ashton's Golden Go.
And also which Golden Go is actually going to move first, right? Because there is a possibility of Alex's Golden Go able to get off something like the Make It Rain before Ashton actually gets a chance to move.
Absolutely. It's going to be the Fairy Terra, not a Terra we see as frequently on the Golden Go, but it's extreme speed! Okay!
A huge call. Now that the Golden Go isn't a Ghost type, it's going to be vulnerable to the extreme speed, and even if it wasn't going to be that, the Shadow Ball from Alex's Golden Go is able to move first. Critical information here for both Ashton and Alex to know for later, but Dondozo gets a chance to use the Fissure, and it is not going to connect this time around.
Yeah, this is, I think, the problem with Solo Dozo in this matchup. Yes, it's cool, but how are you going to deal enough damage? Fissure is not reliable, right? I think that was probably the best move to go for in that spot, but if you don't hit, it's just so bad, and I think Alex is in such a good spot now. The extreme speed to cover for the Fairy Terra, I think knowing the speed interactions is huge. I actually would have thought maybe Ashton's Golden Go would be faster because Alex is a more setup-oriented set, and so really interesting to find the speed interaction there, but Alex nails it, and I think right now, Ashton's in a really tough spot. I don't see how he deals with Dragonite at this point, so even though the Pokemon count is not that different, I think Alex is in a very commanding position.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we can see this Golden Go just go for a setup if it wants to. It's very safe in the face of this Rillaboom or this Dondozo, but I like the double protect here from Alex just to play it safe. You don't want to actually fall prey to something like the Fake Out, and Dondozo still has access to some tools like the Yawn we just saw.
Yeah, Yawn is helpful, but Golden Go doesn't really have to care about it, and like you need a couple turns to get it going, and so like, I think Dondozo feels kind of like a bait in this matchup, honestly, because it just soaks up pressure. You're not having a lot of offensive pressure when it's out on the field, right? And so now you can just Scale Shot once again with that Dragonite slot. And yeah, the Dondozo can continue to maybe go for Fissure, but the reality is that Dragonite should win against Dondozo when it has assistance from just any other Pokemon, right? And Ashton has already committed to Terra as well, and so I'm trying to think how Ashton can come back into this one, but it's just really difficult because right now there's just no damage even threatening the Dragonite.
Ooh, the Scale Shot here into the Rillaboom. I mean, if it's not going to be the Scale Shot, this Golden Go has also been shown to be able to be a pretty heavy hitter as well. I think you just go for damage here, and then this Golden Go is able to just take the knockouts.
Yeah, totally. Golden Go, yes, it's Nasty Plot, but you can't just go for damage as well, right? No need to Nasty Plot, especially when you're in front of a unaware Dondozo as well. So Dragonite picks up another speed boost. It's just going to be Make It Rain. Rillaboom goes down now. You've got Electabuzz plus Dondozo. There's just no damage once again.
Yeah, I mean, the only out that I can see here for Ashton, go for Yawn onto the Dragonite and hit all of the fissures that you need to in a row.
Even with that, though, honestly, I still think it's not doable because there's just too many Pokemon to deal with. Alex is way too much of a lead. I think solo Dondozo thrives in endgames when you don't have that many Pokemon to deal with from the opposing side, right? Be like, okay, look, I'm in a 1v1 where I'm so bulky, I can take these hits, or a 2v1 where you're not doing that much damage, but Ashton was never able to get damage onto the most crucial Pokemon in this matchup, which was Dragonite. And we were talking about Como coming into this match. I think what Como does is that at least forces the Fairy Terra from Dragonite. Once you force that Terra, you at least then can use your Golden Goal to deal with it. So I think Ashton might want to look at dropping Dondozo, look towards Sneasler, look towards Como in Game 2.
That would be great. I think you have to make the adjustment at this point. I wonder, though, where does Dondozo actually fit if you wanted to keep it around? I feel like if you want to bring it, it has to come out sooner.
Yeah, you could, like, it could be lead and then pressure with Yawn, but I don't know. Like, I think another reason I don't love Dondozo here is because you have you saw Electabuzz and Instant from the opposing side, so you have to deal with Intimidate. Electabuzz just gets super effective Thunderbolts consistently into Dondozo, and this isn't a Dondozo with Earthquake, right? So you're wave crashing or basically holding your hands and praying for a Fisher, but once again, that's not very reliable. So Alex just had such a huge amount of damage in this game, and Ashton just wasn't really able to respond accordingly.
No, I mean, even the wave crash here from the Dondozo isn't going to be enough to get a knockout. And so with this just Dondozo left, Alex is just one Pokemon knockout away from being able to take this first game, and then we get a chance to move into game number 2. So much to consider here. Golden Go speeds. Alex's was able to move first.
Yep.
Have to think about whether or not this Dondozo is valuable enough to actually bring to this game. And if you do, how do you deal with the Dragonite? The Dragonite was a huge problem.
Yeah, and we also saw Electabuzz in Golden Goal, right? So it's like, now you're probably thinking, well, that's a lead I have to deal with as well. And I think it's a really good find by Alex that's pretty consistent across the board. You can see Ashton, he knows this game is lost, but he's really taking his time to just come up with a game plan going into game 2, because I think the core 4 that Alex has revealed looks really, really strong to me. Because I'm now thinking, okay, I'm putting myself in Ashton's shoes, let me adapt to Como. But how does it even work? If I lead Como, where do I even go, right? Because Electabuzz is still annoying to deal with from the opposing side. And so Scale Shot here just going to slowly finish off the Dondozo. We've got Shadow Ball from Golden Go. But the question is, if Ashton wants to adapt, he wants to bring that Como, what do you pair with it? It's really, really tough. I think Electabuzz Golden Go with Instant Dragonite in the back is such a solid 4 by Alex.
Yeah, this just looks so hard now that Alex has sort of figured out this game plan. But we'll have to wait and find out if game 2, Ashton can make any adjustments. Alex is going to go up 1-0 in this set so far, and without having any of his Pokemon knocked out.
One of the things I'm thinking about is if you're Ashton, you could lead with, for example, one of your fake out users plus Como-O, so Rillaboom Sneasler plus the Como-O. You could, it is Fire Terra Como, so you do have Fire Terra Flamethrower into Golden Go immediately. I don't know if that even knocks out, that was the thing. As like, that's my first question. The speed interactions between the Como and the Golden Go, also something to pay attention to. But it's overall here, I don't know, it just seems really tough because basically, I think the tough thing for Ashton is he does not have many ways to break through the Electabuzz from the opposing side. Actually, both sides, like, you don't have that much damage into Electabuzz, but Alex was able to remove it sooner, and then Dragonite was able to just scale up in terms of damage with that Scale Shot. This being such a key turn, right? Like, Ashton already, I think, has kind of a tough time approaching this matchup, and if you're getting turns where you're just not getting any damage off, like this turn, it's so tough.
Yeah, and then you have this Golden Go interaction, which means that you utilize this Terra. It gets you no value because your Golden Go simply just gets knocked out, and the game looks so over from that point. Dondozo not able to withstand all of the different Pokemon that Alex has on the team, and so yeah, like, let's kind of theory this Como-O working, because I feel like I'm biased. I want to see it because it's such a cool Pokemon, but I do feel like this is a Pokemon that could be really valuable in this matchup.
Yeah, I think with Como, you have 3 viable leads. It's Rilla Como, Sneasler Como, and Electabuzz Como. The idea is you either go for Fake Out or just redirection with Electabuzz and try to get your Como boosted, right? And so I think all of those certainly can work. It's just really tough still because the problem is, how do you deal with Golden Go and Electabuzz at the end of the day, right? I do think that Como needs to come out in this one and at least put on a little bit more pressure. But even if you get it going with the leads, I don't know, it's tough because like you resist the dragon type attacks from Como with the Golden Go. You have redirection support from the opposing side. But yeah, I think I would go with one of the fake out users or Electabuzz here and go from there.
Yeah, I think bringing Sneasler is great because Sneasler could also just do Sneasler things.
I was thinking Dire Claw honestly might be helpful here. Like you just say, you know what, I'm gonna send it. But
don't worry about Yawn. Just worry about getting the poisons, the sleeps, and the paras. You know that Sneasler's got you. But let's get into game number 2 here. Alex is going to be up 1 game in this series, and it's going to be an adjustment from Alex as well as Ashton. The Como has finally hit the field, and for Alex, we see that Annihilate.
Oh, but there's coaching potential here, and there is the threat, of course, of the taunt from the Annihilate. Electro Web here would activate the Defiant on Annihilate. Como here, of course, in a good spot. You could just go for something like Follow Me. You can either Clangor Soul or Clanging Scales right now. I took a quick look in the back, though, from Ashton. He does not have the Golden Go, though. So if you force that Fairy Terra from Dragonite, there is Sneasler to Dire Claw it, but there's no Golden Go to take advantage of to make it rain. Here's the Terra immediately on the Como. Of course, this allows you to get around the Scale Shot, dealing super effective damage, but Alex here has a lot of different options. Could Taunt, could Coaching, could Scale Shot, could Protect, so many different plays.
Yeah, it's also really risky though because you know that Ashton really wants to make sure that you can get that speed. And so I think if he clicks Electro Web in this, it's so risky because you have that Annihilate that would be taking it and getting a Defiant boost, but instead it's going to be the Incineroar that switches in just to be able to get this Intimidate down.
Yeah, so Incineroar coming in. Alex, let's see if he plays defensively here. The question is, what does he do with Dragonite? But we're going to start off with the Terra.
Right, so the Terra is nice. I mean, when you take a look at how the fire is going to match up into what this Dragonite has, you're pretty happy, I think, with what you're actually going to see on the other side. And I think with this Incineroar coming in too, you are going to start to be a little bit better able to handle this Flare Blitz. But this was the risky call. The Electro Web, had it hit this Annihilate, would have been huge.
Scales just comes out, no Terra on Dragonite. Not going to be able to pick up the knockout, but critically does a lot of damage. However, the question is, do we see a Scale Shot into the Como slot?
Oh my gosh, if it's a Scale Shot, you did just get that defense debuff. That special attack move on the Incineroar because of the Mirror Herb. Yeah, but the Scale
there it
Shot.
is. Okay, that's doing a lot. Can 5 hits get the knockout? There's 2. I think 5 might do it. 3,
it looks like it's going to be so close. I think this Como does survive, though, with
4.
just a little bit. Even though that we might have been able to see the knockout, we don't get a chance to actually find out because it was only those 4 attacks.
Oh, okay, so a lot of damage there. No Terra baited out from the Dragonite. I think Alex says, you know what, like even with Electro Web and the Clanking Skills, you're not going to knock out. I wasn't sure how that damage roll would come out, but now Ashton, of course, has to worry about the fake out pressure, so it makes sense to Protect to alleviate yourself from it. Alex here could vie for some interesting positioning of just like hard switching Incineroar back out into the Annihilate. You have extreme speed pressure in the subsequent turn, but right now a key thing is that the Terra has been committed on the Como, right? So you can't Terra anything else. Scale Shot's looking really scary right now from the Dragonite, but I think Ashton having a much better start to this game because Dragonite was the entire problem, it felt like, for so much of that last game. This time you've already at least gotten a lot of damage onto it.
We're actually going to see the Dragonite leave, so even though it was able to get that Scale Shot boost, it's actually going to remove it in favor of placing this Golden Go in front of this Como. This is, I feel like it's kind of safe. If you're not expecting a Flamethrower to come out, then you're not really worried about this Golden Go being able to actually take that damage, and you know that Ashton's kind of one of those players that wants to play a little bit more safe. There was a possibility of this Incineroar going for something like Fake Out, but even just this damage is really important to stave off.
Yeah, this is something that high-level players do really well, which is like, you know I have Fake Out pressure, so I'm going to take advantage of it. Ashton wants to double protect to get around the threat of Fake Out, right? But Golden Go does manage to switch in freely. It is interesting because you do have Electro Web right now with the Electabuzz, and you do have Flamethrower. There's also Helping Hand plus Flamethrower. Golden Go is Water Terra, so if it goes for the Terra, you suddenly do become weak to the Electro Web here. But you can see the hover here potentially just to go for Follow Me. I think the key thing here is like Como's gotten a lot of damage, it's gotten the boost, but is it going to be able to pick up a knockout right now?
Oh, it feels so tough, but I think you're really excited if the Golden Go actually does commit the Terra here, because then you know that it's not going to be the Dragonite that's going to be able to grab that later, even though the Dragonite actually does come back in. So no Terra either, so this Golden Go is going to stay a Steel type.
Yeah, there was the risk of Helping Hand Flamethrower this turn, but just going to be able to get that Shadow Ball off. Critically, no Electro Web, no Make It Rain there. I was wondering if Make It Rain maybe could get that knockout, but here's the Fire Terra Flamethrower onto the Golden Go. How much does this do? It's a one-hit knockout.
That's a big deal. This Golden Go, I mean, Alex would have loved to be able to have this, just be able to deal damage later, and even though it was able to get that Shadow Ball off, being knocked out like that,
that is wild. Yes, you get a chance to bring in this Annihilate for free, but was it worth it?
Yeah, I think Como right now, honestly, has been such a key adjustment. We talked about it, we said we wanted to see it, and here it does make an appearance here. And so I think one of the other things I'm curious about is the Electabuzz speed interaction against the Annihilate, because Electabuzz's base speed is actually quite high, and so if you have trained a ton of speed investment, you can outspeed the Annihilate on the opposing side, even if it's max speed, allowing you to get that Electro Web off. But there is the threat, of course, from the extreme speed from the Dragonite. But right now, yeah, Como, if it gets just one more clanging skills off right now, it feels so, so strong. And no Make It Rain there critically, and so just going for that Shadow Ball, and here we go. It might be just another clanging scales. What does Alex go for right now? You could just go for the extreme speed, but it's really tough. Like, the Annihilate's not doing much damage here, and here's going to be the Terra. If it's going to be the Fairy Terra, you do become immune to the clanging skills now.
Yeah, so that is one way that Alex can hope that this Dragonite can stay around for a little bit longer. But that means that this Annihilate is now vulnerable. Let's hope that the Focus Sash is enough to allow this Annihilate to stick around for a little bit longer. The Follow Me is going to redirect away attention from this Como-O. So as we do actually see the taunt come through, Electabuzz is not going to be able to use that Follow Me anymore. It can only go for something like your Electro Web, as the Clanging Scale misses the mark onto the Dragonite, but breaks the Focus Sash on this Annihilate, in fact dealing a critical hit.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto Annihilate, not enough for a knockout. Scale Shot comes out. Now the question is, does this knock out the Electabuzz? Oh, it does get a crit along the way, so with 4 it might be enough. 57 down to 20. It can survive another one, okay?
So it's
Do
gotta
you
be
get a
5
fifth hit?
hits.
No!
It's only 4.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that could have been really a big deal for Alex. Like, if you get the knockout onto the Electabuzz, then all of a sudden you're starting to even up the Pokemon count. But I think here, it almost feels safe for this Electabuzz to potentially go for something like the Electro Web. I don't know if you care too much about giving a Defiant Boost over to this Annihilate, knowing that this Como-O is very close to getting knocked out here.
Yeah.
And it's taunted, so Electabuzz can't do anything else.
Exactly, yeah. I think Electabuzz not fainting may have actually been beneficial for Alex, because at least it denies a free switch in. Your options here are either Electro Web or just switch out, right? You are right now threatened by just getting both of your Pokemon KO'd and outsped, and so then the question is, does Ashton feel confident enough with his final 2 Pokemon? This time around, he's gotten a knockout and done so much damage to both of these Pokemon, so might be content just losing both of his Pokemon here and getting the 2 free switch-ins he's looking for.
Extreme speed to finish up the Electabuzz. Now the Annihilate is free and clear to be able to clean up with something like the Rage Fist. So there we go. That's going to be a double knockout here for Alex to be able to take, and then Ashton has to be able to finish up this game with his final 2 Pokemon and keep himself in this series.
Yeah, we know it's the Sneasler and the Dondozo. Sneasler now has to worry about the Skill Shot from the Dragonite, right? The Dragonite has gotten that speed boost, and one of the reasons why Dragonite's so good is because of that Skill Shot. So this is going to be an interesting endgame. There, of course, is the Incineroar for that switch in for Fake Out as well. Crucially, the Sneasler does have Protect, and so this turn you pressure with Fake Out, and then the next turn you pressure with Protect.
But does Ashton sort of kind of give Alex the same respect and go, well, you might double protect here, so what if instead with the Sneasler, I actually go for damage, or I try to do something like that, or try to catch a switch in?
Yeah, I think if you're Alex right now, you can, of course, protect the Dragonite, switch Annihilate out into Incineroar, and then you pressure with your own Fake Out the subsequent turn into a Scale Shot. So a lot of different options here from both ends. Let's see if there's the switch in. Okay, it's just going to be a Protect on the Dragonite here. So Sneasler had the option to target the Annihilate, but trying to bait out Protect or Fake Out here, it is going to be Fake Out into the Dragonite.
Yeah, unfortunately can't Fake Out this Annihilate, but you know that this Dondozo, if it's able to survive this Rage Fist, can actually dish out the finishing blow. This Rage Fist is going to start to hurt, though. So if the Dondozo doesn't get a chance to get the knockout now, then this Annihilate is going to have so many stacks. Alex, though, also down to his final 2 Pokemon with that knockout, and this Incineroar gets to come in and give an Intimidate down to both this Dondozo and the Sneasler.
Yeah, I was questioning the Dondozo in the first game, but I actually think this is like a dream scenario for it in the end game, where it's like, okay, now I'm bulky. I'm not taking that much damage from Scale Shot from the opposing side, and you've Terra'd the Dragonite as well, right? So Wave Crush is actually doing pretty good damage into both. You do have Yawn, you do have Fissure as well. And so this turn now, Incineroar hits the field. You, of course, can go for Fake Out into Dondozo, Scale Shot into the Sneasler, but you can just Protect to get around that.
Yeah, Double Protect makes so much sense here. Now the Fake Out will be off the table, and you can just try to go into the next turn with this Focus Sash intact on this Sneasler, knowing that you're going to buy yourself a turn.
So double protect here, yeah, just the safest option. You want to guarantee that the fake out doesn't go off. Next turn, Dragonite, of course, will have the option to just knock out the Sneasler. But then, I think Solo Dondozo could finally pull it off here. You've gotten the damage that you needed to with Ashton's Pokemon this time around. So Scale Shot goes into the protect. Right now, first of all, you have to hit the Scale Shot. If you miss, that I think will probably just end the game immediately. But yeah, I think Solo Dondozo, this is a great spot for it. It is intimidated, and there is the threat of Parting Shot and knockoff from the opposing end, but Dondozo's doing good damage at this point.
Yeah, I think Wave Crash the Dragonite, you just get a chance to knock it out, and we'll oh, we do see the Scale Shot actually connect onto the Sneasler. 4 hits though?
Should always get it, yeah. With, like,
I was saying, you know what, just maybe it was a roll, but no, this Sneasler is going to get knocked out to those 4 hits. And it's going to be this Dondozo to have to clean things up for Ashton. Still well positioned, but it's got to be able to get the knockouts here and now.
Yeah, the question is, can you get the knockouts quickly enough? Right, because you still are staring down some damage. Knockoff here now does remove that leftovers. No more healing on board with the Dondozo. And the Wave Crash is going to knock out the Dragonite. I think you have to target Dragonite there. You cannot allow it to get these free skill shots afterwards. So now it's Dondozo versus Incineroar. No more leftovers. The Dondozo, of course, is weakened, but now what you can do is yawn into Incineroar, protect, and then click Wave Crash a couple of times. It's going to take multiple knockoffs to knock out the Dondozo, so I think Ashton's in a phenomenal spot right now.
Or you go for Flare Blitz and try to just burn the Dondozo.
Oh, I would not do that.
I'm just saying, you know, there was another opportunity there, but yes, Incineroar does have to go for the knockoff now. Ashton has a clear line of play after getting that yawn to protect, put this Incineroar to sleep, and go ahead and wail away with some of these Wave Crashes.
Yeah, it's not over because, so Incineroar falls asleep right now, right? Wave Crash, I don't think will knock out Incineroar because you, of course, got in the attack drop, and don't forget, recoil damage adds up here, right? So I'm thinking, okay, if Incin survives the -1 Wave Crash and gets a 1-turn Wake Up, it might be able to do it with knockoff. So first of all, does the Dondozo manage to do enough damage to Incineroar here?
It's going to have to be able to do half of what is left as the first Wave Crash hits into the Incineroar, and it looks like it's going to be plenty, but if this Incineroar gets the turn 1 Wake Up, then this could be over, and Alex will go forward to the top 4. Incineroar stays asleep though, so Ashton is afforded the opportunity to get this Wave Crash, get the KO, and we've got a Game 3 in this, a top 8.
Yeah, needed a Wake Up and probably a critical hit there with the Incineroar, so I think it was very much Ashton's game, but crucially, the protect on Sneasler, being able to buy some time and then using Solo Doza to do all this damage. Alex did go for Fairy Terra with Dragonite, but it was a little bit late. Imagine if that came out on turn 1 of the game, right? I think Alex was a little bit scared of committing that Terra because he's like, oh, Ashton's probably conditioning me, baiting me to go for that Terra. You're just going to bring out Golden Go, you're going to bring out Sneasler and damage me once in Fairy Terra, but Ashton just gets so much damage off with that turn 1, doesn't go for the setup, just goes immediately for the clanging skills, and Dragonite just takes so much damage.
It takes a lot, and like not having that multi-scale intact was a big deal to be able to actually allow that Dragonite to maybe tank that. Imagine if you did have the multi-scale and then you take the clanger skills, right? I
Absolutely.
think the Dragonite is in such a better position, and then you don't feel as bad committing the terrestrialization on the next turn for the Dragonite.
Yeah, and there was the ability to like maybe stay in with Annihilate on turn 1 and just go for coaching into a Scale Shot as well, get a free attack boost, but I think Ashton's such an amazing adjustment, right? Game 1, it felt like he just had no damage coming out from anywhere. He's like, you know what? Okay, Como was the answer, but he answered our question of where does Dondozo come out. This turn, by the way, also so crucial. Golden Go doesn't Terra, it just faints to the Fire Terra Flamethrower, right? And so Alex here just gave up more resources and I think just held on to his Terra for far too long. We did see that critical hit on the Annihilate. I was wondering if you don't get that crit, maybe the Annihilate can actually survive the Wave Crash, and I think that could have been instrumental in this battle as well. But Annihilate takes up so much damage that Solo Dondozo finally gets to come out and clean the game, and this is a really stressful situation for both players because what do you do to adjust in Game 3?
I wonder if Ashton says, I got what I wanted to out of the Solo Dondozo, maybe I don't bring it anymore, and instead maybe I do think about bringing the Golden Go that Alex did not get a chance to see in that second game.
I think one of the things I'm curious about is Alex moved away and tried out a new lead with the Annihilate and Dragonite, but it didn't feel like the most effective, right? I thought the Electabuzz and Golden Go lead from his end looked fairly scary. I think for Alex, you have to consider just the Terra usage, right? Because he held on to Terra, didn't go for the Water Terra with the Golden Go, probably out of fear of the Electabuzz or Rillaboom in the back, right? Rillaboom is an interesting Pokemon. I think so much of this matchup is, are you able to bait out the Terra? Because once you do, you have a lot of ways to hit these Pokemon for super effective damage. But here we go, Game 3. Will Como make an appearance again, and how will Alex deal with it if it does?
Ooh, this game is going to decide everything to determine which of these players is going to move on to the top 4 of the Latin America International Championships. It is going to be the Electabuzz and the Golden Go for Alex, and Como does reappear on the field once again for Ashton.
Yeah, so I was thinking Electabuzz Golden Go initially was a good lead for Alex, and I was like, okay, how does Ashton really deal with it? I was actually kind of surprised to see Alex switch things up, so he decides to just go back and say, you know what, I think this is pretty decent. Both Pokemon right now can set up, and Electabuzz obviously can redirect the attacks away as well. We'll have to keep track of the Electro Web speed drops as well, so there's a lot happening right now, but it's going to be the immediate Fire Terra here. Make sure that you don't take that much damage from a Make It Rain if they were to come out.
It's really smart because you know that with the Make It Rain as well, if you are able to tank that, then the Golden Go does drop to -1 special attack. It makes things a little bit better for this Como to actually stick around. As we see the Terra Fire committed, it's going to be the Electro Web from Alex's Electabuzz first. And so with these speed drops, that's something else we kind of have to keep paying attention to, is this Golden Go is now going to be faster to be able to get the Nasty Plot off.
Yeah, we have so many different stat boosts to keep track of. So double Electro Web coming out, but Alex's Electro Web moving first is a big deal, right? Being able to drop your opponent's speed before they can do anything. We'll have to keep in mind that as we go on. And it's just going to be the Clangorous Soul here. So this time going for that setup, this was really safe to go for. And Como's going to get a nice boost to all of its stats.
Yeah, it's going to be a +1 to everything, and it's going to be really important because these Electro Webs have to keep stacking up. The only downside is that you do have to sacrifice a little bit of this Como-O's HP in order to make sure that you are able to actually get those boosts.
Yeah, so it's interesting because the Electro Web came out, and then like we saw the Electro Web on the opposing side, right? And then the Como now, of course, does get the speed boost as well. And so Como is set up. It puts on a lot of offensive pressure. You can see Ashton making an adjustment again, by the way. He's not brought the Sneasler into this game. He's brought the Rillaboom. I love that adjustment because if you bait out the Terra from Golden Go, well, it's a Water Terra, and Water Terra Golden Go does not deal with the Rillaboom effectively. So this turn now, Ashton in the driver's seat with Como, threatening with a lot of damage and not a lot of KO pressure from the opposing side. Here's a Helping Hand to start things off.
Helping Hand, and it wasn't a flamethrower either, but there's also no Terra. The follow me from Alex is going to be completely mitigated by this because we see the Como actually go for a spread damaging attack.
Whoa.
The Electabuzz takes so much damage from that.
It's a lot of damage, not a knockout onto either slot. Safe follow me from Alex's side. You know, okay, Flamethrower goes to that slot, whatever. You mainly want to protect that Golden Go. Here's Make It Rain. Doesn't knock out Como right now. It does not even come close with that special defense boost. This is not as offensive of a Golden Go. Of course, it doesn't have something like a Life Orb or a Steel Terra.
Yeah, that Citrus Berry is really nice to allow this Golden Go to stick around for a while, so the damage ends up adding up as you get more and more turns with this Golden Go. But the fact that this Como is able to stick around again, does this force Alex to actually have to go for something like an Electro Web here just to see if his own Golden Go can keep up?
Yeah, and you can see Ashton looking for the Rillaboom switch in here, right? So with Rillaboom out, he might be thinking Alex might want to protect or pivot out a little bit. If Alex plays a little bit passively this turn and like goes for a protect, for example, the Como is just looking so scary. Grassy terrain recovery on is honestly really valuable as well. So Electabuzz makes the pivot, and here is Ashton making another adjustment. Rillaboom coming out this time around, and I think it's such a beautiful, beautiful adjustment by him.
You've got the Grassy Glide if this Golden Go does end up terastallizing, but it doesn't. It's just going for the protect. But if you can get rid of this Electabuzz, then it's going to be really great to have this Rillaboom there to be able to go for something like a Fake Out into whatever comes in for that Electabuzz in the next turn.
Yeah, Ashton there, you know, pressuring with something like Helping Hand plus the double knockout, but now you bait out the protect from the Golden Go, and you get the recovery from the Como, which is honestly really nice, right? So what does Alex bring out now? Because you've lost your redirection user. Dragonite is very powerful. You baited out the Terra now from the opposing side. And of course, you've got your own Terra with the Dragonite, which can be really, really crucial as well. Rillaboom, of course, right now, though, does apply pressure with that Fake Out. So you can just Fake Out on the Dragonite, go for Flamethrower onto the Golden Go slot.
Yeah, I mean, you could also just, you know, call it and say, well, maybe I just try to go for Flamethrower into that slot anyway, or you just go for the double damage.
Okay.
Imagine if there's no Terra here. This is what Alex fell into the trap into in game number 2, using that Terra a little too late.
Yeah, this is big. I mean, I would expect the Dragonite just protect here, right? But the Golden Go slot did protect. Okay, it's going to switch out, but Ashton didn't go for that Flamethrower, so that's a lot of damage onto whatever's coming out. It's going to be Incineroar. The idea here is let me get Incineroar, probably protect Dragonite, and then I have Fake Out plus the Scale Shot next turn.
It also doesn't hurt to be able to drop this Rillaboom's attack either, as the Dragonite goes for the protect, but you're still going to get some meaningful damage down onto this Incineroar.
Yeah, critically not going for Flamethrower. I think Ashton's move choices with Como this game have been very, very powerful. So Clanging Scales comes out now. That's going to do a decent amount of damage to Incineroar here. Let's see how much it is. Oh my gosh.
Half!
Over half, yeah.
That is a ton. Even if you take a look at something like the high horsepower at this point, I think that Incineroar is not going to be able to handle that super well. A double up is for sure going to knock it out, and Ashton still has a full HP Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, and it's going to be that Dondozo. I think, like, the way that Ashton has adjusted throughout this set has honestly been phenomenal. To recognize like Como was the missing piece that he needed, but to still use Dondozo even though it was not doing anything in that first game. And once again, he has gotten to this point where like solo Dondozo suddenly actually looks decent, right? You've gotten rid of Electabuzz. That was the first primary piece that you need to eliminate from the field. This turn, Como wants to protect and does not want to fall to something like a Fake Out plus a Scale Shot into that slot. So pivoting out, this resets your Fake Out and you're going to protect Como. And even if Alex predicts this, like you'd have to go for like a Party Shot or a knockoff plus Scale Shot into Dondozo, so I think it's a relatively safe switch.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Golden Go that ends up coming back in instead, so it's still another turn that Alex is going to have to rearrange these Pokemon. Finally, a Terastallization is committed to this Dragonite. At least it's a little bit healthier within this game, but you still have to make sure that it can get up and running. This engine hasn't started yet.
Yeah, and it's going to need to get a couple of skill shots off. It's finally in a prime position, though, to go for it. Como protects. Let's see if Alex called it. He went for the hard switch, so he may have been expecting this, and it is skill shot into Dondozo. Great play. You can see, though, Dondozo is bulky. It's going to be able to take these, but getting free damage to Dondozo is so pivotal.
Before it's able to do something like Leon into you, it could Wave Crash, and it's definitely going to help out Alex. The downside, though, to this Scale Shot is the fact that you are going to be dropping your defense.
Yeah.
So that is actually a pretty big factor in front of this Dondozo or Rillaboom.
Yeah, and Dondozo is able to heal so much right now. You've got Grassy Terrain, you've got Leftover, so the 4 hits did do a decent amount, but it's like, you heal from this turn, you go for Protect, and suddenly it's nearly back at full HP immediately, right? The Yawn pressure right now, really scary. Como has been boosted, but it's been dropping its defense. You're vulnerable to Extreme Speed, so Ashton says, you know what? I think you have to respect me just going for Flamethrower this turn. You've got to go for Extreme Speed. I'm just going to hard switch here and go for the Yawn. Now, he does put himself a little bit vulnerable to something like Scale Shot plus Shadow Ball, double up onto the Dondozo, maybe a critical hit along the way, but this is generally safe play, and Ashton has the lead right now. He's making safe plays across the board, but it is Skill Shot instead of Extreme Speed going into the Como slot.
Okay, so Rillaboom is going to be chunked pretty far here. It still has the Assault Vest to be able to help it out versus something like a special attack from this Golden Go. And critically, this Scale Shot was only 4 hits into the Rillaboom. The Shadow Ball, in order to double up into this though, if it is a knockout, that would be big, but it's not. And so Dondozo gets a chance to get this Yawn into the Dragonite, and Rillaboom is still here to be able to go for Fake Out on the next turn.
Yeah, Fake Out next turn, so you feel like the Dragonite's probably forced to switch. Now you've got this dancing game, right? But let's not forget the Incineroar did take decent damage, and so right now, if you're Ashton, you're looking to get that lead. When you have that Pokemon lead with Dondozo, it's huge. If you lock your opponent down to the final 2 Pokemon, then you can start putting them to sleep with Yawn, like we saw how he dealt with that end game. And then maybe even Fisher in the long run, right? But right now, I think getting that Yawn off, this Dragonite's caught in a really awkward spot, right? So the obvious place to switch into Incineroar, but if Incineroar is knocked out, then where do you go from there, right? So I think Ashton probably wants to prioritize that Dragonite slot right now.
What if Alex makes a call, though, and actually goes for an Extreme Speed? That would have been wild, because Ashton actually didn't go for Fake Out with that Rillaboom. Not to be, it's going to be the Incineroar that switches in to take that Dragonite's place. And the attack drops are going to help out a little bit, but you still have to deal with an almost full HP Dondozo again. And it's going to be doubled into.
Okay, the question here is, does Wave Crash knock out the Incineroar? So Grassy Glide there just to get a little bit of chip damage. Rillaboom's going to feint to the crit, but it took a lot already previously, so it didn't matter there. Now Wave Crash comes out. Let's see, this is big. I don't think he gets the KO, but let's see. It does! Wow! You can see Ashton was leaning in there. He's celebrating that knockout. I think we thought it was going to be close, and it does manage to secure the knockout. So now it's a 3v2. Dragonite, however, still has the Scale Shot. There is a lot of offense from Alex's side, so this is still anyone's game. Dondozo now, of course, has the pressure with Yawn, can put the Dragonite to sleep. You're not doing the most amount of damage with Wave Crash, though. I think Electabuzz can come out now and pressure, though, with that Electro Web.
Electro Web would be great. You need to be able to break the multi-scale
So
on this
huge.
Dragonite,
Yep.
and that's one way that you can accomplish that. And the Electro Web allows you to be able to keep the speed pretty neutral between the Dragonite and the scale shots that it could go for. So Ashton right now, clear game plan. Go for the yawn into the Dragonite, make sure you can put it to sleep, and hope that the Dondozo doesn't get knocked out to a double up. It can't.
Right.
It just can't. The Shadow Ball and the scale shot's not enough.
This turn's huge because Dragonite could protect, right? If Dragonite protects, Golden Go can nasty plot. It is going to be protect here. This is a relatively safe play to make, but Golden Go now can boost its stats up and put on a little bit more offensive pressure into the Electabuzz.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the Electro Web first before we get a chance to see what this Golden Go can do, but it's going to be doing very, very little damage. It's the Shadow Ball, not a nasty plot just yet, as the Shadow Ball just tickles this Electabuzz. Special defense drop, though, may be interesting. If we do see a double up again from this Golden Go on the next turn, then this Electabuzz could go down to a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, opting for the Shadow Ball instead of Nasty Plot there because you know Dondozo is unaware anyway, and I think he was thinking, look, I don't know exactly how much I'll do to Electabuzz, but if I get it low enough where you're in extreme speed KO range, that's huge because then you cannot break the multi-scale with that Electro Web. And now Electabuzz can go for the Electro Web. I don't expect it to faint from extreme speed. And so here is the Electro Web. Critically connects on Dondozo. No miss.
Yeah, no miss here. It's going to be able to drop the speed of both of these Pokemon, but it's going to be the scale shot. So Dragonite being able to move first still means that it's going to be able to be one of the fastest Pokemon on the field, keeping up with this Electabuzz. As you keep whittling away at this Dondozo, you got to hope that this Golden Go is going to be able to do enough to actually knock out this Electabuzz as you see the follow-up there. Scale shot actually brings this Dondozo down to about half HP. That feels like it's going to be a meaningful amount of damage as we see the follow-up from this Golden Go try to knock out this Dondozo, or at least get much, much closer.
This is the strength of solo Dondozo. A double up there, and it's still at about 35% of its health. And so Yawn has now come out. Of course, you can go for Protect with your Pokemon, and then the Dragonite will fall asleep. Golden Go can take advantage of that, though, go for a Nasty Plot. But the question is, are you really that scared about Nasty Plot, right? Like, the Electabuzz is going to faint to a Shadow Ball anyway. You got Unaware in the Dondozo. And so I think this is just a safe play. Yawn is so good in these end games, and this is why getting the early knockouts were huge. You can't switch out of the Yawn anymore.
Dragonite is stuck. It is going to sleep at the end of this next turn. You're not able to yawn something like the Golden Go, but you kind of don't care about it anymore.
Okay. I was wondering, like, does Dragonite ever go for a haze there so you get rid of your own defense drop?
Oh, that could have been spicy, but actually does go for the Nasty Plot. It's something free to be able to do with this Golden Go. It does give, even though it's not going to affect the Dondozo, you can still utilize that extra special attack for the Como-O and the Electabuzz. The Electabuzz isn't pressuring enough with something like the Electro Web alone to be able to take out this Golden Go. It's still pretty healthy.
This is such a tense game. I mean, Dondozo here is intimidated, which is why Alex was like, I don't want to give up that speed boost. I am, content just keeping up with it. Here's Electro Web right now. It's doing decent damage. I think a lot of this may boil down to, can Dragonite get the immediate wake up?
Oh, it has to take its mandatory turn of sleep first, but there is a possibility of it waking up on the subsequent turn. The Make It Rain is finally going to finish off this Electabuzz, and Dondozo is starting to get whittled away piece by piece here, but Ashton is down to just the Como-O and this Dondozo, and the Dondozo going for this Wave Crash here is going to give itself a bit more recoil damage as well.
Oh, it's decent damage, but not enough, and like you said, recoil damage coming out. The Dondozo now has taken so much damage. We know that the Kobo here in the back is not very healthy either, so this is so tense right now.
Like, the special attack boost here for this Golden Go was really important. We've seen that with this Terra Fire, this Como-O, it does have a little bit more defensive capability into something like this Golden Go, but if this Dragonite can wake up, maybe it goes for an extreme speed, gets a chance to knock out this Dondozo before it can fire off another attack, and Alex could win this.
Yeah, I think you've got to probably go Protect Golden Go, wake up one turn, and Scale Shot into Como, because extreme speed's definitely not doing enough into Dondozo, so the idea is, look, I need to get rid of Como. That is the main threat into the Dondozo. Dondozo's, oh, it does wake up!
Dragonite
it does
gets
wake
to wake up! Oh, it goes for the Protect!
But what, did Golden Go Protect as well?
Okay, it's going to be a flamethrower into the Golden Go, and so without the Protect, it's just going to end up getting knocked out on this turn.
Oh my goodness, he actually got the wake up, but it was the wrong Protect. It needed to be the other way around. Needed to be Golden Go going for the Protect. Now it's a 2v1 against the Dragonite. You can see Ashton was so stressed when he saw the wake up. But then he saw the Protect come out, he was like, oh my goodness, I think we're good,
That is a little bit of a sigh of relief there. You can see Ashton very happy with those turn of events. This Dragonite needs to make up a lot of groundwork here for Alex, but Ashton, he's on the precipice of being able to make it into this top cut.
Oh my goodness, I think he should be good here. I don't think that the Dragonite can pull off the 1v2, but let's see. There's just too much damage from the opposing side, and yeah, this is the thing, right? Como is faster than Dragonite, so I think what Alex was thinking, look, you're gonna be scared. Oh, okay, it does survive, but I don't think it'll be enough, right? Because you can't knock out both Pokemon.
Well,
wait, actually, wait, it gets a crit. Hold on.
The crit is really big. This Dondozo only needs one more to actually knock it out. And so with that, the Dondozo gets felled, Dragonite gets a speed boost,
Hold
and
on.
it's faster than this Como now.
Okay.
I cannot believe it. Does Dragonite just go for something like an extreme speed here? Does it actually be able to get enough done with a scale shot? It's gonna have to connect to the scale shot in order to be able to get this damage down.
We've seen so many Electro Webs and speed drops. It's just gonna be extreme speed. It doesn't get the knockout.
It's not
Como
enough.
hangs on. 24 HP. Ashton Cox's dreams of getting a third championship here in Brazil are still alive, and that was one of the tensest games I've seen this entire format.
No way.
Oh.
My heart is beating like crazy right now.
That was absolutely wild. What a game.
The scale shot speed boost, there were so many different interactions happening within that game, but you can see just Ashton's like, yes, I've got this.
Yeah.
It's another top 4 for Ashton at an international championship. He has a potential to get that third Latin America international championship to his name, and that was an incredible set. 3 games.
So good. That end game felt so tense. Like, I felt like Ashton had the slight lead, but then it's like, you get the knockout onto the Incineroar, you do manage to put the Dragonite to sleep, and then Dragonite wakes up, and I wonder how that game would have played out if we saw the Dragonite go for Protect. If you Protect there, the Golden Go does get the Shadow Ball off, knock out Como, and I think then Alex is in a very commanding spot, but Alex went for the Protect with the Dragonite. I think what he was expecting is, yeah, what I was trying to explain earlier, you're worried about Flamethrower going into that slot since the Como's faster, right? So he was expecting Flamethrower there. He Protects, goes for the knockout onto the Como. And then, I mean, that one turn alone was huge, but this entire game was just so tense. There's so much to keep track of.
I'm speechless. I am so speechless. That was one of the best sets we have seen. And I'm so excited to see what this top 4 is going to hold now. Ashton is going to secure that final spot that we have in our top 4. And the dream of Marco versus Ashton is alive. And if Ashton keeps playing like this, like, I could see him in the finals tomorrow.
I want to talk about his adjustments in this set because he made a lot of different plays. Como did not come out in game 1, and Ashton's like, okay, hold on, wait, this Pokemon's important. He brings it in game 2, and then brings Rillaboom in game 3. Did you see how much HP Como hung on with? Like, grassy terrain was healing it back up and up, right? So without that recovery,
so important.
He may have been in range for extreme speed to just get that knockout.
That is wild. I mean, even the scale shot here too. I actually think that critical hit, I may not have mattered if you get 4 hits.
Yeah.
I think you're okay with getting the knockout, but it sure made it exciting to see that Dondozo get knocked out in that fashion. The fact that the extreme speed wasn't enough though, I cannot believe it comes down to that. What a performance. Unfortunately, Alex's run is going to end here in another top 8 of an IC, but what a fantastic player. We're going to see him at a top cut of an IC again so soon.
Yeah, well, Ashton is ready for an interview. I'm sure he wants to take a breather after that set. It's got to be one of the most stressful games he's played, so let's throw it down to the stage.
Well, it is the Latin American International Championships, and Ashton Cox has made it into the top 4, well on the way to another finals appearance and potentially another championship. Couldn't have gone any other way. How are you feeling, Ashton?
I want to say this is a hot take. That was the most emotion I felt in a set, and I've been playing for, I don't know, 13 years at this point. Like, that was back and forths and crazy reads and, lots of great plays on his end, great plays on my end. I mean, I could not have asked for a better set. And that was not even finals. That was literally top 8. So we have so much more to go, but that was fantastic.
Yeah, you still got 2 more rounds to go through if you make it through your next one.
That was so incredible. Definitely one of my favorite sets of the weekend by far. Let's talk about it. The Como-O. It did not come in game 1 and you lost. It came in games 2 and 3 and you won. What was the deal with not bringing it in game 1? Why was it the right adjustment in 2 and 3?
So interesting stat. Before round 7 yesterday, every game except one that I brought Como to, I lost. And I said, you know what, maybe I'm just playing a 5 Pokemon team. Maybe I just gotta like figure it out. I just have to play with the tools I've got. And then round 7 and 8, it was the only reason I won. And I want to say it honestly was the whole reason I won that set. So it had such like a bad start, and I was like, I've been telling everybody, I was like, James, Como-O's not it. I was like, it's absolutely not it. And here we are. So Como is it. You better be running it. It's great.
Stay true to your dreams. Keep running Como-O. You were right the first time. That was such a fun set, and I really want to talk about the solo dozo, because in game 1, the solo dozo just didn't have any offensive pressure, any offensive threat, and it felt like you ran out of damage. And our casters were even saying, like, I don't know if solo dozo is the play for this matchup. But then after adding in the Como-O, it seemed like the dozo had a better spot on the team. What was your thought behind bringing it to all 3 games?
Yeah, so that is something that we had talked about in game planning for a lot of matchups. It's a very interesting Pokemon. Like, it doesn't do a lot on paper. It has Fissure. I mean, you win 30% of the time, right? That works all the time. I try not to click that. Obviously, I had fully lost game 1 and I clicked it, because why not? Why would I not click it? But it's very so slept on with Yawn and the ability to. Basically, the game plan was they might try to nasty plot with their Goldengo, and I know that no matter what, I have a guy that does not care. And so I think in a funny way, yeah, bringing Como made Dozo more useful. It allowed it to have the Yawn, it allowed me to pressure the Goldengo, and if the Dragonite ever goes for that Fairy Terra, Wave Crash is neutral. That's not that bad.
Yeah, absolutely. The Wave Crash was dealing surprising damage. And wow, what an incredible opponent to go up against to make it into the top 4. A North American international champion in Alex Gomez. You have successfully knocked out another international champion to keep them away from the 2 international championships. And of course, Eric dropping in the previous match as well. You just mentioned to me before we went on the air that you actually lost to Eric in Swiss, I believe probably the first round of the day today. What was it like to adapt to that matchup, knowing that Alex and Eric were running very, very similar teams?
Yeah, it was very interesting, because it comes to a weird head where I'm like, okay, I know they talked, but what did they talk about? What did they know? And I did incorrectly think about it. I had realized that in our 3rd game versus Eric Rios, he was leading the Electabuzz Goldengo, and I said, oh, maybe he won't do that again. Game 1, that's what he leads. I go, okay, they did talk. I understand now. So maybe a little oversight on my end. I thought they would adjust and go into a different route there, maybe be like, okay, that worked, but he's totally expecting it, so we can't do that again. But I guess I ended up playing through and adjusting as the set went on, because I think every person, even if you're running the same team, like, they're going to be different players. Like I said, I had played Eric Rios, and if I were to play him again, I think that mind game of, okay, we're in game 4. We're in game 4 here, but versus Alex, it was more like, okay, he knows some things, but we haven't played yet. So for me, it was about not taking too much away from that first set, while also being like, okay, I at least gained some information, but not about how they play, not about how they're going to approach the matchup necessarily.
Well, Ashton, congratulations on making it into top 4. Because of the changes to the series format, that means you have now qualified for the World Championships. How do you feel knowing that you just came back to playing the game and you're already qualified for the World Championships?
You know, I forgot about that. I was so focused on just playing the game and winning the game that I was like, okay, this is another step. I'm going to have some more points. What are points now? What do I care? So, you know, I guess now it's back to thinking about winning. This was, as you said, I'd mentioned it earlier, my first event back, barring I played in 1 Global Challenge and I played at 1 Premier Challenge, or whatever they're called now. So, yeah, my first big event back, and I got my invite, so yay!
Yeah, all you need is 1 event to actually get your invite. It's all it takes. Well, Ashton, congratulations on an incredible tournament run. You're in the top 4 now. Of course, Marco Silva has also made it to the top 4, which means you still have to keep playing if you're going to hope to be able to place ahead of him. Of the 3 players who are still in the tournament, is there anyone that you're most looking forward to or most afraid to face up?
Well, I am very excited. As you said, I know Marco is on the opposite side of the bracket, and nothing against the guy. We've had great sets. He's a great player, great person, all that. he has to go. I got to take him out. So we're going to make it to finals together, hopefully, and I will do what I have to do. Job's not done.
Absolutely. Way to go, Ashton, making it to top 4. Is there anyone that you would like to thank now that you have officially achieved your Worlds invite?
All right, first of all, shout outs to Marcus. He is the co-pilot, co-builder of this team. I had some not the best ideas in there before, so the team would have not nearly been what it was without him. Shout outs to my sister for getting me snacks all day. Yeah, Gwen, good job. And that's it. That's all I got to say.
Awesome. Well, Ashton, thank you so much. I'm going to let you take a breather because I know I'm out of breath just from watching backstage. Congratulations again. We're going to toss it right back to the casters because we got too much Pokemon to get to.
As Ashton said, the job is not done yet. We still have 2 top 4 matches before we can figure out who is going to be playing in that Masters Division Finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday. I don't know how we top that, honestly.
That was one of the best sets I've seen this entire season. Like 2 of the best just going at it, and Ashton finding such a sick adjustment going into games 2 and 3. It felt like he had really good control of game 2. Game 3, I felt like he had a nice early lead, but it was just so back and forth, and Alex was making so many great plays to stay in it as well. I think that one of the turns I've been harping on, obviously we saw the Dragonite go for the protect rather than trying to attack into Como. I did kind of mention the opportunity of haze earlier, and I wonder if you were able to haze away those speed drops on both Pokemon, how that would have impacted the match as well. And so at first I was thinking about it from the defense angle, but also to get rid of the speed drops. Such an interesting option, but Pokemon is such a hard game. It's so hard to come up with every combination of attacks, and both players were really just trading blow for blow. And another amazing run by Alex. I mean, he's top cut so many of the best, biggest tournaments. UIC, NAIC, LAIC Worlds. He's been on a phenomenal tear just in the last season and 2 seasons.
It's such a high intensity situation as well, though. It's so much to keep track of, on top of the fact that you have all this pressure because you're amongst some of the best Pokemon players in the entire world. You want to prove that you are the best of the best, and as a lot of these players have said, it's not about getting to the semifinals. It's about winning the whole entire tournament, so you know that that pressure is going to be following you through every single match that you play. Take a look at our bracket, though. Our semifinalists are Renzo Navarro, Marco Silva, Ashton Cox, and Victor Medina. So many incredible players have fallen before them, but these are going to be your top 4 left standing.
It is genuinely wild to me that Ashton and Marco could meet in the finals. Like, it feels so scripted, but at the same time, we've got Renzo and Victor who have been on amazing tournament runs as well. Renzo rocking that Baxcalibur. I'm just so happy to see Baxcalibur and Como here as 2 of the dragons represented here. Think about the diversity of the dragon types. We've got those, we've got Orchaldon, we've got Dragonite, so many different dragons remaining here in the top 4. And then you've got Marco running, of course, that Charizard Sun team. And so it's been such a banger, and the remaining teams are all, I think, really cool, and not a surprise to see them make it this far, but I love Renzo and Ashton bringing something new to the table here.
Yeah, me too. I think that they're going to be able to just, I don't know, I hope they keep it going, especially when we see them at future tournaments. I hope they still keep iterating on the meta. I think one of the reasons why I've always been so excited about watching Ashton play is because he's always been such a creative team builder. We were able to pull up a couple of his teams from when he won the Latin America International Championships back in the day, when we had even different games and different formats we were playing. And you see things like, I think Pheromosa, like, what is going on? You know?
Yeah, one of the most creative team builders. It's so exciting to see him back in the fray and using the Como in particular. And what a show. We wanted to see it, and he did not disappoint us.
We have seen some incredible gameplay so far, and we still have 2 more matches to show you. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will begin our top 4 at the 2025 Pokemon Latin America International Championships.
Hello everyone, we're here at the Latin America International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And as you may know, the local player base here speaks Portuguese, so I'm here with Martin, and we're gonna teach him a few of the key phrases that he would use if he were to participate in a tournament here and play against a local. So, if you wanted to wish your opponent good luck, you would say, Boa sorte.
Boa sorte.
Perfect, perfect. If you had a good game against your opponent, you would say, Bom jogo.
Bom jogo.
Wow, perfect. You're a natural, Martin. All right. If they made a good play, you would say, Bem jogado.
Bem jogado.
Yeah, perfect. I'm impressed. All right. And then if you're feeling confident that you're going to win, you would say, Eu vou ganhar.
Eu vou ganhar.
Close enough. Eu vou ganhar.
Eu vou ganhar.
Perfect. Yeah. All right, there you have it. Yeah, let's get back to some Pokemon action.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Starting at the bottom, and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome, and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions, they've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story, we passed the test. Yeah, we become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push, you're the only one. Finally showed the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you, here's to you. Oh, the ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you, here's to you, the ones who came before.
Oh boy, it has been a long and exciting day, but man, did my heart rate go up over that last match. Incredible stuff out of all of our competitors here at the 2025 Latin American International Championships. We have just identified our top four, and now it is time for me, Evan Latt, and him, Costa Dynamos, to take us through our first finalist. We are going to find out who will be competing on Championship Sunday. And just look at this bracket. Costa, can you believe we got to watch all of these matches?
No. It's straight up, I cannot, because they're just insane. This is sort of like a situation where you would think, okay, well, what are the best players I could put right now that are super on form and such and have a lot of relevancy when it comes to the international level? And it would probably be a lot of these names in complete honesty. But we've got some great representation in these semifinals. Renzo Navarro, our local Peruvian Latin American representative, versus the current reigning Latin international champion, Marco Silva from Italy. And then, of course, we've got Ashton Cox from NA versus Victor Medina from Spain.
Yeah, the two-time Latin American international champion, Ashton Cox.
Yep.
Ashton is, just built different when it comes to the Latin American International Championship. And Victor Medina, one of the most consistent players in Europe, chasing a championship, now in the top 4 of the international championships here. But first, it's actually our mini worlds right now, because these players have qualified for the World Championships. It's Renzo Navarro versus Marco Silva, and this is going to be fun.
It's going to be fire as well, as we've got Renzo on one hand having such a very well-rounded composition. You've got the Fire, Water, Grass. Of course, we've seen the Baxcalibur, the Volcarona, but more specifically that Basque Legion being a sort of like a mid to end game sweep potential. Really paying dividends to his strategy, but I'm quite curious to see how this is going to match up against the hardcore Sun mode that Marco's done an incredible job being able to pilot thus far and just take it on. He's, at this point, 3 events running. He's just running the same thing. He's doing incredibly well.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch, but it's also been incredible to watch Renzo control this tournament. He has now made it here to the top 4, and he's running kind of a variation on that Fire, Water, Grass core, like you mentioned. Actually, such a unique take on it with the Assault Vest King Gambit, with the Baxcalibur, with no Protect on the Sneasler, and of course, the Choice Scarf Basque Legion with that Terra Fairy, Terra Blast. Incredible stuff that we've seen from Renzo. He's made use of all of these techs, especially that Rillaboom with that taunt has been a key component of Renzo's success.
Yeah, and being the move of choice over high horsepower, which normally, you really need to round up the Rillaboom with a U-turn if you've got the Assault Vest or maybe that ground type coverage in order to get maybe the Golden Goes and a couple of other main Terrifier threats out of the way. But you got that Assault Vest King Gambit, which can take so much damage on, and it's sort of such a well-rounded team where you've got the setup sweep potential whilst having that immediate impact available, especially with that coaching on the Sneasler. No Protect, of course, so something that may come into play in this matchup.
Well, it may come into play against Marco Silva's mixed Trick Room and Tailwind Sun team. We have seen Marco having such consistent success with this team. Again, the superpower of the Charizard with solar power in the Sun, picking up one-hit KOs, even on Pokemon like Porygon 2. The disruption of the Jumpluff, having the ability to use Sleep Powder and Rage Powder. It's just like it's a fast Among Us.
Yeah, well, essentially. And I think in this scenario, it's just able to have such great utility when you're able to have redirection available. The sunny day, as we've mentioned, is so crucial when it comes to any opposing weather modes, or even trying to get a very quick setup surprise shot factor onto your opponent if you have a Charizard on the side. But we don't have any Intimidate available over on Renzo's side, so the usual shenanigans of a Jetpack Torkoal lead aren't going to be exactly in play here. But yeah, I think we've seen it before. Marco does really rely on the Porygon 2, Incineroar, Ursaluna, as well as that Jumpluff core. I'm curious to see if he's going to bring those 4 now.
Well, it is going to be the Torkoal lead alongside the Porygon 2, which is going to pair up against the Sneasler and the King Gambit. Now, this is the Assault Vest King Gambit, so it does have higher special defense than you might expect. However, that's not going to matter a whole lot without a Terastallization against an overheat Torkoal in the Sun.
Yeah, and it's sort of the situation where Marco's trying to get 2 in parallel strategies going. You've got that pure firepower from the Torkoal whilst having the potential of setting up that Trick Room. So forcing Renzo to really have to choose here. Which one do you want to try to focus on trying to prevent or at least disrupt? And Marco probably having the Ursaluna in the back right now, really wanting to hone in on that Ursaluna mode, as it most likely is going to be very close to the speed benchmark benchmarking of this King Gambit.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be the Ursaluna, but what I love about this lead is it doesn't actually give that much away. Torkoal would come even if it was Jumpluff and Charizard in the back. But it's going to be the terrestrialization from King Gambit immediately to remove the weakness to that fire typing. Fires off a Kowtow Cleave into the Torkoal as Sneasler gets a fake out onto the Porygon 2. Here comes an Eruption. Still deals good damage to the Sneasler and honestly pretty decent damage to the King Gambit as well through an Assault Vest and with the terrestrialization and having taken some damage from the Kowtow Cleave. Pretty good damage trade for Marco.
Yeah, definitely is. And Sneasler has a couple of options, either going for coaching boost on King Gambit to try to be able to reinforce his damage output, or even going for that Stone Cold close combat into the Porygon 2. Maybe try to accompany it with a focus from the King Gambit as well. You need to start actually getting rid of this, a very key component to Marco's strategy, as we actually have the Terra fighting coming out.
It's time to start punching. Porygon 2 terrestrializing right away into the fighting type, removes the weakness to close combat, brings it down to a little under half health, but now will be able to resist any dark type attacks from King Gambit. Renzo doesn't fall for it, goes for the Iron Head, doesn't get all of the damage, may get a flinch. We are of course seeing that it will be the Trick Room coming out from Porygon 2, but first, Marco did not have to use the eject pack on an Intimidate, so just gets to use a U-turn, basically. That was an overheat, bringing in a Trick Room Sweeper. Ursaluna. Or Incineroar.
Incineroar is going to be proccing that Defiant, giving the +1 to King Gambit. But the question is, can this Porygon 2 actually set up the Trick Room? We saw Iron Head target it down. It can avoid the flinch. So all of a sudden, this is still a really good spot. An amazing one at that for Marco, because most likely the Incineroar is just able to just hone down, purely take advantage of the sun, go for those Flare Blitzes, and Porygon 2 can easily try to get some recovery going. So I don't necessarily see a through line for Renzo to be able to counteract the situation unless you want to try to rely on that Rillaboom fake out pressure, understandably, but we're talking about the Sun Core. It is wide open to those fire types and no KO there.
Yeah, Porygon 2, thanks to the resistance of the fighting type, will survive the Sucker Punch coming out from King Gambit and respond immediately with an Ice Beam to pick up that last little bit of hit points on the King Gambit. Here is Incineroar. A Flare Blitz will also pick up the KO onto Sneasler. And Marco Silva has managed to do everything he wanted. Got Trick Room up, dealt big damage with that Torkoal, both with the Eruption to break Focus Sashes and the Overheat to switch it out and deal damage to the King Gambit. And now it's just Rillaboom and Baxcalibur on the field for Renzo. And this Rillaboom, it does have fake out pressure, but Marco has 3 fire types on the team and has already shown 2 of them.
Yeah, and even though Renzo is under Trick Room conditions that he definitely doesn't want to be in right now, because this allows Marco to apply all of his strategy and pressure, at least he's got a fake out user on the right-hand side. But Marco doesn't mind Porygon 2 going down right now, because that just means a free switch in for the Torkoal. So at this point, it's just about trying to keep the Pokemon on the other side perhaps in, whilst also not quite healthy, I guess. But it's just a very bad situation that Renzo is going to really have to try to think about how he could try to tackle a potential game 2. But for now, we've got to switch out. The Incineroar wants to be able to pivot itself out, and Ursaluna coming in will mean it's got its activation of the Guts, but very gutsy play when there's a Rillaboom on the side.
Yeah, it's going to take some damage on the switch, and Porygon 2's Ice Beam deals a lot of damage to the Rillaboom without the Assault Vest. But here comes a Scale Shot into the Ursaluna on the switch, and won't be enough to pick up the KO, but will deal a good amount of damage. Definitely put it in range of either an Ice Shard or a Grassy Glide. And this Rillaboom staying up on the field after taking that Ice Beam is kind of a big deal. Both Porygon 2 and Ursaluna are well within priority ranges.
Yeah, and that's sort of the great utility of being able to have those available to yourself, especially on like a Baxcalibur, which either can opt to go for a Swords Dance or the Ice Shard as the additional move there. But regardless, now I think Renzo may be tempted to try to either pick up a KO where he can right now and apply that pressure, and maybe try to predict a bit of a defensive play from the Ursaluna.
Yeah, the Ursaluna is going defensive, will protect itself, called out by Renzo, and no switches either, so that will just be a sacrifice of the Porygon 2 for Marco to get a new Pokemon in on the field. Most likely going to be the Incineroar, you would expect, to get those Intimidates down onto both of these Pokemon, which will, of course, be sticky. They cannot switch out.
Yeah, and even though the Intimidate will be sort of dispatched over onto Renzo's side, it's a situation where Renzo really needs to be able to just get outside of Trick Room to be able to move a bit more freely, and Marco still has those resources. The Incineroar coming in means Torkoal still in the back, and that is very hard to be able to tackle down whilst you have reduced damage output, and it's so healthy.
Yeah, the important Pokemon here, I think, is going to be the Baxcalibur. The Rillaboom can't do much of anything into the Incineroar no matter what. May be able to threaten the Ursaluna, but with the fake-out pressure that Incineroar is exerting, Renzo really needs to get something right here to have a chance of sweeping with the Baxcalibur once this Trick Room ends.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see if he could try to find that path towards the win condition. And Marco, we already know Marco, he doesn't really like leaving any sort of wiggle room for you to be able to get out of a scenario. But Baxcalibur does opt to go for the Protector, and that's sort of what we're talking about, right? Like the fake out going into the Rillaboom, and this is a complete good read from Marco, getting rid of the Rillaboom, and all of a sudden we got a 3 versus 1 deficit that this is going to be pretty much over for me, honestly.
Yeah, Baxcalibur, buddy, I don't know that you can make this work with only yourself and still with both the 2 threats on the field and the Torkoal in the back.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Trick Room has ended, so you will be the fastest thing on the field. But this is going to be so much damage coming out from the Incineroar and the Torkoal, assuming that the Ursaluna goes down right here to this Icicle Spear.
Yeah, and I think we could easily see that rotation coming out with a parting shot into the Baxcalibur, being able to bring it down to -2, and then have Fake Out available the subsequent turn. And that's just going to essentially spell game right now, unless there's some sort of like tragic misses that come into play. But no parting shot, just going for the knockoff. Marco saying, look, I don't want to play fancy right now. I just want to go for the damage and ensure myself that I can put it within range to just wrap up this game 1.
Yeah, with the Torkoal coming back out here, that means that the Flare Blitz should be able to pick up that KO very easily, as without the loaded dice, Baxcalibur's damage is so drastically reduced. Probably even more reduced than if it had taken the parting shot and the Intimidate. So there, incredible positioning from the Pokemon that you called out on Marco's side. The Porygon 2, the Torkoal, the Trick Room option with the Ursaluna and the Incineroar. Marco pivoted, danced around Renzo's Pokemon, and Renzo is now on the back foot, and Peru and Latin America are on their tournament life.
Yeah, and Renzo's going to have to really go back to the drawing board and consider maybe other options. I do feel that there's some merit to be able to try to bring Sneasler straight up, and obviously Assault Vest Kingambit does allow you a bit more breathing room. However, it's the fact that you need to be able to get that immediate pressure or at least disruption onto Marco's side. But that's not to take anything away from Marco, because of the fact that you lead with a Torkoal Porygon 2.
Yeah.
You have a very incredibly powerful U-turn-esque pivot move with that interaction of the overheat into the eject pack, which just essentially sets you up for success, really.
Absolutely. It was an incredible lead there to lead the Torkoal, just to make sure that you had all that pressure, leading one of those fire types, and you don't want to lead the Incineroar because of the Defiant on Kingambit, but leading the Torkoal forced the Terra immediately out of Renzo's Kingambit. There was no chance that Renzo's Kingambit would have done anything during this game if it had not terastallized. It would have fainted to the eruption that we saw. So really intense pressure being put onto that Pokemon by Marco. And smart lead.
Yeah, and really showing the benefit of having that Terra fighting on the Porygon 2 to be able to resist those Dark-type Sucker Punch moves. Marco could have easily read into that, maybe gone for the recover, but he did identify the most important thing isn't for my Porygon 2 to be able to survive, because I can benefit off of a free slot. It's to get rid of that Kingambit, and he was able to just nail that straight out and force Renzo down to his final 2 remaining Pokemon.
Absolutely, and there was one turn that Renzo just got the call wrong and Marco got the call correctly.
Yes.
Faking out the Rillaboom and double targeting it while Renzo was protecting the Baxcalibur.
Yep.
You know, those are the hardest decisions to make because honestly, you could have gone the other way on that.
Oh yeah.
It would have made total sense to me if you just left the Baxcalibur open to get facaded by the Ursaluna and then you immediately lose.
Well, you go into sort of like the mind games of, is it too obvious? Is it so obvious that, you know, my opponent's not going to respect it? But alas, that was game 1. This is game 2. And we do have a +1 special attack via that download yet again on the Porygon 2. Same lead, run back from both sides.
Absolutely. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Here
Very
is
wise.
the Sneasler and the King Gambit out on the field against the Torkoal and the Porygon 2. And again, we just saw how much damage Torkoal could do with, you know, even through taking a Kowtow Cleave into that Assault Vest King Gambit. Renzo has opted to go much more aggressive this time around, immediately going for the terrestrialization, similar to how we saw on round 1, but in fact, it will be the stellar terrestrialization onto the Sneasler to boost the power of that close combat.
And I think you really need to be able to get that immediate pressure straight off the bat right now. But Marco seems like he may have just read into that. He wants to negate that weakness to the fighting type. So a bit of a change up here and a bit of a risky play as well from Renzo, really going all in making sure that he could get rid of such a key piece here. Close combat, not even wanting to try to play around with the secondary effects of a Diaclaw, does actually do so much damage, 2-hit KO, and I'm not sure King Gambit is well placed enough to be able to pick this up. Doesn't even target it, goes for the Torkoal.
Yeah, isn't even trying, just goes for the damage on the Torkoal. No Eruption this time, will be the overheat into King Gambit. That is a 1-hit KO, and Torkoal will be able to reposition now as the Porygon is able to set up Trick Room. The Stellar Terrestrialization would have picked up the KO onto the Porygon 2, but that Terrestrialization is just so safe.
Yeah, and it makes so much sense as well because you're able to just guarantee the extension of this Porygon 2's longevity in the field. It's, like we've mentioned, such a crucial piece of Marco's strategy, and there it is. Trick Room's been set up. We've got Ursaluna on the field. Terra's already been used from Renzo's side. This is looking like a landslide effect that Renzo is going to have to try to crawl himself out of.
I would say a little bit more like an earthquake, but you know.
Very well.
Here comes the Baxcalibur. At least Renzo has the option of hitting these Pokemon with some strong priority attacks. Of course, we also just saw, as Renzo was selecting his Pokemon, it's going to be the Rillaboom as well. So very similar, the exact same Pokemon. Renzo just thought, I needed to get more damage, I needed to get better damage onto Marco's Pokemon.
Yeah, and this could easily be read by Marco because he's got all of the offensive pressure. He knows Renzo's forced to make some reactive plays. Ice Beam, there you go, that's what I'm talking about. Nearly picks up the KO, but this could easily be a headlong rush or a facade, and it does lock down that slot, forcing Renzo now down yet again to his final 2 Pokemon against these terrible Pokemon on the other side of the field that he's not a fan of, but he didn't even go on the defensive. He went for the offensive, and he's going to pick up the Ursaluna, though.
The Ursaluna is now off the field. It will be the Porygon 2. We know there's the Torkoal in the back. Most likely you would expect to see the Incineroar again, but now Renzo has picked off an important piece for Marco's offensive pressure and will be able to bring back in the Sneasler for more fake-out pressure. Of course, because of the Trick Room, Incineroar is now the fastest fake-out on the field.
Yeah, and this is looking very dire for Renzo's side. The fact that your Sneasler is now going to be susceptible to fake-out, and you don't have a Terra that you could get outside of the weakness to the Terra Blast fighting type from that Porygon 2 in order to preserve and save your Baxcalibur for another turn. So this may well just have to be a couple of protects from the Baxcalibur, but no such thing so far.
Yeah, there's going to be the fake out into the Sneasler, and here comes the punching Porygon 2. Terra Blast all out pummeling onto Baxcalibur. 1-hit KO, Baxcalibur goes down.
Yeah, and what way to go about it. Marco absolutely piloting this team, especially that Porygon 2, understanding why it's so integral to the general composition. He's able to go ahead and lock himself into the finals of the 2025 LAIC. He is on a riot.
The defending Latin American international champion has done it. He now has the opportunity to go back to back. A convincing display over Renzo. Marco Silva, an incredible player with incredible plays. He knows this team. He told us before, you know, I don't worry about my matchups. I know how my team plays, I just play my team the way I know it needs to be played.
Yeah, very confidently and very wisely. He's just so aware of what needs to be done. He's like, oh, okay, all right, it's this matchup, cool. It's just like got a huge document in his mind that he just visualizes like, right, okay, so do I go with the Mist mode, with the other mode? And obviously this hard Trick Room mode, the core of having, let's say, the Incineroar, Torkoal, Ursaluna, and the Porygon 2, most crucially, just enables himself so much flexibility and offensive pressure all at the same time. Especially you're able to get that special attack increase because of download. Because don't get me wrong, it's a great ability, but you need to be able to lead it into Pokemon that benefit you in order to get the special attack and not the physical attack.
And I think that's, you know, Porygon is really succeeding because of the meta. This is such a physically offensive meta that most players are training their Pokemon to survive physical hits. And of course, download will give you a boost to the weaker of the two defensive stats.
Yes.
Which means that this Porygon 2 getting those special attack boosts, and then of course the fighting terrestrialization, so safe both times, removes the fighting type weakness, resists the dark typing attacks from the King Gambit, which because it was Assault Vest doesn't have the raw power even of the Black Glasses set. So safe, and oh wow, what a perfectly piloted and incredible team that Marco just used to make it into the finals.
Yeah, and 100%. Of course, commiserations to Renzo there, but huge congratulations at the same time. He's already locked himself in to Worlds Anaheim, California later this season, but he's done an incredible job with an incredible team, which it feels like, if I'm going to put it 2 and 2 together, there was a bit of an advantage over on Marco's side just because of the amount of offensive options that he had available. There's nothing necessarily to be able to cut off, let's say, that weather mode that he's able to enable or completely disrupt that Porygon 2 to an effective standard. Maybe Diaclaw shenanigans was a potential out, but that's not really a solid strategy going into that, right?
You can't rely on that.
No.
And I think it's really just telling that this Sun team continues to make the finals, especially in a meta where players are sort of overcompensating for rain teams. I mean, one of the biggest pieces of Renzo's success over the course of this tournament has been having the power of that adaptability the adaptability Basculegion with the Choice Scarf to be able to abuse opponents' weather, opponents' rain, but also it becomes so much less effective when you have Sun Up.
Yeah, well, that's sort of the point of having Sunny Day as well. On Jumpluff, you force the sun weather archetype, generally speaking, it just really pays off so well. But we have got the interview with our first finalist, Marco Silva, prep. So take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Let's give it up one more time for Marco Silva, your first finalist at the LAIC 2025. Marco, you have secured a spot to get another IC title. You could potentially get 3. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. As I said in my previous interview, I hope to get in the final, and I hope that my brother will also get in the finals in senior division. And he made it, and I made it, so I couldn't be more happy.
I was going to ask you about that. You must be so proud of your little brother to be able to make it to the finals again of another IC.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been working hard on his team, so I'm glad that he found a really good success, and we hope to do the best as I can the best that we can in the final.
I know we've talked to you so many times. I just wanted to ask you one more time about the team that you're using. How confident are you feeling now? Are you happy with all the choices that you're making, or are you maybe wishing you had made a different decision knowing how your tournament has played out so far?
So in general, I feel like I didn't really come up with the last version of the team at the Gadas regional. I was able to improve it, and I'm perfectly fine with whatever I put like on the team this time.
All right, so you have two options for the opponent that you could have in this finals. It could be Victor Medina or it could be Ashton Cox. Do you have a preference of who you'd like to face in that finals?
In this case, I don't really care. Like my goal will always be to win. So if it's Ashton, whatever. If it's Victor, whatever.
Who do you think will win that top four?
I think I haven't really figured out, of course, the matchup. I guess there's like a randomic factor with Fisher. I would say probably Victor is gonna win, but yeah, we will see.
All right, Marco, before we let you go, one final time to give some shout outs to people that are supporting you.
Yeah, I wanna shout out all my friends that have supported me. Of course, my mom, my brother, and yeah, all the Italian community.
All right, Marco, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again, and we're gonna see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Casters, back to you.
Well, there you have it. Marco is ready for whoever comes through the other side of the bracket in the finals. Of course, we will be seeing him tomorrow during Championship Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
And all that's left is to figure out who has to beat Marco Silva.
Yeah, and that's a very tall order to place when we see such ferocious gameplay coming out from him. He's so confident in himself. He's so confident in his team, and being able to lock himself into the finals, now one set away from defending his title from last season, is absolutely phenomenal.
Of course, to do so, he will have to defeat the winner of Ashton Cox versus Victor Medina. This should be an incredible matchup. I am so excited for this. Both players have been playing out of their minds.
Yep.
And they both have extremely interesting teams. All of these teams that we've seen in our semifinals and in our top 8 all are very unique, have their own unique techs, and they are all matching up really interestingly against each other. You saw Renzo defeated Eric Rios earlier on in the tournament 2-0, and then promptly was 2-0'd by Marco Silva. The team matchups are really important here, but also having that comfort, like Marco said, I know my team, I play my team, and I win with my team.
Well, that's it, and that's all you need to do in order to be able to, I don't know, just go forward. It's the fact that the team that Marco has forces so much respect from the opponent's side. You can't ignore all of the different components to how this team actually functions, because it's so offensive. There's so much damage and firepower available to himself at a click of a button. As long as he's able to position himself, you know, you need to be able to really understand that he tries to play aggressive because it's such an aggressive team. He wants to be able to corner your thought process to the point where he identifies what your outs are. And that's exactly what he did when he dismantled Renzo's team composition the way that he did just now.
Well, all of our players have qualified for the World Championships, including Renzo, and they are now competing for glory and for cash prizing. These are $3,000 matches right now.
Yeah.
$10,000 for second place, and then $15,000 for winning the Masters division. That is a lot on the line.
It genuinely is. And obviously, it's not only just the prizes, it's not only, let's say, the championship points, although at this point, kind of feels like it doesn't matter as much because you're able to already have qualified for Worlds if you're in the semis, but it's also the glory. And I think the passion that these trainers bring is really what builds up to what makes this so special and means so much to them. You can see it in the way that they never give up, they never surrender, and they just keep on trying to stick to their game plans, gain that confidence in themselves, mentally fortitude their minds, and then just show all of the gameplay out. Don't think about anything else, focus on what's in front of you.
Absolutely, and we have one final match for you today before Championship Sunday tomorrow. We are not going to waste any time. We are going to take a quick break to get everybody set up, and then when we return, we will find out who will join Marco Silva in Championship Sunday tomorrow. Stay
Hi, this is Spreggles, and inspired by the incredible chat message, "Let's hide" in Pokemon Unite, I'm gonna hide here at LAIC. Will you be able to find me? Let's find out. Can you find me? Do you see me? I'm right there. I'm hiding, but really, really good. Oh, I'm such a good hider. I'm hiding like a real pro. All right, last chance to guess. Oh, did you think I was over here? Okay, maybe you did. Next time, let's make it a little trickier. Can you find me? Oh, I'm hiding so good you wouldn't believe it. I feel like I'm almost the best hider at LAIC. One of the best, for sure. All right, I'm about to show you where I am. Did you see me? Oh, I was right over here the whole time. Could you believe it? All right, it's going to get harder. All right, this last one's going to be the trickiest one. Can you guess where I'm hiding? All right, I kind of cheated on that one. Did you guess that's where I'd be? This has been Let's Hide with Spreggles. Bye.
That's the forfeit, and Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world, EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
My name is Kevin Hahn, and I'm from Pennsylvania. I'd be a water type because it's very calm and relaxing, and I feel like that fits my personality pretty well. I first got into competitive Pokemon when my brother won NAIC 2022. It was really cool, so I was like, I want to do that too. I just love competing on Pokemon, and I love how fun it is. I love how successful I am, and I love that it's a strategy game and you really have to think a lot or else you won't do well. Overall, Pokemon is just a really fun game. I learned how to fail and accept it gracefully. It was very tough for me in the start. I always wanted to just get first and nothing else. But now that I've competed a lot more and a lot more knowledgeable about failing, I'm completely fine if I get last. Even if I got last in this World Championships, I'd still be fine since I had a lot of fun. One of my favorite memories is when I won UIC. It was my first major win. I've never won an international or World Championships before that. My number one goal was to win an international. So to have won 2 internationals and a World Championship seems just completely crazy for me.
It continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season.
Even if you're down a game and in a losing position in the World Championships, never give up, because you can always turn that around with some good plays. And you should always never give up, because it might be the only chance you ever get. I want to give a shout out to all my friends and all my coaches. And I also want to give the biggest shout out to my family, and especially my brother. I wouldn't even be into Pokemon without him. He helped me be way more successful, and I always want to be more like him.
Before we get a chance to actually see our second finalist for the 2025 Latin America International Championships. I am back with Aaron Zhang, and we cannot wait to take you through this final match of the day, our final top 4 of this tournament.
That top 8 set that we were just on for with Ashton was crazy, and now he's got to play a top 4 set against Victor Medina. The storylines left in this event are crazy. Marco Silva has advanced to the finals. He won this tournament last year. He won OCIC in 2020, and he's looking to defend his title. Of course, defeating Renzo in a very dominant 2-0 set, getting turn 1 correctly both games, and just winning from there. Ashton against Victor, though, it's going to be one heck of a battle.
And both of these players are such good VGC players in their own right. Ashton Cox, of course, being the two-time reigning Latin America International Champion, versus Victor Medina, who has just been on a consistent tier throughout international competitions as well as those regional competitions. You can see some of their accomplishments listed below them. Victor having a ton of recent success in the last 2023 and 2024 season, but Ashton Cox has this legacy.
Yeah, both of these players so incredible. Ashton is a player that has won multiple tournaments before, and Victor has been one of the most consistent players in the world across the last few seasons. But he hasn't claimed that big championship. You see top cut at EUIC, top cut at NAIC, there's the LAIC top cut that's not even listed there. He's top cut Worlds as well. He's top cut regionals. He's come so close to winning all of these events. The question is, will this one be it?
It's going to be such a tough battle for both of them. Ashton Cox, of course, coming off the back of a little bit of a break in VGC, had a little bit of a passport incident where it got thrown out, so he wasn't here at the last Latin America International Championships. But now he comes back from this break, finds himself in the top 4, and potentially in a position to win the whole thing, becoming one of the first players to ever win 3 international championships. This team has been stellar, pun intended. The Sneasler has that, but the Como has been so standout as one of the more unique Pokemon to find themselves in day 2.
Como, the MVP for Ashton to advance on after that exhilarating top 8 set. Using that Throat Spray, you've got Clangorous Soul, you've got Clanging Scales, you can do a lot of damage, you can boost up your stats as well, and Fire Terra Flamethrower, which we saw snipe off Golden Go in top 8. You've got Choice Specs, Fairy Terra Golden Go with that Dazzling Gleam, and of course, rocking that solo Dondozo. Such a beefy Pokemon, and a Pokemon that Ashton, we saw use in the first game. It wasn't able to do anything, but it was huge and instrumental in winning games 2 and 3 for him in the end game.
And as we take a look at what Victor Medina is going to be bringing to this matchup as well, I think you have to kind of wonder, how are you actually going to be able to deal with this rain setup? Victor has the opportunity to use the Pelipper as well as the Archaludon, but it's sort of a double-edged sword. When you set up the rain, you're also going to be setting up for the Dondozo on Ashton's side to have more powerful wave crashes.
Yeah, this is one of the newer takes on rain. You see a couple techs like Tailwind on the Dragonite. You've got the Muddy Water on the Pelipper, the Choice Scarf on Golden Go with Flying Terra here, and then you have Sinistcha. One thing that makes this team really strong is you don't have to commit to rain, right? You can just drop Pelipper or Archaludon. You could go with the Sinistcha, Dragonite, Ursaluna, Golden Go core. There's a lot of flexibility in how you play with this team. So one of my first questions is, do we see Como make a return once again here? And for Victor, so much of success with this team is having multiple ways of speed control, right? You can set up Tailwind, you can set up Truck Room, and so which mode will Victor commit to, and how will Ashton deal with it accordingly? Dondozo is a really interesting Pokemon in this matchup. It can, put things to sleep. It can Wave Crash as well, but a lot of things do resist that Wave Crash. You have to deal with Sinistcha on the opposing side as well, and so a big question here is also, does Dondozo come out into the matchup to begin with?
I think that Ursaluna could potentially have a really interesting path in this game. You take a look at the ways that Ashton actually has a chance to be able to deal with that, and you look at something like the Rillaboom. Okay, well, if I get that, then maybe I'm able to actually just go for a big Hurricane from the Pelipper, and that's one way that you could deal with that threat.
Absolutely. Definitely a couple of big threats to watch out for here. You have the Dragonite and the Golden Go. I think both of these being led immediately could put on a ton of offensive pressure. The Skill Shot Dragonite, of course, so key to deal with Sneasler from Ashton's end. It can also force out a Terra from the Como from his end. And so there's just so much offense on Victor's team, and then Sinistcha is kind of the glue that can hold it all together by going for recovery, switching it in on that hospitality. So we're going to get into this very first game, and let's see which Pokemon both trainers have decided to bring.
This match is going to determine which of these players will join Marco Silva in the finals of LAIC 2025. For Victor, we are going to see this Dragonite and Golden Go, and for Ashton, it's going to be the Sneasler and Golden Go. So much offense.
So there are 2 Golden Goes out of the field. One is the Choice Scarf variant, of course. It is going to be immune to that Fake Out coming out from the Sneasler. The question here is, do we see some Terras, right? Choice Scarf Golden Go is scary with, of course, that Shadow Ball. One of my questions is, does it get the knockout? Fake Out here, really, really safe to opt for onto the Dragonite, right? The Dragonite here likely will want to protect to conserve its multi-scale, and so you could also switch it out right now. So from Victor's end, the question is, what do you do with the Golden Go this turn? I think Dragonite going for Protect is relatively safe, and there's a lot of decisions from both sides. Do we expect a Terra? Do we Shadow Ball? Do we go for Make It Rain instead? You could also go for a Hard Read and not Fake Out, but I think Fake Out Shadow Ball here is the safest option.
Well, Dragonite does go for the protect, so the fake out not going to be able to hit its target on this turn, but as we see this Golden Go ramp up for an attack, Victor gets a chance to fire off some pretty big offense with this Golden Go. It's going to be the Shadow Ball into Ashton's, and that's going to be doing a ton of damage. In fact, it just gets a one-hit knockout right out the gates.
That was one of my big questions. I really thought Ashton's Golden Go would be able to potentially survive that. It's not a boosted Shadow Ball, right? There is no Life Orb, there's no Choice Specs, but this is Choice Scarf Golden Go, so you wouldn't be surprised to see it running just max special attack investment and just gets a crucial knockout there. Golden Go was the main resistance to the scale shot in this game, and so Ashton is really starting this game from behind. You can bring out Rillaboom. Yes, that gives you a little bit of fake out support, but where do you go from here is the question. Dragonite putting on so much pressure. It's going to be Como brought out instead, but huge lead for Victor there. No Terra from Ashton. He gets punished, and I wonder if there's the chance of survival there, and that was like a higher damage roll, for example, but either way, huge lead for Victor.
Really big lead for him, but now you get Ashton this opportunity to go for the Como setup. But it's going to be slow going here. You have the opportunity to go for something like the Clanging Scales. Would be nice to be able to get that damage down into the Dragonite. But I think if you're Ashton, you're trying to figure out, do I target the Dragonite? Do I target the Golden Go? Do I actually have time to get this set up with the Como?
Oh, you can see the hover. Clangor Soul and going for that Dire Claw to Dragonite. Dire Claw, of course, a move that can induce so much variance. If you get a Sleeper or Paralysis here, Como might really be able to get going in this game. So let's see.
Well, the Terra Fire was very impactful in the sets we've seen from Ashton previously. It would be very nice to be able to give this Como a little bit more staying power, but you see a Terastallization matched by Victor, and so it really could be either of these Pokemon, but it's going to be the Dragonite that gets that Fairy Terra.
Yeah, slower than the Como here, crucially being able to pressure, of course, with that scale shot. We know that there's no Dragon-type damage going into that slot. Shadow Ball just comes out, but we saw the Dire Claw, and you know what deals super effective damage into Fairy?
Is going to be that poison type damage. Shadow Ball does give a little bit of a special defense drop, but this Dragonite does have to take that. Is there a status condition? There is not. Como goes for the Clangor Soul, but could you imagine if the Sneasler did Sneasler things?
Yeah, my question though is, do you survive this turn? You get the defense boost, of course, but you also lose a good bit of your HP. Shadow Ball already went into that slot as well, so the answer, I think, is going to be likely not.
Yeah, I mean...
But the skill shot go into that slot. Oh, it's going to be Tailwind instead. Okay.
So Como does survive. The Tailwind, a little bit of a saving grace here for Ashton's Como. But now the Golden Go really does have even more speed. If anything gets knocked out, then Victor gets a free switch to be able to utilize those Tailwind turns.
I don't see how you deal with Golden Go at this point, to be honest. It's just pressuring with Shadow Ball. Dragonite has the skill shot pressure as well. I think Ashton just started off the game a turn behind, and then this is one of my favorite texts about Dragonite. Coming into this tournament, I was saying, you know, Tailwind I think is a really, really good move on it, dropping extreme speed, but giving that speed control. Now you've got Scarf Golden Go with Tailwind, pressuring with Shadow Ball. So Como just forced to protect, but you can just go for the scale shot now into the Sneasler.
That will surely knock it out. It's got to be multiple hits, but you can even see from prior damage that we've seen on the stream, if 4 might be able to do the job. It actually looks like it might be a little bit close here. And it is going to be enough with just 4. Sneasler getting knocked out, but it did look a little bit interesting after those first 2 hits.
But now the thing is, okay, the last Pokemon is Rillaboom. Rillaboom can't fake on it a Golden Go. Like, Scarf Golden Go has been insane in this game. Shadow Ball, knockout Golden Go, Shadow Ball into Como, Shadow Ball, Shadow Ball, Shadow Ball. Like, I think the Dragonite Golden Go lead has been very, very effective from Victor. Sinistcha, a Pokemon that we were talking about, but doesn't really even end up needing to bring it. I think Ashton, I can't see him really winning this game with the Tailwind and the Choice Scarf pressure from the opposing side. Maybe you could go for the double protect exactly and try to get a critical hit or 2, but I think at this point he's probably already thinking about his game plan going into game number 2.
Yeah, Fake Out brings the Dragonite a little bit lower, and maybe you're able to crit with the Grassy Glide to be able to knock it out, but you still have to deal with these Tailwind turns. You're still dealing with this Choice Scarf Golden Go, which is going to be faster than the entirety of your team, and Como is going to fail that double protect, leaving it vulnerable. It looks like it's just going to be, oh wow, even critting the Fake Out actually. We didn't think about that one as a good potential way to actually KO this Dragonite, but the Shadow Ball is going to be it for this Como, and Victor wins this game 1.
I've never seen such a good argument for Choice Scarf Golden Go. It was incredible in this one, right? Being able to know that you outpace the opposing Golden Go. One of the best things about Golden Go is being immune to the attacks from Sneasler as well. Fake Out, Close Combat, Dire Claw. Like, good luck having fun with any of those against me, right? And so turn 1 already really set the pace of this battle because Ashton The first question is your Golden Go, are you expecting to survive that most of the time and you just got a really unfavorable roll? Because if so, maybe you can run it back and just not even bother Terraing. This is Fairy Terra Golden Go though, so one thing you have to be careful about is if you go for that Fairy Terra and Victor predicts you and just goes for Make It Rain, for example, then it's really, really bad. But at Golden Go Terra from Ashton's, then he would have been able to survive the turn and then knock out the Golden Go in response with that Shadow Ball. But just a really positive trade on turn 1, and the Sneasler just not able to do very much, was fishing for that status condition. Como gets set up, but with Tailwind just unable to do anything.
I wonder if you do get a status condition, if that gives Ashton at least a couple of extra turns to maybe get some setup with the Como, do a little bit more work with it. But it just felt like already so difficult to be behind the 8-ball. And then you see the Sinister come in.
Yeah.
So even if you were going to be able to deal some damage to the Golden Go, you're going to heal that back up with Hospitality. And it's just so difficult. At least Victor gets a chance to reveal that that Sinister was brought into this match.
So the question is, how do you handle Dragonite Golden Gold lead? And Victor obviously could adjust as well. He doesn't need to go with the exact same lead, but it felt really dominant. So if Ashton wants to run it back with the same Pokemon, of course, he could go for Terra turn 1 with the Golden Go. Machagacha coming out, getting some estimates on the damage as well, but Rillaboom not going to be able to pull this one off. Ashton just taking the time to come up with this game plan. This is like what we saw in top 8, right? Against Alex Gomez, he really lost pretty quickly, I would say, in game 1, but found these really unique game plans in game 2, in game 3, switching up the Pokemon each time to pull out the victory. Grassy Glide doesn't knock out Golden Go either.
And if there wasn't any grassy terrain recovery, though, that Golden Go would have actually been KO'd. So maybe a little bit of important information there for Ashton. High horsepower was going to do about 80-90% to that Golden Go, not quite enough to be able to knock it out. But even after the grassy terrain recovery, that Grassy Glide not going to pick up the KO either. So Ashton does have to go back to the drawing board. That was a commanding game win by Victor Medina.
Absolutely. I think Dragonite plus Golden Go is just so oppressive, and this is part of what makes Victor's team so strong, right? You have so many options. You could lead Pelipper, Archaladon, for example, Dragonite, Ursaluna, Dragonite, Archaladon, switch in Pelipper. Or the Golden Go here is Flying Terror. You could even technically lead that with like the Ursaluna, although I think that not as common because normally the Ursaluna wants some speed control for it, whether it be the Tailwind or the Trick Room. But the Tailwind from the Dragonite absolutely huge here in order to just make sure Golden Go can just outpace everything, even with the speed boost here from the Como on the opposing side. And so a really cool tech, and I am so curious about the Shadow Ball damage comp with that Scarf Golden Go into Specs Golden Go on the opposing side.
If that's a damage roll, then yeah, maybe Ashton is like, okay, maybe that was really, really unfavorable, maybe like a 2%. I can run it back. But I, in his position, knowing what is on the line, would be pretty averse to trying to play the cards on that again.
Yeah, it's like you could run it back with the same leads, but even then it's scary, right? Because like if you go for the Terra and you get it wrong, you eat up a Make It Rain, and it's like Sneasler led again, I think you just get absolutely crushed. And so I think Sneasler coming out just was not able to do anything, right? Like you had that fake out, but then where do you go from there? You can't touch the Golden Go at all. And so if you're expecting Golden Go to come out again from the lead, I think like ideally you want to first see what move it locks itself into. I think like something like Dondozo is really interesting because it's bulky. You can put on pressure with Yawn into the Dragonite, you can Wave Crash, or even put on the pressure with Fisher, for example, into the Golden Go. But yeah, I think Sneasler lead just ends up being really ineffective into a Scale Shot Dragonite and a Golden Go. So it's still a Pokemon you could bring. I think like the upside of Sneasler is pressuring Archaladon and also still being able to deal damage with that Dire Claw, but you can see how clutch multi-scale was in that last one.
I like the opportunity of bringing the Dondozo in the front, though. I think just on top of the things that you mentioned, I think just being able to slow the game down at all is very beneficial. You talk about the offensive pressure, use the Yawns to actually slow the pace of the game down, and maybe you're able to get a little bit more damage in with a Como, with your own Golden Go or something like that.
Exactly, but you know, if you do bring that Dondozo, you are vulnerable to Archaladon. We didn't see that in game 1, but and Archaladon in the rain is really scary. Now, Dondozo is Flying Terror, so there's no defensive Terror for it. You can keep going for the Electro Shot, but Victor says, you know what, my lead was so strong game 1, I'm just going to stick to it, but here's a huge adjustment from Ashton.
It is going to be the Dondozo in the lead, and maybe Ashton even a bit more comfortable because Victor did reveal that that Sinistro was the third Pokemon. Would you actually bring Archaladon into the game by itself without the Pelipper?
It's a really good point, exactly, and I would say no, right? Because it just feels like it can't do enough. Like Ursaluna is the fourth, I think makes more sense here. So I like the Dondozo adjustment a lot. You are still vulnerable to Scale Shot. No fake out on the Dragonite. Dragonite doesn't protect either.
The Shadow Ball into the Rillaboom, you can see that Azelf is helping out a lot, but the Scale Shot is still free and clear to fire off into this Rillaboom. It looks like 5 would absolutely be able to do enough for the knockout.
4, does it get 5?
It 5?
It does!
That Rillaboom is down for the Victor is going to be up a Pokemon already in this game number 2.
Huge call out there. Says the fake out on a Dragonite so obvious. You're not going to let me just break your multi-scale, but does not go for it. Gets the double up. It just eliminates Rillaboom immediately. So yes, Dondozo gets the yawn, but that is a huge piece out of the way immediately. And with Dondozo, you really don't want to fall behind in terms of Pokemon. Rillaboom now, not the most important Pokemon in terms of damage output. Dragonite probably feels pressure to switch out. And so once again, though, Victor just getting an immediate turn 1 lead, and great call out saying, I don't think you're going to click fake out onto me this time.
The yawn onto the Dragonite at least puts Victor into a position where maybe you are going to force him to have to take this Dragonite out. Otherwise, it's going to fall asleep at the end of this turn, and maybe Dondozo gets the room to just hit a fissure, just simply hit the fissure into the Golden Go, remove it from the field completely.
So you can yawn the Dragonite slot again, as Ashton is indicating he might do, to cover for a switch out. But now your Golden Go needs to deal the damage, right? It's the same decision. Do you go for the Terra with Golden Go once again? Because if not, yeah, Victor can just stay in and go for Shadow Ball until you might just faint again. And so, but if you bait out the Fairy Terra right now from Golden Go can switch out, come back in, and then go for Make It Rain. So let's see. Yeah, there's the Fairy Terra this time around. Does Victor switch out? He's not going to. He's going to stay in with both Pokemon here.
So no switch. The Terra committed onto this Golden Go. Ashton needs to make sure that this Fairy Terra is going to pay off. And we don't even see the terrestrialization come out from Victor's Pokemon either. So let's see the Shadow Ball damage. This Golden Go should survive this hit. It's going to take that pretty comfortably as Dragonite sets up the Tailwind.
This is one of the most interesting things in a position with Yawn, right? You know that the Dragonite just got hit by Yawn, so Golden Go does fade from the opposing side, but first of all, Shadow Ball doing a ton of damage to Golden Go. Like, I'm thinking, might not even be a roll, it just might be like no investment here on Golden Go. But another Yawn comes out. Dragonite now will fall asleep, but Tailwind has been set up. Victor gets a free switch in, and he knows that the Golden Go is locked into the Choice Spec Shadow Ball. So if Ursaluna is your fourth Pokemon, this could be the opportunity to bring in. And if it actually is Archaludon, not a bad time for it either, but I would just be really shocked to see it in the back here.
A knockout of the Golden Go is kind of like a double-edged sword here for Ashton, I feel like. You definitely wanted to remove it, but it is the Ursaluna that's going to be the next Pokemon revealed for Victor. There's still Terra available for Victor here for that Ursaluna.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. Like, I think Ashton, you of course pressure with super effective damage with this Wave Crash. Dragonite is on a timer essentially right now because once it wakes up, this Scale Shot is really scary. Like, Scale Shot will just demolish the Sneasler that's waiting in the back, right? So Ashton right now can't Shadow Ball into the Ursaluna, of course, by it being normal typing. You could go for the Wave Crash onto it. If it Terras, then of course you can take advantage of it. But I think here, if you're Victor, you're actually probably content just letting the Wave Crash go into that slot. I do think, like, Ashton does claw things back a little bit, right? Like, yes, Tailwind has been set up, but Dondozo is still so beefy, it's going to be tough to deal with, and we're going to see the Sneasler switch in. So I'm really paying attention. Does Dragonite manage to get a one-turn wake-up? It has to take a turn of sleep this turn, but next turn could be huge.
I also wonder if Victor is content with just attacking with this Ursaluna. Maybe you say the Terra would be enough for this Ursaluna to be able to survive something like the Wave Crash, and you're going to switch out your Golden Go, so I'm not going to worry about taking that super effective Shadow Ball damage. We do see the Terra committed, so this Ursaluna is now a Ghost type. This Dragonite does not get a chance to wake up, and we see the Headlong Rush go into the Sneasler. Focus Sash, the perfect item for the Sneasler to have in order to take that hit, but now it is on its last little bit of HP.
This is where, once again, the Tailwind comes out huge, right? With that Tailwind, Victor probably confident on being able to outspeed that Golden Go, so now can go for that. Ooh, okay, I was
critical
gonna say,
hit.
Does take a lot of damage. You can go for that Terra, and of course, it prevents the Wave Crash from dealing super effective damage. The scary thing about Ghost Herring is obviously the Golden Go can hit you for super effective damage, but we're gonna get some recovery across the board, and Victor will have to handle Dondozo, but he probably has that Sinisha in the back, right? So what he's thinking is, okay, let me just knock out the Sneasler right now. Flame Orb does activate. The Ursaluna is in a really good spot. You are immune to the fake out. You're immune to the close combat from the opposing side. So if you're Ashton, the question is, what do you do right now? It might be something like a Protect with the Sneasler and then try to Wave Crash into the Ursaluna. But oh, he's actually contemplating Protect on Dozo. Okay, just a double Protect here to try to stall out Tailwind.
The Tailwind turns have been really critical here for Victor. Already the Ursaluna being able to take full advantage of that. But you still have to figure out how to deal with that. You want to get your Golden Go in pretty scot-free. You've dealt with the Choice Scarf, but you still have the speed control for Victor right now.
keep in mind, like, if Sinistra is the final Pokemon, it's going to be really difficult to deal with the Golden Go. But here's the switch, and we saw the double protect, and so Sinistra comes in and is going to be able to get some recovery, and that's absolutely huge. I was going to say, if Ursaluna goes down, Golden Go probably just wins this game. And so Victor recognizes that, says, you know what, I'm just going to heal it up right now. This healing is really valuable because it means that you probably don't even KO me with the double up, and the double protect is, okay, it's going to be a protect all around just to guarantee that recovery. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the opportunity to cycle the hospitalities as well. Yes, a Dragonite is asleep, but it's still a Pokemon. So you could get that Dragonite back in, make sure that that Sinistra has an opportunity to reactivate that hospitality, and this Ursaluna is looking in an even better spot. You still have a turn of Tailwinds to take advantage of, and so Ashton has to play around that.
Yeah, Sneasler, of course, right now is very speedy, and so, we see, okay, we're going for it. The hope is to just get the Dire Claw off and prevent Sinistra from attacking. Right now, we can see Matcha Gotcha Facade. That might just be able to get a double knockout, so does the Dire Claw get a status condition right now onto Sinistra?
The Sinistra is going to take the attack. It goes to sleep, so it is not going to be able to move on this next turn. As the Facade finishes off this Sneasler, what if this Dondozo is able to get the KO here and now? Ashton is down to his final 2 Pokemon. He has an opportunity here to hit the Fissure, and it is not going to connect, but at least the Sinistra is asleep for this next turn as the Tailwind expires.
Now, you do get Golden Go out, right? This is a Choice Specs Golden Go, so I think Golden Go could still pull it off there. Victor in the end actually ended up targeting off the Sneasler rather than the Dondozo, right? So I was thinking maybe you just try to go for the double knockout. The sleep would have prevented it. I think Victor was probably thinking your win con here is to try to get a status condition on a Sinistra, so I really want to eliminate the Sneasler. But hey, I mean, we do get Specs Golden Go out now, pressuring with that Make It Rain.
The Make It Rain would be pretty big, but you need to see the double up here. You're still going to see Ashton try to YOLO some of these attacks, but the Golden Go with the Shadow Ball is going to be able to hit the Ursaluna and the Sinistra for super effective damage, but you still have to deal with that Dragonite later on, which would be immune to this Fissure.
Okay, you can see there's the contemplation to go for Shadow Ball instead. Oh, okay, so he's saying, you know what? You can't hit me with Dragonite. So if Sinistra stays asleep right now, you cannot Rage Powder. But if Sinistra wakes up, it gets Rage Powder off, and then I think Victor probably wins this game. So the question here is, does the Sinistra wake up? And if it does it go for Rage Powder? It's going to be a switch, so it could be Switch and Protect, which I think is pretty safe here.
Gotta play it safe because there are certainly some outs that Ashton can take to win this game and tie it up as Dragonite comes back in. Still also pretty sleepy, but don't worry, it might be able to wake up at the end of this next turn.
Okay, Shadow Ball comes out, so locking into the Shadow Ball rather than Make It Rain, recognizing, look, Dragonite is pretty bulky. I don't want to keep just dropping my special attack, and I just want to get consistent damage. And also, Ashton was basically saying, look, if you decide to stay in here and go for Rage Powder and you don't wake up, I can just win the game on the spot. So willing to commit to that. Dragonite does switch in safely. It's only taken a turn of sleep so far. So now you do pressure with Shadow Ball. Ursaluna probably feels pressure to switch out, can get a knockout. You burn a turn to sleep on Dragonite. Right now, Victor's really looking to set up that Tailwind with that Dragonite so we can outpace him. There is the Ursaluna switch.
Oh man, that means that Sinistra is going to have to come in its stead, and that means it has to take this Shadow Ball. So as we see that fire off from the Golden Go, the Sinistra is not going to be able to give any more of that green tea healing over to that Dragonite or this Ursaluna in this game. Victor is down to just that Ursaluna left in the back, but Dragonite does wake up. So that's a big deal to set up this Tailwind, and now you've got the Ursaluna in the perfect conditions.
I think that's just likely going to be the game because the Dragonite really struggles against Dondozo struggles against Dragonite. Now, Multiscale obviously even further reduced that damage, but you're just not doing much. You can't Fissure into it. Now you get the free switch in back out into Ursaluna. Ursaluna will be faster than both the Dondozo and the Golden Go. It can very cleanly just go for Earthquake. So you bring Ursaluna, you Earthquake and Scale Shot. Victor basically was saying, look, even if I don't wake up here, I can bring out Ursaluna and Protect for another turn. And so Ashton was basically hoping for multiple turns of sleep. But yeah, I think this should now just be Victor winning.
He's going to split the difference, though, because Ashton still has maybe an opportunity to attack with one of these Pokemon. You have to attack with the Golden Go because of the Choice Specs. It is going to be locked into that Shadow Ball. But just what if, Aaron?
what if there's an opportunity here for this Dondozo to actually connect an attack? We see the scale shot from this Dragonite to help chunk away at this Dondozo's HP, and it is going to be at least 4 hits.
Yeah, I think the game is just over though, because regardless, even if skill shots miss, like the Ursaluna always knocks out Golden Go, and Dondozo just cannot win the 1v2. You have the defense drop, sure, but in the long run, like the Dragonite's just going to beat the Dondozo. It's going to be Facade here. Victor says, you know what, I don't want to take any chances. I have Earthquake, but I just want to make sure I knock out the Golden Go here, and Golden Go is now eliminated. So Dondozo will get an attack off here, but it's just not going to be enough.
If it hit the fissure, it is at least for the drama, but it does not. And Victor now in the 2v1 is going to move on to the finals tomorrow. He is just one Pokemon KO away from being able to have that chance and have that dream.
It definitely would have been exciting to see Fisher hit. I still think Dragonite just wins that in the long run because you can haze to get rid of the defense boost, and Scale Shot just continuously adds up more, and Wave Crash doesn't do enough. But maybe there was a world where it could have pulled it up and Fisher hit, but no Fisher connects despite the sleep on the Sinisha. Victor pulls it off.
Victor is now going to get the opportunity to face down Marco Silva in the finals of the 2025 Latin America International Championships. He has been in so many top cuts. Victor just needs that big international victory, and here is his chance.
And what an exciting opportunity. What better chance to go for it than against Marco, the defending champion, right? There's nothing that feels better than winning a tournament and beating the world's best players along the way. He's taken down so many incredible players this tournament, and he is one person away from getting that big championship he's hunting for so long.
Take a look at that, celebrating with all of his friends. What a big deal for Victor to be able to have this opportunity. I know he's been hunting for it. He's been so eager. He's been working so hard. And it is that level of hard work that gets you that consistency to keep seeing yourself in day 2 top cuts of these tournaments. And LAIC has already been such an incredible event. Take a look at how stacked this top cut is. Take a look at how far both Marco Silva and Victor Medina had to go in order to get here.
And what a sick turn 1. Hard call out saying, I don't think you're going to click fake out. Just gets the Rillaboom out of the way immediately. Does get the 5 hits as well. If you get the 4 hits there, Rillaboom at least survives the turn, and it could be a different swing here. Shadow Ball, this was a really interesting turn. I think the Tailwind on Dragonite was so crucial. Without Tailwind, this looks like a very different set, and you can see the techs on Victor's team coming into play. He's got Tailwind on Dragonite, so helpful in setting up Ursaluna. He's got the Choice Scarf on Golden Go to allow him to just outpace the opposing Golden Go, putting on so much offensive pressure. Ashton found the win condition, which was trying to go for the sleep, trying to go for these Fissures. Does manage to get the sleep, but the Fissure miss, and Dragonite just secures the game here, waking up early as well.
Yeah, we've got some really good Pokemon for us today. I feel like we've been treated so well to all of the sets that we've seen from our competitors, but I wanted to give major commiserations to Ashton the most. I feel like he has just had some really great gameplay. We've gotten to see some amazing sets from him, and this set, I know it was still difficult for him to have to fight into Victor's team, but it's just been phenomenal. Just throughout the entire day, throughout the entire weekend.
Fun fact, like there have been 6 LAICs. Ashton's won 2 of them in top 4 here, so he has 3 trophies out of the 6, 3 top 4 finishes, which is really wild to think about. But let's throw it down to the stage where we'll have an interview with Victor, who is our second finalist.
There we have it. We've got our second finalist here at the 2025 Latin America International Championships, Victor Medina! And what a way to be able to do it, Victor. How are you feeling, my friend? You are there. You are in Championship Sunday.
I'm feeling amazing. I don't believe it yet. Reaching finals here is so important to me. I feel incredible. Thank you to everything that is supporting me. Thank you to everyone. I don't know what even to say. I'm so nervous, but I feel so grateful to have this opportunity to play finals in an international championship.
100%. I mean, well deserved. It was such a tough battle versus Ashton, a true nail biter with a lot of different interactions going on there. But I guess going into game 1, we saw you very stone cold approach of the Shadow Ball into Ashton's Golden Go, and you just picked up the KO. So a bit outrageous, you think, from a Choice Scarf Golden Go, but I guess that's based around the training, right?
Yeah, for sure. It was kind of a 50-50, the turn you're talking about, because he could Terra Fairy, and I could make it rain to counter that Terra Fairy. So it was a bit of a 50-50. I think Shadow Ball was my safe play, because if he Shadow Balls, then Ursaluna can be touched by his Golden Go. So it was kind of that game plan. I feel so grateful that it worked out and he didn't Terra, but yeah, I can see why he didn't.
I mean, it made a lot of sense. It was a bit of a trade, right, based off of the Terra being utilized. But from that point onwards, obviously, we saw that you had a really good board position to lock out that game one, that tailwind pressure with the Golden Go. You were just nullifying any scale shot boost, etc. So going into game two, you must have felt very confident, but Ashton did go for that immediate adaptation. He was able to bring the Rillaboom as well. What were your initial thoughts once you saw his lead?
When I saw this lead, because I know what player Ashton is, he's a great skilled player, I said he's not going to fake out my Dragonite. He is going to predict my Protect, and he is going to high horsepower wave crash my Goldengo or down high horsepower. But either way, he's not going to fake out because that Protect is so obvious. So I didn't go for Protect, so both turn ones were really, really good for me, picking out that KO with the 5 skill shots.
And then, of course, you were able to just say, right, I'm willing to keep my Golden Go in and discard it. And then as long as you had that tailwind support and pressure that you were utilizing with Dragonite to enable the Ursaluna on the side, you felt good. But obviously, there was a bit of drama that happened with classic Dire Claw shenanigans. But obviously, Ashton did a really good job identifying the win conditions. He did get the sleep. What were your initial feelings seeing that?
I mean, he did get the sleep, but at least he did not get it the first time he Dire Claw, if I'm not mistaken, and he also didn't get any fissure. So I could kind of play around that. It was difficult because I was like, oh my god, like if I don't wake up, if he takes 3 turns of lead, I have to go for the double protect with Ursaluna, and he's going to have like so much time to fissure my Dozo. But at the end of the day, he only fissured 1 time in the end game. I was able to dodge the attack, and it was a really stressful game, but it was a very good play by Ashton.
100%, but of course you did identify there was a moment where you're like, okay, I want to be able to cycle my Ursaluna out, reset the stage drops from that headlong rush to be able to round out the game. So did you feel that was just the main approach you were trying to identify with the Ursaluna sweep in the back, right?
Yeah, it was. It was exactly that.
100%, but of course you are in the finals, my friend. It's going to be an all EU region-based finals up against, of course, Marco Silva. What are your initial impressions going up against Marco? I mean, you've definitely ran into him in the past.
We did, and also we are both 2003, so we did play in seniors a lot. So, I mean, he's an amazing player, one of the best in Europe, but I'm going to try to take it home.
You're 1 set away from glory, right?
Yeah, I am 1 set away. So yeah, I'm not going to let Marco be the 2 times champion here, of course.
You can beautiful way to go about it. I love the incentive. But of course, you may potentially be the international champion for your own record. So, I mean, generally speaking, you do an amazing job with being consistent. Is there any sort of like secret recipe generally that you feel that you found that really works for yourself?
There is no secret recipe. There's just testing, and obviously it's difficult to have consistency. Don't give up, and obviously you can do every turn, every tour, as well as winning every tour. You can win every tour. I mean, I didn't even win a single tour yet.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe, hopefully.
Beautiful. Of course, thank you so much for everything. We definitely want you to go ahead and get some very good, well-deserved rest. So I'm going to leave you with an opportunity. Any shout outs, any thank yous before going into the big day tomorrow?
Thank you to my esports team, Sportmaniacos, Juste, Len, sa que está viendo esto. Thank you to the whole Spanish community that is supporting me. Thank you to every player that is supporting me. Thank you to my testing group. Thank you to Antonio. And yeah, thank you to my family. I feel so grateful today that I have this opportunity to play tomorrow, and I will do my best.
Extremely deserved, and that's all you can do. Thank you so much for your time, Victor. We are wishing you the very best going into tomorrow. So we're going to go ahead, throw it back to the casters before we wrap up this day 2 here at LAIC.
I can't believe that Victor Medina hasn't won
major tournament yet. It's wild to think about because we see him in the top cuts of so many internationals, so many worlds, so many regionals, and yet no big title for him yet.
Well, what better one to get than this one in what is one of the most stacked top cuts I've ever seen in the history of this game. He's done it in such a dominant fashion with this wonderfully crafted team as well. And once again, what better way to do it than beating the defending champion? There's nothing that feels better than crushing all these amazing players along the way to claiming that title. And so we are set for an all-European finals tomorrow, and it's going to be phenomenal. And it's going to be a weather war. We've got rain versus sun.
Rain versus sun, so which one is going to prevail? It is so difficult to tell because these are two of the most skilled players that we have, and they are the only two left in the field. Take a look at who they've had to take down in order to make it to the finals tomorrow. What a phenomenal performance from Marco, taking down the Players Cup 4 champion, having to beat Oliver Escalin, one of the top players in Europe as well, and then Victor Medina chewing through a two-time international champion in Ashton Cox, and also beating the big up-and-comer Daniel Reyes in that top 8. This is going to be a banger finals.
Yeah, and what's so interesting, I mean, both of them have looked really good too, right? Like 2-0 victories, both in top 8 and top 4. They were against some of the toughest opponents they could possibly match up against, and just really strong team understanding. And I can't wait because I think like Sun and Rain, or whether people have talked about a lot coming into this tournament, Rain looked really good, but the question is it going to be standard Rain that wins? And this is a newer take on it, right? You've got Ursa Luna. We didn't even see the Rain in top 4. I think it'll probably be a little bit more relevant in tomorrow's finals because, of course, you have to deal with the Torkoal from the opposing side. Marco's got the Fighting Terra on the Porygon as well. But I am really, really excited. These are teams that also were pretty well known coming into this event because they were popularized by Japanese players. And so I'm curious if the players actually decided to just go home and like they probably can recreate each other's teams to a fairly high degree of success. I'm curious, do you want to run some sets or would you rather just like think about the theory a little bit more? But it's going to be really exciting.
You also have to think about the fact that they both have like two different forms of speed control. I think they both have Trick Room and Tailwind.
That's right.
So how do you actually balance out the skills that way? There's so many different elements that are coming to play, and this is going to be a finals to remember. Aaron, I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's going to be so good. And I think regardless, we either get Marco becoming the first 3-time international champion, the only one to do it in the Masters division in the world. What an achievement that is to be able to say I'm the only one in the world that has accomplished this, or we get Victor getting his first major title after so many top 4s, top 8s, finalists finished literally in regionals just a couple of weekends ago as well over in Europe. It's going to be awesome.
Make sure you follow the channel so you don't miss out on any of the action that we have coming at you. Tomorrow is going to be an incredible day celebrating the best that Pokemon has to offer across all of our different titles. We're going to be able to watch the Unite Finals, Pokemon Go, Pokemon TCG, as well as crowning our 3 different division trainers for the champions of LAIC. And it's going to be great. I'm just excited.
What's also crazy is Marco's brother is in the senior division finals.
They could both win. They could both win.
To have them both be on the main stage is awesome.
It's going to be awesome to see, and we cannot wait to be able to show you all of that. Make sure you tune in for all of the giveaways that we have as well. You can pick up this Pikachu EX, very beautiful Illustrator Rare over for TCG Live. We also have the giveaways for watching the Pokemon Go action, so you can pick up Elite TMs as well as some of those other drops that are going to be happening for Pokemon Go. And of course, you know, the video game. We love the video game. That's why we're here. You can also play the video game if you've been inspired by any of the people that you've watched, and pick up this Pelipper. It could be crucial, and this could also be a great way to kickstart your own competitive journey.
Yep, you saw the giveaways for Go. Of course, we're streaming on all of these different channels. You definitely don't want to miss out on any of these giveaways, but you'll definitely want to pick up this Pelipper in particular.
We also have a Worlds album, I think is what I heard. That's on like Spotify or something,
cool.
Right?
New album just dropped. Go check it out.
I don't know what's on it, but that's pretty neat. Someone tell us, because I bet you that's a great way to get some pump up music, get ready to go for some of your matches, or just get hype for the tournament or something.
What Pokemon did we see today do you think would be the best DJ?
Ooh.
That's a great. It has to be Como, right?
Oh. Yeah, I didn't even
Claim
think
your
of that.
soul.
Obvious pick. Yeah, that's a good one. But I feel like Dragonite can be pretty good too. You know, it's.
It's got the arms.
It's got the arms to move, spin the discs.
That's fair. I think that these are all great choices. Tell us what you think on social media and make sure you get locked in and ready to go to watch the finals of the Latin American International Championships tomorrow. We're going to be crowning a ton of new IC champions or maybe a three-peat. Who knows? But you'll find out tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us tonight.